Moon Palace Projection, Vitality Revival Immortal Corpses Uncorrupted, 6 Monument Immortal Techniques. Wang Sheng lived 2 lives in the last life. He started late amidst the great upheaval of heaven and earth, muddling through to over 30, not only solitary, but also unfortunate enough to become cannon fodder in the battle between 2 factions of the immortal path, dying without any value. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself back on the eve of the great upheaval. There was no ecstasy, no celebration, because for him, everything was just beginning. Chapter 1. Ascend the Mountain. Ascend Wudong Mountain. Sikadasakut is in a minimalist living room. The cabinet air conditioner was working hard to blow cold air, yet the hot air still lingered on the balcony, continuously attempting to regroup its offensive. In front of the sofa, beside the coffee table, that not-so-wide back was rising and falling in a fixed rhythm. Sweat dripped down from various parts of his body, while the cicadas outside provided the beat, and a few simple fitness equipment beside the yoga mat still bore traces of undried sweat. At the age of 17, with summer vacation, he should have been hanging out with his buddies, lounging in an internet CAF playing competitive games, or grabbing a phone, getting some snacks, curling up on the sofa near the air conditioner, and wantonly squandering his abundant youth. But Wang Sheng dared not, for his last life was spent in the despair of this very summer vacation. And in his last life, he died with nothing to show for it. At this moment, Wang Sheng felt that the time he had to prepare for himself was indeed running short. Rebirth, after all, was due to his death once, and there was nothing to celebrate, only some relief at having survived and a spur for the current self. He died at 31, killed in the chaotic battle of 2 gangs. Ironically, he couldn't even see who exactly killed him. He only caught a glimpse of a silver-white dragon-patterned needle passing through the edge of his vision, and the next moment, he was extinguished by this silver needle's strike on his heavenly soul. Just when he thought he was doomed, he suddenly woke up from an endless dark nightmare. Upon waking, Wang Sheng found himself back in the summer of his 17. This damn heaven finally opened its eyes once. Wang Sheng knew that his death at that time was actually meaningless and wouldn't have a significant impact on that chaotic battle. Because, years later, like in his last life, after the return of the world's vitality, he would cultivate for over a decade according to the cultivation system popularized online, yet still be unable to manipulate objects or cast spells like an ordinary cultivator, easily caught by others. This seemingly ordinary yet truly mediocre life, upon careful thought, was indeed quite pathetic. But now, with this rebirth achieved in an unknown way, the brush of destiny was firmly in Wang Sheng's grip. To start over, would he continue to fade into the crowd, or would he strive to spread his wings and soar? The answer was naturally self-evident. Buzz the phone on the coffee table suddenly lit up. The alarm set for 3 p.m. on July 14th began to vibrate, but was stopped by a finger poking it from the side. Wang Sheng looked up at the front, where a calendar on the TV cabinet displayed the number 14 marked in red, exceptionally eye-catching. Today, an event that would change the course of human history would occur, and since his rebirth, he had been waiting for this time node to arrive. Similarly, he was verifying if the upcoming event would match his memories exactly, for if it did, he could confirm that he truly was reborn and not just dreaming a grand dream on that rainy night 4 months ago. Taking a gentle breath, he continued to do push-ups, his short hair already soaked with sweat. The Significant Man lunar landing spacecraft was set to launch at precisely 4:15 and 24 seconds p.m. today. This time node had been mentioned repeatedly in his last life, making it hard for Wang Sheng to forget. 451, 452. Feeling a bit of soreness in his arms, and knowing he couldn't casually overexert himself, Wang Sheng immediately jumped up, his body straight as a highly elastic spring, his movements without any hesitation. Clap. His hands came together forcefully, standing straight, eyes closed, focused, taking a deep breath, silently reciting the foundational technique already engraved into his bones, then carefully sensing the changes in his body. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes calmly, his body completely dry from the air conditioner's breeze. No surprises, there was no reaction within, let alone feeling the initial true essence. He couldn't even sense a single meridian. Instead, he felt a bit of tightness. This was the effect of the technique, slowly expelling the impurities from his body. At this moment, the earth had not yet entered the initial stage of vitality revival. But Wang Sheng, as a returee, knew that in a little over a year, in some deep mountains far from the cities, the vitality would recover to a level where ordinary people could cultivate. He turned on the TV, switching from the paid adult content his parents had watched last night to the most authoritative news channel in Huagua, increasing the volume just enough not to disturb the neighbors, while taking a few pieces of clothing into the bathroom. To change his fate, he must seize the opportunity. The principle of the early bird catching the worm couldn't be simpler. Otherwise, with his not outstanding aptitude, he would surely fall back into being cannon fodder in the immortal path. And in the upcoming era where the strong dominate and the weak submit, he would once again be left with regrets. After 4 months of training, the already athletic Wang Sheng had shown significant muscle definition. During these 4 months, he had pushed himself to an inhuman level, strictly following a schedule he had set for himself, not allowing even a minute of error. Wang Sheng understood that he had already fallen behind many of his peers who began spiritual cultivation from a young age, and he must make up for it with several times the sweat and effort. He had to prepare his body for cultivation before the world's vitality began to appear. It is worth mentioning that to reduce the consumption of his yang essence, he formatted his hard drive, deleted the deepest folders, and even deliberately avoided any physical contact with the blossoming young girls while at school. There was no way around it. Before completing the 3 foundational steps of condensing breath, focusing spirit, and forming a fetus, yang essence was quite important for male cultivators. Let alone now needing to control the frequency of intimacy with 5 girls. Even if his crush, senior Shin Qianlin, who he had secretly admired for 2 years and had just saved not long ago, suddenly came over and offered herself to him for a wonderful journey. That wasn't completely off the table. After all, he had already wasted so much yang essence. What was a few more encounters? Splashing. Amidst the sound of water, Wang Sheng was constantly pondering, using his surplus memories of the future decades to continuously review the plan he had already devised last month. Even if his foundation was a bit lacking, he was now standing on the same starting line as those so-called prodigies and cultivation geniuses from his last life, officially beginning his path of cultivation. How could he not think of competing with these people? How could he not think of fighting for his own future? The worst outcome would just be dying again in the chaos. What else could happen? Even if he cautiously followed the original life trajectory, carefully avoiding the death calamity at 31, what about after that? Would he be content to be a small cultivator relying on online cultivation, entrusting his life to the benevolence of immortal path experts and their kindness? No more. Never again. Bang. His fist struck the tiles in the bathroom. The wall emitted a muffled sound, and the pain made Wang Sheng gasp. But he couldn't help but smile. Heaven had given him a chance to start over, and ahead lay a time of great upheaval, the resurgence of the immortal path, representing endless opportunities. In this life, he must live up to his name and truly make something of himself. He wishes to ascend to the heavens and embrace the moon, daring to contend for the great way and laugh at the immortals. And the first step to changing his fate: ascend the mountain. Ascend here means to climb. To go up, he had no special fondness for mountains. As Wang Sheng came out of the bathroom, the TV screen was already broadcasting a live feed from a satellite launch base. Looking at the announced ignition time, he was completely certain that the great changes he knew of would indeed arrive on schedule. There was no excitement, let alone ecstasy. It felt like, when he discovered he seemed to be reborn, with only a slight ripple in his heart. Wang Sheng didn't know why he could remain so calm at this moment. His emotions were merely a faint reluctance towards this home and a little guilt towards his parents. Wandering around the house, his fingers brushed against the texture of the wallpaper, stopping in front of a photo wall filled with pictures of the 3 of them. His nose felt a bit sour. Disappointing his parents, who hoped he would study hard, to go up the mountain and become a Taoist, would probably be hard for them to accept. But the revival of the world's vital energy did not bring ordinary people a more exciting life, but rather a decreasing sense of security and survival. Wang Sheng wanted to protect his parents more, to let them enjoy their old age without the ability to cultivate, so he couldn't continue to indulge in the current warm family life. Good things in the world can't all be taken by one person. Cheers erupted from the living room TV, and Wang Sheng turned around to walk in front of the screen, where the launch tower was filled with jubilant celebrations. The launch was successful. The time was frozen at 4:15 p.m., without any deviation. According to the timeline in his memory, this should be the moon landing, where Chinese astronauts brought back an incorruptible female corpse and 6 ancient celestial stone tablets from a deep pit on the far side of the moon, but kept it secret from the outside world. Wang Sheng didn't understand why the vital energy suddenly returned to this world. Even years later, it would still be classified. A small fry like him couldn't possibly know the details. However, various news online indicated that it was definitely related to the white coat researchers in China studying that female corpse. Forget it, it's too early to think about these things now. With everything remaining the same, and the great changes still to come, Wang Sheng knew he could no longer waste time at home. After staring blankly at the TV for a while, he realized it was already 5:15. It was time to go. Time to leave this warm little nest. Returning to his bedroom, he changed into a gray and white sports outfit, put on his favorite pair of sneakers, and pulled out the suitcase he had packed the day before. Confirming he had his ID, he glanced at the time of the night train ticket he had booked on his phone, then pushed the suitcase to the living room. Sitting in the corner of the sofa, he stared blankly at the boring interviews on the TV, quietly waiting for the moment the door would be unlocked. When his parents returned, he would lay his plans bare and express his true aspirations. If they disagreed, then he would have to rely on his wisdom and determination to persuade them. Knock, knock, knock. Was that a weak knock at the door? Did the delivery guy faint from the heat? Coming, Wang Sheng replied lazily, stretching his arms. When he reached the door, he habitually looked through the peephole and couldn't help but frown. What a nice figure. Cough, is that a senior? Nowadays, beautiful girls seem to have the passive attributes of Chow Chow. He had only thought about it in his heart while showering, and hadn't spoken it out loud. So why did this girl come directly to knock on his door? On the other side of the door, the girl's slightly trembling voice, nervous and stuttering, reached Wang Sheng's ears. Is anyone home? Is this Wang Sheng's home? Chapter 2, A Lonely Life. In his previous life, Wang Sheng lived until he was 31. Although he hadn't achieved much, he had dated a few girlfriends. So, facing the well-dressed, beautiful senior today, although he had felt many fluttering feelings, he didn't panic. In both lives combined, he had many crushes, most of which were merely admiration. Come in, the house is a bit messy, please don't mind. Wang Sheng pointed to the sofa and then walked to the fridge to grab 2 bottles of cold drinks. The girl, holding a small gift box, had mustered her courage to enter but still stood there somewhat lost, nervously staring at Wang Sheng. Looking at her oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and petite nose, she was a pure natural beauty of the East. A pair of straight, beautiful legs clad in light gray long socks, paired with hot pants and a white shirt, showcased her lovely figure. However, the most eye-catching was the cartoon design on her white shirt that was being pushed out of shape. Wang Sheng reluctantly diverted his gaze from her impressive assets, and as his eyes moved upwards, he noticed her collarbone and pale neck, devoid of any excess fat, looked so enchanting under the summer sunlight. Xin Qianlin, the school beauty senior who had already become famous in school during Wang Sheng's first year, was not only academically excellent, but also outstanding in appearance, yet she rarely had any gossip surrounding her. Wang Sheng originally had no connection with her, but a little over a month ago, after his rebirth, he had helped her through a small crisis based on some vague memories in his mind, preventing the tragedy of the school beauty being seriously injured in a car accident on the eve of the college entrance examination. He had been worried about whether this would create a butterfly effect and disrupt everything he knew. Luckily, the launch of the crewed lunar spacecraft proceeded as expected. In his previous life, during a class reunion after graduation, Xin Qianlin's situation was often brought up. It seemed that after the accident, her life was saved, but she would have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Although her family was well off and she lived without worries, being a great beauty confined to a wheelchair for life was indeed quite tragic. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but glance at Xin Qianlin's beautiful legs, feeling a sense of accomplishment for having protected a certain beauty. Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression? I'm just getting some water. Senior, why didn't you tell me you were coming over? Wang Sheng casually replied, inviting Xin Qianlin to sit on the sofa while he took a seat at the diagonal corner of the coffee table. I didn't prepare anything in advance, so I hope you don't mind. Xin Qianlin blinked and muttered softly, what a nice society. Xin Qianlin cleared her throat, holding the gift box with both hands. I'm here to thank you. If it weren't for you stopping me back then, I might have already been gone. So please don't refuse. Wang Sheng smiled gently as he walked over to accept the gift seriously, looking at the contents. A watch. A clock. This is the first salary I earned from working after the college entrance exam. I didn't spend any of my dad's allowance, so please accept it. Xin Qianlin's face flushed slightly, her gaze wandering without realizing it. Wang Sheng had sat down next to her. Stealing a glance at this junior's profile, her heartbeat became increasingly pronounced. Having just finished the college entrance exam, she had successfully transformed into a university student during this summer and had received her parents' permission to experience the sweetness of first love as long as she didn't do anything bad. This junior looked quite good and exuded a sense of reliability and calmness. Shen Qianlin's face inexplicably turned a bit red. Thank you, senior, I accept it. Wang Sheng carefully stored the gift box, which was basic courtesy then. He glanced at the beautiful girl sitting beside him before looking down at his phone screen. His parents would be back soon. If they discovered that a beautiful girl had been alone with him for more than a minute, he might not even have time to say he was leaving home for Wudong Mountain before he would be burned to ashes by his parents' blazing gossip flames. Can I just call you by your name? By the way, I'm Shen Qianlin, a year older than you probably didn't know that. She bit her lip, tasting the sweetness of her lip balm, and looked at Wang Sheng with some anxiety. Actually, I know senior, you're so famous in school, Wang Sheng replied with a smile. Shen Qianlin blinked and suddenly thought of something, explaining, I hope you don't mind my presumptuous visit. I couldn't find your phone number, so I had to ask the school teachers for your home address. Thank you for saving me. Wang Sheng, huh? Wang Sheng secretly glanced at the expression of this senior, noticing that she seemed a bit shy and was blushing repeatedly. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Although starting a summer romance with a beautiful senior would be a nice development, Wang Sheng still felt that he couldn't give up his already planned goals for a budding relationship. Being single is being single even if he has to remain single for a long time to pursue his cultivation. He still wants to be a transcendent figure that others look up to. Wang Sheng. Shen Qianlin seemed to have made up her mind, raising her head to look at Wang Sheng and asking softly, Do you have time tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or the day after that? In short, do you have time during the holiday? After saying that, she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Initiating a date was simply too embarrassing. Wang Sheng shook his head. I shouldn't have any. Then let's set a time. I want to invite you to eat, huh? Shen Qianlin blinked, feeling as if she had misheard, and instinctively recited the prepared lines. Wang Sheng smiled wryly and shrugged, pointing to the suitcase beside him. I'm going on a trip, so I probably won't be home for a while. A trip? Can I ask where you're going? The disappointment was evident in the senior's big eyes. Tentatively Wudong Mountain, and maybe to other places as well, Wang Sheng replied honestly. What are you going to Wudong Mountain for? To attend a summer camp? Yes, to participate in a martial arts summer camp. Shen Qianlin's eyes lit up, filled with admiration as she looked at Wang Sheng, her big eyes sparkling with stars. Are you going to learn martial arts? I've heard it's quite tough. You, junior, actually have such ambitions. I've always wanted to learn some taekwondo or something, but my parents never let me. Wang Sheng just smiled lightly. Although he felt a bit down for not being able to make plans with Wang Sheng, Shen Qianlin still tried to find some topics related to martial arts and chatted awkwardly with him for a few minutes. Due to her modesty, she didn't dare to stay too long in a boy's home, and just as Wang Sheng was getting into a conversation, she stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, the senior nervously asked, Can I exchange phone numbers with you or add you on WeChat? Sure, take it so you won't say I'm stingy. So generous. Wang Sheng certainly wouldn't refuse such a request, but deep down he knew that it would be hard for the two of them to have any future interactions. Wang Sheng didn't dislike Shen Qianlin's personality. In fact, he found her slightly extroverted demeanor quite dazzling. You don't need to see me off. My dad's car is waiting downstairs for me. Okay, bye. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng decisively stopped in his tracks and watched the senior enter the elevator. Sacrificing a beautiful senior and a lovely first love, may the immortal protect him and help him find a few powerful figures at Wudong Mountain to rely on. Closing the door, Wang Sheng turned to the bathroom, posed in front of the mirror, and unexpectedly discovered that he was a bit handsome in his youth. Unfortunately, this handsomeness couldn't be used to make a living, and after the revival of spiritual energy, the overall attractiveness of humans had slightly increased. He wasn't exactly a handsome man like Pan and or a striking figure like Shimin Qing, so it was hard to rely on looks to earn a living. Sniffing the air, he caught a faint scent of perfume lingering. Wang Sheng took an air freshener and sprayed a few times, resolutely refusing to give that couple a chance to gossip. Today's topic must be controlled by him. He had no intention of opening that watch, considering it a keepsake of his youth. It was 5:40. The fingerprint lock emitted a beeping sound, and a deep voice called from outside. Is Xiaoxing home? Mom and Dad are back. His mother, with a meticulously done makeup now ruined by sweat, and his father, complaining about the damn weather, rushed into the living room. Kicking off her high heels, his mother, still youthful, was lively like a newly graduated college student, flopping onto the sofa and kicking her legs. Having maintained her figure well, she radiated the beauty of a mature woman. This image of her at home made it hard to associate her with the elegant and cultured office worker. The air conditioning is indeed essential. Sigh. A great mother who works hard in the workplace for her son's future now needs the comfort of ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Listening to his mother's coquetry, Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly and got up to take out 2 ice creams from the fridge. As if nothing significant would happen next, Wang Sheng calmly handed one to his father, who had just come out of the bathroom, and walked over to his mother with the other. Mom, I want to discuss something with you. Slurp slurp, what can't you discuss with your dad? The slightly balding uncle laughed heartily, then pointed at the suitcase next to the sofa, licking his ice cream as he approached. Where are you going, Xiao Sheng? Planning to travel? With who? Your classmates? Are there any girls? Why didn't you tell me in advance? TSK, Dad's private little fund can provide you with an interest-free loan. Wang Sheng often felt that he was somewhat out of place in this family due to his lack of liveliness. Well, this was also proof of his parents' happy life. Taking a deep breath, he observed his parents' expressions and said seriously and calmly, I want to take a break from school for a while. I want to go to Wudong Mountain and be a Taoist for 2 years. Sure enough, both of them looked as if they had been struck mute, and the living room fell silent for 2 or 3 minutes. Thud. That was the sound of 2 ice creams hitting the floor simultaneously. Chapter 3. A Chance Encounter. On the morning of July 15th, in the central southern region of Dahua country, a high-speed train was smoothly speeding westward in the carriage hiss. Wang Sheng gently touched his cheek. The bruise was proof of yesterday's beating from his father. Outside the window, the fields were rapidly retreating. Wang Sheng looked worriedly at his still-healing face. He didn't care much about his appearance, but was concerned that showing up with an injury would leave a bad impression on his future master. Yesterday was truly chaotic. In Wang Sheng's memory, his usually calm dad was like an enraged lion. Although he was subdued by his mother after landing one punch, it made Wang Sheng feel how angry his parents were about his decision. Wang Sheng turned to glance at his parents on the other side of the aisle. His father was looking away, while his mother forced a gentle smile at him. The argument from last night seemed to still echo in his ears, but regardless, Wang Sheng's determination and stubbornness ultimately convinced his parents, with the condition that he could only take a break for a year at most. A year was enough for him to achieve some small accomplishments and then show his parents the wonders of Taoist magic. Besides the 1-year limit on his break, his parents also set 3 rules for him, such as not shaving his head and not engaging in dangerous activities. Furthermore, they insisted on accompanying him up the mountain, ensuring that he settled down and that life was stable and safe before they would return home. To that end, they hurriedly canceled their planned 19th honeymoon abroad, booked tickets, and boarded this high-speed train, even shamelessly swapping seats with 2 travelers. They really had it tough. Glancing at his phone map, he still had over 300 kilometers to his destination, with several stops along the way. He would likely arrive at his first destination on the mountain, Wudong, in a little over 2 hours. Wang Sheng's purpose was very clear, was not going to Wudong Mountain just to casually find a temple and spend some money on incense that would be pointless. He was looking for a master who could guide him in his cultivation and a sect that could protect him in the future. Thanks to the development of online information, various cultivation forces emerged like mushrooms after rain, and there was a lot of news circulating online. Wang Sheng had always paid attention to these matters in his previous life. At this point in time, those sects and forces that had not yet gained the world's attention had relatively few restrictions on accepting disciples. Having a sincere heart and preparing some resources was usually enough. Wang Sheng was now a 17-year-old boy, barely fitting the rule of no more than 18 years old to become a disciple. He actually had many choices, but after careful consideration, he first opted for a place with a lower threshold for him, Wudong Mountain, a sacred site of Taoism. In Wang Sheng's memory, during the last month of his 31st year, 6 or 7 Taoists from Wudong Mountain were listed among the top 100 masters in the heavenly ranking updated by the Immortal Tao Council online. Although their rankings were not particularly high, there were already quite good options for him to choose as a master. In the past 4 months, besides activating his body through intense training, Wang Sheng also made thorough preparations to ensure that he could find a reputable master without raising any suspicion. With some time to spare, Wang Sheng rubbed his temples and began to review the knowledge points mainly derived from several well-known Taoist classics. Going up the mountain to find a master was not much simpler than attending an interview. Wudong Mountain is a significant presence in martial arts novels, representing the righteous martial world, and historically it is a well-known place for hidden cultivation, also known by various names like Taiha Mountain. Thanks to the spread of martial arts novels, whenever Wudong Mountain is mentioned, the first thing that comes to mind is the martial arts master of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty Zhang Sanfeng of Tai Chi. This is similar to how, when mentioning Yin Jiping, people first think of a lecherous Taoist who took advantage of others rather than the sixth-generation master of the Chuanjian school. Of course, Wang Sheng's current goal had little to do with this divine person Sanfeng. Tracing back to the Yuan and Ming dynasties, Wudong Mountain had been a sacred place for seeking immortality and cultivation since the late Han dynasty, earning the reputation of ninth among the 72 blessed lands 1,000 years ago. However, in the present day, Wudong only retained many legends and Taoist classics, along with the widely circulated Wudong martial arts. With his parents around, Wang Sheng, who originally had a tight budget for travel, could enjoy the convenience of a hired car, saving him some walking. But when the family of three entered the gate of Wudong Mountain, the driver took the money and just dropped them off inside the gate before they could react. The car drove away. This made Wang Sheng's parents feel frustrated as they saw vehicles continuously heading up the mountain. Being scammed was minor, but walking was a big deal. "Mom, just think of it as a workout with Dad. I'll carry the luggage," Wang Sheng said with a smile, taking his parents' suitcase, his arms bulging with muscle, which made his mother feel a sense of pride. The mountain was much cooler than the plains, and this bit of weight wouldn't make Wang Sheng sweat profusely. The trails of Wudong Mountain were not too steep, so climbing didn't require too much effort. After passing by Hualongwen, Wang Sheng carried his suitcase and walked briskly, intentionally leaving his parents behind. He was genuinely worried that they might try to interfere with him at all costs. Along the way, the mountain stream was hidden among the forest, and birds chirped in the valley. The winding paths seemed to lead nowhere, and the flow of people never ceased. Wang Sheng was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. He was constantly thinking about what details he should pay attention to when meeting these future masters, and how to make them take notice of him and value him as a disciple. In his previous life, he had come to Wudong Mountain hoping for luck, but unfortunately, when he arrived, the mountain gate was already half closed, and many young people like him seeking the Tao were turned away. But at this moment, it was still a tourist destination, and the Taoists had to rely on incense offerings and rituals for their livelihood, inevitably adding a lot of mundane atmosphere. After passing Laojun Hall, Taishang Rock, and Prince Slope, Wang Sheng headed straight for Zixiao Palace, located halfway up the mountain. There were actually many newer Taoist temples on Wudong Mountain, but these temples were more like martial arts schools, with children practicing martial arts inside, similar to the situation at Northern Shaolin. Of course, there were tuition fees as well. Upon entering Zixiao Palace, Wang Sheng began to wander around. The not so good quality speakers were looping traditional music, and the smoke from the green cauldron curled up gently, making the place look like a palace among the clouds. The palace building with the three characters Zixiao Hall hanging on it did not appear very grand. At least in Wang Sheng's impression, many not so famous Buddhist temples had more imposing main halls than this Zixiao Hall. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Sheng, holding two suitcases and wearing a smile, stopped the Taoist who was looking down at his phone, politely greeted him a few times, and then directly stated his purpose. This Taoist spoke with a strong accent. "Young man, are you looking for Master Gao? For what? To become a disciple? Oh, Master Chen has gone abroad for a performance. You probably won't see him in the next few months." Gao Shixing, who ranked among the top 30 in the future heavenly ranking, was considered a representative of Wudong martial arts before the revival of the world's vital energy. After the revival, Gao Shixing appeared to grow younger and was said to have entered the Tao through martial arts. In fact, this master had publicly stated that he was a successor of the Wudong lineage of cultivation. Going abroad for a performance? That seemed reasonable. This Taoist was not a celebrity, and his schedule could generally not be found online. Wang Sheng couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Then he politely exchanged greetings with the Taoist again and inquired about other future masters of the Wudong sect, whose names he remembered. Unfortunately, either the Taoist was not familiar with them or they were not in Zixiao Palace. In short, after working hard for half a day, Wang Sheng ended up with nothing. "Young man, you don't seem to be an adult yet, do you?" The Taoist patted Wang Sheng's shoulder and earnestly advised him. "If you're going to study, just study. Don't be fooled by those stories and novels. If you really want to learn martial arts, I can recommend a few for you. Look at this, we have a Wudong martial arts temple joint enrollment group." Wang Sheng felt a bit confused as he added a few WeChat groups on his phone, and only then did the Taoist seem satisfied and let him go. With his parents still not there, Wang Sheng searched inside and outside Zixiao Palace, but ultimately sighed helplessly, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and the flame in his heart was somewhat extinguished. However, this level of setback clearly could not make him give up on this long-awaited trip to Wudong Mountain. His next destination was Shangjinding, to Taiya Palace. He contacted his parents by phone, telling them to grab a bite to eat in Zixiao Palace and wait for him. They reluctantly agreed. Finding the stone steps, Wang Sheng continued to climb towards the back mountain, still full of energy. It also proved true that good things take time. Wang Sheng searched for a long time, but couldn't find the immortal master he had in mind. Instead, he saw many Taoists and Taoist nuns, as well as some recluses cultivating in the mountains. Sigh, searching for immortals in the mountains, but the immortals are not home. To ask where the heart belongs, where does the flower of the Tao bloom? Around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Sheng's parents found him looking somewhat dejected by the stone steps behind Zixiao Palace. What's wrong, Xiaosheng? His mother rushed over to ask, her face filled with concern. It's nothing, just couldn't find the Taoist I wanted to apprentice under. Wang Sheng scratched his head. He couldn't reveal his feelings to his parents, so he could only force a smile. Let's stay on the mountain for a night. Tomorrow I'll look again. If I still can't find a suitable master, I'll just go back with you. Then he would choose the next cultivation sect. Wang Sheng's parents instantly felt much better, but there were no rooms available for accommodation on the mountain that day. Fortunately, it was still early, and Wang Sheng took his luggage and led his parents down the mountain, seeking immortals, but not finding them. Perhaps this was just not the right time. Immortal fate and source, mysterious and profound. Wang Sheng sighed. Lightly, his arm holding the suitcase felt a bit sore and numb. He turned to glance at his parents, who were resting halfway down, and a slight sense of guilt arose in his heart. Just ahead was the Longquan Temple, and Wang Sheng tugged at his suitcase, wanting to go admire this small temple. However, after just a couple of steps, he was drawn to an inconspicuous old bookstall in a corner by the roadside. The stall displayed more than 10 ancient books, with a greasy cloth curtain hanging in front, on which were written 8 strong characters: fortune-telling, blessings, medicine, and martial arts. Behind the stall sat a tall, thin Taoist priest who was dozing off in a rattan chair. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, and even in his sleep, he occasionally scratched at his collar. His long hair, which hadn't been washed in a long time, was tied up with a Taoist band on top of his head, adding a touch of an otherworldly aura. As Wang Sheng got closer, he could smell an odor that suggested he hadn't bathed or changed clothes in over half a month. Initially, Wang Sheng was attracted to the ancient books at the stall, but as he got nearer, he subconsciously began to scrutinize the Taoist priest. Suddenly, it was as if lightning struck him. His finger trembled slightly, and he lost grip on his suitcase, which fell directly to the ground. Bang! The scruffy Taoist, who had been sleeping with his head tilted back, opened his eyes a crack and faced Wang Sheng. The shock and joy in Wang Sheng's heart were completely written on his face in that moment. The tall, thin Taoist blinked and, touching his clean chin, mumbled, "Do I really have such a big, illegitimate child?" "Taoist, you are?" Wang Sheng was about to shout the name that was on the tip of his tongue, but his remaining rationality suppressed this impulse, and the words changed to, "Selling ancient books?" The Taoist was amused by Wang Sheng's abrupt change in tone, and he smiled as he looked over Wang Sheng's attire, noticing he dressed like someone with pocket money, which made him nod in satisfaction. Then, the Taoist shook his sleeves, sat upright, and spoke slowly in a refined voice. "Martial arts manuals at wholesale price, 300 each, with discounts for bulk purchases. This is the true ancient martial arts inheritance of Wudong, guaranteed to let you walk the world alone and laugh proudly in the universe. There are also some recommended combinations of inner and outer martial arts techniques. If you, young practitioner, have needs in inner strength, you can join the accelerated class I teach on inner breathing. Young practitioner, meeting martial arts today is fate. Don't miss out on the opportunities in life." Wang Sheng nodded heavily at his words, stepped forward 2 paces, and stared at the Taoist with intense focus. Fate. Yes, that's right, this was his fate. "Please, Taoist, take me as your disciple. I wish to follow you and learn the ways of the Tao." Chapter 4. The 3 questions of apprenticeship. Apprenticeship in the way? With me? Being suddenly confronted like this, I really didn't know how to respond. I didn't expect that the hidden aura of a master, cultivated over many years, would be seen through so easily by a young person like you. The Taoist priest smiled somewhat dismissively, his words meandering, yet his gaze was incredibly clear. This made Wang Sheng feel a bit anxious. Desiring to rush things often leads to failure. Wang Sheng didn't dare to kneel down and forcefully ask to be accepted as a disciple right away. He could only look back at the Taoist priest with the most sincere gaze while being observed. The tall and thin Taoist priest looked away and asked with a smile, "If you want to learn martial arts, there are plenty of martial arts schools on this mountain." Wang Sheng earnestly replied, "Master, I came to Wudong Mountain to seek immortality and the way. I wish to find a master to follow and cultivate. Upon seeing you, I knew I had found the right person." The tall and thin Taoist furrowed his brow. "If you said you came to learn martial arts, that would be more credible. But you keep talking about seeking immortality and the way. Have you really seen anyone practicing any Taoist arts?" Wang Sheng had already thought about how to respond. He said seriously, "Disciple is ignorant. In school, I studied Taoist texts. I believe that the way is a spirit, a different understanding of heaven and earth, the universe, and also a spiritual pursuit that I wish to follow." The tall and thin Taoist chuckled awkwardly and didn't press further. He pointed in the direction of Zhixiao Palace and asked, "Is there no Taoist there?" "There is." Wang Sheng momentarily didn't know what else to say. "I have searched all over Wudong Mountain and couldn't find the master I wanted to apprentice with. But upon meeting you, Master, I knew you are not an ordinary person. Please, Master, accept me as your disciple." Flattery is often awkward, and Wang Sheng felt a bit embarrassed. The Taoist laughed silently and slowly stood up from the rattan chair. Wang Sheng saw that this master, who would soon be famous, was actually much taller than himself at this moment. I won't fully grow until I'm 19. The Taoist stood tall, his shoulders relaxed, breathing steady. Although his appearance was a bit disheveled, there was an indescribable demeanor about him. Perhaps this is what a true cultivator looks like. Even without having stepped onto the true path of cultivation, he had spent decades honing himself, and at this moment, he still exuded an aura that came from within. This kind of intangible accumulation only needs the infusion of the world's essence to bring about a terrifying explosion. Wang Sheng made up his mind. He had to become this master's disciple no matter what. Hearing the Taoist, who sold martial arts manuals, speak gently, "You are quite interesting, young man, full of talk about the way and yet being picky about finding a master. What's even more amusing is that you have your eyes set on me. Every year, countless people come to Wudong Mountain to seek apprenticeship. You just need to find a master on the mountain, offer some incense, and you can naturally cultivate here. I only hold a title here. I want to teach disciples to chant scriptures and worship gods. Although I have a disciple, I don't usually manage her much." Although the Taoist said this, he was observing Wang Sheng's features and felt that this seedling was quite good. This young man seemed to have gone through a great calamity. But now he appeared to have the fortune that comes after. Perhaps because of this calamity, he was somewhat resistant to his original living environment, which led him to think of leaving home. Thus, this Taoist actually thought Wang Sheng could enter the door. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said softly, "Master, I am foolish and do not know how to express myself. I sincerely wish to follow you in cultivation, willing to shave my head and enter the door, receiving the precepts of the Taoist school to become a secluded Taoist in the mountains." "Oh." The Taoist raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you know what you were saying?" Wang Sheng nodded seriously. "Yes, Master, I know." The Taoist pondered for a moment, sat back down in the rattan chair, and asked, "Do you have parents?" "I have parents. And they have come along, just behind. You will see them shortly, Master." Wang Sheng turned to take a look. His parents had already started to head down. After some thought, Wang Sheng added, "My parents are still healthy, so I won't have too many concerns while cultivating in the mountains. When they grow old, I will serve them dutifully." "I see. You brought your parents with you, which shows some sincerity. I was thinking you might be one of those characters who ran away from home after reading too many novels or movies, thinking Wudong Mountain is a police station. Or that you could buy the accounts of the Three Pure Ones and the Emperor of the North." The Taoist lightly mocked a few times and said leisurely, "The matter of apprenticeship is not impossible. Although my Taoist arts are not profound, it wouldn't be too much of a strain to take on a disciple. I have 3 questions. If you can answer them, I will let your parents come over to talk to me." "Yes." Wang Sheng almost smiled broadly. Nowadays, most young people coming to these famous Taoist mountains are just there to learn martial arts, and very few would consider leaving home at a young age. Wang Sheng took a deep breath and looked intently at the Taoist. The Taoist smirked. "Don't look at me like that. I am a certified proper Taoist." Wang Sheng also smiled, quickly suppressing his grin, and said, "Please ask, Master." "First question, you said you want to cultivate the way. What do you think the way is?" The disciple replied, "I do not know what the way is, so I wish to follow my master to understand what the way is." Wang Sheng recalled the prepared statement and said, word for word, very earnestly, according to my understanding at this moment, the way is nature, it is order. It is the law of principles. Cultivating the way is nothing more than cultivating the heart, the body, the law, and nature. If one can be in the way, one can naturally be at ease. There is an ancient saying, to hear the way in the morning, one can die in the evening. If I can follow my master to understand the way, to comprehend the way, and to swim in the way, then I would not have wasted this life, nor this journey. After finishing, Wang Sheng wasn't sure if he had said too much or too little, and he waited anxiously. Not having wasted this life, nor this journey? The Taoist murmured a few words, rubbed his forehead, and laughed. You think I'm your master? Haha. Where did you get these grand theories? You say you haven't read too many novels. Wang Sheng could only scratch his head, smiling foolishly. I ask you again. Second question. The Taoist suddenly said sharply, his previous laziness replaced by intensity, his gaze like lightning, staring at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng instinctively wanted to dodge, but his heart trembled slightly, and he met the Taoist's gaze calmly. He was here to seek apprenticeship and learn the way. Although his motives were somewhat impure, he had no ill intentions and was clear and honest, so he did not need to fear such scrutiny. Please ask, what are the 5 arts of the Taoist school? Wang Sheng answered calmly, mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. Mountain refers to Taoist techniques and immortal methods, which nowadays mostly refer to Taoist martial arts. Medicine refers to Taoist medicine. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 Taoists are doctors. He spoke fluidly for several hundred words without pausing. Oh, it seems you have indeed put in some effort, the Taoist said with a smile, clearly pleased. Wang Sheng let out a slight sigh of relief. The Taoist could indeed be quite intimidating when he got serious. He was genuinely afraid that this Taoist might slap him to death if he were displeased. After all, in a few years, this master, who had been immersed in essence for over a decade, would be capable of severing clouds with a single palm. On various official and unofficial rankings, he would always hold a place in the top 10 or 5. Young man, I must say, I like you a bit, the Taoist said, stroking his chin with a light laugh. Well then, third question. What should I ask? Taoist sects? The history of the Taoist school? Or should I test him on the teachings of Huang Lao or the words of Laozi? Tao Te Ching, Laozi's commentary? Wang Sheng has already started preparing his answer, and the Taoist priest cleared his throat and calmly asked a question that nearly made Wang Sheng explode on the spot. The Taoist priest smiled and said, if you want to take me as your master, then if I fell into the water with your father and was about to drown, who would you save first? Wang Sheng's mouth twitched continuously as the Taoist priest looked at him with a smile, as if to say, this little trick won't stump you. The question seemed absurd and humorous, but it was actually very tricky, because he couldn't save either one first. If he saved his master first, that would be unfilial to his parents. There's a saying in the Taoist community that unfilial people cannot become enlightened. If he saved his parents first, it would be as if he was belittling his master, even though he verbally called his master like a parent. Making such a choice clearly showed a discrepancy between his words and actions. In an instant, Wang Sheng was sweating profusely. If he followed his heart, he would definitely save his parents. The Taoist priest urged again, who will you save first? I will save my dad. As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist priest's smile immediately faded, and he sat there staring at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was also a bit flustered and hurriedly thought of a reasonable explanation. Before he could open his mouth to explain, the Taoist priest suddenly stood up, turned over the makeshift bookstall, stepped past Wang Sheng, and walked a few steps forward. Wang Sheng was a bit confused and turned to look, only to find that his parents had already approached. Greetings, 2 lay practitioners. The Taoist priest went up and made a respectful bow, saying in a clear voice, I am Qin Yanzi, a practitioner from Wudong Mountain. Here is my Taoist certificate. Please take a look. There is a stamp from the Taoist Association, and you can also find my information in the archives on the mountain. Qin Yanzi, indeed, was quite the big shot. Wang Sheng was first taken aback, then smiled broadly, realizing he had passed the previous 3 questions. Hearing Qin Yanzi say, this young practitioner wishes to take me as his master for cultivation. I, see that he has a good disposition for the Tao, and I am considering taking him as a disciple. However, in order to leave home and practice, parental consent is necessary. I wonder what your opinions are. Leave home. That's not acceptable. Upon hearing this from his mother, Wang Sheng knew that he wouldn't be able to take on a master today. There was no way. He could only find a way to persuade his parents to accompany him to find Bu Yinzi to take him as a disciple. How to persuade them? At worst, Wang Sheng would just have to lose face in front of his parents and cry, make a scene, and threaten to starve himself. He had finally found such a big tree in Qing Yinzi, and he absolutely had to hold on tight. Perhaps seeing that Wang Sheng looked a bit dejected, his father pulled at his wife and beckoned Qing Yinzi aside, saying, "Taoist, let's talk over here." Wang Sheng wanted to follow but was stopped by his father's gesture, leaving him standing next to the suitcase waiting anxiously. Sigh. To pacify external troubles, one must first stabilize internal ones. The ancients did not deceive me. A few minutes later, Qing Yinzi returned with a cheerful expression, and Wang Sheng's parents were also smiling, looking relieved as they followed the Taoist priest. Wang Sheng had more or less guessed the outcome. "Wang Sheng," Qing Yinzi called him. Seeing the big shot smiling at him, Wang Sheng quickly responded, "Yes, disciple is here. Since your parents don't oppose your cultivation, you can stay on the mountain for now. Tonight, accompany your parents to the hotel at the foot of the mountain and gather again. Tomorrow morning, come back up the mountain and wait for me here." After saying this, he floated away, not even bothering to pack up the makeshift bookstall. What the heck? Wang Sheng stared at his father and then at his mother, who both suddenly showed warm smiles. His father waved his hand. "Come on, son, let's go down the mountain and find a hotel to stay for the night." "Dad, Mom, what's going on?" Wang Sheng scratched his head, even pinching his thigh, which made him gasp in pain. "Let's go," his mother said as she came over and linked arms with Wang Sheng. "It's just going up the mountain to practice the Tao, and your parents have agreed." Hearing this, how could he trust it when it sounded like just a punctuation mark? There was definitely a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Chapter 5. A gift for the senior sister. No matter how Wang Sheng asked, his parents only looked at him with loving gazes, saying little else, encouraging him to practice well on Wudong Mountain and learn some protective sword techniques and lightness skills. His mother said, "Pursuing your dreams is a happy thing. Keep it up." His father added, "Actually, I had a dream of becoming an immortal when I was young, but unfortunately, I met your mother, had you, and had to quell my inner restlessness." What kind of operation is this? Based on Wang Sheng's understanding of his parents, the credibility of these words was barely below 1%. Wang Sheng didn't think too much about it. He couldn't understand what was going on anyway. He was genuinely afraid that when he went up the mountain tomorrow, he would never encounter Qing Yinzi again, as this couple was definitely capable of that. After accompanying his parents for a sumptuous vegetarian meal, Wang Sheng returned to his room early to lie down, tossing and turning all night. The next morning, before dawn, Wang Sheng got up and packed his things. He ordered breakfast for his parents, left a note, and took his suitcase back up Wudong Mountain. The morning light was dim, and the mist was thick. Wudong Mountain in the morning had a different appearance. He could see many young people seriously practicing Tai Chi on the mountain path. And there were also a few young disciples in Taoist robes dancing with unsharpened long swords in the bamboo forest by the roadside, giving a bit of the atmosphere of a grand sect. Qing Yinzi. This name seemed to have been hanging high on various lists since the early rise of Taoism. Yet no one ever added Wudong Mountain after his name. When Wang Sheng saw Qing Yinzi yesterday, he was too busy being amazed. Now that he thought back to it, Qing Yinzi was tall and slender, not particularly handsome, but his appearance exuded a sense of cleanliness. When he walked, his shoulders were relaxed, his steps light, and every movement carried an indescribable charm, the charm of the Tao. To others, Qing Yinzi might just seem like a hidden martial arts master, but in Wang Sheng's eyes, this big shot had probably already opened all his meridians, and once the heavenly essence returned, he could directly ride the wind and vanish into the clouds. The old bookstall was still there, and there was no sign of Taoist Qing Yinzi yet. It had been there all day without anyone touching it. Wang Sheng leaned over to take a look. Titles like True Explanation of Wudong Sword Techniques, Complete Guide to the 7 Stars Sword, 90 Manual, and Buddha's Palm amused him. Then, Wang Sheng sighed, standing by his luggage and thinking about how big of a loss it would be if Qing Yinzi and his parents had conspired to deliberately stand him up. Missing out on the greatest opportunity of his life would be a tremendous loss. He would probably regret it for the rest of his life. But no matter what, he couldn't blame his parents. They were worrying for him, but now there were many things he couldn't explain to them. Quite early, young man. A hearty yawn sounded from behind him, and Wang Sheng's spirit jolted. He quickly turned to look and saw a middle-aged Taoist priest in a white and blue robe gracefully approaching along the mountain path. He took large strides, and even the steep path seemed flat beneath his feet. In just a few hops, he reached Wang Sheng, looking at him with sleepy eyes. A strong scent of soap wafted over. Today, Qing Yinzi seemed to have tidied himself up a bit, and his robe had a somewhat new feel to it. This Taoist priest must have been quite a handsome man when he was younger, and he certainly didn't look old now. Wang Sheng licked his lips. His throat trembled a few times, and finally shouted, "Master, master. Don't. Just call me Taoist priest for now," Qing Yinzi said with a light laugh. As he tidied up his old book stall, he simply turned the rattan chair upside down and pressed it on top of the worn-out books. Qing Yinzi continued, "Let me explain first. I have accepted a sum for your parents as a consolation fee and for meals. Next is your entrance examination period, which will last until the start of your high school. I will assess your character and virtue before deciding whether to accept you as a disciple. Of course, considering that consolation fee, I will also put you through various trials to help you understand the hardships of living in the mountains. Although there is internet and express delivery here, and it seems only a few miles away from the mundane world, it is vastly different from the colorful world you are used to. Consolation fee? So that's how it is," Wang Sheng said with a bitter smile, patting his forehead. His parents really had a knack for unexpected actions, directly bribing a future Taoist master. Seeing Qing Yinzi coming to take his suitcase, he quickly grabbed it in his hands. "As a disciple, I don't dare to trouble my master." Qing Yinzi did not correct his way of addressing him, leading the way leisurely. "This way. My residence is in the back mountain. This mountain path is poorly maintained, so watch your step." Watching Qing Yinzi ascend the mountain as if it were flat ground, Wang Sheng couldn't help but grin. No matter what, he would hold onto this big tree for stability. If Taoist priest Qing Yinzi could be encountered at the old book stall, it seemed that the luck accumulated over 2 lifetimes had been spent on this. However, speaking of which, before the revival of the world's vital energy, Qing Yinzi was actually setting up a stall to tell fortunes on Wudong Mountain, deceiving innocent youths passing by. It truly was something else. After climbing for a while, when he looked back, he could faintly see a corner of the purple cloud palace's flying eaves. Gradually, the stone steps turned into a white dirt road. After walking for a while, it changed into a mountain path covered with green moss. "How's the scenery around here?" Qing Yinzi asked softly. Wang Sheng, who had been walking with his head down, looked up at the sound and realized they had unknowingly walked deep into the mountains. Looking around, it seemed that the clouds and mist were continuously rising from the sparsely populated forest, drifting into deeper mountain woods, transforming into the ethereal mist in people's eyes. In his previous life, finding a place like this was incredibly difficult. By the time Wang Sheng began his cultivation, such places were mostly occupied by various Taoist temples. Furthermore, in his last life, he had neither a master nor any techniques. He could only piece things together online. Even if he had secretly snuck into such a good cultivation place, it would just be a waste of the land. Cultivation emphasizes methods, wealth, companions, land, hard work, and insight. These are merely the basics. Even with effort, there is no guarantee of satisfactory returns. Wang Sheng had a profound understanding of this principle. After turning past a grove, Qing Yinzi smiled and said, "We're here. Are you a bit disappointed?" Wang Sheng, carrying his suitcase, hurried to his master's side and peeked to the left. What met his eyes was a somewhat dilapidated small courtyard, with several green-tiled houses inside. The eaves were overgrown with grass, the brick paint was peeling, and the courtyard gate had only half a piece left. This must be a dangerous building from hundreds of years ago. Fortunately, this place was still livable. Qing Yinzi asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Wang Sheng scratched his head and could only say, "It's quite serene." Qing Yinzi immediately threw his head back and laughed. Wang Sheng noticed that his master loved to laugh. And when he did, it was quite charming. From a purely aesthetic perspective, Wang Sheng felt that Qing Yinzi must have charmed many female pilgrims when he was young. Of course, his master's charm was still extraordinary now. No matter what, this would be his greatest support in the future, and he must treat him well. Qing Yinzi waved his sleeve and led Wang Sheng into the courtyard, loudly proclaiming, "A carefree guest in a shabby tile house, unbound by the mundane world. Xiaoxian, don't you want to see your junior apprentice? Come quickly." Wang Sheng blinked, suddenly remembering that Qing Yinzi had mentioned he seemed to have another disciple. Did he have a senior brother or sister? Just as Wang Sheng was thinking this, he saw a paper-covered window in the house directly opposite the courtyard door being pushed open slightly, and a pair of curious eyes peered out at the situation in the courtyard. "What clear eyes! Come in, don't just stand there." Qing Yinzi stepped into the house, and for some reason, Wang Sheng felt slightly nervous and was curious about what this senior brother or sister looked like. Both doors of the house had several pieces of glass, which seemed to block the wind better than the windows. Upon entering, Qing Yinzi sat directly on a grandmaster chair, missing half a leg. Wang Sheng glanced at the earthen Kong beside him and immediately revealed a slight smile. It was a senior sister, a rather elegant-looking senior sister at that. She seemed a bit frail, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old. With neatly trimmed short hair, the gray shirt, washed to a pale color, made the original pattern unrecognizable. She naturally sat cross-legged by the window, tilting her head to observe him. Her plain face was not particularly beautiful, but her features were well-defined and lively. What should his reaction be at this moment? Should he take out the snacks from his suitcase and hand them over? Did he think he was here to comfort her in the mountains? No matter how rudimentary this place was, he could not forget his purpose for coming to the mountains. To become a disciple, to learn the Tao, to change his fate. Wang Sheng clasped his fists in a formal manner towards the senior sister and said earnestly, "Greetings, senior sister, I am Wang Sheng. Please guide me in the future." The girl blinked and then smiled happily, mimicking Wang Sheng's gesture of clasping her fists, and replied, Qing Yinzi immediately revealed a light smile, and his gaze towards Wang Sheng held a bit more appreciation and fondness. Qing Yinzi said, "She has always been shy. The fact that she didn't hide from you shows that you two have some affinity. Xiaoxian is 18 this year and has been a disciple for 18 years. Although you have yet to formally join my sect, calling her senior sister is not unreasonable. 18 years as a disciple? She must have been raised by the master since she was born. Just born? There might be some story behind this, but Wang Sheng did not dare to inquire casually, especially in front of the person involved. Qing Yinzi said, "You two introduce yourselves. Even if you can't pass the entrance test, you can still be considered a named disciple of the master." Wang Sheng had to repeat, "Greetings, senior sister, I am Wang Sheng. The senior sister on the Kong nodded seriously again, as if indicating that she remembered him. Wang Sheng looked at his master with some confusion. Qing Yinzi sighed and said, "Xiaoxian has always been deficient since childhood. Over the years, she has been nourished with herbs. Although she has mostly made up for it, she still suffers from a lack of eloquence. Her name was given by me. Mu Yi for the shepherd, Qian Fa for the twist, and Xian for the grass. Mu surname? That's quite rare. However, the master was indeed good at naming. Qian Xian, Qian Mu Qian Xian." Wang Sheng turned to stare at his master, almost causing Qing Yinzi, who was drinking tea from a thermos, to choke. "What are you so excited about? My senior sister is called Mu Qian Xian? Of course." Qing Yinzi laughed and scolded, "This was given by me. Would I tell you it was wrong?" Next to them, the senior sister's clear laughter sounded, clearly amused by the expression of her newly arrived junior brother. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, pressed his hand against his chest, and repeatedly told himself to remain calm. He must remain calm, even if the silent fairy Mu Qianxian, who had been ranked 8th or 9th on the heavenly list for years, was sitting on the earthen Kong beside him. He must maintain his composure. This isn't right. The stunning Qingyi fairy, who captivated the world with just a glimpse in the video. How could she be so thin and small? "Master, can I sit for a while? We don't have so many formalities here. Just treat it like your own home." "Ah, thank you, master." Wang Sheng, feeling a bit weak in the legs, sat down by the Kong, turning his head to look at this and then that. No words from Taoist Qinjianzi. No words from Fairy Mu Wanxian. Indeed, these nicknames are so similar. Having followed the rumors of these great masters for so many years, how did he not realize they could be master and disciple? "Master, I'm going to take a walk in the yard." Wang Sheng ran out of the yard in 2 steps, having pinched his thigh for the 3rd time today, and stood there unable to hold back a burst of laughter. 2 top 10 masters on the heavenly rankings are guarding him. This is the rhythm for him to walk across the world in the future. Ha! Inside the house, a pair of master and disciple exchanged glances. The girl secretly pointed outside and then at her head. Taoist Qinjianzi sighed with a look of compassion, slowly nodded, and said, "If there were normal children here, who would be willing to send them to the mountains to suffer? As the senior sister, you should take care of your junior brother more in the future." The girl nodded earnestly in agreement. Taoist Qinjianzi smiled as he watched Wang Sheng, who had already calmed down in the courtyard. The sun was warm, and the boy's figure was bathed in a layer of light. Quite good, he is at a proper age. Chapter 6. Entry training. Wang Sheng's room was arranged in the main house, sharing a clay Kong with his senior sister, separated by just a wall and a curtain. Taoist Qinjianzi lived in the side room, and he took Wang Sheng to observe it. Like the main house, the side room was simply decorated with a water tank, a wooden bed, an old small LCD TV, and a laptop covered in dust. The closet was a mess, with a few sets of dirty Dao robes that hadn't been washed in who knows how long. Returning to the main room, Wang Sheng found a quilt on his wooden bed, still carrying the faint scent of his master. It must have been taken from his master's bed and placed over here. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, Wang Sheng didn't say much, simply keeping the care from Taoist Qinjianzi in his heart. After resting for about an hour, Wang Sheng was called to the courtyard by his master. His senior sister was sitting in a big armchair at the door to avoid the sunlight, her little feet happily swinging. According to the rules, there needed to be a period of assessment before passing on the teachings to the disciples. So the upcoming training was not just because of the money from your parents. Taoist Qinjianzi had already changed out of the only outfit suitable for appearances, as wearing 2 layers was hot. Be mentally prepared. Don't be too overconfident, Taoist Qinjianzi said with a smile. If you can't hold on and want to go back, I won't force you to stay on the mountain. Wang Sheng said seriously. As long as it's not the master driving me down the mountain, I won't give up no matter what. Good. That youthful spirit is nice. Do you see that grinding stone over there? Taoist Qinjianzi pointed to the stone mill in the corner. Can you use it? Wang Sheng nodded slowly. I've seen it online. That's good. Go ahead and grind those 2 bags of wheat into flour before lunch. Yes. Wang Sheng immediately responded, then rushed over as if ready to fight. He studied the principle for a bit, roughly understanding that it relied on the weight of the 2 grinding stones to crush the wheat into flour. He had seen similar scenes in old TV dramas. So he tried pouring the wheat into the hole in the middle of the mill and began to push the millstone. The grinding teeth rubbed against each other, producing a little flour. The wisdom of ancient people was contained within. It wasn't too laborious. Without saying a word, Wang Sheng began to turn in a steady manner, trying to grip the end of the wooden handle to save some effort. Taoist Qinjianzi nodded gently upon seeing this, not rash and with a good temperament. Then the Taoist turned and called out, Xiaoxian, the cold air is gone. You can come out to practice now. Oh, Mu Wanxian nimbly jumped out from the house. Wang Sheng couldn't help but look up, seeing that this senior sister indeed seemed to be somewhat underdeveloped, thinking about how he could help her supplement some nutrition in the future. Then, through the courtyard gate, Wang Sheng saw his master and senior sister sitting cross-legged on 2 smooth stone pedestals in front of the door, quietly meditating. Wang Sheng felt a rush of excitement in his heart. It really is like this. Even if there has always been a lack of natural energy, the tradition of cultivation still exists. Even if Taoist Qinjianzi, like other Taoists, regarded this closed-eye meditation as a process of calming the mind, what kind of terrifying accumulation would such cultivation over the years bring? When the natural energy of heaven and earth begins to recover, it's no wonder they would be so much stronger than ordinary people who started cultivating at the same time. Wang Sheng grinned, feeling that he had more energy to push the mill, and continued to work hard. Once the entry training was completed, perhaps his master would teach him some cultivation methods. Although he unexpectedly got tied to 2 top figures on the heavenly rankings, Wang Sheng could not tolerate being satisfied with just enjoying the shade under a big tree. Nothing was more important than his own strength. Even if he couldn't compare to his senior sister, he couldn't let himself fall too far behind in the future. Although he didn't dare to think about the heavenly rankings now, the earth rankings, human rankings, and the outstanding rankings were still within reach. Step by step, grounded and steady, Taoist Qinjianzi and Mu Wanxian meditated for about 2 hours, and Mu Wanxian opened her eyes, humming some pop tunes from over a decade ago. Running to Wang Sheng by the mill, quietly watching him continue grinding flour. Hey, Wang Sheng, drenched in sweat, awkwardly looked up and smiled, his cracked lips immediately catching Mu Wanxian's attention. Mu Wanxian blinked, quickly ran into the house, and soon returned, holding a bowl of warm water without spilling a drop. Thank you, senior sister. Wang Sheng's throat felt dry. He took the bowl and drank a couple of gulps, his hands trembling a bit. The senior sister tugged at his clothes, pointing to the nearby room. Wang Sheng smiled and shook his head. I've just finished half of what master assigned. You go inside, senior sister. Don't stay out in the sun. Mu Wanxian glanced back at Taoist Qinjianzi sitting outside, and could only smile helplessly. Running back to get a small stool, sitting in the shade beside Wang Sheng to watch him grind. Even though Wang Sheng had undergone 4 months of physical training and had a decent foundation, doing this kind of work was still a first for him. Having finished grinding 2 small bags of flour, he was already too tired to straighten his back. Fortunately, Taoist Kinjianzi wasn't a heartless Taoist. Lunch was quite good, consisting of vegetarian buns and noodle soup that he bought from the Zixiao Palace cafeteria. Wang Sheng had never eaten such a filling meal before. After finishing, he sat in the chair, not wanting to move a finger. But as the youngest disciple in the sect, he also had to help with cleaning the bowls and chopsticks. After tidying up everything, the three of them sat in the cool part of the courtyard drinking tea. Taoist Kinjianzi smiled and said, "Thanks to the support of the two elegant laypeople, we can be a bit more relaxed in the coming months. And Wang Sheng should get a few new clothes." The two elegant laypeople didn't expect that their parents could also be associated with the word elegant. Mu Wanxian shook her head, pointing at Taoist Kinjianzi, then at Wang Sheng, and then tugging at her own sleeves. Taoist Kinjianzi laughed and said, "I have plenty of clothes. Just too lazy to wash them. Every year new clothes are distributed on the mountain. I can get a few sets. Master, I can pay some tuition." Wang Sheng Qing Yinzi waved his hand. "I have a fixed subsidy every month, but until last month I was buying herbs for your senior sister. So life has been a bit tight. Starting this month, I'm actually no longer worried about food and clothing. You are not yet my disciple. If you can endure and formally join my sect, then your living expenses will be taken care of by me. Practicing on the mountain doesn't require much expenditure. Besides, we can also engage in some side businesses during our spare time of cultivating and training." Side business? Wholesale martial arts manuals. Wang Sheng immediately put a hand to his forehead. Qing Yinzi smiled proudly, looking confident. He then instructed, "You can take a nap at noon. In the afternoon, go down the mountain to see your parents and reassure them. When you come back, bring 2 boxes of mineral water. Just buy the cheapest ones at the shop down the mountain. This will be your purchasing fund." "Yes, master." Wang Sheng took the crumpled 50 yuan bill, but didn't try to insist on paying himself. He had no ability to earn money before, and the money he spent was given by his parents, which didn't count as being self-sufficient. If he flaunted his parents' money, it might displease his master. Sure enough, Qing Yinzi looked at Wang Sheng with a bit more satisfaction. This disciple who hadn't formally entered the sect was increasingly to his liking. Wang Sheng didn't dare to really fall asleep. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to wake up if he did. So he sat on his bed, crossed his legs, and tried to clear his mind. Outside, Qing Yinzi lifted the curtain and glanced inside. Seeing Wang Sheng meditating, he immediately waved to his female disciple, who was dazed while holding an ancient book. "Look at your junior brother. He seems quite capable." No sooner had Qing Yinzi finished speaking than a rumble echoed from inside. Wang Sheng tilted his head back, and his body, leaning against the wall, slowly lay down. "Haha, he really can't take compliments," someone chuckled. Around 3 in the afternoon, when Wang Sheng went out, he found his master practicing boxing with his senior sister. Just watching his master and senior sister perform a few moves left him in awe. The fluidity in their movements seemed to draw upon some hidden power in the surrounding air. Each action was natural and harmonious, blending with the environment, making one want to watch more and feel like they gained something. After he endured the training period, he thought he would be able to sit and practice boxing with his master too. Thinking about the future, Wang Sheng, still a bit tired, was suddenly filled with energy and jogged out of the courtyard. He met with his parents down the mountain and sat for a while, explaining the conditions on the mountain and asking them to help buy 2 new blankets. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Sheng had to carry a heavy load back up the mountain and hurriedly left after saying just a few words to his parents. According to Qing Yinzi, he ran to the supermarket down the mountain, bought 2 boxes of the cheapest mineral water, and tied them with coarse rope. Ignoring the gazes of other travelers, he carried them into the Wudong mountain gate. However, what Wang Sheng didn't know was that his figure was also seen by his parents, and his emotional mother instantly felt her eyes welling up. What happened to this child? Maybe the pressure from school is too great, and he wants to escape in this way. "Honey, we haven't shown enough concern for Xiaosheng." The couple sighed gently, leaning against each other in front of the inn, watching Wang Sheng's silhouette disappear. After half a minute of silence, his wife said, "How about we have a second child?" "Stop. Why say that outside? Let's go. Wudong Mountain is beautiful, and I feel like my youthful strength is coming back. We must seize the opportunity. Wudong Mountain is truly a great place." Oh, how embarrassing. Hurry up. Chapter 7. Pushing bones and activating meridians. That night, Wang Sheng finally learned what his master meant by side business. He also understood the purpose of the 2 boxes of mineral water he had carried up the mountain. Under the dim light, Wang Sheng watched his carefree master use a soft brush to write the words Wudong Mountain Holy Spring on the plastic bottles stripped of their outer packaging. At that moment, He could only sigh deeply, unsure of what to say. But the next day, his master really sold more than 10 bottles, with prices ranging from 20 to 100 yuan each. Qing Yinzi was well-versed in the 5 arts of the Taoist sect and had extraordinary proficiency. He could instantly see the financial luck of potential customers. Occasionally, he would directly charge exorbitant prices to those wealthy patrons who didn't care about money. In the evening, Qing Yinzi did give Wang Sheng some benefits. Using a yellowed lamp, he demonstrated a set of introductory boxing techniques to Wang Sheng, totaling 7 or 8 moves, allowing Wang Sheng to practice each move, including breaking and combining techniques, all night long. In fact, this set of boxing techniques was quite simple. It just required some contemplation on a few movements. Wang Sheng struggled through a set and felt his entire body heat up. The effect was indeed remarkable. So, under the amused gaze of his senior sister, he practiced boxing in the courtyard until dawn. Finally, his senior sister fell asleep leaning against the door, and only then did Wang Sheng thoughtfully prepare to return to his room. Senior sister, I'm going back to sleep. Mushuan answered drowsily, causing Wang Sheng to pause for a moment. His senior sister could make sounds other than but soon he saw his big-eyed, slightly pouting senior sister turn back into the room, and he couldn't help but show a fatherly smile. Having a senior sister was quite nice. The problem was, as soon as his senior sister climbed onto the bed, she began to undress. Wang Sheng hurriedly dragged the chair into the room, closed the door, and bolted it, heading straight back to his inner room. Do not be inappropriate. Do not look inappropriately. His senior sister had no defenses against him, and as a prospective junior disciple, he couldn't take advantage of her. However, at 18, his senior sister still seemed not to have entered puberty, and she was even still wearing a small tank top instead of women's underwear. At this moment, Wang Sheng had some concerns about whether his senior sister could transform into a fairy in a year or two when her vitality began to recover. In bed, Wang Sheng collapsed onto the mattress, the soreness and numbness flooding his body, making him unable to suppress a few soft groans. He wanted to take this opportunity to meditate and practice the foundational techniques, but just as he had that thought, he fell into a daze and slept. Not long after, a figure walked in from outside, asking, "Are you still awake?" Wang Sheng opened his eyes drowsily, saw it was his master, and thought he was dreaming, responding with a series of yawns. "Just sleep, relax your body. I will help you push bones and activate your meridians," Qing Yinzi said with a light chuckle. Wang Sheng responded drowsily a few times. Qing Yinzi then rolled up his sleeves and, with his fingers pointed like a sword, slowly pressed on various points all over Wang Sheng's body. Wang Sheng truly woke up this time, gasping in pain. "Master, endure, your body is a bit too stiff. Your meridians are blocked. You have entered the practice a bit late." Qing Yinzi pressed his palms on Wang Sheng's thighs and gently slid down, and in an instant, Wang Sheng felt a tingling sensation in his legs. Not sure if it was his illusion, he felt a mix of hot and cold energy in Qing Yinzi's palms. This should be the internal energy that martial artists pursue. Although the Earth's vitality had yet to recover, his master had already achieved this through years of hard practice. Thinking about how his master was using this hard-earned internal energy to help him push bones and activate his meridians, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a warmth rising in his heart. After working hard for half an hour, Qing Yinzi let out a slow sigh beside him. After all, he received a sum of mediation fees from your parents, so if you can't hold on later and cry out to go home, you can't go back empty-handed. After saying this, he floated away, seemingly in a good mood. "Thank you, master. I will definitely pass the initiation test," Wang Sheng called out softly, then grinned, the drowsiness swirling around him again, and he soon closed his eyes and fell asleep. It seemed that Qing Yinzi didn't want him to give up halfway. The next morning, the martial arts exam arrived as scheduled. Fortunately, Wang Sheng had about 10 years of cultivation experience in his previous life. Although he didn't have many conditions back then, he had invested some effort into martial arts. By the next morning, he could perform a set of martial arts moves that was somewhat presentable, whether it was a psychological effect or not. Wang Sheng felt light as a swallow after getting up, and his spirit was stronger than the previous morning. It should be the effect of his master helping him adjust his bones and meridians last night. However, looking at his master and senior sister, who were figures he could only see in videos and hard drives in his past life, he sighed inwardly. He was still a bit far from them now. He couldn't slack off. He had to work hard. In fact, Qing Yinzi was already quite satisfied with Wang Sheng's performance and encouraged him with a few words. Yesterday was just to help you adapt. Today, I won't give you too much time to rest. While cultivation seeks tranquility and simplicity, diligence is also important. Let us see how you perform. Yes, disciple understands. Although Qin Yinzi verbally said he would increase the difficulty of the training, he didn't assign him tasks that exceeded his limits. It was merely to exhaust his physical strength and make him feel deeply tired. However, for 3 consecutive days, Wang Sheng didn't complain a bit and smiled through it all. Every 3 days, Qin Yinzi helped Wang Sheng adjust his bones and meridians, and after 2 adjustments, Wang Sheng surprisingly felt that he could locate the general position of his entire body's meridians. After careful thought, he understood that this was because there was still residual internal energy from his master within his meridians. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wang Sheng continuously practiced the basic techniques. Although there was still no significant effect, the frequency and quality of expelling the turbid energy from his body had clearly improved. The only downside was that this improvement made his junior sister, who came to play with him in the morning, cover her nose and roll her eyes, nearly fainting a few times from the smell. In the blink of an eye, it was the day his parents were to leave Wudong Mountain. Because he had to send his parents off, Wang Sheng took half a day off, went down the mountain to have a meal with them, and strolled around. At parting, his mother was understandably reluctant, hugging Wang Sheng and refusing to let go. His father, setting aside his pride, said that if he had done anything wrong before, he could tell him, and he would change. But Wang Sheng just smiled and shook his head, secretly wiping away the moisture at the corners of his eyes. Not going up the mountain left him unwilling. Ignoring everything to go up the mountain indeed hurt his parents. Wang Sheng didn't know what to say. He didn't want to make any distant promises. He only knew that he needed strength, the ability to protect his family in the future. While waiting for a ride at the hotel entrance, Wang Sheng saw a fruit stand nearby, ran over to buy a few pounds of oranges, and handed them to his father, who liked eating oranges, to take on the road. This was also the only way he could express his filial piety. After sending his parents off, Wang Sheng felt a bit empty inside, but still smiled and waved goodbye, sending them back to their normal urban life. Then, as the car started moving, he knelt down regardless of the pedestrians coming and going around him, heavily knocking his head a few times. Then turned around and picked up the 2 brand-new suitcases left by his parents, striding up the mountain. The suitcases contained some snacks that Wang Sheng liked to eat, as well as a 3rd batch of daily necessities. Not to mention, just the few large bags of triangle and square underwear his mother bought him would be enough for him to use until next year. Dingling. The phone rang a few times as Wang Sheng returned to the small courtyard on the mountain, and he looked down to see a string of numbers added to his wallet. His nose felt a bit sour as he stood at the door, head down, not moving for a long time. "You're back?" Qin Yinzi's voice came from the side, and Wang Sheng, as if waking from a dream, wiped his eyes and walked in with the suitcase. "Master, should we change the courtyard door? I am just a guest at Wudong Mountain. I can come and go as I please." Qin Yinzi looked at the sky and said calmly, "There is still some time before sunset. Your senior sister has gone to the back mountain to wash clothes, so I will let you have half a day's free time. You can go too." "Thank you, master." Wang Sheng grinned. He had actually been working overtime these past few days, and he was also worried that his body might not hold up. After taking the suitcase to the inner room, Wang Sheng rolled up his sleeves and ran towards a small stream not far from the back mountain. Qin Yinzi watched the back of this picked-up disciple, chuckling lightly and letting out a gentle sigh, his expression slightly complex. Xiao Xian was ultimately a girl. Perhaps one day she would get married. The things passed down from the ancestor must always be guarded by a male disciple. Sigh, 1,000 years have passed, ancestor. How long must we guard this? Qin Yinzi lightly leaped and stood on the broken wall of the small courtyard, standing with his hands behind his back, just in time to overlook the scene at the small stream. "Senior sister, just let me do it." From such a distance, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian's laughter faintly floated over, drifting in the wind, not knowing where it would go. After 16 bone adjustments, Wang Sheng spent the 47th day after going up the mountain in the secluded small courtyard on the back mountain of Wudong Mountain. September 2nd had already passed, the official start of school, and aside from Wang Sheng's slightly longer hair compared to before going up the mountain, there weren't any noticeable changes. But Wang Sheng knew that, with the help of his master Qin Yinzi, he had begun a transformation. Every day, he would send messages to his parents to check on them, and would have a video call with them once a week. Besides reassuring them, Wang Sheng was also continuously persuading his parents to let him stay on the mountain for cultivation with less concern. After more than a month of persuading, his parents gradually relented. They even found acquaintances at Wang Sheng's high school, using the excuse of being sick and seeking medical treatment abroad to arrange for him a year's leave of absence. This couple planned to take advantage of the legal holidays to visit their son on Wudong Mountain and formally meet Wang Sheng's martial arts instructor, Qing Yanzi. When explaining to his parents, using the reason of being obsessed with martial arts was more convenient and more persuasive. That evening, after Wang Sheng, his master, and senior sister finished dinner in the small courtyard, they diligently cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, brushed their teeth in the corner, and then eagerly prepared to practice the third set of introductory martial arts techniques taught by his master. But he was called to a stop by Qing Yanzi. The introductory training has passed. You performed well. Today, I must ask you one question. Wang Sheng, do you wish to become my disciple? Wang Sheng was taken aback, then quickly nodded, momentarily speechless. The feeling of satisfaction that his hard work over the past month hadn't been in vain almost brought him to tears. Tomorrow, I will invite a Taoist elder to witness and formally pass on the teachings to you. You must rise early, prepare offerings, and bathe by noon. You will officially enter the sect. Thank you, master. Wang Sheng bent his legs, kneeling down to knock his head to Qing Yanzi, but Qing Yanzi smiled and sidestepped, clearly indicating that this bow was not accepted until he had officially entered the sect. Beside him, the senior sister propped her chin on her hand and blinked her eyes, as if she understood that her soon-to-be junior brother was about to become a true disciple. She immediately smiled, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. Chapter 8. Bestowing the precepts and transmitting the teachings, seeking collections, seeking recommendations. Before dawn, Wang Sheng began to get busy. Life on Wudong Mountain was relatively convenient, but in their little rundown temple, taking a bath was quite a challenge. Usually, he would just pull a curtain in the corner between the main house and the side house, fill a bucket with clean water, and splash it on himself. Becoming a disciple was an absolutely significant event for Wang Sheng, so he was extra careful while taking a bath today. Even if the conditions were tough, he made sure to wash every part that needed attention. When he finished bathing and stepped out, a mountain breeze swept through the courtyard. Wang Sheng felt every pore in his body expand, as if his body was craving something and continuously drawing in energy from the outside world. However, it was still empty, and the revival of the heavenly and earthly vitality would take at least another 6 months. In 6 months, he could not compare to a master who had practiced for decades, nor could he surpass a senior sister who had cultivated diligently from childhood to 18. But if he bit the bullet and worked hard, perhaps he would still be able to catch a glimpse of his senior sister's back on the path of cultivation. Today he would officially enter the sect, and his master might transmit the teachings to him. However, these were not things he could force. Just being able to become a disciple under the unspoken Taoist master had already exceeded his expectations, so he dared not have too many extravagant desires. If he performed well, when the heavenly and earthly vitality revived, his master would surely not treat him poorly. Wang Sheng, come here and see if this fits you. His master's voice called from the side house. Wang Sheng set down the bucket full of dirty clothes and, with his hair still wet, ran over. Qing Yanzi handed him a brand new Taoist robe, underneath which was a set of white clothes and pants, similar to the training outfits commonly seen in martial arts schools. Wang Sheng grinned as he carefully unfolded the Taoist robe and put it on, inspecting himself from front to back. This would be the most formal attire for someone cultivating the immortal path in the future. Thank you, master. No need to thank me. Your father insisted on transferring money to me a few days ago, saying it was for your school expenses. Qing Yanzi replied with a light smile. You should memorize the admonition on this paper before noon. Yes, master. Wang Sheng adjusted the robe and took the piece of white paper from his master. He had expected to see his master's brush strokes, which possessed an ethereal quality, but when he opened it, he found the printed characters in Song typeface to be surprisingly neat. After a brief read, it was an entry admonition that didn't contain any particularly special regulations, but rather encouraged the disciple to be virtuous. When Wang Sheng looked up again, his master had already walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back, seemingly in a good mood, walking much more lightly than usual. When he returned to the main room, he was surprised to find it already arranged. A somewhat yellowed portrait of the 3 purities hung in the hall, and the incense altar below had already begun to emit a fragrant smoke, curling gently. At first glance, Wang Sheng thought the 3 purities' ancestors were manifesting. Wang Sheng blinked. The portrait should have depicted the Emperor Zhenwu. But remembering that his master had previously said he was merely associated with Wudong Mountain, and to his knowledge, Qin Yinzi had not had any direct relationship with Wudong when he gained fame. Perhaps their lineage was not of the same origin as Wudong Mountain's Taoist tradition. On the offering table was a tablet inscribed with the characters heaven and earth, the ink still wet. Below it was a position for Elzu, indicating that his master's lineage recognized Elzu as their ancestral master. His senior sister was happily humming a Taoist melody often played in the Zixiao Palace, while fiddling with 2 boxes of snacks bought from the foot of the mountain. After arranging the snacks on a plate, she watched with anticipation, seemingly thinking about whether she could devour these sweet treats after her junior brother finished the ceremony at noon. Wang Sheng, put your dirty clothes in the bucket. I have nothing to do this morning. I'll wash them later. Okay, his senior sister replied without turning her head, biting her lips, nearly drooling. Wang Sheng shook his head and chuckled. His senior sister really had not grown up. He ran back to his room, excitedly changed into the Taoist robe and training outfit, and noticed a brand new pair of cloth shoes at the foot of his bed, which fit perfectly. Dressed up, he looked quite presentable. However, his hair was still a bit too short. Without the flowing long hair of his master, he felt a bit less graceful when flying through the air in the future. After admiring himself for a while and fearing that he might get the robe dirty and delay the ceremony, Wang Sheng carefully folded his first Taoist robe and changed back into his shorts and shirt. When he came out of his room, he indeed found several pieces of his senior sister's clothing added to the bucket. Among them, a plain women's underwear quietly occupied the highest point of the dirty clothes, making Wang Sheng's face flush with embarrassment. Senior sister, I'm going to wash the clothes now. His senior sister turned her head and made a cheering gesture. Wang Sheng discreetly glanced at the bucket, covering the underwear with other clothes, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He still needed to cultivate his temperament. Not only did Wang Sheng consider becoming a disciple a major life event, but for Qin Yinzi, taking on a disciple was also no small matter. Wang Sheng had never seen his master interact with other Taoist priests, but at noon, Qin Yinzi invited 2 elderly Taoist priests with white hair as witnesses for the ceremony. Once everything was arranged, and the 2 witnesses sat smiling nearby, Qin Yinzi changed into the brand new Taoist robe that he wore only once a month and sat upright in the main hall. Mu Wanxian clapped her hands outside, signaling the formal start of the disciple ceremony. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and lifted his head, adjusted the corners of his Taoist robe, and holding a wooden ruler, he stepped out of the room, unsure of its significance. The 2 Taoist priests looked at Wang Sheng with interest, finally nodding with smiles, but did not say much. Qin Yinzi stood up and smiled. Due to limited conditions, the disciple ceremony must be kept simple. Where is Wang Sheng? Come forward. Here, master. Kneel down. Wang Sheng knelt on the cushion in front of the offering table, holding the wooden ruler. Qin Yinzi continued, since you are entering the sect, you must have a renowned master. Our lineage is passed down from our ancestral master Elzu, and our master is a direct disciple of Elzu. However, although there has been a transmission of teachings, no mountain gate has been established. It has been 200 years since it was passed down to me, and the teachings have never been interrupted. The 2 elderly Taoist priests nodded, stroking their beards. After you enter the sect, you must recognize that you are a cultivator. The Tao emphasizes the laws of heaven and earth, respecting ancestors, being filial to parents, and obeying teachers. If you cultivate the Tao, you must first be a good person. Do you understand? I understand, master. Qin Yinzi nodded with satisfaction, glanced at the paper in his hand, and then said, after you enter the sect, you will be part of the Yu generation. Your senior sister's Tao name is Bu Yu, and your Tao name will be Fei Yu. Thank you, master, for bestowing me a name. Fei Yu. Fei Yu Taoist? Although it sounded a bit awkward, since it just happened to be the turn of the Yu generation in the lineage, there was no other choice. It was much better than names like shocking words or mysterious riddles. Wang Sheng had previously worried that his master would want him to learn to be open-minded and give him a name like words that shock the world. Fortunately, this time his master was relatively stable in his choices. The disciple ceremony proceeded smoothly according to the process. When Qin Yinzi took the precepts ruler and asked Wang Sheng to recite the precepts written on the white paper he had given him earlier. Each time Wang Sheng recited a rule, Qin Yinzi would gently tap his shoulder with the wooden ruler, indicating that he had received the precept. First, do not kill. Think of all living beings. Second, do not engage in lust. Do not offend women. Third, do not steal. Do not take what is not yours. Fourth, Do not deceive the good and bully the weak. There were a total of 10 precepts, and Wang Sheng recited them one by one. During this transmission ceremony, he had completed most of his tasks. Then, Bu Yanzi arrived at the table and carefully opened a blue cloth package, which contained a rusty copper box, under which lay an ancient scripture that looked about 50% new. Today, I will pass on to you a true scripture left by the pure young immortal of our sect. You have half a month to transcribe it, and from now on, the foundation of your cultivation must follow this scripture. Thank you, Master, for passing down the teachings. Although Wang Sheng did not believe this would be a method for cultivating immortality, when his master placed the scripture into his hands, he inexplicably felt a certain weight. This was what it meant to have a mentor. The old Taoist beside him chuckled, "It's time to bow. First, bow to the great way, then to the scripture. And thank your master 3 times. After 3 bows, you can officially enter the sect as a disciple. Today, we will witness this." "Yes," Wang Sheng replied, first holding the scripture beside him, then bowing 3 times in front of the 3 pure ones painting. He placed the scripture in front of him and bowed 3 times to it, then bowed 3 times to his master. After the ceremony, Wang Sheng felt as if something extra had been added to his shoulders. Qing Yanzi smiled and said, "Thus, you are my second disciple. From now on, you must strictly observe the precepts and seek truth. Our sect does not prohibit worldly affairs or marriage, but you must always remember the 3 words of loyalty, kindness, and filial piety, lest your master one day have to clean up after you." Wang Sheng felt a chill in his heart. His master said this purely to remind him. But just thinking about committing some great act of rebellion and being pursued for 1,000 miles by Bu Yandao was no joke. He would definitely not let his master down. "Get up," Qing Yanzi said as he helped Wang Sheng to his feet. The 2 of them exchanged smiles. And applause sounded nearby. The 2 old Taoists were quite generous, their hands red from clapping. Qing Yanzi instructed, "You 2 clean up this place properly while I accompany the 2 uncles to have a vegetarian meal." Clearly, the 2 old Taoists had come to participate in the ceremony and were also looking forward to a meal. Wang Sheng and his senior sister sent the 2 uncles out of the mountain gate together, and Qing Yanzi remarked that he would bring them food back before floating away. "Senior sister," Wang Sheng suddenly turned and called out. Mu Wanxian blinked, waiting for him to continue. "Let's go have some snacks." "Wow." Mu Wanxian seemed to wake from a dream and dashed toward the main hall. Wang Sheng's vision blurred, and he couldn't quite see his senior sister's movement as she turned. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a big shot. The copper box had already been put away by his master, but the scripture remained, clearly inscribed with the words Bu Yanzi transcribed, evidently written by his master years ago. Wang Sheng began to read the ancient book with great interest. Originally, he thought it was just an ordinary Tao scripture, but after reading a section, he felt slightly dry in the mouth and began to sweat. Humans have 5 deficiencies. The Tao has 5 elements. Qi flows and spirit concentrates. This is Gu Shi Tai Xian, Shen Shi De Tao, Gu Shun is immortal. The root of heaven and earth. The spirit becomes, the valley becomes, the Taoist guards unity, thus achieving longevity. An immortal secret. The complete set of cultivation methods and full verses personally transmitted by El Zhu. It also contained detailed divisions of cultivation realms. Although these were all implied within various ancient textual contexts, Wang Sheng had studied such characters for over a decade. How could he not discern the meanings embedded in these ancient words? Ningxi chapter, Juzhen chapter, Jitai chapter, Shudan chapter, Jindan chapter. This, so easily passed on to himself? Even if the heavenly and earthly primal Qi had diminished, this should still be the core of Tao inheritance. Just looking at the first few sections of verses. The principles contained within and the recorded techniques were far more profound than the foundational methods he practiced in his previous life. Wang Sheng couldn't help but groan, increasingly feeling that he had died too shamefully in his past life. A delicate white hand reached out to him, 2 fingers pinching a piece of candied fruit. Wang Sheng opened his mouth and swallowed the snack, grinning foolishly at his senior sister, then eagerly continued reading. After reading just 3 sections, many doubts that had troubled him for years in his previous life were answered, and he felt a sudden clarity about his future path. In his excitement, Wang Sheng pounded his chest and stomped his feet, causing his senior sister to giggle nonstop beside him. However, soon, Mu Wanxian seemed to remember something. If a child from the city is quite normal in every aspect, who would be willing to send him up the mountain to suffer? The sigh of a certain master seemed to linger in his ears, and the way this senior sister looked at her junior brother became increasingly affectionate. Chapter 9. 7-Star Sword Array. After officially entering the sect, Wang Sheng finally began to live the beautiful Taoist life he had always dreamed of. He had the methods, the master, and the ideal environment for cultivation. What reason did he have not to work hard? In the early morning, he would first stretch his muscles and practice a set of boxing or palm techniques taught by his master, and then sit in front of the courtyard with his master and senior sister, facing the lush mountains and forests, closing his eyes to meditate. During his first meditation, Wang Sheng sat for over 2 hours, which surprised Qing Yanzi. Afterwards, Qing Yanzi advised Wang Sheng not to push himself too hard, as the purpose of meditation was to comprehend nature, not to show off or compete. Wang Sheng had to start from the beginning, gradually increasing his meditation time from half an hour. During meditation, as long as he slightly comprehended the sect's techniques, he would naturally immerse himself in it. Experiencing the sweet rain after a long drought was probably just like that. After meditating, he would clean the inside and outside of the house together with his senior sister, wash clothes, and do some chores until noon, after which they would have lunch. After a short nap, it was Wang Sheng's most anticipated part of the day, cultivating martial arts. To be precise, it was about practicing the methods to protect the Tao. When the primal qi of heaven and earth was still present, cultivators, apart from seeking truth and comprehending the Great Way, also needed to practice Tao methods and techniques to protect themselves, safeguard the Tao, and act with righteousness. In simple terms, the golden elixir cultivated by Taoists is the cultivation path, and the golden elixir, in relation to oneself, represents the level of cultivation. Techniques like riding the clouds, controlling rain, summoning soldiers with beans, drawing talismans, and refining elixirs are classified as Tao methods. The Taoist tradition is quite vast. Tao techniques once flourished, comprising various practices like Qi Min Dun Jia, Bagua, Taoist formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact refining. Nowadays, with the primal qi having been exhausted for 1,000 years, many Tao techniques have become mere decorations, and only talismans and some side techniques still retain some effectiveness. To this day, only the Taoist sacred mountains and ancient clans with over 1,000 years of heritage still preserve relatively complete Tao techniques. When cultivators lost their primal qi and needed to protect themselves, they emphasized the aspects of Tao techniques that excelled in close combat, giving rise to Tao martial arts. After dinner, the task for his senior sister was to watch television and then sleep, while Wang Sheng would read under a small desk lamp. Naturally, the first thing he read was the scripture of their sect's Tao inheritance, followed by the Tao Te Ching and several commentaries. According to Qing Yanzi's plan, Wang Sheng was to not only memorize hundreds of Taoist classics, but also read some literary masterpieces to improve his cultivation and demeanor. The core transmission of the pure Yang Tao scripture was quickly copied down by Wang Sheng in a notebook he bought at the foot of the mountain, and every night he would hold it while falling asleep, carefully savoring the sentences within. Whenever he gained insights, he would go to discuss them with his master. Qing Yanzi would then share many of his own insights with Wang Sheng and was quite satisfied with Wang Sheng's diligent efforts. 1 month after entering the sect, Wang Sheng had memorized the scripture passed down by his master and completely mastered the introductory sets of boxing and palm techniques. He was able to master several sets of fist techniques so quickly that even his master, Qing Yanzi, was somewhat surprised. Wang Sheng's rapid progress in martial arts was not without reason. First, he had over 10 years of experience in self-study and practice. Second, he had Qing Yanzi by his side to guide him and regularly adjust his bones and meridians. And third, the serene environment of the mountains allowed him to focus entirely on his training. Of course, this was also closely related to Wang Sheng's diligence. On this particular afternoon, the air in the mountains was refreshing. Qing Yanzi called Mu Wanxian and Wang Sheng to the courtyard. Your junior brother has been on the mountain for more than 2 months now. Starting today, I will teach him some Taoist techniques. Xiaoxian, you first check his foundation. Oh. Mu Wanxian nodded gently in response, then walked to the side with her hands behind her back, turning to stare at Wang Sheng with a serious expression on her small face. Wang Sheng hesitated, feeling somewhat hesitant. Although she was a silent fairy, a future top 10 figure on the heavenly ranking, seeing his senior sister's small arms and legs at this moment made him a bit reluctant to make a move. However, he decided to follow his master's orders and give it his all. He opened his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a stance, cupping his hands in greeting. Senior sister, please instruct me. Mu Wanchuan's small face was full of seriousness as she performed the starting form of Tai Chi, which seemed soft and lacking in power in her hands. Controlling his breath and activating his muscle strength, Wang Sheng stepped into the 8 trigrams walking style he had just mastered over the past 2 days. With a few shakes, he was already in front of Mu Wanxian. Pushing a palm toward her shoulder, Mu Wanxian blinked and simply made a simple motion with her left hand raised. Her upward motion was very slow, and Wang Sheng could see it clearly. However, strangely, when his senior sister made her move, he felt as if his palm was uncontrollably directed by her. Placing his wrist into her palm, Mu Wanxian gently led his wrist aside, slightly shifting her body. Wang Sheng's center of gravity became inexplicably unbalanced, and he fell forward uncontrollably, while a small hand pressed down on his chest. At the moment of contact, the small hand felt soft and powerless, making Wang Sheng think that his senior sister was intentionally letting him win. But in the next instant, an incomprehensible and tremendous force surged in, sending him flying horizontally. Even more strangely, the force that should have caused him some minor injury dissipated throughout his body as he flew back, and when he landed, he merely fell on his bottom without much pain. At this age, to have such proficiency in Tai Chi push hands and the ability to control her internal energy, Wang Sheng felt a bit defeated in his heart, but he quickly regained his spirits, jumping up from the ground and scratching his head in embarrassment. Senior sister, I'm too weak. Mu Wanxian pursed her lips, a hint of concern in her eyes, and quickly shook her head. Qing Yinzi, standing nearby, said calmly, don't bully your junior brother like this. He has just started. Shaoxian, use some simpler techniques. Oh, Mu Wanxian obediently responded, standing a few meters away while waiting for Wang Sheng to get up. She then took the initiative to assume a stance and stepped forward. With just 3 steps, Wang Sheng recognized that this seemed to be some kind of footwork that resonated with the 8 trigrams, far deeper than the 8 trigrams walking style he had just learned. Wang Sheng continued to advance and clap, when suddenly his senior sister's figure seemed to flutter like a flower attracting butterflies, disappearing from the edge of his vision. Instinctively wanting to turn around, he had only turned halfway when a small hand pressed on his shoulder, giving him a gentle tap. Wang Sheng immediately turned back, using too much force and almost straining his waist, but at the same spot on his shoulder, he was tapped again. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of his senior sister's shadow, only barely hearing the faint sound of wind behind him. A few minutes later, Wang Sheng squatted on the ground with a sigh, exuding a gloomy aura. Qing Yinzi smiled with his eyes narrowed, relieved that he, as a master, had not laughed out loud. Meanwhile, Mu Wanxian, who had not been touched by Wang Sheng even once during the spar, squatted beside him and gently patted his short hair. Senior sister, Wang Sheng lowered his head and sighed deeply. If I get bullied in the future, you must help me get my revenge. Mu Wanxian nodded seriously, even patting her still smooth chest a few times. Wang Sheng knew that both his master and senior sister were now at the level of quasi-great figures. But the gap between him and his same-age senior sister was something he found hard to accept. However, now that he had this condition, he would strive to improve and relentlessly pursue that day when he could at least touch the corner of his senior sister's clothing. All right, come here. Today I will teach you a set of martial arts that can rival your senior sister's 2 instruments 8 trigrams, Qing Yinzi said warmly. Wang Sheng sprang forward as if his feet were equipped with springs. Qing Yinzi walked to the corner of the courtyard, brought back 3 pre-bent branches, handed one to Wang Sheng, threw one to Mu Wanxian, and held one himself, standing with his hands behind his back. About 1,000 years ago, when the world could still cultivate the Tao, this set of sword techniques was a very advanced skill used to slay demons and protect oneself. Now watch closely as I demonstrate it once, Qing Yinzi said, reversing his grip on the branch, his left hand forming a sword finger, and his aura changed dramatically. This sword is called the 7-star sword, and this technique is called the 7-star sword formation. After speaking, Qing Yinzi danced with the branch in the courtyard, and amidst the fluttering of his robe, it seemed as if there were flashes of blades and swords. Step on the 7 stars. The 7 stars revolve without stopping. Hold the long branch, and there are countless gusts of wind. This formation emphasizes body movement and footwork. If mastered to perfection, one becomes invisible. The sword resides in the heart. The Big Dipper descends upon the world, and demons are swept away. Pay attention. The sword's momentum leaves an impression. With a light shout from Qing Yinzi, his figure flashed past Wang Sheng, and in the air, a few residual shadows lingered. Not just one, but a full 7. Each of the 7 shadows formed a different sword stance, perfectly arranged in accordance with the order of the Big Dipper. As Qin Yinzi executed the 7th sword, all 7 sword shadows surged forward simultaneously, and the 7 shallow branches converged at the same point. With a loud explosion, small visible whirlwinds swirled around them. Is there already the essence of heaven and earth? Wang Sheng thought in disbelief. How is this possible? How did my master execute this move? That sword shadow. The profound realm of the 7 swords combining. He stared at Qin Yinzi's back as he danced with the sword, his admiration evolving into astonishment. Until Qin Yinzi sheathed the branch, Wang Sheng felt dizzy. He wanted to remember the entire set of sword techniques, but instead, he could only recall the stunning 7 residual shadows. Did you see clearly? Qin Yinzi's voice came from beside him. Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly, while his senior sister nodded thoughtfully. Don't be anxious. If you can achieve minor success in this sword technique within 3 years, that would be exceptional talent. Qin Yinzi turned his back to Wang Sheng and said, Now, let's start with the most basic moves. Pay close attention to my actions. The starting posture must feel effortless. Wang Sheng quickly cast aside his distracting thoughts and focused on his master's movements, trying hard to imitate him. No matter how advanced the martial arts or techniques, they all begin with memorizing the basic formulas and learning the moves, gradually merging and comprehending them to reach a higher level. Wang Sheng had a competitive spirit in his heart. He could allow himself to be far inferior to his senior sister at this moment. But he did not want to remain that way forever. Such a lovely senior sister was, of course, someone to protect. After practicing a few sword moves, Qin Yinzi suddenly said, Xiaoxian, just use this for reference. There's no need to delve too deeply. You have yet to fully grasp the principles of the 2 instruments' 8 trigrams. And you must understand the principle of not being able to chew more than you can swallow. Mu Wanxian responded softly, but she remained very serious as she learned. In this way, without a single real sword, the master and his 2 disciples were in a small broken courtyard at Wudong Mountain, practicing a complex solo sword formation with 3 wooden sticks. With over 10 years of self-exploration and cultivation, Wang Sheng was not slow to learn and had already memorized nearly half of the sword formation by afternoon. However, by evening, looking at his senior sister who could already perform the entire sword formation fluently, he could only continue to practice desperately in isolation. In his previous life, he often felt troubled by his lack of systematic cultivation methods and powerful spells. In this life, everything was laid out before him. If he did not work hard, he would truly be letting down the suffering he endured from the shattering of his soul. Focusing, calming himself, and understanding the intricacies of the sword moves. Pondering his master's words, Wang Sheng gradually became immersed in it, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. He often heard people say that one could die content after hearing the Tao at dawn. Under the continuous guidance of Qinjianzi, Wang Sheng had begun to grasp the meaning of this saying. The various desires he had yearned for over 10 years and pursued through countless days and nights were now in his hands. The cultivation difficulties he had been pondering were continuously answered and illuminated under the teachings of his sect's methods and Qinjianzi's pointers. Chapter 10. The first snow of winter on a warm Kong. The longer he spent on the mountain, the more Wang Sheng understood about the silent Taoist and the speechless fairy, and the more he felt like a lumberjack who had accidentally stumbled into a nest of immortals. He really did not know how his master had taught such a pure-hearted senior sister, who was free of distractions yet understood everything. With an almost innate comprehension of the Tao, Wang Sheng often felt that someone like him, a mundane person, could only chase after the Tao and practice continuously, while his senior sister walked the earth alongside the Tao. Unlike ordinary people, Mu Wanxian did not lack a normal perspective on things. She just did not quite understand why there should be differences between men and women. Every day, besides daydreaming and practicing martial arts, she watched TV and read books. What seemed like a monotonous and boring life to modern people brought her a sense of overflowing satisfaction each day. Of course, even more extraordinary was his master, Qinjianzi. When it came to discussing the Tao, that was Qinjianzi's professional skill. Face reading, divination, and performing rituals were also Qinjianzi's means of making a living. But Qinjianzi's profound mastery of the arts was definitely at the level of a 100-year-old grandmaster. From martial arts to weapons like swords and knives. From the 2 instruments and 4 symbols to the 7 stars and 8 trigrams. From talisman crafting and alchemy to exorcism and blessings, and even to Taoist medicine, health preservation, and the Wudong chicken slaughtering, it was all extremely profound. Even iron forging, farming, repairing televisions, and selling seeds to little Taoists on the mountain were not worth mentioning for now. How could someone master so many skills in just over 40 years of life? Wang Sheng estimated that he had practiced the 7-star sword formation for half a year and could barely exert a little power. He guessed that to reach the level his master demonstrated for him, under continuous guidance, it would take him several years of sleepless nights, which might be difficult to achieve. And no one could say how much of this profound Taoist martial arts knowledge Qin Jianzi still possessed. But this master, who seemed omnipotent in Wang Sheng's eyes, did not have a smooth life all the time. Every family has its own difficulties, and Qin Jianzi had a hurdle in his heart that he could not cross. During the double ninth festival in the lunar calendar, Wang Sheng was pulled by his master to drink once. After 2 or 3 cups of wine, Qin Jianzi addressed himself and his disciple as we two and revealed his inner feelings to Wang Sheng and his senior sister Wang Xian. That was Qin Jianzi's regret in this life, a source of guilt he still carried. Over 20 years ago, when Qin Jianzi had not yet ascended Wudong Mountain and was wandering around with Wang Sheng's grandmaster, the young and impetuous Qin Jianzi encountered a beautiful young lady on his way down the mountain to perform rituals in the capital, fell in love, and got to know her. Then, Qin Jianzi secretly dated that incredibly gentle young lady for 3 years, meeting in the mountains, outside the mountains, in fields, and at small inns. Later, when the young lady became pregnant, Qin Jianzi wanted to marry her, but he was forcefully stopped by his grandmaster. The grandmaster's attitude was that Qin Jianzi had to adhere to the oath he made upon entering the sect, which required him to abandon all worldly matters, return to the mountains, and stay away from the chaotic secular world, dedicating his life to guarding this lineage that had been passed down for thousands of years. Just like Wang Sheng's grandmaster and his grandmaster's grandmaster. On one side was the master who had raised him and was nearing the end of his life, and on the other was the lover who was pregnant. Qin Jianzi found himself in a dilemma. He initially thought to delay, serve his master for his last days, let his lover give birth, and secretly ask someone to help raise the child. As long as he waited for Wang Sheng's grandmaster to pass away, they could be together, and their family could reunite. However, Wang Sheng's master was very strong-willed. She was very disappointed in Qin Jianzi's decision and cut off contact with him overnight, disappearing into the vast sea of people with no news for over a decade. Qin Jianzi sighed deeply, his eyes reddening slightly, and took out 2 photos from his pocket, looking at them for a long time before handing them to Wang Sheng. The only regret in his life was that he could not take care of her when she needed someone the most, nor could he take care of the child. Even now, he didn't dare to see her. He felt guilty as a master, burdened with debt, and could never find completeness. But fortunately, she gave birth safely, and she should have been doing well over the years. This was what she sent to me through someone 2 years ago. The master's child is a daughter, about the same age as you and Xiaoxian. In the slightly yellowed photo, a beautiful woman with short hair stands smiling, indeed a match for the master. In the newer photo, the smiling girl, with her eyes slightly squinted, is also quite beautiful, resembling the master in some ways. Master, don't be sad, Wang Sheng said, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After thinking carefully, he softly said, women's hormonal balance is different when they are pregnant, making it easy for them to go astray. Master, you have your difficulties, but Master's wife is not at fault either. The fault doesn't lie with you or Master's wife, but with the outdated customs of the elderly. Yes, it is these outdated customs that have truly caused me suffering. Qin Jianzi became somewhat agitated, pressing down on Wang Sheng's shoulder, burping from the wine. Don't worry, Xiaosheng. Master is very open-minded. If you want to marry a wife in the future, then marry one. If you want to have children, then have children. Master can help you take care of them. As long as you are devoted to your wife and don't mess around with relationships, then there is nothing to worry about. Once you succeed in your cultivation, Master will help you enroll in a Taoist academy, and you can get your Taoist certificate upon graduation. You can receive subsidies from the association every month, perform rituals, do some fortune-telling, and it won't be a problem to support a family. Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly, yet felt warm inside, because his master had indeed seriously considered his second disciple's future. However, some things could not be said at that moment. In a few months, the vitality of heaven and earth would come, and these legacies that had been passed down for thousands of years would shine brightly. At that time, the realms and fortunes of cultivators would undergo a tremendous transformation. After sighing several times, Qin Jianzi leaned back in the rattan chair and fell asleep. Wang Sheng looked at the half-empty cup of white wine in front of his master, feeling both amused and helpless. It would be better not to let the master drink in the future. His master's regrets would eventually have a chance to be made up for. Hey! His senior sister reached out beside him, and Wang Sheng handed her the photos. His senior sister seemed somewhat disappointed as she stared at Qinjianzi's daughter for a long time. It is estimated that there is some jealousy involved. To her, the master is actually like a half-father. Senior sister, Wang Sheng murmured softly. As disciples, we should also share the master's worries. In the future, if we have the chance, we should persuade the master to visit the master's wife and junior sister, so that the master doesn't have too many regrets. Mu Wanxian replied seriously, with a hint of thoughtfulness in her eyes, as she returned the photo to the master's embrace. Suddenly, Qin Yinzi opened his eyes, pointed to the night sky with his left hand, and shouted loudly, "Chun, Gui, Lu, Shi." Then he closed his eyes again and lay back on the chair, snoring like thunder. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian exchanged glances. It was the first time they had seen the master act so out of character, and they tacitly took out their phones to snap pictures. Taking a glance at senior sister's old-style feature phone, Wang Sheng thought, this should be a hidden weapon. Combined with senior sister's internal energy, it could definitely cause damage comparable to rubber bullets. As summer passed and autumn arrived, winter came. As the year-end approached, Wudong Mountain welcomed its first snow. The peaks, temples, pine trees, and bare branches, adorned with pristine white snow, resembled a fairyland. In front of the small courtyard, on the snowy ground, a figure practiced the seven-star sword formation with a wooden sword, and just focusing on the sword moves revealed various intricacies. What was even more remarkable was the synergy between his swordplay and footwork. If one looked closely at his feet, the footprints seemed interconnected. Upon closer inspection, there were only 49 footprints in total, and the figure wielding the sword danced back and forth over his own footprints without missing a step. Although he held only a wooden sword, he was still accompanied by bursts of sword whistle. In the cold weather, senior sister was inside roasting corn by the fire, while Wang Sheng insisted on practicing swordplay for at least 8 hours every day. Actually, aside from daily meditation, studying Taoist scriptures, listening to the master's teachings, and the unavoidable necessities of eating and sleeping, Wang Sheng devoted all his remaining time and energy to practicing the seven-star sword formation. After just a few months, the courtyard was trampled to the point that nothing could grow, and he had to move his practice to an open space outside the courtyard. Wang Sheng's rapid progress in the seven-star sword formation was naturally related to his past life experience with swordplay. Boys, after all, have had at least a dream of being a sword immortal. Before coming up the mountain, Wang Sheng barely had any foundation in swordsmanship. But with Qin Yinzi constantly guiding him and his own diligent effort, working tirelessly even on holidays, immersing himself in the sword path, it was completely reasonable for him to achieve such extraordinary progress in just 6 months. However, with the silent fairy by his side as a comparison, Wang Sheng felt he had no right to be complacent. Senior sister had already lost interest in this sword formation 2 months ago and continued to delve into her Tai Chi and Bagua changes. Driven by a bit of competitive spirit, Wang Sheng found it hard to relax, forcing himself to push harder. After all, he was well rested every day, which wouldn't affect his state the next day. After sheathing his sword, he stood there, drenched in sweat, with wisps of white steam rising from his forehead. Wang Sheng dared not easily exhale the breath in his chest. He gripped the wooden sword tightly, slowly pressing down with both hands, feeling warm and comfortable as if more than half of his meridians had been opened by the master. Down the mountain, Qin Yinzi came leisurely with 2 new quilts. Wang Sheng smiled and welcomed him, as the mountain path had already been cleared of snow by him. When they reached the courtyard door, Qin Yinzi suddenly stopped and calmly said, "Falling snow is not as good as melting snow in the cold. Starting tonight, you should also sleep on the northern Kong." Wang Sheng was visibly taken aback, then hurriedly replied, "Master, it's fine for senior sister to sleep. I'm okay. The Kong is big enough for you two to sleep on either side," Qin Yinzi said with a half-smile, looking at his second disciple. "What? Do you have feelings for your own senior sister?" "How could that be, master? Am I that kind of person?" Wang Sheng replied, slightly lacking in confidence. Senior sister had already compensated for her congenital deficiencies 6 months ago, shortly after he had just come up the mountain, and in this half-year, she had grown tremendously, successfully evolving from the concept of an elementary school student to that of a middle school student, her face also becoming more refined. "This is also a test of your temperament. Qin Yinzi said with a smile, patting Wang Sheng on the shoulder. Be simpler, young man. These 2 quilts. You should trade with your senior sister. She has used her quilt for 7 or 8 years, and it can no longer keep her warm. Wang Sheng's legs softened, almost kneeling before the master. What does the master mean by this? Is he trying to matchmake? It shouldn't be. Senior sister is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, almost like a piece of cling film. She has no concept of this at all. Wang Sheng knocked on his head, adhering to the heart of seeking truth in cultivation, focusing without distraction. When Mu Wanxian heard that Wang Sheng would come to live with her at night, she instantly became very happy, warming up the earth in Kong, and even specially offering both new quilts to her junior brother. Wang Sheng, blushing, firmly refused. Wrapping himself in the thin quilt he had been using since summer, too embarrassed to even take off his clothes, and squeezed himself into the corner, almost pushing himself into the wall. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a finger gently poke him. Turning his head, he suddenly saw a pitiful little face in the neighboring quilt, those expressive eyes seeming to ask Wang Sheng why he was hiding so far away from her. Wang Sheng sighed inwardly, turning to face senior sister and saying, I just feel a bit shy. Mu Wanxian then relaxed, and her small hand fumbled under the pillow, pulling out a small 5-in-a-row game box. Wang Sheng chuckled silently, genuinely having no more distractions in his mind. We can only play for half an hour, otherwise, we'll definitely yawn during meditation tomorrow, and the master will scold us again. Chapter 11, Moon Palace Projection. The beginning of heaven and earth. Calculating the time, the revival of the world's energy should be close now. On the evening of New Year's Eve, Wang Sheng happily ate the egg noodles cooked by senior sister, watching the snowflakes drifting outside the window, and tried hard to recall the analysis posts he had seen online in his previous life. The Moon Palace projection should appear on the first full moon night after the new year, around the Lantern Festival. After that would be the rapid recovery of the world's energy. There were only half a month left, and Wang Sheng didn't know what he should prepare. The gains of this half year had already far exceeded his expectations. Even the current situation was something he had never dared to think of before coming to Wudong Mountain. With a famous master by his side, he received teachings. The master continuously opened his bones and activated his meridians, more than half of which had already been opened. And he even occasionally felt a faint sensation of energy, saving him countless years of hard work. What was even more precious was that he had consistently practiced the 7-star sword formation, which had now made considerable progress. Wang Sheng even felt that the effects of his 6 months of non-spiritual practice were much stronger than the 5 years of muddled practice when he was full of energy in his previous life. What else could he prepare in this remaining time? Actually, it was just a matter of quietly waiting for the Moon Palace projection. Waiting for this blue planet to silently step into another era overnight, ushering in a new age. Would the revival of the world's energy make the master doubt his motives for coming up the mountain to apprentice? It shouldn't. Rebirth was the deepest secret buried in Wang Sheng's heart. Although Master Qin Yinzi had keen insight and could calculate, he wouldn't believe that someone could go from 31 back to 17, such an absurd thing. As long as he could seize the opportunity in his hands, not disobey his elders, and not violate the precepts, there shouldn't be any other issues. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. But Wang Sheng wasn't too troubled by it. He would just go with the flow. The sound of firecrackers from the mountain below has not stopped since nightfall, adding a touch of hustle and bustle to the New Year's Eve on the mountain. Many families have chosen this famous Taoist mountain as their holiday travel destination to enjoy the scenery, pay respects to deities, pray for blessings, and welcome the new year. On New Year's Eve, Qin Yinzi went out in the morning to help at other temples. Not many of the Taoists stayed on the mountain for the new year, and each temple lacked a master to chant scriptures, give sermons, and perform rituals. Although Qin Yinzi wanted to spend more time with his disciple Wang Sheng, who was away from home for the first time, he was worried that the young disciple might not be able to withstand his homesickness. However, considering that every chanting session would bring in some offerings, he told them, "Don't stay up too late tonight. We still need to continue paying respects to our ancestors tomorrow morning." Thus, Qin Yinzi changed into his rarely worn Taoist robes and left with the Taoist priest who came to call him, floating away with the morning light. By now, it was time for the New Year's Eve dinner, yet he had not returned. "Senior sister, I'm going to practice my sword in the yard." "Okay." The senior sister waved her little hand, hugging Wang Sheng's phone, lying on the blanket and giggling nonstop. She had recently taken a liking to funny comics. Wang Sheng chuckled softly, took out his wooden sword from behind the door, and walked on a thin layer of snow to the courtyard, beginning to practice the 7-star sword formation as usual. The sword array contained laws, and diligent practice brought understanding. A pair of big eyes peeked out from the gap in the round window. Mu Wanxian looked down at her phone, slightly embarrassed as she stuck out her tongue. Soon, Mu Wanxian wrapped herself in the down jacket that Wang Sheng's mother had sent over a few days ago, moved her small stool, and sat at the door with a cute expression, quietly watching the figure that was continuously rising and falling under the dim light. The sword moved like a hawk diving. The stars shifted and the heavens changed. A few snowflakes danced along with Wang Sheng's figure. The tip of the wooden sword seemed to have 7 faintly glowing dim stars, indicating that he had grasped the basics of this sword formation. However, it was just the basics. To truly master it and achieve success, it would depend on how quickly he could cultivate after the revival of his energy. Wang Sheng was not obsessed with cultivation. He simply immersed himself in the joy of making progress every day, constantly pushing himself and daring not to slack off. Standing quietly in the snow, he experienced the subtle changes in the sword formation, and a few insights began to well up in his heart, causing his expression to show a hint of enlightenment. He then smiled, looking at the wooden sword in his hand, and said, "Senior sister, I suddenly figured it out. The core of the Big Dipper sword formation is actually located at the position of the North Star. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper revolve around the North Star. And to unleash the true power of this sword formation, we need to treat the enemy as that great North Star." Why is she sleeping here again? Seeing his senior sister curled up against the door, Wang Sheng gently nudged her shoulder and went to sleep on the Kong. Mu Wanxian drowsily responded, placed Wang Sheng's phone on the chair, yawned, squinted her eyes, and floated back into the warm Kong. "Remember to take off your clothes. Don't just fall asleep like that." "Oh," Wang Sheng reminded her carefully, then picked up the phone and faced the small courtyard, waiting for his senior sister to crawl into bed. There were quite a few New Year greeting messages, mostly group messages from classmates, relatives, and high school teachers. That world felt increasingly distant from him, and the tranquility of the mountain made him less anxious and more peaceful. He didn't reply to these messages, just clicked through them one by one. Buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated a few times, and a New Year postcard slid down from the top of the screen. Sent by Shen Qianlin. "Happy New Year to the Wudong heir. Keep pursuing your dreams. As long as you nurture them with care, there will come a day when they bear fruit. Remember to take care of your health and don't overexert yourself in martial arts. But you also can't take too long off from school. Don't overlook the importance of cultural studies. Comprehensive development is what makes the best junior." Smiley face, Shen Qianlin. "It's fortunate that this senior sister still remembers him." Wang Sheng chuckled softly, simply replied with "Happy New Year," then placed the phone on the wooden stool and returned to the courtyard to stand still. After practicing for a while, he felt that he should change his sword practice methods to avoid wasting the insights he had just gained. He scanned the surroundings of the courtyard, ran to a corner, picked up a few longer pieces of wood, and made a simple scarecrow, placing it in the center of the courtyard. Using this as an opponent, he executed the 7-star sword formation again, and immediately felt that the formation had many more variations. The moves that had previously been obscure and hard to grasp gradually became smooth. His master had once said that the 7-star sword formation was originally a grand formation for 7 people to defend the teachings of Wudong Mountain, but was later modified by a high-level master to be performed alone. Compared to the original formation, its power was somewhat reduced, but it was more flexible and changeable. Still a rare sword path formation. Wang Sheng began to understand why his master said that the most important aspect of this sword formation was the coordination of body movements and sword techniques. At this moment, he was only facing a scarecrow. In a real battle, the opponent would not remain still, which required support from exquisite footwork. The stars shifted, and Wang Sheng gradually immersed himself in the continuous insights that emerged, concentrating on practicing his sword, completely unaware of Qing Yinzi passing by. As the sound of firecrackers from the mountain below suddenly increased, it was already midnight, the moment of welcoming the new year. Qing Yinzi peeked out from the side room, watching his second disciple still practicing swordplay. "You should go to sleep. Practice again tomorrow." Qing Yinzi yawned and smiled. "When I gave you your Taoist name, I should have called you sword language enthusiast." Wang Sheng reluctantly stopped, laughing as he asked, "Master, are you going out tomorrow too?" "I'll be busy for the next few days. You and your senior sister can go down the mountain for a walk. There's no need to stay cooped up on the mountain all the time." The new year should feel like a new year. Qing Yinzi yawned again, closed the window, and lay down, looking quite exhausted. Wang Sheng responded, glanced at the overcast sky, exhaled a breath, and contentedly returned to the house. Hiding in the inner room to wipe himself with a hot towel, putting on autumn clothes and pants, and crawling into another quilt on the Kong. With this sleep, he felt he had taken another small step closer to the arrival of the world's energy. During the half-month of the new year, Qing Yinzi had suggested several times that they go down the mountain to stroll, but Wang Sheng was busy practicing swordplay, and his senior sister did not want to go to crowded places. They both somewhat defied their master's orders together. Finally, the Lantern Festival arrived as scheduled. The sky over Wudong Mountain was clear, the stars twinkled at night, and a full moon hung high in the sky early on. Wang Sheng used the excuse of practicing sword in the courtyard, occasionally looking up at the moon in the sky, afraid of missing any unusual sights that might appear. Qing Yinzi was busy making tangyuan for his two disciples, while his senior sister had recently become addicted to funny comics. Fortunately, Wang Sheng secretly bought a bunch of data, fearing that her internet would suddenly cut off while she was playing. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Sheng had practiced the 7-star sword formation twice. The moon was high in the sky, seemingly much larger than half an hour ago, like a round disk. The bright moonlight flowed like water, illuminating every corner of Wudong Mountain with a shimmering glow. Wang Sheng suddenly stopped his movements. Just now, he vaguely heard a humming sound. This humming seemed to come with the moonlight, directly entering his heart, causing him to stand on end. Not only Wang Sheng, but Qing Yinzi and Mu Wanxian, who were eating tangyuan inside, also stopped their actions at the same time. Just as Qing Yinzi was about to get up, he heard Wang Sheng shout from the courtyard, "Master, senior sister, come and look." Up in the sky, the big moon. Qing Yinzi frowned slightly, dashed out the door, and looked up at the sky following Wang Sheng's finger. The moon occupied nearly half of the horizon, the stars hidden, and the night sky was brightening. On this round, massive moon, the clear veins of a jade tree's crown are visible, and a picturesque palace appears at the edge of the tree crown, becoming increasingly real. Mu Wanxian gasped in astonishment. The humming sound became clearer, very gentle, yet eerily unsettling. At this moment, a gentle breeze descended from the sky, seemingly blowing from that giant moon. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, surprisingly feeling refreshed, with a subtle energy stirring in his body. "Quick! Meditate and circulate the heart technique of our sect." Qing Yinzi suddenly called out softly, immediately sitting cross-legged. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian followed suit, sitting down and silently reciting the heart technique incantations. In less than half a minute, Wang Sheng felt streams of refreshing energy rushing into his body from various points. A wave of warmth instantly rose in his lower abdomen, beginning to circulate slowly along the meridians that his master had opened for him. Here it comes. It truly has come. This is the first strand of primordial energy in the world, a great opportunity. Just as Wang Sheng was excited, he suddenly felt a palm resting on his back, and a stream of cool air flowed into over a dozen of his still unactivated meridians. Just as Wang Sheng was about to turn his head, Qing Yinzi whispered, "Calm your mind. Do not miss your own opportunity. Your senior sister's meridians are already open. I will assist you now, Master." Wang Sheng's heart trembled slightly. Since his rebirth, there have been few things that could touch his heartstrings like this. With Qing Yinzi's abilities, he surely understood the importance of this initial strand of primordial energy. In fact, Qing Yinzi might view this primordial energy as a chance that could be missed, and if lost, he might never have such an opportunity again in this lifetime. Yet, even so, Qing Yinzi could still pause to absorb the primordial energy, still mindful of his second disciple, who had some meridians yet to be opened. The kindness of a master is like a mountain. Wang Sheng's unease at this moment had turned into some guilt. He dared not delay his master's opportunity. Quickly closing his eyes to focus, diligently guiding the primordial energy to circulate within his body, and the previously somewhat blocked meridians rapidly widened. After about a quarter of an hour, the circulation within Wang Sheng's body had become unobstructed, moving 10 times faster than before. Only then did Qing Yinzi satisfactorily withdraw his hand, sitting closely behind Wang Sheng with his eyes closed and his mind focused. Fortunately, the breeze was still present, and the opportunity had not been lost. The Moon Palace Projection, a great transformation of heaven and earth. Chapter 12, Cultivation. Ascension. Ethereal and hazy. Wang Sheng felt as if he were drunk, his whole being feeling somewhat off, his eyelids heavy and unable to open, his internal energy full and swelling, his meridians feeling slightly bloated. Well, greedy for more, he had brought this upon himself. In fact, he had already awakened from meditation earlier, but upon waking, he found both his master and senior sister meditating, which felt slightly awkward. As the first to awaken, the primordial energy was still continuously falling from the sky. Unable to resist, Wang Sheng began to circulate the technique again, entering a meditative state once more. In his previous life, he had never heard anyone mention that internal energy could also be overfilled. This was indeed a bit extravagant. Wang Sheng took a gentle breath. Feeling as if his limbs were wrapped in thick layers of cotton, his movements somewhat clumsy. If not for a kind little hand reaching out to support him, he might have struggled to rise. Senior sister, Shu. She pointed behind Wang Sheng. Qin Yinzi was still meditating. In the bright moonlight, one could occasionally see a bluish glow flickering around Qin Yinzi. Wang Sheng stared at his master for a while, feeling the aura surrounding him, then inwardly gasped. His master had already gathered his spirit? The form and spirit were gathering light, his brow slightly bulging, and the aura around him contained a trace of intention, allowing one to directly perceive their own emotions. These were indeed manifestations of just breaking through to the spirit-gathering realm. The three foundational realms of cultivation are condensing breath, gathering spirit, and forming embryo. From the moment the first strand of true essence was condensed, one entered the condensing breath realm, officially stepping into the ranks of cultivators. Then, with the initial formation of spirit consciousness and internal embryonic breath, one could transcend worldly consumption and can call themselves a cultivator. Although the primordial energy is good, it is merely a purer form of energy. At most, a day's cultivation could equal 1 or 2 months of regular practice. Ahem, it seems a bit precious. To rely solely on primordial energy to break through a realm is impossible. The only explanation is that Qin Yinzi had cultivated for decades prior, his mindset and Tao realm having reached a high level, allowing him to suddenly break through to the spirit-gathering realm overnight. Moreover, his master's aura was continuously rising. Truly somewhat terrifying. Wang Sheng was only happy for his master and also grateful for the stroke of luck he had encountered half a year ago. He gestured towards the courtyard gate, indicating the shape of a wooden sword. Mu Wanxian blinked. Although she didn't understand why her junior brother wanted to practice swordplay at midnight, she still habitually gave him a supportive gesture. Wang Sheng intended to use the 7-star sword formation to consume some of the overflowing true essence within him, worried that if this continued, he might run into some problems. A little further from the courtyard gate, Wang Sheng closed his eyes and focused for a few minutes. The wooden sword in his hand trembled slightly, and cracks appeared along the blade. Indeed, an ordinary wooden sword could not withstand the enhancement of true essence. The sword like the Big Dipper, stepping on the 7 stars, a set of sword formations unfolded. And the essence within it was remarkably different from just half a day ago. His movements were smoother than before, the sword's shadows swifter, and even inadvertently, he left a few faint afterimages, though they vanished in the blink of an eye. After a flurry of swordplay, the true essence within him did indeed decrease. But upon careful reflection, Wang Sheng discovered that his true essence had become much denser. Wang Sheng's face immediately lit up with joy. The reduction in true essence was not because it was consumed, but because it had become more refined. In his previous life, he had never encountered such methods and never expected that the 7-star sword formation would have such an effect. Focusing his mind, Wang Sheng sat cross-legged, taking advantage of the lingering energy of the primordial energy, and soon filled his meridians with true essence again before rising to practice swordplay. Repeating this process joyfully, he lost track of time until dawn broke in the east. The original gentle breeze gradually dissipated, and Wang Sheng belatedly looked up to see that the massive round moon had unknowingly returned to its usual size, now hanging low in the western sky. This somewhat crazy night had finally come to an end. Wang Sheng yawned, feeling the pure true essence surging within him like a rushing river, and for a moment, only a light smile remained. A night of cultivation had surprisingly equaled several years of hard work from his previous life. The benefits of the primordial energy, the complete support of the Tao, and his master's initial assistance in opening his meridians, along with the unexpectedly effective 7-star sword formation, led Wang Sheng to discover that he was not far from breaking through to the spirit-gathering period. However, he did not become greedy or reckless, fully aware that he was much weaker than his master and senior sister. He preferred to spend more time in the foundational three realms, making the subsequent path of cultivation smoother. Had it been more than half a year ago, with his mind set upon rebirth, he would likely have been restless, eager to break through realms and become stronger as quickly as possible. But now, with his master and senior sister backing him up, Wang Sheng began to consider his future development, not just focusing on the present. Surely, those who had caught this wave of primordial energy were not just the three of them. With the earth so vast, there were indeed others who upheld the legacy of cultivation. The primordial energy had lasted half the night, and undoubtedly, many others had benefited. It is important to note that after the primordial beginning of heaven and earth, the vital energy of heaven and earth on earth will gradually increase. This should mark the beginning of a new era. A celestial path filled with rosy clouds has unfolded beneath Wang Sheng's feet, but to travel smoothly, he must wield the sword in his hand for protection and cannot solely rely on his master and senior sister. His own abilities are the most important. After the morning glow, a ray of sunlight shone on the peaks in the southeast, and Wang Sheng stood holding a wooden sword, gazing at the misty scenery of Wudong Mountain. The spirit of chivalry arose naturally, and the path of immortality filled itself. Qin Yinzi sat in meditation for 3 days, and when he awoke, his aura flowed around him like running water, even conjuring faint whirlwinds. Wang Sheng was sitting at the gate, dozing off with a quilt wrapped around him. For the past 2 or 3 days, he practiced swordsmanship at the entrance and slept there, fearing that someone might suddenly visit and disturb his master's cultivation. Fortunately, the true essence in his body kept him warm, so he was not afraid of the biting night wind. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Qin Yinzi's eyes as he silently approached the gate and gently patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder. "Xiao Sheng, go back inside and sleep." "Master, you're awake?" Wang Sheng responded groggily, and Qin Yinzi nodded with a smile. "Go sleep first. When you're well rested, I have something to discuss with both of you." Oh, Wang Sheng could roughly guess what his master wanted to say, which was just to introduce the concept of cultivating the Tao. Seeing his master's barely contained smile, Wang Sheng didn't say much more and obediently returned to the main room, holding his quilt. His senior sister was sleeping soundly in her bed, and Wang Sheng had already returned his bedding yesterday. The true essence in his body was constantly circulating, so he was no longer afraid of the cold and had no reason to linger in bed. Yet, he felt a bit reluctant. Qin Yinzi followed Wang Sheng into the room and glanced at his sleeping eldest disciple, nodding with slight satisfaction. He could naturally see that both Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian had embarked on the path of cultivation, and their progress was quite similar at this moment. This was mainly because Mu Wanxian continued with her routine, meditating for a bit each day, practicing her punches and palms, then daydreaming, reading, or sleeping, without taking her changes too seriously. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng had been intensifying his cultivation these past few days and had barely caught up with his senior sister's progress. He estimated that once his master finished speaking today, he would soon be left behind by his senior sister again, with true essence flowing in his body. Wang Sheng felt refreshed after sleeping for 3 or 4 hours, and before coming out, he specifically changed into his Tao robe to appear more solemn. His senior sister was practicing her punches in the courtyard, while his master stood on the courtyard wall, seemingly gazing into the distance. When Wang Sheng came out, Qin Yinzi's voice floated over. "You too, come with me." His senior sister stopped her movements, struck a finishing pose, regulated her breath, and smiled lightly at Wang Sheng. He couldn't help but feel that his senior sister's skin seemed much fairer than a few days ago. Upon closer inspection, she indeed looked a bit more radiant. No wonder people become obsessed with cultivation. Those who seek longevity do so for life extension, and those who love beauty do so for eternal youth. The benefits are simply too numerous. Unfortunately, cultivation requires hard work and emphasizes the law, wealth, companions, and land. It is not something that can be achieved just by wishing for it. The three of them entered Qin Yinzi's small room, which was tidier than during the new year, indicating that Qin Yinzi had organized it well beforehand. On the bed lay the rusty iron box that had appeared when Wang Sheng paid his respects to his master, along with the Tao scripture Wang Sheng had memorized thoroughly. Qin Yinzi gestured for the two to sit by the bed while he took a seat on a stool, his bright eyes fixed on them. Cough. The world is about to change, and you two have caught a good opportunity. This sect, or rather, many Tao inheritances that have been guarded for 1,000 years in this land, are about to shine brilliantly again. His senior sister blinked and nodded in agreement. Qin Yinzi smiled and asked, "Xiao Xian, do you understand what your master is saying?" Mu Wanxian immediately shook her head and secretly poked Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng quickly said, "Is what the master said related to the changes we've experienced in these past few days?" "Correct." Qin Yinzi sighed lightly, a hint of sadness in his eyes, yet also showing some relief. 1,000 years ago, this world, no, this planet, our Taoists should keep up with the times. Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at his master's seriousness. 1,000 years ago, Earth was indeed a place where cultivation was possible. Hidden within famous mountains were reclusive cultivators who could ride clouds and fog, move mountains, and fill seas. They could connect with heaven and earth, wield swords, cast talismans, and summon spirits, possessing many abilities and excelling in various Tao arts. Those with great skills could even be called immensely powerful. Now, Qin Yinzi paused, excitement creeping into his smile. Such a grand era is about to return. Chapter 13. Entering the Gathering Spirit Realm, a glimpse of sword intent. Qin Yinzi's speech, centered on the outlook for the future, lasted for 2 hours, making even the ever-supportive Mu Wanxian unable to hold back tears as she secretly yawned beside him. Finally, Qin Yinzi's introduction to cultivation and the Tao came to an end. This Taoist pointed to the rusty iron box and said to his 2 disciples, "Once you enter the Golden Core realm, you can see these treasures left by our ancestor, which will surely be of great benefit to you." Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation for this iron box. Both times it was taken out, they were only allowed to take a glance, and it was mentioned that it could only be opened after reaching the Golden Core realm. Could there be some powerful magical treasures inside? Qin Yinzi really knew how to build suspense. However, the Golden Core realm seemed a bit distant for the 3 of them at the moment. They would first need to consolidate their foundation before considering how to form a virtual Dan, and then the virtual Dan would transform into a Golden Core, allowing them to truly fly and traverse the world. Though the words were simple, the journey was incredibly challenging. In Wang Sheng's memory, apart from those who had cultivated their whole lives and, at the end of their days, tapped into vital energy to break through and become great masters, the fastest young cultivator in his last life, under the full support of his sect, took 5 years to complete the foundation establishment process. 5 years. Passing through the stages of breath regulation, spirit gathering, and fetal formation, entering the virtual Dan realm. To cultivators from non-Taoist mountains, this speed was already extraordinarily dreamlike. In his last life, Wang Sheng had never even touched the threshold of the fetal formation realm. He hadn't even fully completed the spirit gathering realm, nor did he have any subsequent cultivation methods. Wang Sheng repeatedly reminded himself to take it steady during the foundation establishment stage and not to rush for something that held little significance. After all, men should be able to endure longer. Xiao Sheng, I'm not too worried about your senior sister, but you, having not grown up in the mountains, I still need to remind you a few more times. Changing the subject, Qin Yinzi looked at Wang Sheng with a serious expression. Wang Sheng quickly replied, "Disciple is listening." Qin Yinzi said, "The teachings you learned upon entering the sect must always be remembered. The most important aspect of cultivation is to cultivate your heart. If your heart is free of regrets and grievances, and you are at ease, then you can ultimately achieve the great Tao. Now, you must always remember that if you achieve something in your cultivation in the future, do not flaunt it everywhere, do not bully the weak, and do not use your abilities to commit crimes. Do not think that just because you have cultivation abilities, you are invincible. I can responsibly tell you that before you achieve the virtual Dan, when faced with firearms, you can only obediently duck and run. In a peaceful world, we just need to cultivate our own Tao and not provoke trouble, and absolutely must not use Tao techniques to satisfy our own desires. Do you understand? Even Taoists, when faced with weapons, cannot explain themselves clearly. Yes, disciple understands. With the world changing, it is likely that some turmoil will arise, and it seems inevitable that demons will disturb the peace. Qin Yinzi sighed lightly, standing at the door with his hands behind his back, listening to the Taoists' earnest teachings. Although the Taoist sect emphasizes avoiding the secular world, it is only to prevent the impurities of the mundane from contaminating oneself, not to ignore everything. If one day demons run rampant in the world, you should also wield your sword to eliminate evil and uphold the Tao, so as not to betray the legacy that has been guarded by the ancestral masters for 1,000 years. Cultivating the Tao is not easy, and protecting the Tao is also difficult, but to maintain a righteous spirit and walk uprightly in the world is even more challenging. From now on, let us strive together. My disciples. Wang Sheng tugged at his senior sister, and the 2 stood by the bed, bowing their heads in agreement. Starting today, I will supervise your daily practice. The path to longevity and freedom in seeking immortality lies before you, and you must not show even the slightest negligence. Wang Sheng nodded heavily, while Mu Wanxian beside him gently blinked, seemingly worried whether the master had drunk too much, as he was saying these strange words today. Qing Yinzi chuckled, stepping into the sunlight outside. You two meditate outside first. I will go around the mountain to see if they have made any discoveries. As soon as the master left, Mu Wanxian gently pulled Wang Sheng's arm, then seriously pointed to the master's back and then to her small head. Wang Sheng didn't know how to explain to his senior sister, coughed twice, saying that the master has always maintained a youthful heart. Perhaps he has been watching too many dramas recently and wants to indulge in them. Senior sister, you don't need to worry, the master is not yet at menopause. After saying this, seeing Mu Wanxuan's expression of belief, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a slight sense of guilt. But it was quite interesting. Meditate, cultivate. Thus began the path to immortality, with the world being a different paradise. Qing Yinzi said he would supervise their cultivation, indeed becoming stricter than before. They must begin their meditation practice at dawn every day, due to the presence of the world's vital energy. Meditation is the primary way to absorb this energy and enhance one's cultivation. Also, with the growth of one's state of mind, the duration of meditation gradually increases. Like Qing Yinzi, he could occasionally meditate for an entire day, making tremendous progress in his cultivation. Mu Wanxian was concerned about cooking lunch, so she would wake up before noon. While Wang Sheng could barely last until noon, meditating for 6 hours was already his current limit. After lunch, it was time for practicing spells. Wang Sheng immersed himself in the 7-star sword formation, while Mu Wanxian continuously deduced the mysteries of the 2 instruments and 8 trigrams, occasionally seen drawing the yin and yang energies around herself. Without any adornments or makeup, she appeared even more radiant. Qing Yinzi would set aside 3 or 4 days each month specifically to guide Mu Wanxian and Wang Sheng in their cultivation. While most of the time he was quietly meditating, rarely seen practicing any spells, Wang Sheng gradually experienced more of the various changes in the 7-star sword formation. With the support of true essence, he was slowly able to unleash some of the formation's power. But to achieve the situation where Qing Yinzi demonstrated it for the first time, directly producing 7 sword shadows and then merging the 7 swords into one, still took him over 5 months of effort. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since he ascended the mountain. Amid the somewhat tense cultivation, Wang Sheng did not forget to keep in touch with his family. During the Qingming festival in March, his parents visited Wudong Mountain once. They came to see their child and to sweep the tomb, offering incense and praying for blessings. However, his parents mentioned wanting a second child, but there had been no progress, which weighed on Wang Sheng's mind. Wang Sheng spent 2 days reuniting with his parents before returning to his cultivation. Although his parents mentioned that there were still a few months left before he had to take a break from school. When Wang Sheng demonstrated a few impressive moves of the 7-star sword formation in front of them, his parents exchanged glances, unsure of how to persuade him to return to school. Wang Sheng's cultivation level was still lacking. Although he stood at the threshold of the gathering spirit realm, he was far from being able to release sword qi, which would have been more persuasive. Concerned about how their child would survive in society in the future, Wang Sheng's parents did not insist he return home, but instead brought gifts up the mountain to personally visit Wang Sheng's master and senior sister before reluctantly leaving Wudong Mountain. Once his parents left, Wang Sheng's mindset was suddenly opened up, and he faintly showed signs of condensing his spiritual consciousness. It was now March, and summer was blazing. Wang Sheng was meditating and cultivating under a tree's shade when he suddenly felt something gently pulsating on his forehead, and streams of vital energy entered his body through his pores. The true essence within him initially stagnated, then began to surge rapidly. Was he about to break through? First, he felt joy, then quickly calmed his mindset to quietly experience the changes within himself. After a while, even with his eyes closed, he felt everything around him vividly appearing in his heart. It was not the world seen directly with his eyes, but rather his spiritual consciousness, cautiously touching the surrounding environment. With a thought, the shallow grass by his legs was imprinted in his heart, and he could clearly see the 2 ants crawling beneath the grass, their antennae and legs distinctly visible, as well as the fine veins on the grass stems and leaves, seemingly easy to hear. In the era without vital energy, this was called observing the minute, a realm pursued by many martial arts masters throughout their lives. However, this was merely the basic application of spiritual consciousness in the gathering spirit realm. Sitting quietly, observing the changes within a radius of dozens of feet, Wang Sheng's thoughts gradually sank, and he subconsciously began to ponder the many details of the seven-star sword formation that he had previously been unable to comprehend. The breakthrough occurred, yet Wang Sheng did not feel particularly joyful, as his senior sister had already become a practitioner in the gathering spirit realm 4 months ago. Half a day later, Wang Sheng opened his eyes, feeling hunger and thirst, casually picked up a wooden sword beside him, stood still for a moment, and then began to practice in a slightly different manner than before. As he initiated the movement, streams of vital energy followed, and his true essence flowed smoothly, with glimmers of light reflecting off the wooden sword, balanced and continuous. After more than a year on the mountain, most of his time had been spent practicing this sword formation, and with Qin Yinzi's constant guidance, Wang Sheng had become very proficient in the seven-star sword formation. However, today, after practicing once, it seemed that many energies surrounded him, and feeling unsatisfied, he performed it from start to finish again, 3 times, 5 times. He seemed to forget his hunger and thirst, oblivious to the fact that he had not yet started fasting. The wooden sword became everything to him. And this exquisite sword formation was his expression and understanding of himself. Finally, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, he looked up at the northern sky. He raised his left hand in a sword gesture, gently tapping the sword blade of the wooden sword a few times. The sword was like the 7 stars. The Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, and Tian Quan became the sword body. Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang represented the sword hilt. The Big Dipper revolves. Marking the seasons, the Big Dipper sword formation contains the extraordinary. Wang Sheng's expression changed to one of realization. Then he fell into another confusion, stepping forward to walk through the positions of the 7 stars. The Big Dipper, like a large spoon, hung in the sky, and on the grass where Wang Sheng had just walked, 7 footprints glimmered with faint light, vaguely corresponding to the positions of the Big Dipper. Naturally, he could not yet channel the power of the stars to enhance the sword formation. At this moment, it was merely a fleeting insight. Wang Sheng suddenly smiled, a sense of satisfaction filling his expression, then sighed softly, leaping lightly into the air, landing silently, and a disordered 7-star sword formation was carelessly unleashed. Although the order of the moves was disrupted, the transitions between techniques were extremely smooth, truly embodying the phrase unpredictable changes. The form scattered, but the rhythm did not, the sword intent resonating within him. After a moment, Wang Sheng's figure seemed to transform into 7 within the starlight, 7 silhouettes, each assuming a sword stance. And 7 energy swords paused for a moment before shooting toward a single point. The tip of the wooden sword rested upon a rock. With a loud bang, Wang Sheng's insights were unexpectedly interrupted. Looking at the cracked rock by the roadside, he lowered his head to examine the intact wooden sword in his hand, scratching his head. This shouldn't count as damaging Wudong Mountain's public property, right? At the entrance of the small courtyard, Mu Wanxian slightly parted her lips, letting out a few sounds of admiration. Qin Yinzi smiled as he watched Wang Sheng's back, nodded gently, and turned to return to the side room. When Wang Sheng ran back to the small courtyard, clutching his flat stomach, Qin Yinzi stepped out holding a long box. Smiling, "This sword array counts as your entry into the realm. Consider it a gift to celebrate your breakthrough. Starting tomorrow, use this sword to practice." Although a sword is a gentleman among weapons, it encounters dangers in battles, which is why Qin Yinzi had always let Wang Sheng use a wooden sword. "Thank you, master." Wang Sheng eagerly accepted the wooden box, feeling a surge of excitement inside. Could this be a treasured sword from his master, perhaps an ancient famous sword? However, upon opening it and seeing the small plastic Tai Chi disc on the hilt, Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, although it isn't sharpened, at least it's a real sword. In just one day, he had entered the gathering spirit realm, comprehended the 7-star sword intent, and upgraded from a wooden sword to a Tai Chi sword suitable for the plaza's antes, a series of joyful events. However, cultivating the Tao is bound to be somewhat tedious and slow. Over the next 18 months, Wang Sheng focused on his practice. Although his realm continued to rise, he only steadily reached the late gathering spirit stage. Spring passed, and autumn came, and the mountain remained oblivious to time, immersed in the sword path. Several years felt like a single day. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sheng had been on the mountain for nearly 3 years and had quietly celebrated his 20th birthday. At this time, His senior sister had successfully broken through to the last stage of foundation establishment, conception. Wang Sheng felt no pressure, after all. It had only been a little over 2 years since the revival of the world's energy, and he already possessed strength that could easily surpass his peak from his previous life. However, the days that should have continued peacefully in cultivation were temporarily disrupted by the arrival of a Taoist priest. Chapter 14. 3 years of cultivation. Graceful and silent cultivating the Tao is primarily a very comfortable endeavor. The mind and body are immersed in the profound state of the Tao. Thoughts occasionally soaring with the wind, sometimes wandering between heaven and earth. Often, one loses track of time and hours pass unnoticed. Months slip by in the blink of an eye, and one feels at ease without any awareness of time's passage. After 3 years on the mountain, Wang Sheng felt as if it were just yesterday when he first arrived, naive and unknowing, his emotions surging. At this moment, he shed the childishness of youth, his face gaining a few more angles. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, his body had fully grown, catching up with his master, Qin Yanzi. Another aspect in which he caught up with his master was the length of his hair. Now, his restless heart, due to his rebirth, had calmed down considerably. The mountain was rich in spiritual energy, and Wang Sheng had more clarity and ethereality than he had at the age of 20 in his previous life. With less of the worldly smoke and fire, and his overall temperament seemed much more graceful. On this particular afternoon, at the eaves of the main house in the small courtyard, a square wooden board balanced precariously, while Wang Sheng sat cross-legged on it, his body perfectly still, as if exerting no effort at all. Threads of true essence spiraled around him, like playful children teasing the flowing energy of heaven and earth, continuously drawing strands of energy to cleanse himself. In the late gathering spirit stage, his spiritual sense had matured considerably, and his true essence had undergone many changes. What time is it? Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes and saw his senior sister sitting quietly under a tree in the courtyard, her gaze somewhat lost in thought. 2 figures were slowly approaching along the mountain path. Wang Sheng vaguely heard something and quickly closed his eyes again, adopting a meditative posture. Brother Qin Yanzi, you must help me with this matter. An old Taoist with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles followed behind Qin Yanzi, calling out to the obviously younger Qin Yanzi as brother. This was Taoist Li Shiwudo, who had been in charge of external affairs at Wudong Mountain for the past 2 years and had become the only frequent visitor to this place. Today, this old Taoist had come to their small courtyard with Qin Yanzi, his face filled with helplessness as he continuously pleaded for something in a low voice. Over the past 2 years, Taoist Li had often looked after the 3 of them, frequently renewing their bedding and Taoist robes. Wang Sheng had previously asked this deputy sect leader to arrange for him to participate in a few rituals, earning some money. Although this care was somewhat aimed at getting on Qin Yanzi's good side, after the revival of the world's energy, thanks to Qin Yanzi's reminder, several senior elders at Wudong Mountain quickly stepped up to reform the sect, changing the previous atmosphere. Now, Wudong Mountain had become a semi-closed state compared to Wang Sheng's previous life. Although many Taoist temples and martial arts schools at the foot of the mountain were still open to the public, important places like Zhixiao Palace and Jinding Taihe Palace had been closed, disciples patrolled continuously, and the mountain paths were blocked by large stones. The areas behind the mountain where Taoists practiced were also prohibited from approaching, and violators faced more than just a simple fine. Now, as the Taoist sect began to restore its practice path, it received orders from the Taoist Association to restrain disciples from spreading news about the revival of the world's energy. Just as Wang Sheng had perceived, although there were many rumors online, with the upper echelons monitoring the internet, the outside world remained relatively calm. It was likely that the Great Hua Kingdom was still formulating countermeasures, unsure of how to respond to the impact of cultivators on this world. With the revival of heaven and earth for cultivation and the reopening of the gates of immortality, the Taoists were naturally excited and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the Tao. Enhancing skills and prolonging life are the most practical benefits of cultivation. However, the revival of the world's energy is also a test stone, the Tao heart, Tao realm. An aptitude directly reflect in the speed of cultivation. For example, the Taoist Li Shiwudo, who was currently discussing matters with Qin Yanzi, had been in the Taoist sect for over a decade, and after 2.5 years of the revival of the world's energy, he had barely stepped into the gathering spirit realm. Thus, external affairs on Wudong Mountain were handed over to him, and he even had the authority of a deputy sect leader. Whenever there were martial arts exchanges, Tao scripture seminars, or the opening ceremonies of Taoist academies. One could see the busy figure of this Wudong mountain worker. Conversely, this also indirectly sacrificed Li Shiwudo's opportunities for cultivation, forcing him to handle mundane matters, effectively making him give up on the chance to attain Tao. Today, when this Uncle Li came to their small courtyard, it was because more than 20 prominent sects were gathering at Maoshan for an exchange meeting, and Wudong Mountain wanted to invite Qin Yinzi to preside over it. Although it was called an exchange meeting, it was essentially a chance for various prominent Taoist mountains to probe each other, checking whether everyone was aware of the revival of the world's energy and how their respective seniors, disciples, and followers were progressing in their cultivation. Wudong Mountain was to send several second-generation disciples along with Qin Yinzi and Taoists of Li Shiwudo's generation, several of the top 10 third-generation disciples, and some talented youth selected from various Taoist temples, but the leader needed to be a master to oversee the event. Thus, Li Shiwudo sought out Qin Yinzi. Li Shiwudo sighed. Throughout Wudong Mountain, from the sect leader to the two uncles, everyone keeps saying that cultivation is important and that we should stay behind closed doors, pushing this matter onto me. Sigh, Brother Qin Yinzi, you know my aptitude is dull, and my current realm is somewhat embarrassing. I truly cannot manage this situation. Qin Yinzi smiled and said, those attending this exchange meeting are all prominent Taoist mountains. We are all branches of the same tree, so there shouldn't be any conflicts. What I fear is if someone deliberately probes, Li Shiwudo said with a bitter smile, pointing to his own mottled white hair, I cannot afford to lose face. And can we afford to lose Wudong Mountain's face as well? The current situation of Wudong is indeed somewhat awkward. Senior Brother Qin Yinzi is one of the few Jietai realm cultivators on the mountain at this time, and he truly needs to help his junior brother. Qin Yinzi pondered for a moment, looking troubled. If you want to find a Jietai realm cultivator to stabilize the situation, I cannot go. Li Shiwu was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Senior brother, your realm has dropped? How did that happen? How is this possible? It's not that it has dropped. Qin Yinzi flipped his palm, revealing a few swirling energy currents slowly rotating in his palm, a flicker of light shimmering, then stabilizing into a calm and majestic aura that gradually expanded within the room. I broke through to the Shudan realm a few months ago, so it's not very appropriate for me to go. What? You? Li Shiwu's eyes widened, and this round-faced, thick-browed Taoist almost jumped up in anger. Qin Yinzi closed his fingers, and the Shudan returned to his body, with no trace of aura leaking out. On the roof, Wang Sheng was struggling to hold back laughter. His master's personality was like this, steady yet playful, often making unexpectedly surprising remarks and actions. Senior Brother Qin Yinzi, your cultivation progress is truly. Li Shiwu twitched a few times, his tone filled with grievance, making one think he had been cheated out of $100 by a certain Taoist. Qin Yinzi chuckled. Although I cannot go, I have two disciples who fit your requirements quite well. Both Wu Yu and Fei Yu have broken through to the Jietai realm? Yes. Xiao Xian broke through a few months ago, and Xiao Sheng focuses more on the sword path, so he is a bit behind his senior sister in realm. But their qualifications are not lacking. They are barely in the late gathering spirit realm. The calmer Qin Yinzi became, the more Li Shiwu felt the urge to jump up and curse. Then, Qin Yinzi seemed to use no effort, yet his voice penetrated the walls, crossing the courtyard and reaching the ears of Mu Wanxian, who was quietly meditating in the woods outside. Xiao Sheng, Xiao Xian, come over here. Yes, Wang Sheng responded, flipping his body and jumping down from the eaves in a clean and neat manner. The wooden board that had been under him remained unmoved on the eaves, and when he landed, it was almost silent, only his tied-up long hair gently swaying. Dressed in short sleeves, slippers, and big shorts, he lost some points in style, lacking a bit of elegance. Wang Sheng stood quietly in the courtyard, waiting for his senior sister to join him. While Li Shiwu inside could not help but stretch his neck and take a few more glances at this young Taoist who had already reached the late gathering spirit stage. The so-called extraordinary talent, exceptional qualifications, or young prodigies. This Li Taoist had seen many, and naturally had his own ability to discern people. At first glance at Wang Sheng, he observed his standing posture. With legs straight and shoulders relaxed, he seemed completely at ease, yet standing still like a pine tree, without any unnecessary bends. The more Li Shiwu looked, the more he felt Wang Sheng was like a famous sword hidden in a sheath, warm yet not hot, sharp yet not apparent. The sheath was simple and straightforward, but the sharpness within was for others to speculate. Naturally, when looking at someone, one must also consider their appearance. Wang Sheng's looks were not too eye-catching, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, somewhat handsome, but still a bit far from relying on his looks. However, after growing his hair, he appeared a bit more unrestrained and ethereal. Li Shiwu stroked his beard and praised, "What a little sword immortal. I've practiced for nearly 20 years, yet I feel ashamed." Ashamed indeed. Qin Yinzi only smiled lightly, his eyes filled with mirth. When a disciple received praise, naturally the master would also feel proud, which had nothing to do with their cultivation level. At the courtyard gate, a white figure seemed to walk over slowly, but in just a few steps. It had arrived beside Wang Sheng, leaving only a trace of yin and yang energy on the ground that transformed into a small whirlwind and gradually dissipated. Wang Sheng turned his head and saw a pair of clear and deep eyes, his slightly fluctuating Dao heart quickly calming down. His senior sister was like a different person compared to when Wang Sheng first arrived on the mountain, a year's budding, a year's graceful stature. And now another year had passed. She had become extraordinarily beautiful. The nourishment of true essence over the past 2 years had allowed her figure to fully develop. She was only a couple of inches shorter than Wang Sheng and Qin Yinzi, with a body proportion that was nearing perfection. Those long legs were straight and round. Her willow waist was delicate, and the curve of her white shirt was so beautiful it was breathtaking. What was even rarer was that although she was cultivating on the mountain, her skin was tender and smooth, with no color difference. When illuminated by sunlight, it radiated a faint glow, like the most flawless white jade in the world. She had grown into the appearance of the immortal Wu Yu. Spending every morning and evening together, Wang Sheng naturally wooed Ti lose his composure in front of his senior sister, saying, "Master is waiting for us." The two entered side by side, and Wang Sheng bowed his head to greet, "Master, Uncle Li." Good, good," Li Shiwu, being a highly respected Taoist, only glanced at Mu Wanxian 2 or 3 times before shifting his gaze away, softly asking, "Is Wu Yu's cultivation really in the Jietai realm?" Qin Yinzi smiled without answering. Wang Sheng whispered to his senior sister, "Senior sister, please bring me the sword." Oh, Mu Wanxian casually summoned the specially used sword for the square Taiji sword dance, which was hanging on the wall of the inner room, and it flew smoothly into Wang Sheng's hand. Then, she winked at Wang Sheng, as if asking if her junior brother needed any more help. Chapter 15. First time going down the mountain using thought to manipulate objects? This is a skill that only a genuine Jietai realm cultivator can possess. Li Shiwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, seeming afraid that Qin Yinzi would change his mind, and hurriedly said, "Senior brother, let Wu Yu and Fei Yu accompany me. I guarantee they will not suffer any grievances." Qin Yinzi replied, "I originally intended to let them go out to see the world. They have been stuck on the mountain practicing cultivation, even more diligent than I am as their master." Li Shiwu awkwardly smiled. Being diligent in practice is a good thing, but being too diligent also raises concerns. Especially my second disciple, who is completely obsessed with the sword. In a few years, I might not even know what to teach him about the sword path. Qin Yinzi chuckled a few times, but his words were not without a hint of showing off. Wang Sheng felt a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, tugging at his senior sister's sleeve, and the two performed a salute before retreating from the courtyard. Listening to the two Taoists inside continue their polite exchanges. Discussing benefits and fees, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian exchanged smiles and went outside to enjoy the shade of the trees. Qin Yinzi did not simply want his two disciples to go down the mountain for a stroll. He also proposed a small request, and Li Shiwu agreed without much thought. As long as everything went smoothly, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian's Taoist certificates would have a place upon their return. Being registered as Taoists has many benefits, and the most significant meaning at this moment is that they would have a title which would facilitate Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian's future dealings. It seemed that they were set to leave at any moment, after finalizing the arrangements. Li Shiwu chatted with the senior brother and sister for a few minutes before informing them that they would set off tomorrow morning. In the evening, Wang Sheng helped Mu Wanxian pack her luggage. He had now reached the point where he could help his senior sister organize her intimate clothing without changing his expression. Although as his senior sister's underwear began to become more diverse and rich, he couldn't help but feel a slight ripple in his heart. Cough, Dao heart. Dao heart. Since his senior sister had not interacted with many outsiders, Wang Sheng ultimately had to put in more effort. Starting in the afternoon, he repeatedly reminded Mu Wanxian of a few things. After going down the mountain, do not be apart from your phone, and if the battery is low, use a power bank to recharge it. Do not casually talk to strangers, and do not get into other people's cars. The men down the mountain are unreliable. And you should take care of your junior brother whether there is something happening or not. He sounded like a nagging parent, advising a child about to embark on a journey. Given his senior sister's simple-mindedness yet stunning beauty, Wang Sheng was genuinely worried that she might be deceived. After all, human hearts can be treacherous, and it's always not as serene and content as up on the mountain. In the evening, Qing Yinzi also called Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian for a talk, advising them to be humble and not to bully the weak or flaunt their skills, urging them to keep a low profile. Master, don't worry, I'm good at being low-key. Wang Sheng patted his chest loudly, touched his long hair that had just grown to his shoulders, and decided to adopt the elegant artistic student style starting tomorrow. However, early the next morning, while Wang Sheng was meditating on his bed, he heard voices coming from the courtyard and couldn't help but follow the sound. In the soft morning light, Mu Wanxian was wearing a light blue hanfu, styled in an ancient fashion, gently twirling around, her gauzy skirt fluttering like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Wang Sheng was mesmerized. Wasn't that the imitation Han dress he gifted his senior sister during the New Year? Why was she wearing it today? A certain prominent figure in the Void Dan realm nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, "This outfit is indeed nice." A senior once said that the most important thing in the Jianghu is appearance. Xiao Sheng, hurry up and change into your green Taoist robe. Stand next to your senior sister, and let me take some good pictures. Is this what you mean by being low-key, master? Wang Sheng supported his forehead with a groan, suddenly feeling unexcited about this trip down the mountain. The Taoist robe Wang Sheng wore when he became a disciple had long become too small. Qing Yinzi had previously asked an old tailor in the town to make 2 new sets for him. One set was dark blue, made of soft fabric that fluttered elegantly when walking, suitable for formal occasions, showcasing Wang Sheng's tall figure perfectly. The other set was navy blue, made of ordinary cotton fabric, with ties at the cuffs and pants, designed for swordplay and combat, focusing on practical effects while maintaining the robe's elegance. Wang Sheng preferred the second set, as it was low-key and not too flashy, while the first set seemed a bit too flamboyant. This time down the mountain, all disciples were required to wear Taoist robes. So Wang Sheng put on the navy blue robe, with his long hair simply tied back with a green hairband and holding a sheathed ancient sword. He appeared as a young Taoist with an added touch of elegance. Then he posed with his senior sister for a series of photos for their master. Alright, aside from occasionally being a bit careless, Qing Yinzi was quite competent as a master. After the revival of the world's spiritual energy, the Taoists on Wudong Mountain were engrossed in closed-door cultivation day and night, fearing that others would disturb their opportunities. However, Qing Yinzi did not neglect teaching his disciples. Instead, he checked on Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian's cultivation progress every few days, worried that his 2 precious disciples might go astray. What was even more commendable was that Qing Yinzi treated both disciples equally, never favoring Mu Wanxian because she was a girl or favoring Wang Sheng because he was a later disciple. Every time he taught, he called them together, discussing the 2 instruments of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and the movement of the 7 stars for half a day, allowing them to broaden their knowledge and verify each other. As Wang Sheng became more proficient in the 7-star sword formation and completely grasped the 7-star sword intent, further breakthroughs in swordsmanship could no longer be achieved through high-intensity practice alone. It depended on enlightenment. To this end, Qing Yinzi taught Wang Sheng a set of intricate techniques called falling blossoms and leaves, but Wang Sheng showed obvious disinterest. After practicing it, he still spent his days wielding his iron sword as if practicing square dancing. Wang Sheng was stubborn, and the saying reading 100 times makes the meaning apparent could also be applied to cultivation. Seeing his disciples so obsessed with swordsmanship, Qing Yinzi felt both relieved and slightly worried. Ultimately, cultivation should focus on one's own path. If one becomes too fixated on skills and neglects the Tao, it would be foolish to pick up a sesame seed while dropping a watermelon. But since his disciple enjoyed it, he let him be, merely supervising from the side. In the small courtyard in the morning light, there were still bowls and chopsticks that had not been cleaned up on the low table, a pile of pickles remaining, and quite a bit of rice porridge left in the bowl. Although the master and senior sister could already fast without eating, years of habit had made them not stop their 3 meals, and Wang Sheng still hadn't T-formed an inner core, so he still needed to eat. After finishing breakfast, Qing Yinzi sent them to the courtyard gate, where Wang Sheng and his senior sister stood side by side, listening to their master's repeated instructions. Be humble and cautious. Avoid trouble. Do not bully the weak. and if faced with uncertainty, just give a call. Xiao Sheng, Qing Yanzi said, you've been on the mountain for 3 years. As the saying goes, when parents are alive, one should not wander far. If you do wander, it should be with purpose. You should go home and visit your parents. Once the formalities are done, you can take your senior sister to stay with your parents for a few days. I'll reimburse you for the round-trip tickets. Wang Sheng chuckled in response. Hearing his master say this made him a bit homesick. Go ahead. The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Qing Yanzi waved his hand, and Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian nodded in agreement. Wang Sheng said, Master, take care of yourself on the mountain. Turning around, he picked up their suitcases, which were covered in stickers of popular characters from the latest ancient-style anime. Naturally, these were the handiwork of his senior sister. After passing through the woods, and glancing back to find that his master was no longer in sight, Wang Sheng felt a surge of emotions. Looking at his senior sister in her Han dress, who seemed to have just descended from the heavens, he made up his mind not to let her suffer any grievances while they were out. However, if his senior sister always wore this outfit, Wang Sheng hesitated to speak, and his senior sister tilted her head slightly. Forget it. She likes this style herself. It's not inappropriate attire. Just because she was beautiful, shouldn't she be allowed to go out? Wang Sheng wasn't really afraid of anyone daring to harass his senior sister. He was just worried that if she slapped someone, the chaos that ensued would be too difficult to handle. Nowadays, it was a society governed by law, not a closed-off ancient time. The net of justice was vast and did not miss a thing. Practitioners should also not disregard the law. Being chivalrous must be situational, and one must never casually injure or kill others. This was a repeated lesson from Qing Yanzi for both of them. Wang Sheng reminded her, senior sister, if someone tries to take your picture or anything, just pretend you didn't see them and don't resort to violence. Okay, Mu Wanxian replied decisively, though there was a hint of confusion in her eyes, clearly unsure of what Wang Sheng meant. However, before they reached the parking lot at the mountain gate, some tourists who came to worship in the morning and disciples from Wudong Mountain had formed a vague encirclement around them. If it weren't for Wang Sheng, who was subtly exuding sword intent and standing next to Mu Wanxian, making others hesitant to approach, someone might have already stepped forward to flirt and ask for contact information. Mu Wanxian scanned the area, noticing a few people taking pictures with flash, which made her frown slightly. Uncle Li is waiting for us. Let's hurry and ignore them. Wang Sheng whispered, and they quickened their pace. After all, Wudong Mountain was a place for quiet cultivation. The onlookers were just taking a few photos and did not engage in any other extreme behavior. At the edge of the parking lot, there was a bus with a banner for the Wudong Mountain Traditional Martial Arts Exchange Group. Inside the bus, more than 10 young men and women dressed in Taoist robes, including 4 young Taoists around Wang Sheng's age, were secretly observing the approaching Mu Wanxian. Outside, a few middle-aged Taoists casually chatted while holding their dusters, occasionally glancing in the direction of Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian. The young Taoists were relatively composed, while the group of younger disciples was quite lively. Is this senior sister? They were carrying their luggage. Could it be that they are with us? Did you get a shot? Did you? Wow. Did this senior sister just come down from the sky? So impressive. When did we suddenly have such beautiful female disciples on Wudong Mountain? Master Li went over to greet them, and it turned out they were indeed with us. Seeing Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian floating over with an aura of immortality, Li Shiwu, who was originally seated comfortably, proactively got out of the car and walked over 10 meters to chat with the two of them, then brought Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian to the vicinity of the bus. Several junior brothers, come, Li Shiwu called to a few middle-aged Taoists. These are the 2 beloved disciples of senior brother Qinjianzi. Their cultivation is profound, and they are also strong participants in this event. The 3 Taoists who were to accompany them clearly heard about Mu Wanchuan's strength from Li Shiwu before, and they all nodded seriously to greet her. Wang Sheng smiled warmly and said in his clearest voice, I am Wang Sheng, Dao named Feiyu. I greet the 3 uncles. My senior sister is shy and not good at speaking, so if the 3 uncles have any instructions, just call on me directly. The Taoists immediately wore friendly smiles. No wonder they are the disciples taught by senior brother Qinjianzi. They are polite and well-mannered, truly delightful. Come, let us add each other on WeChat. I'm from Changyan Temple. Let us get the 2 junior nephews into this event group so everyone can communicate better. Wang Sheng's forehead immediately broke out in a few black lines. Chapter 16. Same mountain, same generation. Alright, cultivation also needs to keep up with the times. Why waste spiritual power to transmit sounds over 1,000 miles when we have instant messaging tools available? After putting away the luggage, he boarded the bus with the several uncles. As soon as the Taoists got on, the originally lively young Qian Taoists became obedient. And a few young Kuan Taoists secretly stole glances at the beautiful senior sister, not daring to breathe too loudly. In the Taoist sect, male Taoists are called Qian Tao, and female Taoists are called Kuan Tao. Li Shiwu specifically arranged their seats at the front, giving them treatment similar to the 3 accompanying Taoists, which was also a recognition of their strength. Senior sister, please sit by the window. Mu Wanxian responded softly, looking at the world outside the window, her autumn eyes shining bright with anticipation. Drive, old Huang, Li Shiwu called out, and the driver coolly put on sunglasses, honked a few times. And the bus began to head towards the world outside the mountain gate. Mu Wanxian pulled out her phone from her sleeve, lightly swiped her fingers a few times, and then handed it to Wang Sheng. The phone screen displayed an anime image of a silver-haired girl standing on the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance. Are you looking forward to it? Wang Sheng asked with a smile. Mu Wanxian nodded heavily, then stuck out her tongue at Wang Sheng. The 2 Taoists across the aisle exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle softly, clearly finding this pair of senior sister and brother-s relationship a bit beyond the norm. But in reality, Wang Sheng knew that his senior sister was simply relying on him, with no other intentions. Or rather, Mu Wanxian didn't understand any other intentions. Ever since Wang Sheng scraped together some money last year to buy his senior sister a new phone after attending a few rituals, she had embarked on the endless journey of collecting emojis. In terms of combat, his senior sister might not be able to showcase much strength due to her lack of practical experience, but in terms of meme wars, the young Taoists in this bus combined might be nothing in front of her. She wasn't good at expressing herself verbally, and whenever she wanted to convey slightly complex emotions, she would show Wang Sheng something on her phone as before. Once the bus left Wudong Mountain, Mu Wanxian kept looking outside with curiosity. Wang Sheng didn't want to waste the more than 10 hours on the road, so he found a comfortable sitting position, closed his eyes, and began to ponder over a few sword techniques he had never fully comprehended. However, less than half an hour into the bus ride, the white-haired Taoist Li unexpectedly pulled out a microphone. Hello? I'll say a few simple words about the main significance of this martial arts exchange meeting at the famous mountains of the Taoist sect, as well as the code of conduct for our Wudong delegation. Everyone should understand the rules. I mean, for those of you who are cultivating on the mountain, the association has regulations now, and these things cannot be exposed or spread around. It turns out that simply saying a few words is indeed a life rule that can rival the truth of true incense. This Master Li Shiwu should not be wasting his talent by not running a company or engaging in administration. Once he opened his mouth, he transitioned from casual talk to motivational speeches, encouraging speeches, then chatted about the history of the Taoist sect, and looked forward to the future of the Taoist heritage on Wudong Mountain. These were all fine and good. When Master Li finally ran out of things to say, a Taoist suggested that a few talented young disciples perform. Speaking of which, shouldn't young people feel embarrassed about such things? Why was this one singing a mountain song? That one playing a bamboo flute? Each one eager to take the microphone in turn? Wang Sheng had yet to reach the profound state of being unaffected by external matters, so he could only watch the whole time and declined several times when the wireless microphone was passed to him. His senior sister, on the other hand, was as supportive as always, clapping her hands vigorously. The scenery outside the window and the excitement inside the bus, she kept looking back and forth, her eyes full of smiles, clearly in a very good mood. Meditating turned into daydreaming, and Wang Sheng could only pick up his phone out of boredom and casually browse through some news. The recovery of the world's vitality had been 2.5 years, and although the lives of ordinary people hadn't changed much, various supernatural events were emerging one after another, and many Taoists capable of flying and exorcising spirits had begun to gain fame online. Just opening a brief news item, one could catch a glimpse of some clues. Mysterious claw prints reappear in the Siberian snowfield, causing panic among the scientific expedition team. In Shenanjia, rays of light suddenly appeared in the mist, with witnesses claiming to have seen several figures fighting in the forest. Finland has reported vampire incidents again, with dozens of farmers mysteriously dying overnight and clear bite marks on their necks. A wealthy family of 5 in North America fell ill one after another, with the cause currently unknown. It is said that their villa used to be a graveyard. Such news is abundant, and if one is interested in these bizarre reports, they could search online for days and nights without repetition. If it weren't for the fact that public security in the Great Hua Nation was relatively good and public sentiment stable, it would surely be on fire like abroad by now. But this peace seemed like it wouldn't last for a few more years. Wang Sheng didn't pay much attention to these things. He suddenly recalled that after the recovery of vitality for over a decade, as most people accepted the existence of cultivators, he had seen a few rumors online. There were ancient cultivators who had lived for 1,000 years, awakening again. Conversely, many fierce beasts and demons that had slept for 1,000 years had barely survived, secretly accumulating strength. Unfortunately, having only lived to 31 in his past life, Wang Sheng was unable to verify whether ancient figures from 1,000 years ago would truly appear later, or if there really existed those 1,000-year-old monsters re-emerging to wreak havoc on the world. If the rumors were true, then the landscape of the cultivation world he knew might change again in the future. Forget it, these have nothing to do with him. Focusing on his own cultivation is the foundation of everything. At noon, the bus arrived at a highway service area, and a group of young Taoists, organized and led by the old Taoist Li Shiwu, collectively went to the cafeteria for a meal. Young people wearing Taoist robes, with long hair, and kind elderly men wearing Taoist crowns instantly attracted a lot of attention. As Mu Wanxian gracefully jumped out of the car, she instantly became the focus of the crowd. In comparison, Wang Sheng, who was dressed similarly to other senior and junior brothers, appeared less eye-catching beside her. After walking a few steps with the main group, a warm voice called out from behind, "Wang Shidi Mushimi?" Wang Sheng turned to see two young men in blue Taoist robes catching up, smiling kindly at him. He recognized these two. They were both around 24 or 25 years old, had been on the mountain for over 10 years, and had studied under renowned masters, making them part of the third generation of disciples that Wudong Mountain is focusing on cultivating. They had crossed paths a few times on the mountain before, but had no significant interaction. Now, with him taking his beautiful senior sister out for a stroll, these two senior brothers proactively approached to chat, which felt quite genuine. "Hello, senior brothers," Wang Sheng replied calmly with a smile, not wanting to dismiss them entirely. "May I know how to address you two?" In contrast to the older generation of Taoists who would typically respond with something like "this humble one is known as Shinshuzi," these young men were much simpler. The handsome Taoist on the left extended his right hand to Wang Sheng, saying, "I'm Zhou Long, with the Taoist named Qingjin. Among us, I should be the oldest and have entered the sect earliest, so I dare to call myself your senior brother." "Hello, senior brother Zhou." Wang Sheng shook hands with him. In that moment, he sensed a faint spiritual thought trying to probe his meridians. His spiritual thought instinctively wanted to block it, but Wang Sheng suppressed it, allowing the true essence flowing within him to become much lazier. He hid his strength to avoid being too conspicuous. Even so, Zhou Enlong's gaze towards Wang Sheng became more cautious, saying, "I couldn't help but be curious and wanted to test you. Your cultivation is quite profound, Wang Shidi." Wang Sheng replied, "If you want to check my senior sister's meridians, it might scare you into developing a heart demon." Of course, with him around, no one could touch his senior sister. The other man introduced himself as Zhao Zhao with the Taoist named Qinglin, like Zhou Enlong. He was also a young disciple being cultivated by Wudong Mountain. Both were among the top 10 talented cultivators of the third generation. At this point, both were in the early stages of gathering spirit, which could be considered average among the disciples of famous mountains, especially since the revival of the world's spiritual energy had only begun 2.5 years ago. Zhou Enlong and Zhao Zhao were eager to befriend him, and seeing their polite demeanor, Wang Sheng didn't feel the need to keep them at a distance. The three chatted about interesting cultivation anecdotes as they walked, creating a harmonious atmosphere, even if it was a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Mu Wanxian completely ignored the two, her attention captured by the aroma of food. Resembling a little lamb about to break free, though she tried to maintain her demure demeanor. When it came time to get food, Wang Sheng quickly helped his senior sister recharge her meal card, not giving others a chance to show off. Mu Wanxian followed him closely, and when she spotted delicious food, she considered the price and her current state of fasting, ultimately only buying 2 vegetarian buns to try. Wang Sheng didn't want his senior sister to feel wronged. The pocket money his parents had given him over the years, along with the hard-earned money from his outings, finally came in handy. So he intentionally bought several dishes that his senior sister liked. However, the increasing number of onlookers, some secretly glancing over and taking photos, made Mu Wanxian somewhat uncomfortable while eating. Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao sat opposite the senior duo, feeling a bit awkward, but Wang Sheng was unconcerned. Eating and drinking as usual. Wang Shitty, do you mainly cultivate swordsmanship? Zhou Yinglong asked, trying to find a topic. It's not exactly swordsmanship. I cultivate the methods passed down by my master. Sword techniques are just a means of self-defense, Wang Sheng replied, prompting nods from Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao. Zhou Yinglong then began to introduce their cultivation matters. Although Wang Sheng wasn't particularly interested in the third-generation disciples of Wudong Mountain, most of whom practiced the mysterious true methods passed down by Tai Zhenren. Zhou Yinglong mentioned that he had a set of Tai sword techniques that he was quite proficient in, suggesting they could spar and verify their skills after returning to the mountain. Wang Sheng naturally agreed without hesitation. Sparring in the Tao was beneficial for both sides. After all, he often faced defeat when sparring with his senior sister, and his master had to focus on his own cultivation and couldn't always guide him in sword techniques. If he could practice with a few proficient sword practitioners, his progress in swordsmanship should accelerate. Although currently, his swordsmanship level was somewhat embarrassing to mention, as it could be described as the obsession spoken of by Qing Yanzi. Chapter 17. Outside Maoshan town after finishing lunch. Although Zhou and Zhao had attempted to chat with Mu Wanxian, she merely smiled lightly at them, causing them to feel a bit uneasy. Her eyes were too clear, as if they could reflect the unseemly and sordid aspects of others' hearts, making people reluctant to gaze too long. As cultivators, they understood that while matters between men and women weren't strictly forbidden, one must maintain a clear Tao heart. Seeing this, Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao sensibly dismissed their slight interest. They had heard from their respective masters about Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxuan's cultivation levels, and it was better to befriend them than remain strangers. With Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao's introduction, Wang Sheng quickly became acquainted with the four young Taoists traveling with them over the course of lunch. Zhou Yinglong was a disciple of the headmaster's lineage, primarily cultivating the Tai sword technique. Zhao Zhao focused on the Wudong dragon form fist. Another brother, named Meng Hong, practiced Wudong Tai Chi push hands, while a beautiful sister, named Hao Ling, cultivated a set of 5 thunder wind palm techniques. These 4 early-stage gathering spirit disciples were already capable of representing Wudong. Not to mention, there was Wang Sheng, who was in the late stage of gathering spirit, along with a certain senior sister who was already starting to indulge in food. The Taoist teachings of Wudong center around the true martial lineage, and the Taoist methods are mostly closely related to martial arts. This isn't necessarily good or bad. The method is meant to protect the Tao. Those who can ascend and become immortals follow the supreme path, while those who can protect themselves practice superior immortal techniques. As for the accompanying young men and women, apart from a few, most were not disciples of the Wudong lineage. They were there for martial arts performances, primarily to serve as cover. Unfortunately, there were regulations above that prevented them from being too ostentatious. While chatting with others, Wang Sheng didn't forget to include his senior sister. But Mu Wanxian showed little interest in communicating and was busy enjoying the scenery outside the car. They talked and dozed off along the way, and the day passed quickly. They set off in the morning, and a Taoist who had driven long-distance trucks took turns with the bus driver, keeping the engine running. And they finally arrived at their destination, Qingzhong Tan, Maoshan, just after 9 in the evening. This exchange meeting included major Taoist sects from famous mountains, and the Wudong group had 2 dedicated Maoshan Taoists waiting to receive them. According to the arrangements of the Maoshan Taoists, they first checked into a hotel at the foot of the mountain and would attend the exchange meeting at a nearby gym the next morning. As cultivators, they couldn't casually squander the donations from the incense money of worshippers. Therefore, aside from someone like Li Shiwu, who was at the deputy headmaster level and could have a single room, the disciples were mostly in double or triple rooms. Originally, both the Wudong disciples and the Maoshan Taoists felt that Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian had a somewhat celestial couple vibe. When Wang Sheng arranged for Mu Wanxian to share a room with Hao Ling, the look of frustration and reluctance in Mu Wanxuan's eyes further confirmed the assumptions of the Taoists present. Sister is really just shy and doesn't know how to be alone with others. Wang Sheng couldn't be bothered to explain, letting them think whatever they wanted. He grabbed his suitcase and shared a room with Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao. Once they took turns showering and were ready for bed, Li Shiwu knocked on their door with several Taoist priests. Li Shiwu got straight to the point and said, "Junior disciple Feiyu, your sword skills shouldn't be weak, right?" Wang Sheng pondered his words and replied, "It's okay." Then, "Can you perform a routine at tomorrow's exchange meeting?" Li Shirshu said with a smile. patting Wang Sheng on the shoulder. "This morning's exchange meeting is public, and there will be some media present. I'm worried they might lose their composure and reveal their cultivation, causing unnecessary trouble. Junior disciple, just show off a sword technique. Don't use true essence, just make it look good and be enjoyable to watch." Just showing off a sword technique? This task should be left to senior brother Long. Wang Sheng stood up, not explaining much. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand forming a sword finger, simply striking a starting pose with the sword finger upright in front of his chest. There was no fluctuation of true essence, but a faint sword intent naturally radiated outward, continuous yet hidden with sharpness, calm yet full of changes. Though he held no sword, he seemed like a celestial sword shimmering with starlight. This, Li Shiwu sighed deeply, and the several Taoist priests exchanged glances, while Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao looked astonished. Though they didn't understand what this realm was, it was certainly extraordinary. The charm of the Tao. This isn't a specific realm of cultivation, just a personal understanding that manifests the charm of the Tao, but it's as captivating as a piece of jade, hard to ignore. Regarding his own charm of the Tao, Wang Sheng had not yet reached a level of mastery where he could freely control it, so performing sword techniques like this easily made him the center of attention. The task of performing the sword technique ultimately fell to Zhou Yinglong, because Wang Sheng revealed a skill in front of the Taoist priests. Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao began to consider the appropriateness of their words when speaking with Wang Sheng. Entering the sect late and being younger, yet already comprehending a clear sword heart, forming his own sword charm, and even reaching the late stage of spirit gathering. Though everyone was cultivating on the same mountain and shouldn't compare, young people inevitably tend to compare horizontally. Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao then realized that this junior brother, whom they had never paid attention to before, was far beyond their capabilities, and they might need to rely on this junior brother Feiyu in the future. In the evening, Wang Sheng sat quietly on the bed meditating. Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao, who had intended to sleep, felt embarrassed to lie down directly upon seeing this. So they each entered a meditative state for a while. Trying to replace sleep with meditation like Wang Sheng was actually not easy to achieve at the spirit gathering stage. When Zhou Yinglong and Zhao Zhao could no longer hold on and lay down, they began to wonder if Wang Sheng was used to sleeping while sitting. Snoring filled the air. Early the next morning, after washing up, Wang Sheng wanted to go for a walk. He quietly opened the door and saw his senior sister sitting on the carpet by the door, playing on her phone. Mu Wanxian had started waiting there at some point. Today's senior sister had also changed into her work attire, wearing a bright white training outfit underneath and a loose Dao robe like a green veil on the outside. This outfit, which was supposed to conceal her figure, instead accentuated her ethereal quality. "It's been half a month, and you still haven't gotten over this hurdle?" Wang Sheng teased. Mu Wanxian made a face and huffed, turning away with a sulky expression. However, the slightly raised phone screen beside her displayed a subtle emoji that read, "Come and coax me." Wang Sheng chuckled softly. "Don't be angry, let's go out and stroll. It's not easy to come to Maoshan. We should buy some local specialties for Master." "What famous specialties does Maoshan have? We should bring some back for Master." A light laugh came from behind, and Hao Ling and Meng Hong approached together, with Meng Hong speaking. Mu Wanxian quickly jumped up, transforming from the little sister who was sulking with her junior brother into a smiling female cultivator. Though her smile seemed somewhat perfunctory, Wang Sheng called out to his senior brothers and sisters, feeling that since he joined the sect later, it wasn't a disadvantage to regard himself as the little junior brother. Thus, the four of them set out from the hotel, casually wandering around to fill their stomachs. Wang Sheng also observed the relationship between his senior sister and Hao Ling, noticing that although she had slept in the same room as Hao Ling last night, there was still a sense of distance. Hao Ling seemed indifferent to this, but it was clear that she held a good impression of Mu Wanxian. In the early morning, many disciples of Maoshan were already waiting outside the hotel, guiding the visiting delegations to their places for breakfast. Of course, one should take advantage of free breakfast. Near the hotel, Taoist priests in robes could be seen performing morning lessons, and many young boys and girls dressed in similar training outfits were laughing and joking. Occasionally, a few ethereal-looking Taoist masters would float by, catching the eye with their extraordinary demeanor. "Look," Mu Wanxian gently pulled Wang Sheng's sleeve, stopping at the entrance of a small alley, pointing between two shops. Following her finger, Wang Sheng immediately saw a celestial palace rising with an aura in the morning light. Next to him, Meng Hong explained, "That is the Jiuxiao Palace of Maoshan, just like the golden summit of Wudong Mountain. It's not easily accessible now. Hao Ling said softly. Maoshan is quite easy to climb. Wang Sheng replied with a smile. The mountain doesn't have to be high. It is spiritual if there are immortals. Junior brother Feiyu is right. Maoshan's Taoist arts do have many unique aspects. The group shared a light laugh and continued their search for food. The main peak of Maoshan is only a few hundred meters high, not particularly majestic, nor does it have any grand or perilous terrain. However, Maoshan slopes are gentle. With Taoist temples everywhere, and tranquil spots can be found throughout, where one can often see true immortals. Historically, it has been ranked 8th among the celestial caves and 1st among the blessed lands, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Wang Sheng slowly spread his spiritual awareness, feeling the heavenly essence flowing like a gentle stream through the mountains. Even at the base of the mountain, where it borders the mundane world, the essence does not appear too polluted. Overall, the cultivation environment of Maoshan is even slightly better than that of Wudong Mountain. It's no wonder that in Wang Sheng's memory, Maoshan has always been among the top 3 major Taoist sects since the resurrection of Heavenly Essence. After the resurrection of Heavenly Essence, the once thriving Wudong Mountain could only be ranked in the middle tier, closely related to the rapid decline of Taoist martial arts. However, Maoshan is different. Even during the millennium of depleted essence, what people still talked about was exorcising ghosts and drawing talismans. Maoshan's Tao has a long and rich history, and its arts are renowned far and wide. Talismans, formations, pills, and spells are all quite famous, and they even incorporate some shamanistic elements. When it comes to the preservation of Taoist teachings, only a few sects can compare to Maoshan. Historically, Maoshan has always been among the top-ranked sects among many famous Taoist mountains. Wang Sheng heard Li Shiwu and several Taoist priests mention last night that the situation of Maoshan is similar to that of Wudong Mountain. After the recovery of Heavenly Essence, several old masters who had already retired returned to the scene, quickly reorganizing the vast teachings of Maoshan and reviving the marvelous methods of the Supreme Clarity. Nowadays, while some areas of Maoshan are still open to incense seekers, the back mountain has become a forbidden area. In fact, most famous Taoist mountains are in similar situations now. This exchange meeting appears to be a martial arts performance on the surface, with first, second, and third prizes to be awarded. In reality, it is a chance for the masters of various sects to meet and discuss the future development plans of the Taoist sects while also getting a sense of each other's strengths. Although there is currently no competitive relationship, and regardless of which mountain's Taoist priest or which sect's disciple, their roots are all in the Tao Te Ching, all embodying the principles of non-contention and non-action. However, it is possible that in the future, there may be competition for cultivation resources and rare treasures. It would be beneficial to know in advance how many outstanding disciples each sect has and how many capable masters are ready to rise. In case of disputes later on, it would be good to have some preparation. Moreover, everyone coming out to communicate can help determine if they are on the right path and whether their teachings are complete. In short, this exchange meeting is definitely significant. The Taoist priests from Maoshan are quite generous. The breakfast shops and stalls in the town below the mountain can be used freely for dining, and the Maoshan sect will settle the bill after the exchange meeting. Thus, the senior sister immediately became unreserved. They had just browsed the breakfast stalls and were already holding 2 bags of steamed dumplings, 3 bags of soup dumplings, and several pieces of roasted sweet potatoes. If it weren't for Wang Sheng reminding the senior sister that these items wouldn't last on Wudong Mountain, she probably could have provided food for their trio for a week. Just as they were browsing, a few young Taoist priests dressed in robes with the words Maoshan embroidered on their chests approached them, 3 men and 2 women, all with smiling and friendly expressions. Chapter 18. The authentic and fake exchange meeting from the aura emanating from these Maoshan disciples and their flowing long hair. It could be determined that their cultivation should be quite good. Wang Sheng initially thought these Maoshan disciples couldn't bear to watch their senior sister's behavior of mooching off food and wanted to mitigate the losses for their own sect. But to his surprise, the other party was quite magnanimous and didn't even bring it up. He heard one young female Taoist gently ask, "May I ask which sect you 4 Taoists follow?" The 4 also clasped their hands in return, and Meng Hong replied warmly, "We follow our respective masters in cultivating on Wudong Mountain." "Oh, so you are Taoists from Wudong," the leading young man said, his expression revealing some disappointment. But he continued to smile gently, clasping his hands again. "Sorry for the intrusion. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. If there has been any oversight or neglect, I hope you will forgive us. Although Meng Hong was somewhat puzzled, he merely nodded lightly and replied, "It's nothing. What was this about? Just coming over to say hello?" However, as the four of them brushed past the 5 Maoshan disciples, Wang Sheng overheard 2 of the young Taoists whispering to each other. What are the Wudong disciples doing here? Aren't they supposed to be cultivating and comprehending the Tao? Do they still want to show off their swordplay and martial arts? Don't say such things. Wudong has its unique merits, but it really doesn't align with the current trends. Brother Yunji still wants to find that talisman genius from the Heavenly Master sect to spar. It seems he will have to return disappointed. So they were looking for someone to spar with. Wang Sheng smiled and didn't take the discussion of those 2 Maoshan male disciples to heart. He actually thought the handsome young leader looked somewhat familiar, perhaps a celebrity he had seen online in his past life. But before Wang Sheng could take a step, he suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the air beside him and caught a glimpse of 2 steamed dumplings flying out. Hiss! Ah! Not far behind. 2 of the Maoshan disciples stumbled forward at the sound, immediately clutching their heads and turning around with angry expressions. Who is shooting arrows from the dark? Wang Sheng glanced at his senior sister, only to see Mu Wanxian nonchalantly nibbling on the sweet potato in her hand, even giving him a gentle wink. "Let us go?" Wang Sheng whispered, and Mu Wanxian cheerfully followed behind her junior brother, while Meng Hong and Hao Ling looked back in confusion, but upon hearing Wang Sheng's urging, they quickened their pace. Having done something bad, they didn't hurry to escape, but stayed here looking for a fight. Wang Sheng and the others hadn't gone far when the 2 Maoshan disciples who had been attacked by Mu Wanxian shouted angrily, "Who is it? Dare to do something and not admit it? Sneaking attacks are no skill. If you look down on us Maoshan disciples, please come out and give us some guidance." The back of the head is a vital spot on a person. Being suddenly attacked nearly made them fall. As Maoshan disciples, they were indeed genuine foundation-building stage cultivators. The so-called trendsetters of the era according to several Maoshan masters. At the foot of Maoshan, they were actually ambushed. These 2 young Taoists were naturally very angry. Their usual serene state of mind shattered. With anger in their eyes and firm words, they searched the surroundings. Among the 5 Maoshan disciples, the tall young Taoist at the center was the one Wang Sheng found familiar. This person had a fair complexion and a pair of peach blossom eyes. He had neither the appearance of a man nor a woman, but showed no signs of being effeminate. His divine light was restrained, and the essence of the Tao was in his eyes, as if he was born to be a piece of jade for cultivation. His surname was Liu, and his Dao name was Yunji. He had gone up the mountain at a young age and traveled through many famous mountains and rivers with his master, honing his skills. After the revival of the world's vital energy, Liu Yunji's cultivation advanced rapidly, now surpassing many Taoists who had been cultivating for 30 or 40 years. And he was highly regarded by several of the oldest masters in the Maoshan lineage. Being one of the outstanding younger generation of Maoshan, he also held considerable prestige within the sect. As he spoke, the 2 Maoshan disciples who had called out several times to attract the attention of those nearby quickly fell silent. "Are your 2 junior brothers injured?" "Not really. We just don't know what hit us, and we almost fell." Liu Yunji chuckled lightly, glanced in the direction where Wang Sheng and the others had left, and carefully picked up the 2 dumplings that had fallen to the ground and got dusty. It was them. "Dumplings?" A rather elegant young girl exclaimed softly. "What a remarkable technique. The dumpling skins are intact, and the 2 senior brothers have no injuries." Clearly, they dispersed the force in a very short time. The 2 Maoshan disciples exchanged glances. No wonder it's Wudong. There are indeed formidable individuals among the younger generation. Liu Yunji's gaze flickered slightly, seeming to want to chase after them, but he quickly suppressed that thought and shook his head gently. Cultivation is not for the sake of competition. Aside from not being able to tolerate that arrogant scoundrel from Longhu Mountain, there is really no need to seek out others to verify one's path. Liu Yunji said softly, "If it weren't for your 2 careless remarks behind their backs, you wouldn't have suffered this. Let us go. We shouldn't let others say that we Maoshan cultivators are petty." "What brother taught is right," the 2 Maoshan disciples said with expressions of shame. Liu Yunji walked aside, disposed of the 2 dumplings in a trash bin, wiped his hands, and said nothing more as he led his junior brothers and sisters back up the mountain. "Didn't he chase after us?" Wang Sheng thought they would be sparring in the morning, but the other side only scolded a few times and didn't he pursue them, which surprised him a bit. However, no matter what, it's better to avoid trouble. Being low-key is always good. After having breakfast at a porridge shop, when the 4 returned, the 4 or 5 delegations staying at the same hotel had already begun to gather. whether it was intentional or not. The Taoists from the other sects seemed to isolate Wudong, as no Taoists came over to chat. The other delegations from famous mountains staying at the same hotel had many familiar Taoists exchanging greetings, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The venue for the exchange meeting was not at the Maoshan Temple. The mountain was serene, and gathering hundreds of people would indeed be disruptive. According to custom, such exchange meetings are usually held in an indoor gym at the foot of the mountain. Once in the car, seeing Wang Sheng's serious expression, the senior sister thought he was upset about her sudden action at breakfast and held out her phone in front of Wang Sheng. The screen displayed a pitiful little lowly. "What's wrong?" Wang Sheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Mu Wanxian lightly swiped her finger, and the screen displayed a little girl tilting her head, accompanied by a series of question marks. It was the expression pack series that her senior sister used the most. Wang Sheng smiled and said, "I was just thinking that at today's exchange meeting, we might encounter a bit of trouble." Mu Wanxian blinked, waiting for Wang Sheng to continue. Zhou Yinglong and the other three were sitting in the back row and couldn't help but join the conversation, asking Wang Sheng what trouble they might face. "I can't say for sure." Wang Sheng glanced at the several Taoists in front and laughed. "But it feels like our Wudong Mountain is about to be criticized by other major sections." Senior sister Hao Ling chuckled lightly, while Meng Hong and Zhao Zhao looked somewhat puzzled, but Zhou Yinglong shrugged indifferently. Zhou Yinglong said with a smile, "You may not know, Junior Brother Wang, but our Wudong is currently indeed being targeted by a few sections." Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel curious. "Oh, the Dao sect has shared the same lineage for 2,000 years, and in this era of rule of law, what old grievances could there be?" Zhou Yinglong sighed. "In the past, when we could only practice martial arts and not the Dao, Wudong flourished for these few hundred years, which inevitably made many Dao practitioners unhappy. But it's not a big deal. At most, some people will say a few harsh words, and everyone still prioritizes harmony." This explanation was something Wang Sheng hadn't heard before. But upon reflection, Wudong's reputation in the martial arts world had indeed been quite loud. It had always been on par with Beishan Shaolin, rather than Huashan or Maoshan. Now that the world's primordial energy was recovering and Taoism was gradually flourishing, it was only natural for Wudong's status to decline, and it was something that was already apparent. No wonder the older generation of masters at Wudong Mountain hadn't come. The one in charge of external affairs, Li Shiwu, would seek out someone like his own master, who was merely a nominal Taoist. Mu Wanxian poked Wang Sheng's arm, holding her phone up in front of him. The screen displayed an anime illustration of a blood-soaked female warrior holding a broken sword high, looking at her senior sister. Her eyes were filled with pride and a sense of collective honor. "All right, the character I'm about to play is to support my senior sister and prevent her from suddenly rushing out and slapping down some elder expert from another sect." The bus arrived at the destination after more than 10 minutes, with hundreds of men, women, and children dressed in Dao robes and training outfits gathered together, making for quite a spectacular scene. The gymnasium was completely open to the public today, with free admission, but attendees were not allowed to make loud noises inside. Wang Sheng blended in with the Wudong Mountain delegation, keeping a low profile throughout. Although there were quite a few female Dao practitioners present today, and Mu Wanxian had tied up her hair and changed into Taoist clothes, her face and the aura she couldn't hide still attracted a lot of attention. The northern stands of the gymnasium were divided into more than 10 areas, with dozens of disciples from the Maoshan sect guiding each mountain's representative group in an orderly manner. Chapter 19. Good dishes come last. The various sects brought along about 400 people, including those responsible for the martial arts performances. However, it was a bit awkward that the audience gathered in the gymnasium was still not even 100, and most of them were elderly residents from the nearby area who came to join the fun after hearing about the excitement. Several conspicuous banners and 3 or 4 filming positions suggested that the local television station was there to cover the event. It seemed that it had been discussed beforehand. As each sect brought their martial arts performance teams, and of the more than 400 people present, less than a third were actually related to the various Dao practitioners. Under the northern audience stands, more than 10 tables covered with red cloth were lined up, with a row of triangular signs displaying names like Wudong, Huashan, and Laojun Mountain, each accompanied by a grandmaster's chair behind them. As the representatives from each delegation gradually took their seats, the sound of silk and bamboo music filled the air, and a graceful female Dao practitioner in a Dao robe approached with a microphone. "Respected Taoists, friends from all over the world gathered here in this sacred land, good morning." The broadcasting tone was somewhat out of place, It seemed that Mao Shan had hired a college student who hadn't graduated yet to save costs. The formal opening was read by this young female Taoist, who solemnly announced the rules of the performance competition as if it were a real event. Finally, after she called for the leaders of each delegation, who were also our esteemed Taoists, to enter, one by one, the Taoists floated in, exuding an aura of immortality. Some held dusters, while others wore wide sleeves that flowed with the wind. Some, who were serious, went straight to their seats, while others, with kind faces, performed a Taoist salute to the audience, earning sparse applause. Most of these Taoists had considerable cultivation, but there were also a few like Li Shiwu, who were responsible for external affairs in their respective sects, with cultivation barely at the gathering spirit stage. However, one could not judge the strength of their sects based on that. Wang Sheng counted. There were a total of 23 elderly Taoists with gray hair, and some he even had vague impressions of, likely to become famous Taoists in the future. Excluding the 2 Taoists hosting the exchange meeting, over 20 Tao practitioners gathered here. Although there were thousands of Tao practitioners across the earth, in terms of quality and completeness, those who came today were all famous sects from the land of Shenzhou, indeed marking it as a grand event in Taoism. The first item on the agenda was to promote Taoist teachings, with several elderly Taoists giving important speeches in accented tones. Basically, apart from the words Wuliang Tianzuan, nothing else could be understood. The Taoists' accents were somewhat lacking, but that was understandable. Next came the martial arts performances from each delegation. Mostly a group of young boys and girls practicing a set of punches and palms to the accompaniment of Taoist music, while the Taoists scored them. The only evaluation standard was how well they coordinated. The few sects that hadn't established martial arts schools also sent 2 or 3 disciples with cultivation to personally participate. But they were only demonstrating beginner-level techniques. Wang Sheng took a few photos with his phone and sent them to his master, feeling somewhat emotional in his heart. The whole scene felt like a martial arts conference turned into a sports meet. Finally, after watching 2 hours of martial arts performances, it was time for a segment with some real content. Zhou Yinglong's individual performance competition officially began. Wang Sheng immediately perked up, hoping to see more skilled sword users. Even if everyone wouldn't reveal their cultivation today and chose to practice less profound sword techniques, the different styles of swordplay might still offer him some inspiration. As noon approached, the second round of performances was almost finished, and Wang Sheng, who had initially been filled with anticipation, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Why did these Taoists from the mountains have so many routines? There weren't many sects performing sword techniques, and the swordplay they showcased was also veiled and elusive, making it hard to see their essence. However, these performances weren't without value. The female Taoist would announce before each segment which sword technique was being performed, allowing Wang Sheng to gain some insights. Huashan's screen fragment sword took a straightforward and swift approach, performed by a female practitioner at the gathering breath stage. Although she hadn't grasped the essence of this sword technique, her movements were graceful, and her dance was extraordinary, earning her high scores from the Taoists. There was also a middle-aged Taoist from Qingqing Mountain who performed a beginner-level Qingqing turbid and clear sword. Although the moves were a bit simple, this Taoist cultivation was at the mid-gathering spirit stage, and he managed to convey some extraordinary intent, but he only performed a dozen moves before bowing out. What caught Wang Sheng's attention was the wind and sword from Zhongnan Mountain. This sword technique, which emphasizes meaning over form, had been famous for a long time, and its power relied entirely on the sword wielder's understanding of the sword path. However, the young disciple sent by the Daoqing faction of the Zhongnan Mountain was just the right kind of mediocre, leaving Wang Sheng feeling somewhat unsatisfied and quite bored. In comparison, Wang Sheng began to look forward to his brother Zhou Yinglong from Wudong Mountain taking the stage, but Uncle Li drew a low-ranked number during the lottery, making Wang Sheng wait for quite a while. The Tai sword technique is a secret of Wudong Mountain and naturally would not be directly displayed as a swordsmanship performance. Zhou Yinglong performed a set of dragon sword techniques, which were exquisite and fluid, showing a good foundation, but like the previous 3, he only revealed the surface and did not showcase much of his true abilities. Wang Sheng could only feel a bit helpless about this, thinking that after getting familiar with Zhou Yinglong and the others, he could exchange more insights on sword cultivation once they returned to Wudong Mountain. After reaching the gathering spirit stage, Wang Sheng's perception of the surrounding environment became exceptionally sensitive. He could catch even the slightest rustle of the wind or whispers. On the left side of Wudong Mountain was the delegation from Sanqing Mountain, and on the right side were the people from Qiyun Mountain. At this moment, he could hear some low whispers from the right. Wudong's sword is nothing much. In this day and age, it's no longer just about martial arts or sword techniques to conquer the world, and Wudong Mountain hasn't been heard of having any scriptures or talismans, right? Just wait to see their excitement. It seems that Wudong Mountain has indeed changed tactics this time, and even sent out a beautiful female disciple to gain fame. Could it be that they hired her? Without lifting his eyelids, Wang Sheng lightly shook his right hand and captured his senior sister's wrist. Looking helplessly at the few potato chips caught between her long, fair fingers, he exchanged glances with her, whose eyes were slightly distressed, and tried to comfort her with his gaze. Mu Wanxian pouted a bit, and Wang Sheng could only make his expression as gentle as possible. Fortunately, a low voice came from the side. Wudong is focusing on the Tao of martial arts, but now it has returned to the era dominated by laws, talismans, spells, and formations from our ancestors, which is why Wudong's Dao Cheng seems a bit ordinary. Another person whispered, but it cannot be denied that Wudong's Dao Cheng does exist. Wudong is from the same lineage as the true martial emperor. It's better not to speak ill of them behind their backs. It's not that they are saying anything bad, but during the afternoon's competition, many will likely try to squeeze Wudong for fun. The Taoist sects are all branches of the same tree, and since we are all cultivators, there should be a limit, and at one tea get too out of hand. Right? Afternoon competition? Mu Wanxuan's eyes suddenly sparkled, and before Wang Sheng could speak, her fingers swiftly swiped across her phone screen a few times, causing Wang Sheng to facepalm at the emojis appearing. I want to take on 10. All right. I didn't realize my senior sister had such a fierce side before. Wang Sheng wanted to go find the host lady and say to everyone present, I advise you to be kind. The morning performance was publicly announced, and no one cared about the rankings or awards. After returning to the hotel for lunch, the leaders of each sect gathered the Dao Cheng disciples and accompanying members. The old Taoists leading each faction announced that in the afternoon, there would be an exchange meeting between Dao Chengs at Maoshan. This was the true purpose of the trip, and the location was changed to the Moonlight Platform next to the back mountain of Maoshan. Wudong Mountain left a Taoist to watch over the young disciples selected from various martial arts schools, while Li Shiwu would lead 2 Taoists for disciples. And this pair of internal support, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian, to represent Wudong Dao Cheng at the exchange meeting. After briefly introducing the precautions for the afternoon exchange meeting, the general advice was to keep it confidential, pay attention to safety, avoid trouble, and not bring shame to the sect. Then, Li Shiwu sighed and said with a wry smile, in the current environment, everyone should have some understanding. Each sect is probably preparing to see us make a fool of ourselves, and there will likely be people urging Yinglong and the others to compete. No comments? Mu Wanxian blinked, indicating she was listening attentively. Li Shiwu smiled and said, You see, this afternoon you just need to shake up the scene a bit. As long as you casually reveal your own Dao realm, we can sit back and enjoy the show today. A third-generation disciple at the embryo formation stage. Who would believe that if it were said? As long as Mu Wanxian shows a bit of her cultivation, it would be enough to prove that Wudong's Dao Cheng is not inferior to any famous Taoist mountain. And it would naturally silence those who want to nitpick and mock Wudong's status as the top of martial arts. Wang Sheng, in the corner, hesitated to speak, but seeing his senior sister nodding seriously in agreement, he decided to go along with it. Li Shiwu and the 3 Taoists then felt relieved to leave, while Wang Sheng specially went to his senior sister's room to give her a few reminders. In the afternoon, if unnecessary, she shouldn't reveal too much of her abilities. Just showing her cultivation would be enough. Wang Sheng earnestly advised, cultivating the Tao Isnt about competing for strength. Don't let this disturb your state of mind. Oh. Mu Wanxian nodded obediently. Hao Ling couldn't help but mutter, looking at you too. I always feel like Wang Shidi should be the senior brother, and Wan Xian should be the junior sister. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian exchanged smiles, but didn't refute anything. Usually, in the small courtyard on the mountain, it was indeed Wang Sheng who took on more worries, while Mu Wanxian mostly just did what Wang Sheng said to do. It was quite easy. Chapter 20. The Tao and Law on stage. The flowers begin to bloom. Request for recommendations, request for collections. Wudong's group of 9 set off punctually at 1:30 p.m., walking up the mountain under the guidance of 2 Taoists from Maoshan. Entering Maoshan from the west, passing through the Gate of Wonders, crossing the Bridge of Saints. There were a few idle pavilions along the way, and the mountain forest revealed an empty tranquility. The scenery along this route was quite nice. Although it was all mountain and forest, the style was vastly different from Wudong, making one linger and wish to stay here freely for some time. They were said to be going to the Moonlight Platform, but in fact, it was just outside the Chengxi Palace. Disciples from various sects were already seated at the venue prepared outside the palace, waiting according to Mao Shan's arrangements, while Li Shiwu, the leading Taoist, went into Chengxi Palace for discussions. More than 100 disciples from Mao Shan were bustling about, and the venue was already set up. The venue itself was simple, a central open space with some mats and benches on both sides, along with signs indicating the sections. It must be said that there were indeed quite a few cultivators practicing in Mao Shan. At least Wang Sheng had never seen so many capable young disciples on Wudong Mountain. This reflects the foundation of Daocheng. The place was advantageous for its tranquility, free from the gaze of the mundane world. And all disciples were informed that they could not use any means to capture images of this place. Therefore, these cultivators could freely display their abilities and discuss matters of cultivation. Wang Sheng felt that the characters on the high banner should be changed. Calling the Taoist Exchange Conference a Taoist Assessment Conference would be more fitting. Over 100 people were not noisy. The Taoists were closing their eyes to rest, while younger disciples were sizing each other up. Mu Wanxian and Wang Sheng sat on the same long bench, and today she had a task at hand. So after sitting down, she closed her eyes to meditate, clearly taking the upcoming appearance very seriously. Occasionally, glances fell on Wang Sheng, but they only passed quickly, as a young Taoist like him who relied on his aura for charm was quite common here. It was still more common to look at his senior sister. Just before the hour mark, the sound of silk and bamboo music resonated from the hall, and 7 or 8 Mao Shan old Taoists dressed in light yellow robes and wearing the 5 mountains Taoist crowns slowly walked out, each with white hair but exuding an extraordinary aura. Li Shiwu and the various Taoist masters from different mountains followed behind, each politely yielding to one another. They found their respective places in the long benches arranged in front of the hall and sat neatly in a row. Wang Sheng couldn't help but secretly take out his phone to snap a few photos of this group of celestial-style old immortals and sent them to his master. Next came the much-anticipated speech segment, tracing the history of the Taoist sect and looking forward to a glorious future. The speaker, an elder from the Mao Mountain Taoist lineage, had profound cultivation, which Wang Sheng couldn't fathom. There were no microphones set up in this venue, but as soon as the old Taoist opened his mouth, his calm voice reached the ears of everyone present. Just this method of transmitting sound was enough to demonstrate the speaker's extraordinary Taoist realm. Yet Wang Sheng had no impression of this Taoist master at all. It seemed that the information he had learned from the internet in his previous life must have been greatly exaggerated. If one had to point out a flaw in the opening speech, it was still the old problem of the various Taoist masters not communicating in a standardized manner. The old Taoist's thick local accent was hard to change, but he spoke slowly enough that people could barely grasp the essence of his words. Nowadays, in this peaceful and prosperous era, which is hard-won, those who cultivate the Tao must uphold the heart of protecting the Tao and the world, and must not use Taoist methods to harm the world. Taoist practitioners who uphold the precepts and rules should know that even with profound cultivation, they cannot act recklessly, let alone use Taoist methods to satisfy their personal desires. Even if there seems to be no immediate impact, once their cultivation deepens, their state of mind will not be complete and will surely be obstructed. We must not forget the teachings of our ancestors. In chaotic times, we go out to act as heroes, but in peaceful years, we must abide by the law and protect the country and its people, safeguarding this bright universe. Many young practitioners found this teaching somewhat novel. After all, while the Taoist masters from various mountains often emphasized the importance of cultivating virtue before the Tao, they usually only stressed respecting teachers and being kind to others, rarely elevating it to the level of family and country. Wang Sheng felt quite emotional, recalling some past teachings from his master. The elder from Mao Mountain's mention of protecting the country and its people was not just lip service. Not to mention the distant past, just 70 or 80 years ago, when the Great Hua Kingdom had not yet been established. The land of Xinzhou was suffering from foreign humiliation, with pirates rampant and gunfire echoing. Many Taoists who originally sought to avoid the world began to enter society. After repelling the invading enemies, many disciples of the Taoist lineages lost their lives, and some lineages were left with only a few elderly masters guarding their withering mountain gates, worrying whether the lineage that had been passed down for thousands of years would completely cease to exist due to a lack of successors. The Taoist pursuit of non-action is meant for the peaceful times of family and national stability, but when the country is in danger, one must step forward. Unfortunately, the revival of the world's vital energy came 100 years too late. Otherwise, those Taoists might have truly overturned the small territories beyond the East Sea. Therefore, the phrase protecting the country and its people does not contradict the Taoist pursuit of tranquility and non-action. Heaven is profound, the earth is yellow, and humanity is clear. When the universe is unstable, the immortal becomes a hero. Just as the elder from Mao Mountain finished speaking, a slightly younger Taoist from Mao Mountain stood up. The elder who spoke earlier was likely the highest-ranking one in Mao Mountain at that time, but no longer concerned himself with ordinary matters. The Taoist who stood up, appearing to be in his 50s, should be the current leader of the Mao Mountain lineage, exuding a certain unspoken authority. This Taoist said, "Today, the famous mountains of the Taoist sect gather here. All are orthodox lineages, each with teachings to pass down. While cultivating the Tao emphasizes tranquility and non-action. There must also be discussions and exchanges. We cannot just shut ourselves off, can we?" The purpose of this gathering held by Mao Mountain is to allow each lineage to share their insights on cultivation and answer each other's doubts. He continued, "Now, let's first ask each lineage to showcase their teachings. Mao Mountain will go first, as a way to inspire others." With his words, a young man and woman, both dressed in light yellow Taoist robes, stepped into the arena. The man wore a 5 mountains crown, looking handsome, while the woman donned a lotus crown, appearing beautiful and delicate. They stood shoulder to shoulder over 10 meters apart, bowing to everyone present. Then, both of them simultaneously drew upon their true essence, spiritual energy swirling around them, and with a flick of their sleeves, each held a piece of yellow paper, talisman. Wang Sheng immediately perked up, and Mu Wanxian watched the scene below without blinking. This was something they had never seen before. Qing Yanzi seemed not to be very proficient in talisman techniques, and hadn't demonstrated it in front of his disciples. Then they heard the female practitioner, both of them pinching the yellow talismans, their movements perfectly synchronized, simultaneously calling out, "Swift." The red talisman symbols on the 2 yellow talismans instantly lit up, and with a whoosh, 2 flames surged forward. The 2 then reached into the flames, each drawing out a peachwood sword, retreating, turning, and swinging the swords. As if they had practiced this set of movements countless times, without a hint of error. With the peachwood swords in hand, they chanted incantations, drawing the remaining fire tongues to coil around the sword bodies. They struck 2 sword poses, gently shaking their wrists as they sheathed their swords, and the peachwood swords and fire snakes simultaneously dissipated. Then, they stood side by side again, bowing to the surroundings. Was that it? Wang Sheng blinked, feeling as if he was watching a street performance. Sure enough, it was unlikely that various lineages would truly share their Taoist methods. Sparse applause began to sound around. And just as most people reacted to applaud, suddenly a voice drifted through the crowd, seemingly someone intentionally pinching their nose to speak. "Is this it? This is the famous Mao Mountain Taoist method? Oh, so impressive. When I was a kid under the overpass, I could see 7 acts for $1 and still get some change. TSK, really giving our 3 talismans sects a good name." In an instant, the Taoist masters from various sects perked up, each trying to find out who dared to speak such sarcastic remarks. Wang Sheng listened to the voice, which seemed not to belong to someone much older, and he searched the crowd with his gaze. Soon, his senior sister secretly tugged at his arm, pointing to a young practitioner lying on a bench not too far from the Wudong contingent, whose face was obscured. Interesting, Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile, taking a closer look at the young Taoist lounging on the bench. Most of the attendees were young Taoists like Wang Sheng, while the person lying on the bench stood out, wearing ripped jeans, a light blue short-sleeve shirt with a skull print, and a neat, short crew cut. Did this guy have a grudge against the Taoists from Mao Mountain? Was he deliberately pointing out the 3 talisman sects, perhaps a descendant of Longhu Mountain or Gazao Mountain? He had forgotten to see which lineage was on that side, and could only guess slightly. Hearing such sarcasm, the Mao Mountain practitioners either showed anger or frowned slightly. But a few old Taoists remained remarkably calm. The elder who spoke first swept the dust off his whisk, and the Taoist in charge of hosting, although his face turned ashen, could only pretend he hadn't heard the mockery from the hidden person. How could Mao Mountain pursue this? Mu Wanxian was able to track the speaker's position. Could those elder Taoists from Mao Mountain, with their cultivation at the birth stage, not find him? They had all seen the young man lounging on the bench, and a few of the elder Taoists from Mao Mountain recognized his identity. In front of so many lineages, it would seem too petty for Mao Mountain to nitpick with a junior from Longhu Mountain. Besides, the other party was a rising rogue in the cultivation world over the past 2 years, and they wouldn't gain any good reputation from it. Apart from secretly keeping a note of this, they had no comprehensive way to deal with it afterward, and besides, they were the ones who had been fooling around first. So they had no standing. The Maoshan Dao practitioners chose to ignore the situation, and the exchange meeting continued smoothly. The 2 young disciples practicing Maoshan Dao were somewhat awkward, bowing and retreating while their eyes couldn't help but search around. The Taoist presiding over the exchange meeting maintained a calm demeanor, still smiling as he continued. Next, which school will showcase their own Dao techniques? Let me, Huashan, go first. A Taoist at the front of the hall spoke up, and outside the hall, several Huashan Taoists instructed their disciples before sending 2 of them in. The 2 Huashan disciples displayed a proper stance. One stood still while the other slowly stepped forward and pointed a finger at his companion's forehead. Then, as if they had some connection, they began to move in sync. Their facial expressions and subtle movements perfectly aligned. Puppet technique? No, Wang Sheng quickly showed a look of realization, as he had seen a lot during his past life as a keyboard warrior. This technique was actually shadow puppetry, a legitimate Dao technique. The original form of the spell involved cutting out a paper figure, which would then transform into a human shape under the spellcaster's control. This technique required a high level of cultivation, making it truly impossible to showcase at this moment. Thus, the 2 Huashan disciples took advantage. One relaxed and focused his mind, pretending to be a wooden puppet, while the other used the manipulation technique. However, their performance appeared somewhat eerie. Regardless, Huashan did manage to present a bit of their secretive technique, although several other schools present also had this technique preserved, with Maoshan and Huashan setting the stage. Other schools sent their disciples to exhibit some Dao techniques as well, but they were all rather rudimentary and didn't reveal much substantial content. Nevertheless, it dazzled the onlookers. Some practitioners held several small triangular flags, swaying their bodies while waving their hands, sticking the flags around themselves, directly setting up a formation to absorb the surrounding vital energy. Others had their companions help bring 2 wooden stakes inscribed with complex patterns, then performed hand seals and chanted spells, disappearing with a puff of smoke from one stake and reappearing with another puff 2 meters away. Qi Min Dun Jia, a traditional Taoist art. All rights reserved. Imitation will be prosecuted. However, at this moment, due to the low cultivation levels of the various Taoist disciples, they couldn't truly unleash the power of these techniques. But it was fine. Showcasing the foundation of their respective schools was enough. Chapter 21. This sword can pluck stars and call the bright moon on another day. The applause around was incessant, and the disciples from various schools were quite enthusiastic, with many practitioners actively asking their masters to let them demonstrate their own Dao techniques. In some way, this exchange meeting began to take on the appearance of Taoist exchange. A disciple hurriedly recited a spell, invoking the Thunder God technique, and indeed produced a faint electric arc. Another young Taoist recited a song, summoning righteous energy, then floated back, leaving people puzzled. Someone even set up a maze on the ground with triangular flags, presenting various phenomena. Although they still couldn't fully unleash the power of the formation, they had already grasped the principles behind the maze's operation. Wang Sheng didn't feel much about these displays. He was mostly observing the Taoists around him, his vague impressions serving as proof of their future prowess. Beside him, his senior sister was quite engrossed, occasionally expressing her admiration with exclamations and generously applauding, showing no signs of nervousness about her impending performance. "Senior sister, are you going up this time?" Wang Sheng asked softly. Mu Wanxian blinked, her eyes showing eagerness. Wang Sheng chuckled. "Let's listen to the arrangements from our elders. If they don't need us to step up, we can just enjoy a free tour here." Mu Wanxian immediately nodded with a light laugh, understanding her junior brother's meaning, and gave up the idea of going up to demonstrate the 2 instruments' 8 trigrams technique. Continuing to watch the various marvelous Dao techniques in the arena, Li Shiwu, the leader from Wudong, was aware of his low cultivation and sat slightly away from the front, unable to join the conversation. Fortunately, this Wudong total leader waited until most schools had showcased their techniques before he stood up to say, "Let Wudong also show a bit of our Dao techniques." At this, the 2 Taoists who had been waiting immediately turned to the 6 disciples behind them, seemingly having made preparations in advance, sending Ming Hong, and Zhou Yinglong to the stage to showcase Wudong's Dao techniques. Meng Hong stood on the left, while Zhou Yinglong stood on the right. Meng Hong had his hands empty, while Zhou Yinglong held a treasured sword. Under the watchful eyes of more than 20 Taoists and their disciples, both felt a bit nervous, and Li Shiwu's words added a bit of pressure. They were to take turns demonstrating. Meng Hong slowly assumed a stance that resembled the commonly seen Tai Chi, but with each movement, strands of heaven and earth's vital energy followed, and a faint white light seemed to emanate from his palms. After 5 moves, he gathered his energy, just skimming the surface. Meng Hong gradually pressed his hands down, and pure heaven and earth's vital energy swirled around him for a while, with a small portion returning to him while most dissipated. The essence of the two instruments' Tao rhythm, although not obvious, was indeed exquisite, and the gathered Taoists found nothing to critique. A few Taoists even lightly applauded, giving him some face. However, after Zhou Yinglong executed the initiation of the Tai sword technique, a few somewhat piercing remarks came from the crowd. Wudong's sword technique is indeed exquisite, but today everyone is showcasing Tao techniques. Sword techniques seem a bit inappropriate. Does Wudong not have the method of sword control? Oh, right. The way of sword control is a secret not passed down from several immortal mountains in Shu. Previously, when the heaven and earth's vital energy was completely absent, Wudong naturally wouldn't care for the so-called sword control methods. The small Taoist with a messy haircut lying on the bench spoke again, this time not hiding his location and voice, calling out, "The two in front shouldn't speak carelessly. Be careful, this Wudong brother can unleash 3,000 sword energies with one sword, capable of instant kills." This remark was somewhat heart-wrenching, causing the young Taoists around to burst into laughter, while most of the Taoists smiled in silence. Although there were some sects close to Wudong or similar in style who wanted to stand up and defend, they were at a loss for words. Zhou Yinglong's composure was immediately shattered, and his hand gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly as he searched the surrounding crowd with his gaze, seemingly trying to locate those who were making sarcastic remarks. Wang Sheng furrowed his brow slightly at the sight, not turning his head, casually gripping his senior sister's arm, and stood up to approach Zhou Yinglong. If he had been just half a second slower, that messy-haired Taoist nearby might have already. Which Taoist is hiding in the shadows? Zhou Yinglong's voice cut through the air, interrupting his tirade. Wang Sheng gently patted Zhou Yinglong's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Let me handle this." Zhou Yinglong turned around, meeting Wang Sheng's gaze, seemingly calmed by Wang Sheng's composure, and his anger diminished significantly. This Zhou brother sighed in relief, handing his treasured sword to Wang Sheng with both hands, lowly saying, "Thank you, junior brother. I embarrassed Wudong." "What are you saying, brother?" Wang Sheng's voice was steady and calm, yet it resonated throughout the venue, causing many dozing old Taoists to perk up. Amplifying one's voice wasn't difficult, but doing so smoothly like a gentle breeze, without feeling abrupt, was challenging. This required pure true essence. At least the spiritual thought of someone at the late stage of gathering spirit, along with a calm and unperturbed mindset to achieve. Wang Sheng said leisurely, "Brother's sword technique is subtle and inwardly radiant, which may not be recognized by ordinary mortals. Just right. I have some flashy sword moves that are perfect for demonstration." Zhou Yinglong chuckled lightly, the smile inevitably carrying a hint of bitterness, but he said nothing more and turned to leave. Surrounding gazes turned to Wang Sheng, who took a gentle breath to stabilize his mind, then slowly closed his eyes. He was annoyed by the words of those who said that swordsmanship was not the way, and he did not want his senior sister to stand up and be pointed at or squeezed by others. Therefore, he stood there, facing hundreds of gazes, calm and composed, his breath steady, just like when he practiced swordsmanship on the mountain. His dark blue Taoist robe seemed to conceal a few dim stars. This unfamiliar long sword seemed to be of better quality than his own sword, at least when he infused it with true essence. It wouldn't he crumble at any moment like his square dance sword was always on the verge of breaking. Then, his energy merged with his body and the sword. Form and intent intertwined. This was the accumulation of more than 10 years before Wang Sheng's rebirth, as well as the sublimation he achieved after 3 years of hard practice on Wudong Mountain post-rebirth. When he opened his eyes again, the long sword in his hand felt like one with him. A thread of true essence flowed into the sword body, circulating around before returning to himself. A slight breeze swept around him. Wang Sheng had not made any movements yet, but an inexplicable aura had already spread throughout the venue. An old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Wang Sheng with some astonishment. A group of young cultivators who had originally prepared to watch the show gradually focused their attention, and the surrounding whispers faded away. Those in the gathering spirit realm who emitted their spiritual thoughts could faintly see a blurry sword shadow around Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, those below the gathering spirit realm were shocked by the faint sense of pressure radiating from Wang Sheng. The little Taoist with a buzz cut who had been lying on the long bench had somehow sat up. His eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Wang Sheng's back. A Taoist from Huashan suddenly shouted, "Clear sword heart." This is definitely the sword heart recorded in ancient texts. Before the Taoist's voice fell, the long sword in Wang Sheng's hand had already gently moved. Following that, he stepped forward, naturally stepping out of the position of the Big Dipper, casually scattering several sword moves from the 7 stars sword formation, and effortlessly bringing forth what seemed like another set of profound sword techniques. The sword had 8 commonly used styles: chopping, stabbing, flicking, drawing, wiping, intercepting, horizontal, and falling. At this moment, Wang Sheng seemed to be simply practicing these 8 basic movements, but after a few moves, the crowd only saw the flashing sword shadows. And those with slightly lower cultivation levels could hardly see Wang Sheng's not-so-fast figure. The sword fell like the Milky Way, as if the worldly splendor was but an illusion. After a continuous 12 sword forms, the sword-bearer intended to stop, yet seemed to feel a lingering desire. So, with courage, he soared into the air, leaping 3 to 5 zhong, his Taoist robe fluttering, the sword ringing clearly. It was as if a celestial being was falling from the clouds, leaving behind traces of sword light in the air. As he sheathed his sword, the sword shadows became the clearest. Wang Sheng crossed his sword behind his back with his left hand, while his right hand slowly pressed down, and the sword light above him flickered gently, revealing a map of the Big Dipper. Then the sword light quietly exploded, like countless stars falling, making the area in front of the Chongshi Hall and beside the moonlight platform appear dreamlike. How could swordsmanship not be considered a way? Wang Sheng's voice slowly flowed through, and many cultivators who had been immersed in the sword forms just now gradually awakened. But when they looked again, Wang Sheng had already returned to the seating area for Wudong Mountain. Senior brother's sword. Zhou Yinglong reached out to catch his own sword, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. Was it too late for this junior brother to now call him senior brother? Not far away, the little Taoist with a buzz cut, arms crossed, and sitting on the long bench, had his eyes shining, staring intently at Wang Sheng, seemingly wanting to stand up immediately. But his gaze revealed a hint of contemplation and caution. This delay meant Wang Sheng had already sat back on the long bench, next to his senior sister. Just as he settled down, the surrounding discussions quietly resumed. Chapter 22. The Controversy of Talismans. Part 1. What realm is this? A sword immortal? Wudong Mountain-esque Taoists are quite impressive. Such a young third-generation disciple can actually have late-stage gathering spirit cultivation, and his comprehension of the sword path is astonishing. The sword path is not to be underestimated. How could swordsmanship not be considered a way? This is quite an interesting statement. Tisk, very interesting. No matter how strong the swordsmanship, it can never surpass Taoist techniques. Not to mention, in Sichuan, sword techniques have already re-emerged, taking heads from 1,000 meters away just like a sniper in a movie. That sounds good, but isn't it all just showy and impractical? The murmurs with various accents gradually quieted down as the Taoist in charge from Maoshan stood up. In fact, most of it was just young cultivators discussing. Those Taoists and slightly more experienced ones rarely showed emotions after Wang Sheng demonstrated his swordsmanship, except for a few skilled swordsmen who were moved. Li Shawu's, sitting among the Taoists, straightened his posture, his entire demeanor lifted from earlier despondency. A thumb, as white as a green onion, was gently waved in front of Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng exchanged a glance with his senior sister and noticed she seemed much more relaxed than a few minutes ago. The Taoist in charge from Maoshan said, "The Wudong 7-star sword is indeed well known, and the Tao techniques from various mountains also leave a deep impression. Today, we at Maoshan dare to invite everyone here mainly to ensure the Taoist inheritance can be as complete and perfect as possible. Tao techniques have been lost for 1,000 years, and the world knows nothing about them, nor do they believe in them. Many Tao techniques have gaps. Today is a good opportunity for each Taoist to check for omissions and verify each other." He continued, "Next, there is no need to be restrained. Everyone may freely ask each other. But one thing, if you wish to spar with each other, please keep it to a minimum and do not harm the harmony of our Taoist family." After speaking, The Taoist performed a bow, lightly flicking his whisk, and immediately, dozens of disciples from Maoshan dressed in dark robes entered the venue to maintain order. Everyone seemed a bit shy, and the venue quieted for nearly a quarter of an hour before two Taoists stood up and walked toward the side Taoist sect, quickly engaging in conversation. With someone leading the way, the eager crowd immediately headed towards their pre-selected targets. On the Wudong side, several Taoists also teamed up to explore. Finally, this pool of water seemed to come alive. The young disciples were merely spectators, and in such occasions, they did not dare to speak much, only listening to the Taoists' discussions, occasionally gaining some insights. Originally, these Taoists had come to seek Wang Sheng's guidance on swordsmanship, but due to their own seniority and Wang Sheng sitting further back, they could only converse with the two Taoists present from Wudong Mountain. Wang Sheng, however, was focused on himself, sitting there with his eyes closed, gathering his spiritual essence within his body, not probing outward. His senior sister gently tugged at Wang Sheng's arm, and Wang Sheng opened his eyes, following her slightly raised chin to look. The young Taoist with a buzz cut, dressed casually, and who had previously mocked the Maoshan Taoists while also ridiculing the Wudong Taoists, was now staring intently this way. Wang Sheng first frowned, thinking this guy was looking at his senior sister, and his expression immediately turned cold. This guy, is he trying to make a move on his senior sister? However, Wang Sheng quickly realized that this buzz-cut Taoist had his gaze firmly locked onto him. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. The buzz-cut Taoist seemed to have finally made up his mind and took steps toward Wang Sheng, who was 10 or so meters away. The two bearded Taoist priests beside the man exchanged glances, each revealing a slight smile, and did not intervene. However, just as the buzz-cut Taoist took a couple of steps, several disciples of the Maoshan sect in dark Taoist robes approached. The leader among them cupped his hands in greeting to the Taoist priests present, and his clear voice immediately attracted the attention of those around. I am Lu Yunji from Maoshan, and I would like to ask about the talisman path of the Longhu Tianzong. Is there a chance to spar with the esteemed Shi Qianzhong from your sect once more? Wang Sheng felt a faint impression of this name, as if he had seen it a few times in the rankings on the heavenly or earthly lists in his previous life, but the impression was not very deep. However, he was more familiar with Lu Yunji from Maoshan, especially since they had encountered each other on the street during breakfast. Lu Yunji was one of the future elites among the 36 disciples, a standout among the third generation of Maoshan disciples, known for his handsome looks and extraordinary demeanor, who would eventually gain a large following online. Wang Sheng could naturally see that Shi Qianzhong was coming to challenge him, but with Lu Yunji appearing midway, he temporarily had no part in it. Wang Sheng had previously revealed his swordsmanship realm partly to uphold Wudong's reputation and his master's prestige at Wudong Mountain, and also because he did not want to let his senior sister take the limelight. He never thought he would gain fame today. If fame were useful for cultivation, he would rather find a beautiful cliff after returning to Wudong Mountain and livestream his sword practice. However, Wang Sheng wanted to spar with the arrogant Shi Qianzhong. Having died once, he knew how chaotic the dark corners of this peaceful era would become as Taoist forces clashed with each other in the years to come. Compared to the Taoists present who practiced in the mountains, perhaps only Wang Sheng understood what true life and death struggles were. Such sparring, which stopped short of full combat, was indeed an excellent opportunity to gain practical experience and understand various Taoist methods. Therefore, Wang Sheng felt a bit regretful seeing the buzz-cut Taoist being stopped. Even though he was not afraid of Shi Qianzhong's provocation at all, under the gaze of many eyes, Shi Qianzhong shrugged dismissively, and without waiting for his sect's Taoist priests to respond to Lu Yunji, he spoke in a somewhat lazy tone. What's wrong? Still not convinced after losing last time? Naturally, I am somewhat unconvinced, so I wish to spar with you once again, Lu Yunji replied calmly, showing no avoidance of his previous defeat. He looked straight at Shi Qianzhong and continued, after our last duel, I have felt a lingering dissatisfaction that has affected my daily cultivation. I hope you can enlighten me again today, regardless of the outcome, and I will not trouble you further. Shi Qianzhong turned to glance in Wang Sheng's direction and saw him meditating with his eyes closed, his lips twitching slightly. Then the young Taoist from Longhu Mountain muttered, I'm not afraid of that sword-wielding guy from Wudong Mountain running away, so it won't take long to fight you again. Let us go? The sword-wielding guy. Wang Sheng smirked, but said nothing, continuing to meditate. Let us see the real deal later. The Taoists from Longhu Mountain did not intervene, while the other disciples of Shi Qianzhong wore smiles. They were already accustomed to Shi Qianzhong's personality and had confidence in his abilities. The Maoshan disciples who followed Lu Yunji, however, looked somewhat displeased, but they seemed aware of Shi Qianzhang's prowess, standing behind Lu Yunji to support their senior brother without saying much. Sparring was part of this Taoist exchange, and no one would stop the two disciples from the major sects from battling. On the contrary, the eyes of the crowd gathered around, with many moving closer to ensure they could see clearly. The old Taoists seated in front of the main hall also looked toward the area, seemingly quite expectant. Both Longhu Mountain and Maoshan were significant sects in the Taoist community, and Lu Yunji and Shi Qianzhang were outstanding representatives of their respective younger generations, entrusted with the full legacy of their sections. The competition between these two was truly not a small matter today. Broadly speaking, it could be seen as a ranking contest among the major talisman sects. Narrowly, it was a sparring match between two capable leaders of the younger generation. A few minutes later, in the open space in front of the Chengxi Hall, Shi Qianzhang and Lu Yunji stood facing each other on the smooth stone slab ground marked with the scratches of time, about 7 or 8 meters apart, each surrounded by a gathering of vital energy. Shi Qianzhang was likely not yet 20, and at this moment, as he adjusted his aura, his entire demeanor changed. His gaze sharpening, though his inherent arrogance remained unchanged. His eyes were filled with spirit, and his inner treasure was restrained, surprisingly. Shi Qianzhang was at the late stage of the gathering spirit realm. Wang Sheng, who had just opened his eyes, was slightly surprised by the cultivation level of this outstanding disciple from Longhu Mountain. The vitality of heaven and earth had only just recovered for 2.5 years, and any young cultivator who could enter the gathering spirit realm was considered promising. Wang Sheng's current late-stage gathering spirit realm was due to his extensive preparations before the awakening of the vitality of heaven and earth, along with his master assisting him in opening up his meridians, allowing him to benefit from the initial vitality of heaven and earth. With the pure yang immortal technique and 7-star sword formation, he had steadily broken through. In contrast, a young disciple like Lu Yunji, who had cultivated since childhood and received significant training from Maoshan, was still only at the mid-stage of gathering spirit. If that were the case, Shi Qianzhang's abilities would be extraordinary, unless his qualifications were as impressive as his senior sister's, suggesting that Longhu Mountain's legacy had its own remarkable aspects. Setting aside Shi Qianzhang's cultivation and his not particularly outstanding appearance, just his attire, a buzz cut, jeans, a gray short-sleeved shirt with somewhat exaggerated patterns, and a pair of pricey branded running shoes, made it difficult to categorize him simply. When Shi Qianzhang stood there, he brought an inherent sense of dissonance, making the observing Taoist feel somewhat out of place. In contrast, Lu Yunji appeared much more normal in his Taoist robe, with long hair neatly tied back, his face resembling warm jade. At this moment, as he circulated his aura and stood in the center of the field, his long hair slightly floated, exuding an indescribable elegance and grace. Shi Qianzhang had his hands in his back pockets, seemingly enjoying the gazes directed at him, and leisurely asked, "What are we competing in this time?" Naturally, it will still be the method of talismans. Lu Yunji gently waved his left hand, and thin yellow papers appeared between his index and middle fingers, marked with ancient talismanic patterns drawn in cinnabar. Shi Qianzhang curled his lip, showing no concealment of his disdain. He extended his left hand, pulling out a somewhat crumpled black paper talisman, and with a light snap of his fingers, the lines carved on the talisman flashed. A streak of white fire quickly ignited the black talisman, and within the flames, 4 bright lights flickered, transforming into 4 talisman packages that were tied to Shi Qianzhang's easily reachable arms and thighs. The talismans were in green, red, black, and yellow, each with a thick stack. This display silenced the entire venue, creating something out of nothing. Storing items in a mustard seed? What kind of Taoist technique is this? Such miraculous talismans exist in the method of talismans? Playing with talismans? I'm not afraid of anyone. Shi Qianzhang chuckled lightly, while Lu Yunji's expression became somewhat serious. Wang Sheng watched Shi Qianzhang's movements intently, and the surrounding cultivators were equally focused. At this moment, the two had not yet engaged, but most of the attention had already fallen on Shi Qianzhang. The flamboyance of this young man, who appeared to be no more than 20, was vividly portrayed. Suddenly, a light shout rang out, "Please enlighten me." Lu Yunji took a half-step forward, his bound long hair flowing back. With another soft chant, the yellow talisman in his fingers instantly ignited, and a crimson peachwood sword fell into his right hand. He raised his left hand, forming a sword finger, and lightly traced the sword's body, causing golden light to shine. 3 faint talisman shadows appeared in front of Lu Yunji, and streams of heaven and earth's vitality rapidly rushed toward these 3 talisman shadows. Shi Qianzhong stood there watching, his gaze carrying a hint of disappointment, muttering, "Again with this move, how unoriginal." Lu Yunji's eyes flickered with a touch of anger, no matter how good his state of mind was. He could not withstand such continuous insults from the other party. He lightly shook the peachwood sword, took another step forward, and the 3 talisman shadows simultaneously merged into the sword. Lu Yunji's clear voice echoed throughout the arena. "Supreme clarity, law, order, thunderbolt summon." The peachwood sword was raised high, and thunder rumbled in the clear sky as 2 small bolts of lightning struck down toward Shi Qianzhong's left and right shoulders. "Supreme clarity treasure talisman, thunder summon." The lightning came swiftly. Although its power was not too strong, it could still temporarily render a gathering spirit realm cultivator unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, a flash of fire surged from Shi Qianzhong's palm, transforming into a fireball the size of a basketball that ascended into the air, its flames leaping up and actually managing to block the 2 small lightning strikes for a moment. Shi Qianzhong calmly jumped back, with several pieces of yellow paper that had not yet burned out still in his palm. As the 2 bolts of lightning struck down, they illuminated Shi Qianzhong's somewhat gaunt face, adding a touch of unspoken charm. Lu Yunji frowned slightly, holding the peachwood sword and quickly moving forward. Strands of vitality continuously gathering on the sword. A small dark cloud rapidly formed above Shi Qianzhong's head. At this moment, Shi Qianzhong no longer hesitated. He pressed both hands onto his arms, pulling out a yellow and a green talisman, shaking his hands together, and with a swift command. The 2 talismans were simultaneously affixed to the outer side of his thighs. Swift movement talisman, monkey leap talisman, thunderlaw. Lu Yunji rushed forward, the peachwood sword slashing downwards. Dozens of small lightning bolts, like agile snakes, struck at Shi Qianzhong from above, in front, and from both sides, rapidly cutting at him, with the lightning's landing points subtly aligning with a certain formation. Shi Qianzhong appeared calm and collected, as if he had everything under control. The disciple of Longhu Mountain lightly stomped his foot, and 2 streams of vitality swirled around his legs, his body unexpectedly leaping to the side at high speed. The talismans on his thighs flashing brightly. This leap covered more than 10 meters. The numerous bolts of lightning all missed their mark, and after landing, Shi Qianzhong quickly turned to unload the force, lowering his body and pouncing toward Lu Yunji. The talismans on the outer side of his thighs glimmered, and his forward speed was incredibly swift, truly resembling a monkey leaping or a fierce tiger pouncing. At the same time, he crossed his hands in front of him and grasped the 2 talisman packets on his arms. Draw talisman, form seal, invoke law. The yellow and green talismans shimmered gently, drawing on the vitality of heaven and earth, completely different from the previous swift movement and monkey leap talismans. Transforming crane talisman, spirit snake talisman. A crane's call resonated throughout the arena, 2 beams of white light flickering as a white crane soared into the sky, while a spirit snake slithered along the ground, pouncing fiercely at Lu Yunji. Lu Yunji quickly stepped back 2 paces, the peachwood sword swiftly tracing lines in the air, drawing pure vitality to inscribe a simple yet profound talisman. Then, with a gentle shake of the peachwood sword, the vitality suspended in the air was rapidly ignited, transforming into a net of fire that blocked in front of him, directly enveloping the descending white crane. However, the spirit snake, following the movement of Shi Qianzhong's finger, skillfully dodged the fire net, leaping up toward Lu Yunji's face. Lu Yunji's gaze was calm as he thrust the peachwood sword forward steadily, directly cleaving the spirit snake's head, causing it and the white crane to turn into 2 burning talismans. Yet, this delay allowed Shi Qianzhong to completely seize the initiative in this contest of Taoist techniques. Shi Qianzhong, now close to Lu Yunji, lightly jumped to the side to evade Lu Yunji's line of sight. Relying on the 2 talismans on his legs, he kept jumping around Lu Yunji. The talismans in the packets were quickly drawn, and one by one, they were flung out like they cost nothing, with fire, ice shards, rocks, and boiling water, all kinds of methods dazzling the eyes. However, given the current level of cultivation, even if these talismans fully erupted upon Lu Yunji, they would not cause him 2 serious injuries. Lu Yunji furrowed his brows. Although he had the Supreme Clarity Treasure Talisman's profound methods, he could only keep turning to defend himself. In just half a minute, he had already accumulated several scorched marks, and the skin on his neck had turned red from burns. Meanwhile, Shi Qianzhang's lazy voice continued to echo around, starting to mentally disturb him. Still not admitting defeat. Little Lu, do you really think I will hold back forever? It seems you lost because of this last time, right? Do you have any new tricks this time? How boring. I've been wanting to ask you a question. What do you look like in women's clothes? By the way, how about I call you Sister Lu from now on? Haha. I haven't even used my real skills, just tossed out some useless paper talismans. If you can force me to use talismans worth over $100 today, I'll consider it a win for you, okay? Shut up. Lu Yunji could no longer tolerate it, letting out a furious shout. His gaze surged with divine light, and streams of blue radiance surged around him. 5 talismans flew out from Lu Yunji's collar, surrounding him, their crimson talisman patterns quickly igniting, and streams of true essence transformed into thunder and fire, rapidly erupting around him. Shi Qianzhang, however, seemed to be well prepared, smiling as he jumped back, his smile appearing slightly smug. He had intended to provoke Lu Yunji, and now that Lu Yunji prematurely revealed his hidden move, Shi Qianzhang was not going to hold back. With rapid movements, he drew out a black and a red talisman from his thigh, flicking them out. The black talisman exploded upon release, transforming into over 100 black and gold butterflies. The red talisman, however, flew like a flying knife, rushing towards Lu Yunji at incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Lu Yunji reacted quickly. With a gentle shake of the peachwood sword, the 5 talismans swirling around him simultaneously reversed, gathering the thunder and fire, and dazzling golden light condensed into 5 round shields. The red talisman collided with the golden shield, producing a series of piercing sounds, as if real blades and shields were clashing. Amidst the golden light, Lu Yunji resembled a celestial being, his long hair and robe flowing continuously, reciting incantations as his hand gestures formed seals. However, it was clear that Shi Qianzhang had already occupied an absolute advantage. As he moved, his hands constantly pressed into sword fingers. The red talisman left behind trails resembling red ropes, continuously assaulting the golden shield, the offensive fierce and overwhelming, leaving Lu Yunji with no room to counter. At this moment, Shi Qianzhang's smile faded, his not-so-handsome face filled with seriousness. He did not want to lose, especially not in the territory of his own sect at Maoshan, to this rogue. What powerful talisman techniques, Zhou Yinglong quietly praised. And several disciples of Wudong Mountain nodded in agreement, both watching the situation in the arena intently. However, senior sister Hao Ling softly remarked, I find that Shi Qianzhang is even more unpredictable. His talisman techniques are ever-changing, and during the duel, he is relentless with his words, directly disturbing the state of mind of the Maoshan disciples. What do you think, junior brother Wang Sheng? Several Wudong disciples turned their heads to look at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, who was engrossed in watching the duel, could only temporarily shift his gaze back. He heard Wang Sheng say, this inheritor from Longhu Mountain is indeed not as simple as he seems. Mu Wanxian also gently nodded, continuing to gaze intently at the group of slowly moving black butterflies, her big eyes sparkling. She must have found the spell quite beautiful. A Taoist from Wudong sighed softly. This Shi Qianzhang is more than just extraordinary. He went to Longhu Mountain to cultivate 5 or 6 years ago and had already mastered the basic talismans before the return of the world's vital energy. After the return of the vital energy, Shi Qianzhang's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and in a short time, he comprehended the upper and lower volumes of Longhu Mountain's talisman scriptures, creating more than 10 talismans at such a young age. He is now the number 1 among the younger generation of Longhu Mountain and is being directly trained by the old master of Longhu Mountain. His future is truly limitless. Wang Sheng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. If Shi Qianzhang had such potential, why hadn't he heard much about him in his past life? Perhaps there was some calamity that prevented this talisman genius from flourishing. Otherwise, with Shi Qianzhang's eloquence and flamboyant personality, it would be quite difficult for him to remain unnoticed. After the Wudong Taoist finished speaking, everyone fell silent again, continuing to pay attention to the duel in the arena. At this moment, it seemed that everyone inside and outside the arena understood that the moment the group of black butterflies entangled Lu Yunji would be when this Maoshan disciple faced defeat again. Lu Yunji's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness, but he was helpless and stubbornly refused to retreat. Shi Qianzhang's lips twitched slightly, and with his left hand, he crushed a yellow paper talisman. A gentle breeze blew towards Lu Yunji, seemingly harmless, but it directly blew the swarm of black butterflies right in front of Lu. With a soft sigh, Lu Yunji gently shook his wrist, and the peachwood sword suddenly exploded, the 5 talismans floating around him flickering with light, seemingly giving up all resistance. In an instant, the black butterflies completely enveloped Lu Yunji, and the 5 floating talismans swayed precariously. Given this situation, it seemed that Shi Qianzhong should win, but only the old Taoists at the front and a few spectators remained fixated on Lu Yunji's figure. Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow, sensing a wave of somewhat intense vital energy fluctuations from where the black butterflies were enveloping. In the next moment, a burst of golden light erupted. It was as if a golden fireball had suddenly appeared in the darkness, resembling the brilliant rays of the sun rising. But upon closer inspection, it was a series of golden threads, which, at the moment of the golden light explosion, pierced through all the flickering black butterflies. In an instant, hundreds of black butterflies turned to ashes, vanishing into thin air. Looking at Lu Yunji, he was surrounded by golden light, which did not come from him, but from the seemingly unremarkable Taoist robe he wore. A magic weapon? Chapter 24. Ascending the stage again with this golden light-emitting Taoist robe in sight, Wang Sheng thought to himself that this trip was not in vain. It was quite frustrating, though he had never observed a real Taoist magic weapon up close before. Watching it on video didn't count. The golden robe was not considered a high-grade magic weapon. Despite its great power, it required a substantial amount of true essence and spiritual intent to support it. At this moment, using the magic weapon with his current cultivation level was still a bit forced, and Lu Yunji's pale complexion indicated that he should not be able to unleash the power of the golden robe many times. Shi Qianzhong, however, showed no signs of surprise. As if he already knew Lu Yunji had this hidden card, he sneered, A magic weapon that has been inherited for 1,000 years is actually worn by a young disciple in the gathering spirit realm. You Maoshan disciples really have no shame. Just as Lu Yunji was about to speak, Shi Qianzhong tugged at his pants, pulling out a crescent-shaped jade stone from his back pocket, smacking his lips and leisurely saying, But everyone is the same. My old guys from Longhu Mountain are also quite shameless. Coincidentally, they also gave me this little trinket before I came. A few young Taoists couldn't help but laugh. The Maoshan disciples were all furious, while the Longhu Mountain group looked rather embarrassed, but many of the old Taoists sitting at the front had smiles on their faces. Lu Yunji's expression turned cautious as he fixed his gaze on the crescent-shaped jade stone in Shi Qianzhong's hand, his handsome face becoming a bit pale and somewhat eerie. He had already summoned his final trump card. Today's duel had left him no room for defeat. Lu Yunji first pointed his sword finger at his forehead, then raised both hands to the sky. The golden robe kept fluttering, and golden threads were pulled out from the robe, rising like a golden wall into the sky. 5 directions, divine protection. Break this illusion. The golden threads shot up 5 to 6 meters high, and as Lu Yunji pressed down with both hands, the golden threads bent down, swaying with golden light, and attacked Shi Qianzhong. The sound of whistling through the air was incessant. The sound of zither-like notes rose and fell. Shi Qianzhong held the crescent jade stone with both hands, bent his legs, and jumped back. He chose to avoid the offensive, all the while muttering indistinct incantations. Then came a series of clinks, as dozens of golden threads fell short, leaving deep holes in the centuries-old stone slabs on the ground. The power of this magic weapon was evident. More golden threads pursued Shi Qianzhong, their speed increasing. Each golden thread seemed to extend infinitely, and with the limited space, Shi Qianzhong's magic weapon had yet to activate. He could only rely on the 2 talismans on his thighs to support himself, continuously dodging and leaping. The expressions of the Longhu Mountain Taoists changed dramatically, and at the front of the hall, an old Taoist with a scruffy beard and gray hair stood up, nervously watching the situation in the arena. Finally, after dodging 4 or 5 attacks, Shi Qianzhong grinned, and the crescent jade stone in his hand emitted a green light. Hovering in the air, he opened his arms and made an extremely flamboyant gesture, as if dancing in the wind. The crescent jade stone pressed against Shi Qianzhong's forehead, and he was instantly enveloped in green light. His spiritual intent, originally at the late stage of the gathering spirit realm, suddenly surged. Waves of world vital energy were drawn by his spiritual intent, causing mist to rise around him. In a daze, Shi Qianzhong seemed like a celestial being. Though his smile appeared somewhat lewd, and his looks were not particularly outstanding, he still had his own charm. The function of this magic weapon was actually to enhance the cultivator's spiritual intent. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiaobai, you're going to lose again. Shi Qianzhang's light laughter echoed throughout the arena. The moment he landed, dozens of golden threads surrounded him from all sides. However, although the golden threads were swift, they were still half a step too late. At this moment, Lu Yunji's eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins. Unfortunately, his opponent, the one hailed as a genius of talismans, had already revealed his own trump card. Shi Qianzhang steadied his stance, his left hand raised in front of his chest, palm facing up, while his right hand formed a sword finger against his left palm. A flash of green light flickering in his eyes. The demon-binding talisman is in my hand, and the 6 techniques will follow me. For cloth pouches on his arms and thighs opened simultaneously. First, for yellow paper talismans flew out, transforming into 4 earthen walls blocking around him, forcibly halting the golden threads. Then, from the gaps in the earthen walls, 3 black talismans and 7 red talismans floated out, the black and red lights flashing. And these 10 talismans shot towards Lu Yunji like bullets. Lu Yunji hurriedly cast his spell, quickly retracting the golden threads, forming a golden cocoon around himself just before the 10 talismans arrived. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as the earthen walls around Shi Qianzhang collapsed. The disciple of Longhu Mountain revealed a somewhat strange smile, gently shaking his hands. The 3 black talismans that had already pounced before the golden cocoon exploded again. But this time they burst forth with 3 streams of black-red blood, which splattered directly into the golden cocoon. Large plumes of white smoke began to rise from the golden threads, and the water and fire-resistant golden robe was temporarily stained by the 3 black blood talismans, losing its effect. Someone in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Even black dog blood is involved. Does this Longhu Mountain disciple have no shame?" Before the words were even finished, the outcome of the match was already decided. The 7 red paper talismans rushed into the golden cocoon, and inside, red lines intertwined, causing small wounds to appear on Lu Yunji's neck, the back of his hand, and his cheek. If this were a life-and-death battle rather than a spar, a single red talisman would be enough to slice Lu Yunji's throat, leaving dozens of tiny wounds on his body. The 7 red paper talismans flew back around Shi Qianzhang. Floating behind him, Shi Qianzhang stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of a master. Lu Yunji's expression darkened as he continued to channel true essence into his robe, a somewhat bitter voice echoing through the silent arena. "I lost." The young Taoist from Longhu Mountain sighed dejectedly, and then looked up at the blue sky of the afternoon, his long hair cascading down his back, having drifted out at some point. However, Lu Yunji suddenly chuckled lightly, his gaze revealing a sense of relief. He cupped his hands to Shi Qianzhang, turned, and walked away without saying much. The many cultivators watching the match only whispered amongst themselves, with no one cheering or making grand statements. It must be said that the abilities displayed by Shi Qianzhang and Lu Yunji were actually superior to most of the cultivators present today. Lu Yunji's Qingjing Baolu lightning method, hindered by his current insufficient cultivation, could not unleash even 1% of its true power, let alone 1/10,000th. Given time, once his cultivation level rose, it would be formidable. Shi Qianzhang's displayed abilities were even more complex, with various types of talismans, confirming the rumors of his talent in talisman crafting. Today's sparring truly had no real losers. It was simply a spar. Lu Yunji's spells were inferior to Shi Qianzhang's at this moment. But that did not mean his future capabilities would always be less than Shi Qianzhang's. Both of them gained a reputation today, showcasing genuine skills rather than mere bragging. In front of the hall, many Taoists congratulated the elders from Maoshan and Longhu Mountain present, and the older generation of cultivators from both sides remained amicable throughout, without any conflict. After all, the Taoist community is like a family. Their sects are not in close proximity, and they have never competed for pilgrims in the past. "How boring," Shi Qianzhang said with a smirk, then touched the jade artifact on his forehead, his gaze turning to Wang Sheng, who had not moved from his position by the sidelines. He called out loudly, "It's not easy to activate this artifact. How about we have a little duel?" The guy from Wudong who was just showing off his sword? To openly express a desire to suppress someone with a magical artifact was quite a bold move. All eyes immediately gathered on Wang Sheng, although many were diverted by Mu Wanchuan's forceful presence. Shi Qianzhang had previously intended to challenge Wang Sheng, but was intercepted by Lu Yunji, leading to the earlier talisman battle. Now that Shi Qianzhang had defeated Lu Yunji, He had summoned a rare artifact in the current cultivation world, his momentum and state at their peak, and was seemingly poised for victory against Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, sitting on the long bench, seemed to be in a daze, not thinking too much. He recalled his master advising him to keep a low profile. Should he refuse the challenge? Fortunately, he remembered. But then he thought again. In life, one inevitably experiences a few moments of recklessness. If he were to retreat without a fight, it wouldn't affect his mindset, but it wouldn't bring any good either, and he would be labeled as cowardly. Thus, Wang Sheng expressionlessly nodded, stood up amid the expectant gazes around him, and walked toward Zhou Yinglong. "Senior brother, may I borrow your sword again?" Zhou Yinglong promptly offered up his long sword, while two Wudong Taoists nearby watched Wang Sheng with some concern, wanting to say something but hesitating. Many cultivators found it somewhat amusing. One had a precious artifact bestowed by his own sect, while the other had to borrow a sword from his fellow disciple to fight. Just how little does Wudong value this sword cultivator who had just amazed everyone? Wang Sheng said, "I want to take this opportunity to test my limits. If I can't defeat this outstanding disciple from Longhu Mountain, it might tarnish Wudong's reputation." One Wudong Taoist cautioned, "Nephew, prioritize your safety. Such a reputation isn't worth much." Indeed, nephew should not be overly competitive. The essence of cultivation lies in tranquility. Clearly, the two Taoists did not have high hopes for Wang Sheng, worried he might be harmed by Shi Qianzhong. The power of talismans had already been vividly demonstrated. Even a cultivator at the gathering spirit stage could pose a lethal threat. No matter how exquisite Wang Sheng's sword skills, his current limited cultivation meant he couldn't draw his sword, and without sword energy or sword light. Facing an opponent who could launch talismans over 10 or even dozens of meters, how could he avoid disadvantage? Mu Wanxian also followed, gently tugging at Wang Sheng's robe sleeve. Wang Sheng winked at her. Mu Wanxian wanted to say a few words of caution but found it hard to articulate and felt a bit anxious. "Sister, don't worry. It'll be fine." Wang Sheng could only reassure her softly. However, the older Taoists and the vigorous disciples, brimming with spiritual energy, seemed to sense something. Someone chuckled lightly and remarked, "These two might be considered a pair of celestial lovers, enviable to others." Wang Sheng glanced at the speaker. Although most Taoist sects disallow marriage and relationships, it wasn't appropriate to speak openly about such matters. Moreover, he and his sister had a pure relationship. One was focused on the Tao and had never entertained such thoughts, while the other, being in the Tao, knew nothing about romantic matters. Wang Sheng did not rebut this, as it would only make things worse. The pure remained pure. He naturally had his own principles regarding the Tao and longevity, which could only be considered when it came to matters of the heart. Holding the long sword that he had just borrowed, the sword still sheathed, he stepped onto the stone path beside the moonlight platform and walked into the arena. Wang Sheng did not take the opportunity to approach his opponent. Stopping at a distance of about 15 or 16 meters, and cupped his hands toward Shi Qianzhong. The Longhu Mountain disciple raised an eyebrow, seemingly with some ulterior motive, and introduced himself. "I am Shi Qianzhong, Tao named Qianzhong, disciple of the heavenly righteous man of Longhu Mountain. Wang Sheng, Tao named Feiyu, disciple of Qinjianzi from Wudong Mountain." As a token of respect, Wang Sheng also mentioned his master's name. Observing the lack of reaction from the surrounding crowd, it was clear that they were unaware of his master's significance. But before Wang Sheng could take his stance, Shi Qianzhong grinned and playfully asked, "Hey buddy, are you and your sister dating? Can you give me your sister's contact information? How about we make a bet? If you lose, you give me your sister's contact info. Deal?" Wang Sheng's mouth twitched. This guy was truly something else. Let's finish the match first. Chapter 25. The 7 Stars Establish Authority. Wang Sheng gripped the sword sheath in his left hand, his expression calm and unperturbed. Shi Qianzhong chuckled awkwardly, but did not underestimate Wang Sheng, as the image of the starlit sword shadows he had previously unleashed still lingered vividly in his mind. Steadying his stance, Shi Qianzhong joined his hands and pointed his sword, the crescent jade on his forehead gently shimmering with light. One by one, talismans began to slowly emerge from the cloth pouches tied to his arms and thighs. Hovering around him, Shi Qianzhong squinted and smiled, making a finger gun gesture and lightly tapping Wang Sheng. With a whoosh, 3 yellow, 2 black, 1 green, and 7 red talismans, 13 in total, were arranged in formation and flew towards Wang Sheng one after another. However, Wang Sheng neither drew his sword nor gathered his energy. He simply stood there with an expressionless face. His tied-back long hair stirred slightly, and his tall figure remained unmoved. The 3 yellow paper talismans charged forward first, transforming into 3 fireballs aimed directly at Wang Sheng's face, chest, and inner thigh with a fierce momentum in a typical rogue style. Finally, Wang Sheng made a move. He stepped forward 3 times, as if it were one fluid motion. The way he landed and lifted his foot was incredibly smooth. Yet, those watching his movements felt that the fireballs suddenly slowed down. This sense of incongruity made the spectators somewhat uncomfortable. It was not that the fireballs were too slow, but rather that Wang Sheng's footwork was too swift and effortless. The 3 fireballs missed entirely, and Wang Sheng's figure appeared 3 meters to the left front, moving towards Shi Qianzhong as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Shi Qianzhong's eyes widened. He couldn't comprehend how Wang Sheng had dodged his 3 fireballs at such a short distance. However, the remaining talismans did not stop. As the green paper talisman transformed into a spiritual crane, surrounded by 7 red paper talismans, and charged at Wang Sheng. The crane spread its wings and arrived at Wang Sheng's side, its sharp claws reaching for his shoulder. But Wang Sheng did not even raise his head. His gaze fixed on Shi Qianzhong. He stepped back 2, angled in 1, and stepped forward 1, gently turning his body, causing the spiritual crane to miss entirely. "Look where he stepped," someone exclaimed, and the onlookers' attention shifted to the faint aura lingering where Wang Sheng had walked. These light points connected to form the pattern of 2 tilted spoons, 7 stars, and Big Dipper. Shi Qianzhong's forehead broke out in cold sweat as Wang Sheng chuckled softly, suddenly accelerating. If Wang Sheng had been walking leisurely just now, this time he was sprinting. Shi Qianzhong took a deep breath, continuously directing 3 black talismans, 7 red talismans, and the spiritual crane to return, relying on the 2 movement and monkey leap talismans on his legs that hadn't yet expired. He urgently jumped to the side. This jump was over 10 meters, but before Shi Qianzhong landed, a drop of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wang Sheng's figure becoming increasingly elusive. No, he could no longer capture Wang Sheng's exact figure. It seemed as if he had accelerated again, relying on the formation, stepping on the 7 stars, carrying the Big Dipper. It appeared that dozens of large stars appeared behind Shi Qianzhong, crashing directly towards his figure. When these stars simultaneously shone brightly, they completely engulfed Shi Qianzhong's still falling figure. The 7 stars, sword formation. The sound of the sword being drawn was crisp, awakening the cultivators immersed in the Big Dipper sword intent. When they focused again, what stars were there? It was merely the aura left behind by Wang Sheng's footprints on the ground, and now these auras were slowly dissipating. At the edge of the area, Shi Qianzhong stood stiffly, not daring to move. Wang Sheng stood before Shi Qianzhong, his right hand behind his back, his left hand holding the end of the sword sheath. The bright long sword drawn 3 inches, its blade resting against Shi Qianzhong's neck. Shi Qianzhong's face turned pale, as in that moment. He felt the sharp sword intent almost penetrate his bones. "Big brother, please, don't be impulsive. I absolutely have no improper thoughts about our senior sister." Wang Sheng gently flicked his wrist, withdrawing the long sword from Shi Qianzhong's neck, leaving behind a clear ringing sound as it returned to its sheath. He cupped his hands to Shi Qianzhong and said, "The talisman method is profound and extensive. I have learned a lot." "Wow, big brother, are you that fierce?" Shi Qianzhong immediately wore a bitter smile on his face. Seeing Wang Sheng turn to leave, he felt a bit frustrated, clenched his fists slightly, and after some hesitation, called out, "Sword brother, I'm a bit unconvinced. How about we compete again?" Wang Sheng frowned slightly, while Shi Qianzhong felt a bit embarrassed. However, Shi Qianzhong quickly relaxed his brows, shamelessly spreading his hands towards Wang Sheng and straightforwardly said, "I feel like I had no room to showcase my abilities and lost to you. Your footwork is too exquisite. I admit my skills are inferior to yours, but I don't want to lose so pathetically. You can call me shameless or rogue, but if you don't compete with me again, I will definitely come to Wudong Mountain to challenge you every day, just like I did with Lu Yunji." Wang Sheng couldn't help but laugh at the sight of this nonchalant youth in front of him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Don't the masters of Longhu Mountain care about this guy? A disciple of Mao Shan couldn't help but speak up. Is this the great disciple of Longhu Mountain? When he can't win, he acts like a rogue. It's really a bit laughable. This remark stirred up a wave of criticism, and the young cultivators who had long found Shi Qianzhong displeasing began to voice their discontent, their various accents emerging. "You can only win against others, but not let others win against you. I think Longhu Mountain is a bit too domineering. Is winning and losing that important? Everyone is just here to communicate, to spar. It's a society governed by law now. Do you still want to use Dao techniques to kill someone? Making a fuss like this is meaningless. This Taoist swordsmanship is extraordinary. With that footwork, anyone who tried it would get the same result. Just let someone like him go down. If we do it again, it'll just be embarrassing. The heckling was quite relentless, and the previously solemn and quiet atmosphere in front of the Chengshi Hall had turned nearly into a street performance, losing the serenity and elegance typical of cultivators. It must be said that Shi Qianzhong had a truly thick skin, completely unconcerned by the insults directed at him. However, the disciples of Longhu Mountain all lowered their heads and remained silent, showing expressions that suggested they did not know the talisman genius in the arena. Shi Qianzhong chuckled, covering his forehead with his hand, and playfully said to Wang Sheng, "Come on, Shenggu, can you be my brother from now on? Let us compete again. If I lose this time as quickly, I will wholeheartedly accept it and absolutely want to mention competing with you again." Although Wang Sheng felt a bit nauseated, he didn't want to let this Longhu Mountain disciple pester him too much, so he gently nodded in agreement. Shi Qianzhong immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Scampering over 10 meters away, just like at the beginning of their previous spar, getting into position and even replacing the movement and monkey leap talismans on his legs. This time, Wang Sheng respected his opponent, drawing his long sword into his right hand, calmly watching Shi Qianzhong and giving him ample time to prepare. The Tao methods of heaven and earth, the sword imbued with nature. Thanks to the guidance of Qin Yanzi and the 1,000-year inheritance of his own sect, Wang Sheng was now following the orthodox cultivation system of the Tao school, with his true essence solid and abundant, continuously flowing, and his spiritual awareness clear and transparent, merging with heaven and earth. He stood there like a pine tree on Maoshan, rooted in the earth, stretching its branches and leaves under the sky. Opposite Wang Sheng, Shi Qianzhong was using all his means, surrounded by spiritual energy, his short hair standing on end, and talismans swirling around him. In fact, the Earth's aura, activated by the spiritual awareness enhanced by his magical tools, formed several small whirlpools around Shi Qianzhong. Anyone could see that Wang Sheng was intentionally giving way, not attacking directly while his opponent was preparing. If it were a life-and-death struggle, a fight to the death, Shi Qianzhong would have long been out of the game. But today was merely an exchange of Tao techniques. Wang Sheng was exploring the practical effects of the 7-star sword formation, yet he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to ensure that the other party would entangle him less in the future. To achieve this, Wang Sheng intentionally urged his opponent to exert their full strength, and then he poured a bucket of cold water on them. "Come on," Shi Qianzhong shouted. The more than 20 talismans swirling around him were already the limit of what he could control at that moment. A practitioner in the gathering spirit realm cannot manipulate objects, or more precisely, cannot use spiritual thoughts to control overly heavy items. Talismans, made from various types of paper, were just the right fit, allowing practitioners in the gathering spirit realm to manipulate them with their spiritual thoughts. Moreover, the jade artifact on Shi Qianzhong's forehead was meant to enhance his spiritual thoughts, but simultaneously commanding more than 20 talismans was already his limit. Wang Sheng took a gentle breath, and the snowy scenery of Wudong Mountain seemed to appear before his eyes. As if he had returned to that silver-clad world, his toes touching the ground, true essence flowing through his body, and the long sword in his hand humming softly. Stepping on the 7 stars, his body traversed the galaxy. Shi Qianzhong, at that moment, did not even blink. Seeing Wang Sheng rush towards him, he immediately bent his legs and jumped back, his hands forming seals as the paper talismans flew towards Wang Sheng with the sound of breaking air. Spirit crane, spirit snake, spirit tiger, gather fire, condense frost, return water, long wood. The talismans formed an array, seemingly about to hold Wang Sheng at bay. Suddenly, a faint sword light startled up, and 3 blue paper talismans that had not yet transformed into spirit beasts were directly cut in half. As Wang Sheng charged forward, he left behind phantoms, each step aligned with the key essence of the 7-star sword formation, not merely following the positions from Tianshu to Yaoguang. The positions of the 7 stars were unpredictable, and the operation of the Big Dipper itself was complex. The onlookers with slightly lower cultivation could only see the traces left by the long sword and could not perceive Wang Sheng's figure at all. If the onlookers were like this, it was needless to say how Shi Qianzhong, positioned at the North Star, felt. Shi Qianzhong had already urged the talismans he had thrown out to their utmost limit, but Wang Sheng's figure was simply unfathomable, leaving him with a feeling of wanting to clench his fist but being unable to strike. Apart from continuously dodging and jumping, trying to maintain a distance from Wang Sheng's long sword, Shi Qianzhong could only keep urging his talismans, hoping to obstruct Wang Sheng for a moment. But fireballs, ice shards, and boiling water all missed their targets, and the rising earthen wall was utterly useless. Without a comprehensive Dao technique to cover all angles, and unable to grasp the rules of the transformation of the Big Dipper, Shi Qianzhong could not stop Wang Sheng from closing in. Unquestionably, the result was the same as before. Even though Shi Qianzhong exhausted all his means this time, he still could not break Wang Sheng's 7-star sword formation, and his figure quickly fell into the sword formation. The sword light flashed several times, and the talismans floating around Shi Qianzhong were all severed by the sword light, causing Shi Qianzhong to feel despondent. Although talismans were convenient to manipulate, they had no defensive power at all, unlike manipulated objects. After cutting off his opponent's talismans, Wang Sheng floated back, lightly tapping his toes twice, already returning to his original position. However, he seemed somewhat unsatisfied, twirling the long sword in his hand, infusing it with streams of true essence, the sword tip gently vibrating. Star-plucking sword. Wang Sheng pointed his sword, and suddenly a pure and sharp aura shot out from the sword tip, condensing into a phantom of a long sword, accompanied by a loud whistle, swiftly slicing past Shi Qianzhong, exploding more than 10 meters behind him, shattering an ancient stone slab. Chapter 26. The Real Big Brother. Sword Qi. Detached Sword Qi. At this moment, not only did the Taoists display astonishment, but Wang Sheng himself was also slightly surprised. Looking at the long sword in his hand and pondering for a moment, he reached a conclusion that made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. His swordsmanship had long been able to achieve detached sword Qi. However, he had previously only used that special Tai Chi sword for square dancing, which could not withstand the infusion of his true essence. Hence he had not been able to unleash the detached sword Qi. Shaking his head, Wang Sheng cupped his hands towards the stunned Shi Qianzhong, then turned and returned to the area where the Wudong group was seated. Just as he was about to sheath the long sword, when he noticed fine cracks appearing on it. When Wang Sheng carefully touched it, the long sword suddenly exploded with a bang, causing some iron filings to fall. Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly and approached Zhou Yinglong, saying with a wry smile, "Brother Zhou, when we return to the mountain, I'll get you a new sword. Junior brother Wang, you're too polite. This sword is worthy to be in your hands." Zhou Yinglong replied with a smile, then lowered his voice and added, "Anyway, it was also issued on the mountain, so it's fine. It's not a precious sword." Wang Sheng then felt a bit less guilty and exchanged smiles with Zhou Yinglong, both returning to their seats. Nearby, the senior sister calmly held her phone, smiling. On her phone screen, several slender anime characters were performing a fiery cheerleading dance. She was secretly cheering for her junior brother. Did he steal too much of the spotlight? Wang Sheng thought for a moment and felt that he had indeed shown too much brilliance today, but next, he would be in seclusion on the mountain. So it was fine to show off a little this time. In the arena, Shi Qianzhong was now squatting there, holding the cloth bag that had been cut by the sword Qi, wanting to cry but having no tears. Inside the bag, dozens of neatly stacked black paper talismans had been cut cleanly, yet his jeans were completely unharmed, showcasing Wang Sheng's exquisite control over that sword Qi. However, Shi Qianzhong suddenly stood up and angrily ran to the front of the Wudong group. The Wudong team immediately stood up in defense. Mu Wanxian also showed some annoyance upon seeing this. If this hot-headed little Taoist continued to be entangled and wanted to fight her junior brother again, she, as the senior sister, might have to step in to help her junior brother clean up the mess. Several Taoists from Longhu Mountain finally stood up, fearing that Shi Qianzhong would cause trouble, rushing over to block the Wudong group. Everyone thought Shi Qianzhong, proud and unable to accept defeat, could not handle 2 losses. However, after being blocked by his several uncles, Shi Qianzhong stomped his feet but did not mention winning or losing. "Brother Sheng, big brother, can't you hit my other 3 packs of talismans instead? Why do you have to pick the most expensive ones to hit? Over 30,000. Some of these black talismans have materials that are extremely expensive. A full set cost me all my savings. Over 30,000. Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly, and the Wudong group exchanged glances. A large foot wearing a cloth shoe suddenly kicked Shi Qianzhong over in a flash. A stern-looking Taoist with flying eyebrows gritted his teeth and scolded, "Enough. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Go back and let the sect give you double the materials." "All right then." Shi Qianzhong immediately smiled, bouncing up from the ground, rubbing his hands towards his uncle. "How about you get me a few dozen sheets of plain lead yellow paper as well? Get lost. I can't even use that paper. Hurry back and sit quietly. Otherwise, I'll take your artifact back." Shi Qianzhong instantly tightened the crescent jade stone he had on his forehead in his hand, wanting to speak, but was pulled back by the Taoist by his collar. As he left, Shi Qianzhong lay on the ground, and didn't he forget to give Wang Sheng a thumbs up, shouting a couple of lines. "Brother Sheng, I'm convinced by your swordsmanship. Don't leave after the event. Let us add each other on WeChat. Let us have a meal together later." Wang Sheng's mouth twitched, truly not wanting to have any further interactions with this disciple from Longhu Mountain. How can a cultivator be full of the atmosphere of the marketplace, constantly calling out "Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng"? However, to be fair, this title isn't too unpleasant. The 3 consecutive high-level duels stirred the emotions of the attending cultivators. The talisman methods of Maoshan and Longhushan each have their merits, and the sword techniques of Wudong Mountain are incredibly formidable. These 3 sects have already revealed their true skills in the Tao. Although Wang Sheng is not strictly considered a disciple of Wudong Mountain, and Qing Yanzi is only nominally practicing there, outsiders are unaware of this, and the disciples of Wudong do not speak of it. At this moment, Wang Sheng naturally represents the inheritance of Wudong. Next, until sunset, disciples from various mountains step down to find people to spar with, showcasing various Tao techniques one after another. The foundational depth of the major mountains only revealed the tip of the iceberg, and today's exchange meeting could already be called wonderful. Although glances occasionally drifted towards Wang Sheng, no one dared to challenge him, as everyone had a normal Tao heart and didn't want to seek unnecessary suffering. Key phrases like transparent sword heart, external sword chi, and late stage of gathering spirit were all associated with a young Taoist who appeared to be only around 20. Enough to make most young cultivators hesitant and make middle-aged Taoists think twice. Wang Sheng's previously displayed mysterious footwork and the nearly flawless 7-star sword formation also served as a deterrent. Even Taoists and masters at the fetal stage, eager to experience the power of the transparent sword heart and sword chi, would worry about truly losing to the 7-star sword formation and tarnishing their reputations. Personal face is minor, but the reputation of the sect is significant. For this, Wang Sheng was quite pleased to relax, sitting with his senior sister to observe the various Tao techniques. Even if he couldn't learn anything, he could still validate his own methods and Tao. This kind of exchange meeting is quite fitting. Initially, only the younger generation of disciples stepped down to spar. Gradually, several Taoists, feeling a bit restless, sought opponents to exchange Tao techniques, and these middle-aged Taoists began to appear in the arena. These Taoists generally had high cultivation levels, with the younger generation averaging at the early gathering spirit stage, while these middle-aged Taoists, having cultivated for half their lives, averaged at the late gathering spirit stage, with a few revealing fetal stage cultivation. Originally, Mu Wanxian had relaxed, feeling that she wouldn't need to take action today, as her junior brother had already showcased the prestige of Wudong Mountain and stabilized the venue. However, a Taoist from the Laozhan sect at the fetal stage came to Wudong's front to challenge a Wudong Taoist. Li Shiwu hurriedly arrived, asking Mu Wanxian to step in, ultimately pushing this Taoist, who was regarded as a mere ornament by most cultivators, into the spotlight. When her senior sister was about to take the stage to spar, Wang Sheng felt even more nervous than if he were to face a fetal stage expert himself. Wang Sheng first secretly advised his senior sister to be careful and not to injure anyone, then bowed in apology to the Laozhan Taoist. "My senior sister is not good with words. It's not intentional neglect. I hope the senior will be understanding." The Laozhan Taoist, who originally came to find peers from Wudong to spar with, was a bit displeased by Li Shiwu arranging for him to compete with juniors. But upon hearing Wang Sheng's earnest request, he revealed a friendly smile. However, this smile quickly froze on the Taoist's wrinkled face. Mu Wanxian lightly tapped her toes, floating into the arena for over 10 meters, gracefully performing the Tai Chi starting posture, her Tao robe fluttering gently, and her long hair slightly swaying, surrounded by wisps of ethereal energy. Within a radius of nearly 100 meters, the energy seemed to become incredibly calm and orderly, all under her control. The Laozhan Taoist was speechless to find that he couldn't mobilize the surrounding energy at all, directly falling into a certain aura from which he could not break free. If viewed from above, centered on Mu Wanxian, within a diameter of 100 meters, the energy flowed, converging into a yin-yang fish diagram, this diagram appearing faintly. Late stage of fetal realm. The Laozhan Taoist's defeat was inevitable. In terms of realm, he was half a head shorter than this young Taoist. In terms of himself, his true essence was not as pure as hers, his spiritual thought was not as strong, and his internal fetus was not as complete. Moreover, the Tao techniques used by this Laozhan Taoist could not break the Tai Chi pattern drawn by Mu Wanxuan's small hands. After just a few simple exchanges, with a light palm, Mu Wanxian effortlessly sent the Taoist flying, and the arena fell silent again. A pin drop could be heard. Chi Nziaching, who was tidying up his broken talismans on a stool, was also left dumbfounded, his mouth open for a long time without closing. Originally, everyone thought this fair-skinned, beautiful, and ethereal Taoist must have come to this exchange meeting due to Wang Sheng's influence. Unexpectedly, this lively-eyed fairy was the real hidden expert, compared to her. Wang Sheng had become a small sword cultivator resting under a big tree. Mu Wanxian politely cupped her hands to the Laozhan Taoist, turned, and floated back to her seat among the Wudong group, her long hair and Tao robe gently swaying, leaving an indelible impression on many with her starry eyes and celestial appearance. Wudong is nonverbal, the essence of the two instruments. The young Taoists along the way couldn't help but stand up to give way, fearing they might brush against the corner of this fairy's garment. Senior sister, amazing. Wang Sheng quietly gave a thumbs up, and Mu Wanxuan's tense face immediately melted like snow, breathing a sigh of relief and smiling with her eyes narrowed. Sitting down next to her junior brother, her pride was evident. However, compared to her poised demeanor before stepping onto the stage, her seating now unconsciously exuded a bit of the authority of a master. Yet, just as she wanted to relax, feeling the gazes around her continually gathering on her without any intention of leaving, she had no choice but to pull her little face back into a serious expression. Later, the gazes fixed on Mu Wanxian remained unabated, making Wang Sheng want to set up a sign beside his senior sister that read "No entry for strangers." Inquiries for collaborations, please contact her junior brother. If Wang Sheng, this suddenly appearing future sword immortal, made people regard the inheritance of Wudong with more respect than Mu Wanxian. This Taoist cultivator exuding an aura of immortality, revealing cultivation second only to a few Taoists, made the inheritance of Wudong seem quite extraordinary. Li Shiwu smiled so broadly that he couldn't close his mouth, sitting straighter than ever, feeling that after 10 years of secluded cultivation in the mountains, today was the most gratifying. As the sun set, the exchange meeting came to a close, with all sects feeling they had gained something. Most importantly, each sect understood whether they had strayed from their paths and recognized the foundational depth and current state of the major Taoist mountains. From today's situation, it's not hard to foresee that in 5, 10, or 20 years, the world will face upheaval and turmoil. As long as the energy of heaven and earth continues to exist, the grand era of cultivation will soon return, and human history may take a different direction. While this era of peace may not last long, the Tao sects can restrain their disciples. But what about those inheritors scattered across various places for thousands of years? What about those beasts that, within the energy, will grow increasingly fierce, gradually gaining intelligence, and embark on the path of transformation? Wang Sheng suddenly began to understand why his master Qin Yinzi often stood on the courtyard wall gazing into the distance, occasionally letting out a long sigh. With a hint of worry in his brows, the path of cultivation may become easier in the future, but how should these worldly disputes be handled? Mu Wanxian, beside him, curiously tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, pulling him back from his reverie. It turned out that several Taoists over there had already stood up to announce that today's exchange meeting was coming to an end. Wang Sheng smiled and cast away the distracting thoughts in his heart. Work as hard as your strength allows, and let the master bear the brunt when the sky falls. No matter what, on the path of cultivation, one should walk with dignity in the future. Chapter 27. Making friends 2 or 3. A group of old and young Taoists gracefully descended the mountain, stepping on the afterglow of the setting sun. Li Shiwu had a few gray-haired Taoist masters beside him, and around the group from Wudong, there were also a dozen disciples from different famous mountains. Although many young cultivators were eager to befriend Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian, none dared to step forward. They just followed their own masters. The mountain breeze was gentle, and the evening glow was beautiful. Mu Wanxian hummed a soft melody, while Wang Sheng comfortably settled in this space, his spiritual sense slowly expanding, feeling quite at ease. After passing through the gate of myriad wonders, a familiar shout came from a corner. "Shenggu, wait for me." When Wang Sheng turned around, he saw the familiar crew-cut head rushing into the crowd, heading straight for him. Meng Hong and Zhou Yinglong wanted to intervene, but were stopped by their master's gesture, allowing Shi Qianzhong to run up to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng forced a gentle smile. "What's the matter? Add me as a friend. We agreed on that before." Shi Qianzhong shook the new smartphone in his hand and confidently patted his chest. "Among this younger generation, you, Shenggu, are the only one worth befriending. I admire your swordsmanship. We will definitely have dealings in the future, so let us look out for each other." The more than 10 young cultivators around rolled their eyes, secretly cursing this guy for being shameless. Wang Sheng, however, thought Shi Qianzhong had some skills. Although worldly wise, his comprehension, talent, and cultivation were quite good, and he had potential for the future. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. Although he still didn't know Shi Qianzhong's true nature, there was no need to fuss over a casual acquaintance. He took out his phone and added him as a friend. Shi Qianzhong secretly glanced at Mu Wanxian and saw her quietly standing next to Wang Sheng, not saying much. Clearly, in Shi Qianzhong's eyes, Mu Wanxian had already distanced herself from the younger generation. "Let us go down the mountain together, just in time to chat with you, Shenggu," Shi Qianzhong said, hands in his pockets. Wang Sheng smiled and said, "We can chat, but I can't afford to pay for those talismans. Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me feel hurt." Shi Qianzhong chuckled. "At that time, I wanted my master to help me get some materials, so I inflated the amount a bit. Those talismans only cost a few thousand. By the way, Shenggu, what's the name of your sword technique? Is it the famous Wudong 7-star sword? That is so cool. How many years have you practiced swordsmanship?" Wang Sheng gently shook his head. "Are you trying to probe my background so you can challenge me later? No more competitions." Shi Qianzhong quickly shook his head. "I don't have that many talismans for you to cut. Now I want to get some blood from spiritual birds and beasts to draw talismans. Those are all protected species, difficult and expensive." Wang Sheng was momentarily speechless. Just as they walked a few steps, they suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Fellow Taoist Fei Yu, please slow down. Wait for me." Everyone turned their heads to see Lu Yunji, dressed in a green Taoist robe, quickly approaching, catching up to Wang Sheng and Shi Qianzhong, breathing evenly, looking unfazed. The eyes of several young female cultivators around immediately lit up. Lu Yunji cupped his hands to Wang Sheng and said, "Today, thanks to you, fellow Taoist, for stepping in and teaching that rogue a lesson. It truly brings me great satisfaction, and I had to come and thank you." Shi Qianzhong, picking his nose, muttered, "Who are you trying to impress with your flowery language? What era is this, still calling each other brothers? What is so special about you?" Lu Yunji shot him a glance and coldly replied, "That is still better than your crude words." "Oh really?" Shi Qianzhong rolled up his sleeves. "A defeated opponent dares to act up in front of me?" Lu Yunji snorted, returning the gaze, and the two immediately entered a tense standoff. "Are you too hungry?" Wang Sheng suddenly interjected. Shi Qianzhong remembered he was also a defeated opponent and awkwardly chuckled. Lu Yunji shook his head with a smile, finding Shi Qianzhong's embarrassment amusing. Wang Sheng smiled and said, "Meng Shixiang, Zhou Shixiang, senior sister Hao Ling, Zhao Shixiang, and the other two, let us go down the mountain together for a meal. Tonight. I'll treat." Shi Qianzhong immediately grinned, patting his belly, thinking about how to enjoy a feast. The 4 Wudong disciples readily agreed and also greeted Lu Yunji, collectively ignoring Shi Qianzhong. However, Shi Qianzhong was oblivious, just chatting away with Wang Sheng. The journey was filled with idle talk, and with Shi Qianzhong being a chatterbox, there was hardly a dull moment, sharing many amusing stories. Shi Qianzhong was 22 years old, having come to the mountain at 17, like Wang Sheng. But while Wang Sheng actively sought to learn from Wudong, Shi Qianzhong was taken to Longhu Mountain by his parents and grandparents. This guy started ruling the school and middle school, collecting protection money from elementary students, skipping classes, smoking, going online, and dating without missing a beat. In high school, he began mingling with society and was a frequent visitor to the juvenile reform school at a young age. In desperation, his family sent him to Longhu Mountain to be looked after by a relative who practiced Taoism. Perhaps it was fate, as Shi Qianzhong's rebellious nature was beaten back by a Taoist named Yang with a stick and shoe sole, and he also became a disciple of the heavenly Zheng Dao master of Longhu Mountain. After a few years of cultivation at Longhu Mountain, Shi Qianzhong learned the craft of talisman making, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, he gained today's prominence. A few years ago, Lu Yunji was visiting friends with his master at Longhu Mountain when Shi Qianzhong ambushed him, hanging him from a tree and robbing him of his clothes and possessions, thus creating a karmic bond. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, Lu Yunji achieved some success in the Qingqing talisman Taoism and went back to Longhu Mountain for revenge, only to be beaten by Shi Qianzhong once again, leading to today as seen at the Maoshan Taoist exchange meeting. Both came to befriend Wang Sheng, which was also the intention of their respective masters. After all, the brilliance of Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian as a pair of senior siblings was too dazzling today. It was wise to establish a good relationship now rather than risk animosity in the future. Had it been ordinary young cultivators, Wang Sheng might not have regarded them highly. However, both Lu Yunji and Shi Qianzhong were outstanding among their respective disciples, making it appropriate to befriend Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, however, was well aware that one must be strong to forge strong connections. Today, it was his swordsmanship and his senior sister's formidable cultivation level that held down many renowned sects, allowing Shi Qianzhong and Lu Yunji to take the initiative to get to know him, which was nothing to be boastful about. He needed to remain humble and steady in his cultivation, as that was the true principle. As they approached the foot of the mountain, Shi Qianzhong patted his belly and asked, "What are we eating tonight?" "Lu Mei, you are the host here. Are there any good restaurants in Maoshan?" "Lu Mei?" Lu Yunji raised an eyebrow, his aura twisting around him, already holding 2 yellow talismans in hand. Wang Sheng and several Wudong disciples quickly intervened, leading to quite a commotion. The dinner that night cost Wang Sheng the income from a ritual he had mixed in, making him feel quite pained. Shi Qianzhong was purely seeking revenge, aiming to eat Wang Sheng into poverty, starting with the most expensive vegetarian dishes for a whole table. Had it not been for the fact that foundation-building cultivators shouldn't eat meat, he might have turned Wang Sheng into a negative asset tonight. Their group of 8 chose a well-known restaurant at the foot of the mountain, where many cultivators from various sects gathered for meals. It's been a long time since the restaurant was fully booked, but all the guests at each table wanted vegetarian dishes and fruit juice, which made the restaurant owner feel quite aggrieved. A group of people entered a large private room, and Mu Wanxian found a quiet spot to focus on eating and drinking. Wang Sheng sat beside his senior sister, constantly helping to serve dishes and rotate the table, as if he were afraid she would go hungry. The 4 disciples from Wudong and 2 talented students from the 3 sects of talismans were now quite familiar with each other, exchanging glasses of juice with a lively atmosphere, as if the juice itself was intoxicating. While on the mountain, in front of so many people, everyone represented the younger generation of their respective sects, and it was difficult to let loose. But after coming down the mountain, and in this private room, everyone shed their robes, and their youthful nature of loving lively gatherings could not be concealed. However, everyone had been in seclusion for so long on the mountain that their social skills had somewhat declined. For the first half hour, it was mostly Shi Qianzhong who was self-amusing, and when others spoke, it felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, Wang Sheng remained calm throughout, acting as the stabilizing force of the dinner party. After Shi Qianzhong and Lu Yunji exchanged a few verbal jabs, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman, and aside from a few exceptions, most cultivators nowadays are not forbidden from marriage. Strangely enough, although Shi Qianzhong had sneakily added Hao Ling as a friend, no one at the table took the initiative to get close to Mu Wanxian. Upon reflection, it was not hard to understand. Mu Wanxian was at the Jietai stage, and her reserved nature gave off an air of aloofness. She only responded softly to Wang Sheng's words, clearly indicating that she preferred to keep her distance. Moreover, Wang Sheng was sitting next to her, and although there was no hint of ambiguity between them, they seemed more like siblings. No one wanted to risk offending Wang Sheng by getting too close to a solitary Jet-on stage Kuan Dao cultivator. Mu Wanchuan's figure and appearance were of rare beauty, and everyone was young, so even if someone approached her with purely academic intentions, it would likely be seen as impure motivation. After 3 rounds of juice, Wang Sheng suddenly realized that he had inadvertently built up a preliminary social circle. The 4 senior brothers and sisters from Wudong Mountain were familiar faces, and after this gathering, they would at least have a good rapport, which would help prevent loneliness on the mountain in the future. Shi Qianzhong and Lu Yunji, who had taken the initiative to approach, were both seeking to befriend Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian, and Wang Sheng did not refuse. Having more friends on the path of cultivation could lead to more discussions in the future. Longhu Mountain and Maoshan, both significant sects within the Taoist community, seemed to have high hopes for Wang Sheng and Mu Wanchuan's future development, which was why they sent their outstanding disciples to build relationships with them. Lu Yunji was handsome and eloquent, exuding a refined demeanor. Though he was somewhat reserved during the meal, his smile often tinged with a hint of awkwardness. In contrast, Shi Qianzhong eagerly called Wang Sheng Shenggu, rushing to pour juice and running to call the waiter for more dishes. These two seemed to embody the contrast between a refined gentleman and a commoner, and just sitting side by side created a comedic juxtaposition. Overall, while conversing with Shi Qianzhong and Lu Yunji, despite their differing styles, there was nothing uncomfortable about the interactions. Chapter 28. The Leader After the Meal. The group chatted casually in the private room while snacking on sunflower seeds and drinking tea. Shenggu, how many years have you practiced your swordsmanship? Shi Qianzhong asked casually, without any reservations. About 3 years, Wang Sheng replied, not hiding the truth, as he had loved it since childhood and had some foundation before going up the mountain. Shi Qianzhong immediately gave a thumbs up, a piece of sunflower seed shell stuck to his lips, grinning, awesome. If your sword skills were before the return of the world's vital energy, others would have to practice for a lifetime to match you. Impressive. Not necessarily. Lu Yunji replied softly. Even if the world's vital energy has not returned, Brother Feiyu's swordsmanship wouldn't be much weaker than it is now. My master often says that all methods of cultivation ultimately lead to one path, which is understanding. Wang Sheng felt a bit embarrassed and was about to downplay it when Meng Hong interjected with a smile. You might not believe it, but we just learned today that Brother Wang Sheng has such swordsmanship. He usually keeps a low profile on the mountain, practicing in seclusion. Looking back, it's no surprise that Brother Wang could surprise everyone today. Don't praise me too much, or I'll be overwhelmed. Wang Sheng chuckled, calmly shifting the topic. What Brother Qianzhong did with that black talisman to conjure up 4 stacks of talismans out of thin air. And Brother Yunji using talisman techniques to summon heavenly thunder to fend off enemies. Those are truly astonishing Taoist skills. Lu Yunji smiled without speaking, while Shi Qianzhong awkwardly laughed and said, that was just a little trick to fool people, scaring them. Those 4 bundles were already tied to me. Sigh. I was hoping to show off a bit in Maoshan today, gain some fame, and maybe get some gigs, but unexpectedly, I ran into your sword. My old man said I would encounter a noble person on this trip. Is this a noble person? This is clearly the Sword King. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and a small head peeked in, bright eyes with bangs, dressed in Taoist robes. Wang Sheng recognized the girl. She was probably someone he had seen earlier at Maoshan. Her face was a bit flushed as she quietly asked, are the Dao brothers from Wudong Mountain here? I'm a little cultivator from Laoshan, and I would like to take a photo with Brother Feiyu and Sister Buyu, if that's okay. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian, the parties involved, had yet to nod, but Shi Qianzhong had already eagerly stood up, waving at the door. Come in. They're right here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open, and 7 or 8 young men and women dressed in Taoist robes rushed in. In the corridor, many others came in response to the news, some to greet and familiarize themselves, others to seize the opportunity to discuss Taoism, and later, quite a few Kuan Dao cultivators came looking for Lu Yunji for autographs. The small private room quickly descended into chaos. After over an hour of activity, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian returned to the hotel somewhat flustered, while Meng Hong and the others went with Lu Yunji and Shi Qianzhong to explore the night market. Following the flurry of interactions, Wang Sheng's WeChat friend list had expanded significantly, now containing dozens of names, contacts from various young disciples he had coincidentally met. He had also added 4 or 5 group chats, but he muted the notifications. Mu Wanchuan's WeChat also gained a few contacts, mostly from young female admirers who were quite in awe of this Jietai stage cultivator, and she had been smiling secretly for a long time, looking like she wanted to be a big sister. Although their sect had no formal name and only the 3 of them, it was necessary to expand their connections in the cultivation community as they were bound to achieve great things in the future. To that end, Wang Sheng meticulously noted down the names, sects, and Dao names of each young man and woman who added him, to prevent any future misunderstandings. That night, a delegation had already set off for home, and the group from Wudong Mountain was scheduled to head back the next morning. Wang Sheng had already bought a ticket from Maoshan to his hometown, and the journey only took 2 or 3 hours. He planned to take his senior sister back to visit his parents the next morning. People say that one feels shy when returning to their hometown. And tonight he found it somewhat difficult to sleep. Would his parents say something to embarrass his senior sister? Compared to the impact of today's exchange meeting, this was Wang Sheng's biggest concern. In the gentle night breeze, the back mountain of Mao Shan, which the pilgrims could not approach, finally returned to its former tranquility. The area outside the Chongshi Hall was already tidied up, with only a few Mao Shan disciples moving about to clean. The Taoists from the outer mountains had all gone down to the small town, and the masters of Mao Shan had returned to their respective temples and mountain houses. The Mao Shan Taoist who had presided over the afternoon Taoist exchange conference stepped in, holding a whisk, seemingly just back from sending someone off down the mountain. You several, go clean up another courtyard first. Yes. A few Mao Shan disciples bowed their heads and left in a hurry. Once it was confirmed that there were no more people around, the Taoist slowly walked to the front of Chongshi Hall, slightly bending his legs, his figure resembling an eagle soaring into the sky, brushing lightly under the eaves, and then floating down like willow catkins. He now held a small square box in his hand, which had a small hole on one side. This Taoist in charge of Mao Shan was not a military enthusiast and did not know the expensive price of this seemingly inconspicuous, but actually special equipment box. He only knew its specific function. It could continuously record high-definition video for 24 hours. Bringing a small card close to the bottom of the box, it emitted a soft humming sound, indicating that the video recorded today had been stored and started transmitting to the remote end responsible for receiving it. A hint of hesitation crossed the Taoist's expression. Sigh. A light sigh came from deep within Chongshi Hall, causing the Taoist to freeze momentarily, quickly tucking the box into his sleeve. However, just as he completed the motion, an old man in a long white robe silently stood in front of him. Master, you are not in seclusion? The Taoist revealed a somewhat awkward smile. The old man spoke softly. Have you thought this through? If you proceed this way, it may be seen as a breach of trust and righteousness. The Taoist fell silent for a while before speaking. Master, my actions are also for the consideration of the entire cultivation world, not just for the gains and losses of our Mao Shan sect. That may be so, but since I have transferred the position of sect leader to you, I should not intervene more in your matters. The old man's expression was somewhat sorrowful. The Taoist sighed. Master, the present is not like 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the secular world was merely swords and horses. Nowadays, firearms and artillery. Even if we reach a high level of cultivation, if the nation were to act against us, Mao Shan could be reduced to rubble overnight. You also said that this is a time of peace and prosperity, and the world does not require us cultivators to protect anything. We only need to manage ourselves well, accept the nation's supervision, and ensure that the cultivation world does not disrupt the secular order. That is enough. Enough. I will go into seclusion to cultivate. The old man waved his hand, his figure drifting into the hall, disappearing deep within. The Taoist bowed to send him off, looking at the black box in his sleeve. A small green light flickered gently. The video transmission had been completed. Although he had already made up his mind, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, as if he had betrayed his sect and let down his fellow cultivators. The current sect leader of Mao Shan sighed softly, flicked the whisk, and headed towards a side door. It is said that the mountain is very tranquil, only because the secular world has no dust. Nowadays, where are there any caves and blessed lands, or peaceful immortal gates? Meanwhile, outside the small town of Mao Shan, in a remote area outside the town, a food processing factory was bustling with over a dozen people working in front of 2 rows of computers. One row of screens displayed images from various corners of the small town of Mao Shan, while the other row showed the locations of various Taoist sections. The more than 10 people here were monitoring the entire small town of Mao Shan. Aside from the footsteps of personnel coming and going and the sounds of a few young men and women typing on keyboards, it was quite quiet. However, this tranquility was quickly broken by a shout. Team leader, the second machine has sent over a video. In the corner, the team leader, who had been lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, immediately stood up and quickly walked over in high heels. Her movements instantly drew the attention of those around her, and a few men couldn't help but steal glances at this team leader known for her strictness and decisiveness. She was slim, and her fitted suit added a touch of femininity to her competence. Her short hair was neatly arranged. Although she was already in her 40s, her figure remained quite good, with curves that could be described as enchanting. Her unadorned face, while not as beautiful as in her youth, bore the marks of life, inevitably showing some fine wrinkles. The team leader approached the equipment and instructed in a calm voice. There should be over 10 hours of footage inside. Quickly extract the useful information. Yes, team leader, we can get it done in 15 minutes. The team leader nodded lightly, crossing her arms and watching by the desk. This Taoist conference was of great significance for their department. It was her opportunity to observe the strength of these Taoist sects and the overall atmosphere of the cultivation world. The young man controlling the mouse fumbled a few times, his fingers trembling slightly as he swallowed hard and said nervously, "Team leader, can I handle it by myself for a while? I'm not quite used to you being here. Get on with it." The team leader's face darkened, and she said nothing more as she took a couple of steps back and moved to the side. Once she left, the group of curious young people around the conference began to lean in, peering at the computer screen, processing the video files. The team leader said nothing more, moving to a nearby filing cabinet and glancing at her phone from time to time. "Team leader, coffee." A middle-aged man in a jacket with graying hair approached with a steaming paper cup in hand, jokingly saying, "These new recruits are a bit scared of you. Don't take it to heart." The team leader pursed her lips, not saying much, and cautiously took a sip from the paper cup. It was somewhat bitter. This man seemed to have worked with the team leader for a long time. Although he didn't dare joke in front of her, he clearly knew more. "Team leader, has there been any news from Shauna?" A hint of worry crossed the team leader's eyes as she shook her head slightly. "No. I've already arranged for someone to look for her at her school. Don't worry, team leader. It's just the little girl being temperamental. My daughter went through that phase too." Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, the young people gathered around the computer screen shouted in excitement. One of them turned and shouted, "Team leader, come quick. This person's sword technique. It's definitely something from a TV show." The team leader and the middle-aged man immediately hurried over. And aside from a few personnel manning the control consoles who didn't dare leave their seats, everyone else rushed over to see. The video on the computer screen had been paused. It showed Wang Sheng practicing his sword dance. Even though it had been recorded and presented by cold electronic equipment, it still appeared somewhat dreamlike. The team leader frowned and asked, "Who is he?" A young girl holding a file bag immediately answered, "Wang Sheng. He came with the Wudong Mountain delegation, and he was sitting in the audience all morning without showing himself. His Taoist name is Fei Yu. And according to the information we've intercepted, his master's Taoist name is Qin Yanzi, and it's said that his cultivation has already reached the Jietai stage." The coffee cup in the team leader's hand shook slightly, 2 drops spilling onto her fingertips, yet she seemed oblivious to the scalding coffee. "You said, who is his master?" The young girl sensed the change in the team leader's expression and instinctively shivered, nearly dropping the file bag. Chapter 29, Returning Home. Back to the mountain at 10 o'clock the next morning, on the speeding bus on the highway, in the back corner. "Beep. Shenggu, where is your home? Are we there yet? Please say hi to Uncle and Annie for me." "Beep. Shenggu, when are you coming to visit us at Longhu Mountain? We also have a group of sword practitioners here. You could come and give us some pointers." "Beep. Shenggu, does our senior sister like sweet food or spicy food? The rice cakes and eggplant here are quite good." "Beep. Shenggu, this guy's spiritual pollution is unmatched." Wang Sheng looked at the screen of his phone, where a series of voice messages averaged over 15 seconds each, and groaned while holding his head. Why did he add this guy Shi Qianzhong as a friend for no reason? A familiar call came from beside him. Wang Sheng instinctively opened his mouth, and a strawberry-flavored jelly was dropped into it. In the seat by the window, Mu Wanxian, buried in a pile of snacks, chuckled softly while continuing to hold her phone and read comics, finishing off the care packages that Masterly Sherwu had bought for them before their departure. Wang Sheng leaned back in his chair, gazing at his senior sister's flawless profile, a faint sense of comfort rising within him. It was indeed quieter with fewer people around. He could close his eyes and meditate whenever he wanted. The Maoshan Taoist Arts Exchange Conference had concluded successfully in Wudong Mountain. Thanks to Wang Sheng's swordsmanship and Mu Wanxuan's cultivation, not only avoided being ridiculed by other sects, but instead boosted the prestige of their own Dao inheritance. After returning to Wudong Mountain, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian would likely be able to receive their Taoist certificates directly. The bus sped toward home, and by the time Wang Sheng came out of his meditation, the vehicle had already entered the city where he had lived for nearly 40 years over 2 lifetimes. Outside the window, the bustling street scenes and busy pedestrians, with a few children laughing and chasing each other on the roadside, made it feel somewhat surreal. To make their journey home smoother and less conspicuous, both Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian did not wear their work attire, since they were going to meet Wang Sheng's parents. Mu Wanxian chose a very demure outfit, a short-sleeved dress with a common floral pattern, a waist design seen everywhere, and the sun hat that Wang Sheng had bought for her at Maoshan, with her petite feet adorned in simple sandals. However, no matter how ordinary her outfit was, it couldn't hide the ethereal aura she exuded. This ensemble merely slightly reduced her rate of being stared at. Wang Sheng had tied his hair into an artistic ponytail, and his casual outfit of jeans and a shirt was randomly selected, but he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough, radiating an undeniable sharpness of sword intent. Passers-by who caught a glimpse of him would feel that this young man had a certain brightness. Like a star whose brilliance could not be concealed even by the full moon, he was just a bit too close to the ground, making it hard for others to approach him. The jeans he wore were the ones he had brought to the mountain, now a bit small, with his big feet and ankles exposed, turning them into cropped pants, and he was wearing a pair of sneakers he usually practiced in. This outfit perfectly portrayed a down-and-out youth pursuing the path of art, but reluctantly working at a construction site, while always maintaining a positive and uplifting energy. Senior sister, when we get home, my parents might say some things you won't understand, so just ignore them and do what you like, Wang Sheng preemptively warned. Mu Wanxian blinked, somewhat puzzled by Wang Sheng's advice. In her impression, Wang Sheng's parents were quite nice and often sent daily necessities to the mountain. Many of her clothes were gifts from Wang Sheng's mother, but since Wang Sheng had said so, there must be a reason for it. The senior sister blinked again and continued to indulge in her pile of snacks. Wang Sheng had already imagined what it would be like to see his parents when he returned home. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian stepped out of the bus station, a middle-aged couple dressed as if attending a company annual meeting stood beside a brand-new car, waving elegantly at them. Though they often appeared in videos, it had been over a year since they last met in reality. Wang Sheng's parents seemed to be growing younger. This might be related to the genuine energy he had used to help them cleanse their bodies last year at Wudong Mountain. Everyone hopes their parents will live to 100 years, and even if they cannot cultivate, as their son, one should try to do something for them. Unfortunately, Wang Sheng was practicing the sword path rather than the pill path, and it would take a few more years for some herbs to begin transforming in the qi infusion before longevity pills would be available. At that moment, Wang Sheng thought about making some effort later to prepare a few pills for his parents, provided he didn't get robbed along the way. While he was slightly lost in thought, his mother's surprised voice rang in his ears. Is this Xiao Xian? How did she become so delicate and beautiful in the blink of an eye? My goodness, come here for a hug. Mu Wanxian smiled shyly. Not quite used to being hugged, but she still made an effort to maintain her smile. Dressed in a suit, Wang Sheng's father took the couple's luggage and stuffed it into his recently changed beloved car. Taking advantage of the moment when mother and daughter were being affectionate, he quietly walked over to Wang Sheng's side, hands behind his back, and lightly bumped Wang Sheng with his shoulder. When are you going to prepare a betrothal gift for her? Wang Sheng calmly replied, Dad, don't worry. I will make sure you get to hold your grandchildren in your lifetime. Wang Sheng's father immediately rolled his eyes in exasperation. His parents' thoughts were quite simple. They hoped Wang Sheng could cultivate and find a partner simultaneously. They were genuinely afraid that Wang Sheng would neglect everything and solely focus on his cultivation, becoming a Taoist who disregarded worldly affairs in the mountains. From beginning to end, Wang's parents never understood why Wang Sheng suddenly developed a heart for the Tao, abandoning his studies to go to Wudong Mountain for cultivation. Xiao Xian, go sit in the back with Auntie. Okay. Mu Wanxian responded somewhat shyly as Wang's mother affectionately pulled her to the back seat, listening carefully to her talk about trivial matters far removed from cultivation. In the front seat, Wang Sheng's dad proudly introduced the features of the new car, and the atmosphere inside was quite harmonious. The house was also spotless, and compared to when Wang Sheng left, it now had some cute decorative pillows and ornaments. As Wang Sheng and his parents debated whether to eat out or cook at home, Mu Wanxian rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen, showcasing her culinary skills honed over the years. Although the dishes she stir-fried had little oil and were all vegetarian without any meat, Wang Sheng's parents enjoyed it immensely, never closing their mouths as they praised their senior sister's virtues. After the meal, Mu Wanxian sensibly tugged at Wang Sheng's arm, signaling him to spend some time alone with his parents. Wang Sheng said, Senior sister, you can take a nap in my room. You'll stay in my room tonight while I sleep in the living room. Mu Wanxian gently agreed, and Wang Sheng dragged their luggage into his original bedroom. The moment he opened the bedroom door, a few black lines appeared on Wang Sheng's forehead. The room had almost been completely redecorated, with the single bed replaced by a brand new double bed, all in a light purple warm color scheme. There were potted plants in the corners, and the ceiling was covered with colorful balloons. In short, this arrangement would be complete with a big red double happiness sticker on the headboard. Okay, this is very much like my parents. Wang Sheng coughed lightly and said softly, "Senior sister, feel free to make yourself at home. This is just like our place on the mountain. This is a room specially prepared for you." "Sure, here is the translation." Mu Wanxian nodded with a smile, indicating that Wang Sheng should go accompany his parents, and then gently closed the door. Outside the door, Wang Sheng let out a slight sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that his senior sister might be unhappy or uncomfortable, but fortunately, his senior sister was completely oblivious to such matters, avoiding much awkwardness. His parents were whispering in the living room, afraid that their voices would disturb the girl inside the room. His mother's voice was still as gentle as ever. "Xiao Sheng, come over and chat with your parents." But a certain middle-aged uncle quickly took on the role of a stern father, saying, "Xiao Sheng, how long are you planning to stay on the mountain? You're already 20, and it's time to think about your future." Wang Sheng smiled helplessly, raising his palm as streams of true essence surged like flames. "Dad, Mom, what do you think about the matter of cultivating immortality?" After staying at home for 2 days, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian also showcased their cultivation life on the mountain. In the morning, the two sat cross-legged on the balcony, entering a meditative state like clay sculptures. Meanwhile, his parents, who were beginning to doubt the reality of life, watched closely, with his father occasionally rubbing his lower back and then exclaiming in admiration. Having a healthy backside without hemorrhoids is such a fortunate thing. To dispel his parents' worries about his future, Wang Sheng even performed a simple sword technique in the living room. His senior sister cooperatively taught his parents a few health-preserving moves, although they couldn't step onto the path of cultivation. Practicing regularly could still keep them healthy and prolong their lives. 2 days later, feeling a bit reluctant to leave home, Wang Sheng steeled himself and embarked on the path of seeking truth again, taking the high-speed train west with his senior sister. Before leaving, Wang Sheng's parents secretly pulled him aside and hesitantly made a request to their son. "You go ahead and say it." "Why should I say it?" "You're shy in front of your own son." "Oh, you're so annoying." "Xiao Sheng, my father's voice was initially loud, but after a cough, it turned into a faint whisper. "Your mother and I have been wanting to have a younger brother or sister for you these past few years, but we haven't succeeded. We went for a checkup, and the doctor said your mother is very healthy, and I have no major issues either. There's no risk in having a second child, but we just can't seem to conceive." The infertility expert said it might be related to the environment, and we later saw a traditional Chinese medicine doctor and took herbal medicine for half a year, but there's still no progress. "You see, is there any elixir that can solve this problem? Could you ask your master to help with this?" Wang Sheng opened his mouth and then smiled and nodded. It seems that after returning to the mountain, he should study alchemy in addition to the sword path. Throughout the journey, Wang Sheng pondered this question. Is there an ancient elixir that can cure infertility caused by midlife crises? He had truly never heard of such a thing. Buzz. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Opening WeChat, a flurry of voice messages started pouring in. Accidentally clicking, a voice that sounded like a duck quacking came out. "Ding. Shenggu, I'm deleting you from my friends list." Chapter 30. Ancient Sword. When Yuan, the closer they got to Wudong Mountain, the further they were from home. After leaving the high-speed train station and transferring back to the entrance of Wudong Mountain, the small buildings and streets in the town below gradually faded behind them, and a rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. Mu Wanxian was still looking out the window, her expression the same as when they had descended the mountain before. But this time she left with full anticipation and still had plenty of expectations now. She must be looking forward to the next time they descend the mountain. Wang Sheng couldn't directly ask her how she felt about this trip to Maoshan and his hometown due to her difficulty in expressing herself. But it was clear that she was quite happy, at least not uncomfortable at any point. Seeking immortals and cultivating requires true words, and the immortal's door seeks freedom. The word freedom seems a bit stingy compared to carefree, yet it holds its own charm. On the way up the mountain, Wang Sheng noticed that more people were taking the initiative to greet him. The fame he and his senior sister gained at the Maoshan Taoist Exchange Conference had quickly spread on the mountain, thanks to Zhou Yinglong, Zhao Zhao, Meng Hong, and Hao Ling. After all, communication was quite convenient now, and Wudong Mountain had several group chats among disciples, allowing messages to spread rapidly. Now, Various Taoist temples and cultivation places on the mountain knew that Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian were a pair of senior and junior siblings with profound cultivation realms. Wang Sheng's Tongming sword heart and seven-star sword intent, along with Mu Wanxian's two instruments Dao rhythm and fetal formation realm, made them not to be underestimated. They were subtly becoming the leaders of the younger generation on Wudong Mountain. Along the way, whenever someone greeted Wang Sheng, he would smile and nod, neither engaging in small talk nor appearing cold. During his previous life, he had faced the disdain of some high-level cultivators while mingling in gangs, and he didn't want to become the kind of cultivator he had once despised. In front of the small courtyard, Qing Yinzi stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly already aware of when the two would return. Upon seeing their master, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian couldn't help but quicken their pace. The mountain path appeared to have been cleaned, with traces of new fillings in some long-neglected gaps, likely arranged by Li Shiwu, the deputy master in charge of external affairs. Master. You too. Weren't you supposed to keep a low profile during this trip to Maoshan? Qing Yinzi had a serious expression when Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian exchanged a glance. Both feeling a bit anxious, this prominent figure in the Void Dan realm broke into a smile. Listening to this unassuming Taoist speak gently, you both did well. Although we are guests on Wudong Mountain and do not belong to the true martial emperor's lineage, we are also considered Wudong Mountain cultivators. This time, you didn't embarrass your master, but you must quickly focus your hearts and continue to cultivate diligently on the mountain. The world is vast, and there are countless high-level cultivators. Even I dare not be arrogant. So you too must not become complacent and underestimate the path of others. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian nodded in agreement, naturally keeping their master's admonition in their hearts. Qing Yinzi waved his hand with a smile. Go take a look. Junior Brotherly sent some things yesterday, including 2 nice items as a reward for both of you on this trip. I still have to go to Taihe Palace for a meeting. I'll bring you dinner later. With that, Qing Yinzi floated away, taking a step as if he were about to ride the wind. It's only been a few days. How does it feel like Master is about to break through again? Wang Sheng muttered softly, and Mu Wanxian nodded in agreement. Qing Yinzi's accumulation was not inferior to that of the older generation of Taoists on various mountains, and his Dao realm and comprehension surpassed that of the older generation of cultivators in the world. At this moment, his progress in cultivation was rapidly reaching a terrifying state, which was actually quite normal. After exchanging a glance with his senior sister, for some reason, both of them chuckled lightly, each carrying their suitcase, pushing open the now refreshed courtyard door and eagerly heading to the northern room. On the table lay a few items, and the first thing Wang Sheng saw was the long sword in its sheath. He considered himself a sword lover and knew that his master had always made him practice with a wooden sword, understanding the intention behind it. But at this moment, seeing a sword exuding a faint spiritual aura, he truly couldn't contain his excitement. He raised his hand, his fingers brushing against the sword sheath made of unknown hard material, and Wang Sheng seemed to hear a sound of the sword humming. This was by no means an ordinary long sword forged by craftsmen. Compared to his original sword used for Tai Chi dance, this long sword had a slightly wider hilt, but the blade was narrower, seemingly modeled after ancient swords from before the Qin dynasty. He picked up the long sword, and to his surprise, it was heavier than Wang Sheng had expected. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, the urge to draw the sword turned into a slight reluctance. He feared disappointment, worried that he might have too high expectations for this sword, and that seeing it in full might lead to disillusionment. At this moment, he could only trust in the heritage of Wudong Mountain. Beside him, his senior sister, who was comparing 2 ancient-style green skirts, also looked curiously at the sword. Taking a deep breath, Wang Sheng slowly drew the long sword from its sheath. The sound of the blade rubbing against the inner lining of the sheath was clear, but not harsh. The sword shimmered, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, with a shallow blood groove running down the center, and the surface seemed to ripple like water. That was the essence of heaven and earth entwined with this sword. Near the guard, there were 2 small, ancient characters, which Wang Sheng read softly, as Wen Yuan, cautiously injecting a stream of true essence. He felt no obstruction as it flowed into the sword. When it returned to his own meridians, he sensed a slight chill. Sword essence? This should be considered a magical weapon. Although it was not as mystical as Lu Yunji's golden thread jade robe, or Shi Qianzhang's crescent-shaped ink jade, this ancient sword named Wen Yuan was likely crafted specifically for sword cultivators. Gradually increasing the flow of true essence, the sword emitted a humming sound, and the surface shimmered. However, Wang Sheng soon felt that the sword had reached a certain limit. Any further infusion of true essence would damage it. He sighed inwardly, and then chuckled softly. The sigh was natural because although this sword was stronger than ordinary iron, its strength was still limited. It was suitable for use in the gathering spirit and fetus formation stages, but as one's cultivation level deepened, this sword would no longer be able to showcase its wielder's true power. The laughter came from Wang Sheng, feeling much more relaxed. If Uncle Li Shiwu really brought him the treasured magical weapon from Wudong Mountain, he would truly owe a favor to the Taoist tradition. Debts of favor are the hardest to repay, especially for cultivators. This sword, while a treasure, was not of the highest quality. It could be considered a reasonable reward for his trip to Maoshan. Senior sister, look, Wang Sheng handed the sword to his senior sister. Mu Wanxian carefully set her skirts down and took the sword. She hummed softly, then traced her finger along the blood groove on the blade, gently shaking her head at Wang Sheng. She was telling him not to let this sword affect his Tao heart. Rest assured, I won't intentionally use it to kill. Wang Sheng replied. Mu Wanxian cradled the sword back, and Wang Sheng put away the ancient sword, casually picking up the two small black lacquered notebooks that had been under the sword. Opening them revealed a 1-inch ID photo of both Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian, recording their ages, years of cultivation, the Taoist temple they were affiliated with, and their masters. This was their Taoist identification. Wang Sheng had 3 years of Tao age, while his senior sister had 15, likely counted from when she first understood what cultivation meant. After all, no one is born knowing the meaning of cultivation. Meanwhile, Mu Wanxian pulled out a jade pendant from beneath her skirts, held it up to examine it for a moment, and then happily handed it to Wang Sheng. Here, senior sister, this sword is for me, so the jade pendant is naturally for you. Mu Wanxian shook her head gently, stubbornly pressing the jade pendant into Wang Sheng's hand. Then, she slid her finger across her phone screen and presented it to Wang Sheng. I'm invincible in this world, the best in the universe. The implication was that she didn't need this jade pendant, which had the effect of calming the mind and soul, and wanted her junior brother to wear it. Wang Sheng had principles, though. He was too busy taking care of her to take what she rightfully deserved, as one insisted on giving and the other firmly declined. A few minutes later, his senior sister looked at him with a slightly aggrieved expression. Her autumn-like eyes were almost brimming with tears, and Wang Sheng felt a bit at a loss. Senior sister, don't rush me, then wait for me a moment. Wang Sheng turned and went to the inner room, soon returning carrying a long box. He had originally intended to wait for his senior sister's birthday to give it to her as a gift, but now he decided to take it out early. If you want to give me something, you must accept what I give you. Mu Wanxian blinked, took the long box, and curiously opened it to find a green jade flute inside. This is just a common item, not a magical weapon, but I think it's quite pretty. I bought it online before. Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly, and Mu Wanxian was already delighted, cradling the jade flute and gently caressing it, clearly enamored with it. In the end, the jade pendant was still pressed into Wang Sheng's hands by his senior sister. Holding it, he could feel a cool aura lingering in his heart. If worn during cultivation, it could help clear away distractions and quickly enter a meditative state. This was probably not a magical weapon, but simply a piece of high-quality jade infused with essence. Suddenly, a noise interrupted them. Mu Wanxian had already sat on the edge of the Kong, trying to make the jade flute sound. Wang Sheng watched for a while, shaking his head and chuckling, before heading back inside to pack his belongings. Not long after, he returned dressed in his usual baggy shorts, short-sleeved shirt, and flip-flops, jumping onto the roof to meditate in his designated spot. Of course, he couldn't avoid sitting on a wooden board. After all, he was just a flesh and blood body in the late gathering spirit stage, and his butt was still soft. Today, he also had a sheathed ancient sword beside him, with a jade pendant hanging from its guard. Mu Wanxian had changed into loose practice clothes and was meditating with her eyes closed not far from the courtyard gate. The jade flute beside her, surrounded by strands of essence that she was slowly nurturing. In the evening, intermittent flute sounds floated through the woods as Wang Sheng practiced with his sword in the courtyard. Although it didn't form any coherent melody, the sound was sweet to the ears and very gentle. After a while, Wang Sheng stood on a large rock, gazing at the colorful clouds over the western mountains, his expression showing a hint of contemplation as he considered the paths ahead for himself, his senior sister, and their master. Cultivation emphasizes the importance of law, wealth, partners, and land, and the character for wealth is indispensable. The Taoist tradition has no mountain peaks, and its heritage cannot be said to be deep. There is only a small bronze box passed down from the ancestors. Their master is accustomed to solitary cultivation, and his senior sister is naive to the ways of the world, leaving him to think about their sect's future. Suddenly, he felt a sense of pride, as if he were the small pillar of his family. Wang Sheng brushed past the sword sheath, his loosely tied long hair fluttering in the evening breeze, and his tall figure showed no hint of clumsiness as he continued to gaze at the distant sunset. Chapter 31. The fairy fears ghosts. Wealth is not merely a single coin. Magical weapons, the methods and materials for refining magical weapons, elixirs, the formulas and furnaces for refining elixirs, and herbs, along with the talismans worth thousands or even tens of thousands. All resources related to cultivation fall under the category of wealth. These are issues that cultivators must think about, and they might even have to fight over them. For a Taoist to make money, it's quite difficult not to deceive. That night, Wang Sheng discussed with his master about developing the sect's resource reserves. But Qing Yinzi told him not to worry and to focus on cultivating peacefully on the mountain. Making money was something this taciturn Taoist was more experienced in. The next morning, Wang Sheng found 2 small porcelain vials on the table. Opening one, he discovered several pills emitting a faint fragrance. "Oh, master, which sect did you rob last night?" Wang Sheng blinked, feeling quite shocked, and before he could ask more, Qing Yinzi had already walked in from outside with a smile. "How's the quality of the returning essence pill that master refined?" "Master, you still know how to refine pills?" Wang Sheng asked, a bit surprised. "An old Taoist on Wudong Mountain taught me before and passed down a book on alchemy to me. When I was young and had nothing to do, I memorized it all," Qing Yinzi said calmly, quite satisfied with his disciple's expression. "It's just that nowadays, herbs are hard to gather, so I don't make many. And I still have to leave some for the senior brother who provides the alchemy furnace, so I can only leave you these few." Wang Sheng blinked and almost blurted out to ask his own father whether there were any pills that could treat infertility. Ahem. He thought he should check the alchemy books himself. After all, it was a bit difficult to bring up. "Yesterday, I heard junior brother Shuizhou mention something about you being quite close to the Maoshan disciple Lu Yunji and the Longhu Mountain disciple Shi Qianzhong. Is it true?" Qing Yinzi sat on a nearby chair. Wang Sheng didn't think much and replied, "Indeed, this is the case. Master, do we have any grievances with these 2 sects?" "There's no grievance at all." Qing Yinzi waved his hand and smiled. "I just want to remind you to not care about a person's background when befriending others. Character should be the standard for judgment. I heard junior brother Shuizhou mention that Shi Qianzhong seems to have a strange temperament and is quite arrogant. You must not let him influence your hard-earned Tao heart." Wang Sheng nodded seriously, understanding that he would delete him later. "Well, I deleted him once before, but he was added back and still kept sending various life-threatening friend requests. Shi Qianzhong might just be the type of performative personality mentioned in legends." Wang Sheng encountered such people in his previous life, most of whom had some psychological issues. "There's no need to delete friends," Qing Yinzi smiled. "Don't make things too absolute. Leave some room for future encounters." "Master, you don't know, this guy is really..." Wang Sheng shook his head, full of helplessness, not a good person. Qing Yinzi seemed to sense something and felt a bit relieved, no longer mentioning the matter. His disciple should know how to handle himself. "Put away the pills and go practice. I've worried too much." "Yes, the disciple will definitely not do anything to disgrace the sect, you can rest assured, master." Wang Sheng could only guarantee this. But he truly dared not say whether he would be bothered by that guy Shi Qianzhong to the point of losing control when they met. "Sovereign of infinite heavens, calm down." These few pills were used to restore his true essence, speed up the absorption of the surrounding heavenly energy, and stimulate his potential, with a little effect on healing injuries. Given by master, Wang Sheng did not dare to decline, carefully putting away the pills before heading outside the courtyard with his new sword. Standing with the sword, Tao evolves from the heart. This heart is at ease and clear. Occasionally, a mountain breeze would blow by, and Wang Sheng drew his sword, letting the blade chase the wind, slowly executing the Big Dipper sword array from start to finish, carefully experiencing the many changes within the sword array. At the beginning of practicing the sword array, Wang Sheng had tied a dummy to himself, using it as an opponent to perform the 7-star sword array and ponder the essence of the array. Now, he had already passed that stage, and this 7-star sword array was truly an entry into the realm. While he wouldn't dare say his understanding of this sword array had caught up with his master's, it was indeed not too far off. After a while, Wang Sheng sheathed his sword, standing on a boulder by the road, as if. Streams of heavenly energy began to gather towards Wang Sheng, swirling around him slowly, cleansing his body. Not far away in the woods, Mu Wanxian, sitting quietly under a tree, seemed to sense Wang Sheng's presence. With her eyes closed in meditation, a slight smile crossed her lips. In the main house, Qing Yinzi had already gone who knows where, presumably to find a place to practice. Life in this mountain gate, which still had few visitors, remained peaceful and leisurely. However, senior sister's comprehension was indeed quite astonishing. On the third day after Wang Sheng gifted her the jade flute, she was already able to play some simple, coherent melodies, and 6 or 7 days later, she could play some complete pieces. Half a month later, every time Mu Wanxian played the jade flute, there would always be strands of calming spirit thoughts mixed in, making people feel enlightened. Then, Master Qing Yinzi came up with a new idea. On the first full moon night after returning to the mountain, Qing Yinzi dragged both of his disciples into another round of fuss. He had Mu Wanxian change into a green ancient-style skirt, the white waist sash accentuating her figure perfectly, with her long hair tied into tassels and 2 sheer hairbands falling in front of her shoulders. When she played the jade flute under the moonlight, Wang Sheng, dressed in a blue gauze robe, danced with the ancient sword Wen Yuan, scattering sword shadows that resembled stars. However, beside them, a certain Taoist big shot was squatting on the ground, holding a phone focused on the video function, adjusting the recording angle without regard for his image, while continuously speaking. Yes, this angle is just right. Xiao Sheng, you're too focused on dancing with the sword. Try to have more eye contact with your senior sister. Xiao Xian, smile no? Not a forced smile. It should be a smile that reaches your eyes. Finally, after fussing until midnight, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian, exhausted, sat by the Kong, watching the short video that Master had filmed for several dozen seconds. Qing Yinzi softly recited. The jade flute falls quietly through 1,000 layers of sleeves. The sword moves through the purple micro. Who hears it? Whose family's emerald is dyed with moonlight? Asking about the meaning within this tune. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian exchanged glances, both unable to hold back their laughter. Qing Yinzi coughed lightly, calmly putting away his phone, and said, "Rest early. I'll edit the video tomorrow." Master, Wang Sheng couldn't help but ask, "What's the purpose of filming these videos?" Qing Yinzi replied nonchalantly, "To post in my circle of friends, making those old Taoists without disciples envious." Wang Sheng's Tao heart wavered, unable to help but support his forehead with his hand, while senior sister laughed so hard she was bent over. After returning to the mountain, their life of cultivation had just settled down, and Wang Sheng only wanted to quietly practice, striving to elevate his realm to the fetus formation stage within a year, and to experience what it meant to fast and not eat. But Li Shiwuzuo, the deputy master, came to their small courtyard with a worried expression just a month after they returned to the mountain. This old Taoist, with graying hair, stood somewhat nervously in front of the increasingly youthful Qing Yinzi. Seeing Qing Yinzi's displeased expression, he could only try to greet him. "Senior brother Qing Yinzi, you must help me again this time." Qing Yinzi frowned and said, "Is there another exchange meeting? My 2 disciples also need to cultivate. We can't be running around every day." Li Shiwuzuo hurriedly said, "How could there be exchange meetings so frequently? This time it will at most delay half a day's work. If senior brother can personally take action, it might not even take half a day." Qing Yinzi looked at Li Shiwuzuo with some exasperation, and the latter could only shake his head and force a smile, repeatedly bowing. "Let's sit inside and talk slowly. What on earth happened this time?" Li Shiwuzuo sighed in relief and said with a wry smile, "Well, this matter is somewhat private. It's from my hometown. I can't even bring myself to ask my uncle and senior uncle for help. So I came to you, senior brother. You are the most reliable among my peers." Qing Yinzi, being somewhat soft-hearted, did not refuse Li Shiwuzuo's request. "Let's see how it goes. If it's a bit difficult, I'll let Fei Yu and Bu Yu handle it. If it's not difficult and just about eating and drinking, I, as the master, am willing to delay my own cultivation to bear all the hardships for my disciples." After more than 10 minutes, Li Shimu walked down the mountain briskly, not forgetting to greet Wang Sheng, who was practicing swordsmanship outside. Just as Wang Sheng felt a slight sense of foreboding, his master's call came. "Xiao Xian, Xiao Sheng, come inside." He called Wang Sheng and Mu Wanquan closer and asked, "In your opinion, are there ghosts in this world?" "Ghosts. Ghosts." Mu Wanquan's little hand suddenly twitched. Her lips pressed together, her small face a bit pale, and her eyes revealed a hint of fear as she glanced up at her master and then shrank behind Wang Sheng. "Almost forgot. Xiaoxian, you're most afraid of these. Qin Yinzi seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his forehead, and sighed with a mix of amusement and exasperation, saying, you go practice outside for a while, and let Xiaoxing handle this matter. How can a sister at the forming embryo stage be afraid of ghosts? Wang Sheng felt a bit incredulous and only gazed at his master with a probing look after his sister left the room. Qin Yinzi calmly explained, when she was 7 or 8 years old, I wanted to stimulate her to speak more, so I let her listen to some midnight ghost story radio for a while. And that's how she developed this fear of ghosts. This was about to spark a wave of sarcasm. Wang Sheng asked, Master, how was the effect back then? No effect. It actually got worse. Your sister almost became withdrawn, Qin Yinzi replied. This matter, Master definitely could pull it off. Chapter 32. The gift. Qin Yinzi said, later. Contact your Shirmu Li Shirmu. Since your sister can't go, let him help you find a companion. Wang Sheng nodded in agreement. Although he wanted to focus on his cultivation on the mountain, if he didn't go, Master might have to, and as a disciple, he naturally had no choice but to follow. This was also a bit of an annoyance for the three of them living under someone else's roof. Master, what did Uncle Li Shirmu ask for again? Qin Yinzi blurted out 2 words, exorcism. Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his arm and whispered, are there already ghosts? Before the recovery of vitality, it was impossible to have any, but after the recovery of vitality, there certainly would be. Qin Yinzi smiled and waved his fingers in the air, leaving wisps of white smoke, drawing a common Halloween ghost. Wang Sheng couldn't help but remind him, Master, this is foreign. Actually, it's all about the same. Qin Yinzi dismissed the illusion with a wave and smiled. Xiaosheng, how do you think ghosts are formed? Residual spiritual thoughts entangled with vitality? Wang Sheng cautiously voiced the correct answer, as this had long been confirmed by various paths in his previous life. Correct. Qin Yinzi smiled with satisfaction, speaking softly. Cultivators cultivate themselves. The gathering spirit stage is about expanding one's soul power and honing spiritual thoughts. But spiritual thoughts are not unique to cultivators. Ordinary mortals have them too, just varying in strength. After pondering this, if a mortal experiences intense mental fluctuations before dying, their spiritual thoughts may explode, attracting the vitality of heaven and earth, temporarily allowing this part of the spiritual thoughts to remain in the world. I have an exorcism spell here. You should remember it. If there are indeed such ghosts on this trip, you can drive them away. Yes, Wang Sheng replied. Bowing his head, Qin Yinzi cleared his throat, adjusted his tone, stepped forward 2 paces, and began to chant. 5 stars suppress the colors. Light illuminates the dark. Thousands of gods and saints, protect my true spirit. 5 days of demons, destroy body and form. Urgently as the law commands. Wang Sheng rubbed his nose. Is this the legendary jumping, the great god? Pay attention. The key is the tone and rhythm. Follow along with Master. Qin Yinzi called out seriously while continuing to stroll in the inner room. Wang Sheng nodded and followed suit, trying to remember the strong Hunan accent in his master's tone. However, Qin Yinzi, walking in front with his back to his disciple, wore a rather pleased expression. Having just returned to the mountain for a month and needing to go out again, Wang Sheng felt a bit gloomy. However, it was good that this time he was going to perform a ritual to exorcise ghosts, which wasn't a difficult task. He couldn't understand why Li Shirmu would seek out Master Qin Yinzi. That said, if it wasn't a difficult task, why would Uncle Li Shirmu come to them? If it were just about exorcising ghosts, any young disciple at the early stage of gathering spirit could handle it. Merely using their own spiritual thoughts to control the vitality of heaven and earth to disperse those wandering souls. Could there be some underlying reason? Wang Sheng felt a bit suspicious about this, and although it wasn't to the extent that someone was deliberately targeting him, it was good to prepare more in advance. That night, after practicing swordsmanship, Wang Sheng retrieved his backpack, which had been gathering dust for many years. He neatly folded his long pants and long sleeves for the next day and packed the dark blue robe given to him by Master, along with a few recovery pills. He wrapped the Wenyuan sword in black cloth. If anyone asked, he could say it was a collectible. In any case, it was said that there would be a special car to pick them up tomorrow, so he didn't have to worry about passing security checks. After everything was packed, Wang Sheng lay on the bed with his blanket, feeling a bit dazed. Exorcism. At the door of the inner room, his sister peeked in stealthily and waved at Wang Sheng. He hadn't seen her all afternoon. Master said she had gone down the mountain to buy something. He didn't know how Master could be so at ease, letting his sister go down the mountain alone. What's wrong, sister? Come. Wang Sheng rolled out of bed. Ready to go outside, but his sister hurriedly stopped him, gesturing outside. As spiritual thoughts brushed past, Wang Sheng sensed a somewhat familiar aura outside and vaguely perceived the figure of a woman. Hao Ling, why is she here? Putting on a shirt, Wang Sheng's well-built physique, honed from 3 years of sword practice, was immediately concealed, and only then did Mu Wanquan feel relieved to pull Wang Sheng into the courtyard. Hao Ling smiled wryly upon seeing Wang Sheng. Her soft sigh expressed deep-seated grievances. Hao Ling had been persuaded by Mu Wanquan to go down the mountain, and they returned to the mountain only late at night after shopping. The two didn't go down for fun, they were there to buy things. And what they bought was now stored in a cardboard box in front of Hao Ling. Hao Ling sighed. Fei, you shitty. Why don't you open this box and take a look? Your sister spent all her savings on this. Okay. Mu Wanquan nodded seriously. Wang Sheng already had a premonition and silently squatted down to open the box. His forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Inside were several differently designed peace talismans and fragrant pouches, all fake talismans wholesale from shops at the foot of the mountain. These were common local specialties from Wudong. So that was fine. But what the hell was that fist-sized broken ancient bell? It still had a faint spiritual energy, but it was clearly too old and broken. Behind the little bell was a string of large Buddha beads, each the size of a lion's head, and they were obviously coated in a thick layer of oil. Each bead was very round, but that was all. Under the Buddha beads were 2 door god posters and a small peach wood sword about 3 inches long. If he flipped it aside, he could also see a silver necklace. Reaching out to pull out the necklace, the glaring cross made Wang Sheng open his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Hao Ling hurriedly said, "These are all ghost exorcising artifacts that Wang Quan painstakingly picked out. You mustn't disdain them." The implication was clear. Wang Sheng was not allowed to criticize his sister. Wang Sheng smiled wryly and sighed, knowing that his sister's efforts were all for him. Although she was a bit too forceful, she brought the Bodhisattva, Buddha, and Christ back to the realm of the 3 pure ones. In her eyes, cultivation and these beliefs had no connection, right? Wang Sheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Senior sister, I will bring all these tomorrow." Mu Wanxian seemed to remember something and ran to a small kitchen nearby, soon coming back happily with a braid of garlic. Wang Sheng and Hao Ling exchanged glances, then both couldn't help but laugh. Senior sister blinked, looking puzzled. Whatever senior sister gave, even if it was unreliable, had to be taken along. Wang Sheng kept the braid of garlic, after all. Sometimes the food in the Zixiao Palace cafeteria was often bland, and garlic had a significant seasoning effect. Moreover, based on Mu Wanquan's logic, this time they were going to exorcise ghosts, not to fight zombies, so garlic wouldn't be much use. After sending Hao Ling back, Mu Wanxian personally saw Wang Sheng stuff everything into his backpack, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, though she looked at Wang Sheng with some worry. Wang Sheng deliberately put on a fearless expression and sighed. "Don't worry, senior sister. Master has taught me spells. If we encounter any ancient evil spirits, I can handle them." Mu Wanquan's face turned pale instantly, rushing to grab Wang Sheng's clothes, almost crying out of anxiety. Wang Sheng quickly apologized, saying he was just joking. This time, they were actually going down the mountain to perform a ritual in a county city, which was also Li Shiwu's hometown. The one they were exorcising was a benevolent person who donated a considerable amount of incense money to Wudong Mountain. Senior sister could not participate in this trip due to some unavoidable factors, so Li Shiwu found Zhou Yinglong to team up with Wang Sheng. When they arrived at that benevolent person's home tomorrow, Li Shiwu would handle the formalities, while Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong would be responsible for the actual exorcism. If there were ghosts, they would exorcise them. If not, they would return home, and the 2 disciples could earn a reward. It was that simple. But Li Shiwu had wanted to invite Qing Yinzi or Wang Sheng, along with Mu Wanxian, which felt somewhat unusual. Wang Sheng naturally couldn't forget how he died in his previous life, so he would be extremely cautious in his actions now. He wasn't worried that Li Shiwu, the deputy master of Wudong Mountain, would deliberately harm him, but Li Shiwu might have concealed some information. That night, Wang Sheng slept soundly, while Mu Wanxian tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Some things just couldn't be mentioned. Once they were, she couldn't help but think of them. Several times, she wanted to pack her things and follow her junior brother down the mountain. But as soon as she thought of those long-haired figures climbing out from the TV or the well, she hesitated. Her junior brother's swordsmanship was so powerful. She could handle it too, definitely. Goo goo. The wind was slowly creeping through the window seams, lightly shaking the glass. A certain unknown night bird called out in the forest, its voice increasingly mournful. Senior sister instinctively shivered and wrapped herself tightly. Luckily, her cultivation was profound, or she would have surely developed a rash. Suddenly, she thought of something and swiftly grabbed her blanket to escape, flying into the inner room. Wang Sheng, who was sleeping, felt something bump into him and groggily opened his eyes, discovering a bundle of blankets next to him. Senior sister? Don't be afraid, sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Turning over, Wang Sheng left enough space for senior sister, but when he woke up in the morning, he found that she was still separated by two thin blankets, her hands crossed over her chest, her whole body almost pressed against his back. He brushed away the faint ripples in his heart, chuckling softly as he moved slowly out of bed. But as soon as he made a move, Mu Wanxian opened her eyes, blinking in slight confusion, and then her face turned a bit red. This wasn't shyness, but rather a bit of shame. As the senior sister, she had actually run to seek refuge with her junior brother out of fear of the wind last night. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. But her junior brother was quite reliable, after all. Before dawn, Wang Sheng filled his backpack and took the black cloth-wrapped Wenyuan ancient sword, accompanied by senior sister, heading towards the mountain gate. Upon reaching the Huolongwen, Wang Sheng turned to let senior sister return. Mu Wanxian bit her lip, signaling him to continue. The atmosphere felt somewhat like a wife sending her husband off to war, and usually, it was a scenario where he might not return. Wang Sheng waved his hand with a smile, walking away quite gracefully, while Mu Wanxian sighed softly, watching him disappear around the corner of the forest before turning back to the small courtyard. After spending several years together, it was inevitable for her to feel a bit empty when her junior brother suddenly left her side. Chapter 33. The Li family is haunted. A few days ago, Wudong Mountain issued a new regulation. Cars that could originally drive halfway up the mountain now had to park outside the mountain gate. At the mountain gate, Zhou Yinglong, waiting beside a private car, saw Wang Sheng's figure and waved from afar. Zhou Yinglong, now dressed in casual clothes, was a handsome and charming single young cultivator, with some of the qualities of a senior brother. Noticing Wang Sheng's bulging backpack, he asked, "Why did you bring so much? Didn't master say we could make a round trip in one day?" Wang Sheng thought for a moment and could only say, "Better safe than sorry." "Fei Yu is here?" As the window rolled down, Li Shiwu waved, "Get in, let us go. Just put your backpack in the trunk. We're leaving early this time, so we'll return early too." The driver, sent by that benevolent person's family, was a middle-aged man with a kind face, who also got out of the car. After sizing up Wang Sheng a few times, he called out Taoist Wang and reached to take Wang Sheng's backpack and the long sword wrapped in black cloth. "I'll carry the sword myself," Wang Sheng replied, and the driver quickly agreed. Zhou Yinglong recalled his new sword, which was placed in the trunk under several bags held by Master Li, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wang Sheng's swordsmanship was far superior to theirs. It was no wonder. The senior brother felt slightly ashamed. Wang Sheng smiled and said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. It's just that I really like this sword and feel more at ease carrying it with me." The co-driver, Taoist Li Shiwu, turned around and smiled, saying, "It's good that you like it. This sword was personally named for you by the previous generation's master. Only you, Fei Yu, can truly appreciate this famous sword." Wang Sheng immediately replied seriously, "I wonder if I will have the chance to thank this master in person." "Why not? When we return. On the next day when master and the others meet, I'll take you to the Golden Summit to serve tea as a little disciple," Li Shiwu joked. "Then you'll be able to meet all the older generation of Wudong Taoists." Wang Sheng nodded with a smile, unsure how to respond to that. This trip was much more comfortable than the last one taken by bus, thanks to the dedicated car service. During the journey, Li Shiwu chatted for a bit before leaning back in his seat and falling asleep. The driver was quite polite and didn't say much, focusing on driving. After chatting quietly with Zhou Yinglong, Wang Sheng closed his eyes to rest. After getting to know Wang Sheng, Zhou Yinglong seemed to have changed a bit. He, who had previously been leisurely cultivating on the mountain, now seized every opportunity to meditate, even contemplating his own Tai sword technique while eating and sleeping. The journey was uneventful, and when the car exited the highway, it was already past 10 in the morning. The vehicle passed the toll booth and entered a relatively prosperous suburban town, which was the destination of this trip. It had been many years since he had returned home. Li Shiwu sighed and gazed out the window, somewhat lost in thought. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong in the back seat broke free from their meditative state and also looked out the window. The spiritual energy outside was mottled and murky, indicating they had entered a densely populated area. In this not-so-large town, The purity of spiritual energy was actually quite good. In places like Wang Sheng's hometown or those first-tier cities, the spiritual energy felt toxic. To cultivate, one must retreat to tranquil and sparsely populated places. The kind-hearted person they were going to see also had the surname Li, living on the outskirts of the town. As they drove past what should be considered a small city at the municipal level, Wang Sheng spotted a large shopping mall by the roadside. "Are we going back the same way after finishing the ritual?" Wang Sheng asked. Li Shiwu yawned and replied, "What? What did you say?" "We are going back the same way," the driver uncle thoughtfully added. "Taoist, is something wrong?" Wang Sheng said, "Oh, it's nothing. On the way back. Could you drop me off at that shopping mall over there? I want to buy some things to take back to the mountain." "Sure, of course," Li Shiwu readily agreed. Then turned to look at Wang Sheng, his old eyes full of teasing. "Bringing gifts for your senior sister?" Wang Sheng nodded with a smile, while Zhou Yinglong rubbed his nose and said, "Then I should bring something for my senior brother too. I can't let Wang Shidi be the only one." "What are you meddling for?" Li Shiwu glared at Zhou Yinglong, who chuckled a couple of times. The teasing was unspoken. With just over 10 minutes left in the drive, Taoist Li Shiwu yawned again, and after a moment, he seemed to regain his energy. "Let us rest a bit longer." Zhou Yinglong asked, "Uncle Master, what are we doing once we arrive?" "Doing the ritual, of course. What else?" Li Shiwu replied with a smile. "I'll set up the altar and perform the ritual, while you two can wander around the kind-hearted person's house. If you see any troublesome spirits, just deal with them." Wang Sheng nodded, recalling the exorcism spells his master had taught him. The thought of having to perform in front of others, with all the intonation and emphasis, inevitably brought a wave of lingering embarrassment back to his heart. Li Shiwu chuckled. "Don't worry, this kind-hearted person won't let you come here for nothing." Implicitly, it meant there would definitely be a reward. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong felt that the reward was inconsequential. This trip down the mountain was mainly for the sake of Li Shiwu, the deputy headmaster. After more than 10 minutes, the car drove along a cement road by the river, turned towards a small mountain with a serene environment, and arrived at their destination. The Li residence. The ancient-style door, with two large characters painted in vermilion on the plaque. If there were two servants in coarse clothing standing at the front instead of security cameras, one might truly think they had traveled back to ancient times. This could be considered a bourgeois family, having enclosed land to create a tranquil mountain villa, complete with a classical garden, rockeries, and bamboo groves, making it an excellent retreat. Upon arriving here, one could noticeably feel the purity of spiritual energy had increased significantly. Wang Sheng, carrying his bag and holding a black cloth-wrapped ancient sword, and Zhou Yinglong peered into the courtyard at the entrance. It was their first time visiting such a place. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Li Shiwu smiled as he came up from behind. This place was designed after a feng shui consultation by a master from Wudong Mountain. It took 8 years of construction, and I only finished it after 2 or 3 years of being back on the mountain. The driver must have gone to park, leaving them at the entrance to depart on their own. No one came out to guide them. Li Shiwu walked forward with his hands behind his back, reminding them again, "Go in, we're doing the ritual here today. Later, I'll set up the altar. You two can search around the courtyard. If there are any ghosts causing trouble, just deal with them." "Yes," Zhou Yinglong and Wang Sheng replied in low voices, following Li Shiwu into the wide-open door. Inside the courtyard, a few people hurried toward the entrance. At the front was an elderly man, followed by several middle-aged men and women, along with 2 teenagers. As they got closer, the elderly man with graying hair trembled all over and shouted, "Old too. You finally came back. The house is haunted. We're being driven crazy." Zhou Yinglong almost laughed out loud, and the ethereal aura Li Shiwu had just cultivated was instantly shattered. Wang Sheng's previous doubts vanished immediately. No wonder Li Shiwu had been so secretive, only saying they were coming to perform a ritual for a kind-hearted person who had helped Wudong Mountain. Yet he took it so seriously and wanted to bring him and Mu Wanxian along. It turned out this was Li Shiwu's own family in the secular world. If one were to count, Li Shiwu, as the deputy headmaster, had a bit of a conflict of interest. Of course, Wudong Mountain would not pursue such trivial matters, as Li Shiwu had made outstanding contributions to the development of Wudong Daoqing. At least while his fellow disciples and uncle were in secluded meditation, he was still running around, which was a rare achievement. Li Shiwu turned to Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong with an awkward smile and could only respond, "Big brother, don't worry, I'm back now." Zhou Yinglong and Wang Sheng exchanged knowing smiles, both understanding the reason for Li Shiwu's behavior and tacitly agreeing to say no more about exorcising ghosts later. Li Shiwu was the second in his family. And the elderly man in purple attire he was now holding was naturally the kind-hearted person Li Shiwu mentioned who had donated a considerable amount of money to Wudong Mountain. The elderly man seemed a bit unwell. He must have been quite tall in his youth, as he now stood taller than Li Shiwu by half a head. Wang Sheng instinctively used his spiritual sense to observe the man, discovering that his vitality was quite withered, his old eyes somewhat clouded, and a faint gray aura wrapped around his forehead. It seemed he was not far from his end. Was there really a ghost causing trouble here? Wang Sheng did not understand feng shui and had not studied yin and yang, but as he spread his spiritual sense within dozens of meters, he immediately sensed a faintly eerie atmosphere. It seemed there was indeed some negative energy at play, just as he was about to pursue this aura further. The kind-hearted person had already approached, smiling broadly. "Ah, are these two little Taoists from Wudong Mountain? Please, come in, don't just stand there. Once you're here, it's like being at home. You're my younger brother's disciples, so that makes you my nephews. Ha ha, cough, cough." Wang Sheng smiled and said, "You're too polite, layman." Zhou Yinglong followed suit. "Thank you for your hard work, layman. No need to be polite. It's not hard at all. Come, let us go inside." The elderly man called out loudly, but being of advanced age, his voice lacked strength, and his face turned red as he was about to cough. A tall, thin middle-aged man came over to support the elderly man, advising, "Dad, speak a little softer. Doesn't your throat hurt?" The old man patted his chest. "If I don't speak boldly, they'll really think I'm afraid of those dirty things." Wang Sheng smiled gently, finding a good impression of the elderly man. Chapter 34. The initial appearance of the ghosts. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong both had experience accompanying Wudong Mountain Taoists on rituals, smiling awkwardly yet politely as they greeted the various laymen before following behind Li Shiwu. The group walked along a quiet path through the garden. The remark about feeling at home was a bit exaggerated. Their own home certainly didn't occupy such a large area. The other few people who came out to greet them were two pairs of middle-aged men and women, likely the children or daughters-in-law of Li Shiwu's elder brother. And Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong did not need to concern themselves with them. Everyone greeted Li Shiv and also exchanged pleasantries with Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong, who merely smiled and nodded, following behind Li Shiv. Li Shiv, full of energy, led the way with his hands behind his back, glancing around and occasionally stopping to stroke his beard and ponder deeply. The Li family members were nervously watching their second uncle and granduncle, mostly too afraid to speak. The authority of Li Shiv as the deputy sect leader was still present. After passing a small bamboo grove, they saw several long-term hired maids watching them with curiosity. But they only whispered among themselves, not daring to point fingers. With drivers, maids, and living in a spacious villa, there might even be a few security guards. Wang Sheng really wanted to ask this deputy sect leader uncle why he chose to become a monk instead of staying at home enjoying life with his elder brother. Of course, this was just a joke. Becoming a monk usually falls into two categories. One is due to a sincere pursuit of the Tao and high aspirations. The other is encountering misfortune, leading to disillusionment with worldly matters. Li Shiv's elder brother, Li Shirshan, took the time to introduce himself to Wang Sheng and the others. He was 10 years older than Li Shiv. The name Shirshan was brought back from Wudong Mountain, after Li Shiv took up practice at Wudong Mountain. Li Shirshan also used donations to get a secular disciple's title. Nowadays, Li Shirshan's name and family address can also be found in the archives of Wudong Mountain. Over the years, Li Shirshan has never stopped supporting Wudong Mountain. It can be said that Li Shiv's lack of success in cultivation but becoming the deputy sect leader in charge of external affairs is not unrelated to his elder brother's financial support. Elder brother, has the layout of this courtyard changed? Li Shiv frowned and asked, evidently sensing a slight presence of negative energy in the courtyard. Li Shirshan shook his head and said, "How could it have changed? I check the layout every day according to the blueprints. I can't say for every flower and grass. But the stones and potted plants haven't changed at all. That's good. Have someone bring my luggage over, find me a room to change clothes, and set up an incense altar." Li Shirshan waved his hand, interrupting his younger brother's words, saying, "No rush. Let's eat first before performing the ritual, so the two nephews don't go hungry." "Let's perform the ritual first," Li Shiv frowned. "Otherwise, we won't be able to eat peacefully." Although Li Shirshan wanted to say something more, he didn't argue with Li Shiv. After all, his younger brother was not only the deputy sect leader of Wudong Mountain, but also a true practitioner with cultivation. After walking around the courtyard and passing through a winding corridor, they arrived at the main house built by the pond. Several maids were called to set up the ritual altar, while Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong followed Li Shiv to the adjacent room to change clothes. When Wang Sheng opened his backpack, the nearby uncle and senior brother couldn't help but take a glance, and instantly, they were all filled with black lines on their foreheads. Naturally, they saw the Buddhist beads, a broken bell, a cross, and a peace talisman. Great immortal. Li Shiv supported his forehead with his hand, not knowing what to feel and could only sigh. The Buddhist beads were one thing, but what was with this cross? The deputy sect leader shook his head, thinking about how to address Wang Sheng's mindset after returning. Today's youth are too deeply influenced by foreign culture. Zhou Yinglong teased, "You are well prepared. What if it's a foreign ghost?" Wang Sheng calmly replied, pulling out his Taoist robe and quickly zipping up his backpack to avoid leaking information to any enemy ghosts. Before the recovery of the world's vital energy, Taoist rituals were mostly related to funerals. Apart from that, those who claimed to perform rituals for blessings and disaster avoidance were mostly con artists. No matter which Taoist sect, the practice has always emphasized tranquility and inaction. A true practitioner of the Tao would not perform rituals for money or to change one's fate and avert disasters. However, when a person dies, the need to guide their soul is a different matter. In this regard, the Taoists have also learned a bit from the Buddhist community, as performing rituals for guiding souls is considered a good deed and can earn some money to sustain life in the mountains. Although the Taoist community is rapidly reviving, most of the Taoist priests are in closed-door cultivation. With the recovery of vital energy, there are also more supernatural beings appearing in the world, and many Taoist priests occasionally come down from the mountains to perform rituals and exorcise ghosts. Today, Li Shirshan, who donated a large sum of incense money to Wudong Mountain, had a ghost problem at home, and Li Shiv, as the deputy sect leader of Wudong Mountain, was balancing public and private matters by bringing along two outstanding young disciples from Wudong Mountain to exorcise the ghost. Thus, they began the ritual. Li Shiv first recited a large section of the Zhenwu Miao Jing, and then took Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong to bathe and change clothes. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Sheng, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe and carrying the Wenyuan sword wrapped in black cloth, and Zhou Yinglong, who had changed back to his sword from the mountain, stood on either side of the formally dressed Li Shiv. The three of them had solemn expressions, arranged in a triangular formation, and walked to the altar. Li Shiv picked up the peachwood sword placed on the altar, aligned his left hand with the sword finger, and shouted, "Blessings from the 5 directions, heaven clear and earth bright." Streams of vital energy gathered into green light around the peachwood sword. This scene instantly stunned the more than 10 ordinary people who had never practiced Taoism, but it wasn't any profound Taoist technique. It was merely a bit of skill in controlling vital energy with spiritual intent. Li Shiv shouted lightly, and the green light on the peachwood sword silently exploded, transforming into streams of light flying in all directions. The green light flew out the window and spilled through the door seams, seemingly activating some formation arranged in the garden. And suddenly, a wind began to stir outside. A young girl of about 10 years old had her eyes sparkling and secretly took out her phone to take pictures and videos. But as soon as she moved, Li Shiv's gaze turned towards her. Before Li Shiv could speak, Li Shirshan shouted loudly from the side, swiftly knocking the girl's phone to the ground. "Go stand in the back obediently. Li Wen, keep an eye on your daughter." The girl with a ponytail almost cried, but was immediately pulled away by a middle-aged man. First, she was scolded by her usually kind grandfather, then glared at by her father. She could only bite her lip, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Wang Sheng felt that this old man had quite a temper. He probably was very authoritative at home, someone who couldn't be opposed. Li Shiv wielded the sword and stepped forward to the altar, calling out in a tone reminiscent of a theatrical performance, "Where are the guardians?" Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong stepped forward simultaneously, saying, "Here, I have summoned the true qi of Zhenwu. Hurry and drive away the evil spirits from this place." Li Shiv shouted lightly, and Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong embraced their swords, receiving their orders. The two stepped out of the main hall, one to the left and one to the right, strolling towards the sides. The preceding actions were just for show. What Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong would do next was the real ghost exorcism. In short, although the actual work was done by the disciples, the praise and achievements would be attributed to the master. Li Shiv stood with his eyes closed, holding the sword, and said, "Where are the 5 gods? Zhenwu blesses us. The Tao's methods are wondrous, and the darkness disappears without a trace. Everyone come quickly into the main hall, and no outsiders shall interfere with the ritual. If you attract filthy things to yourself, don't say this poor Taoist didn't warn you. As his words fell, the 7 members of the Li family immediately walked towards the main hall, while the maids who were originally outside hurriedly entered as well. Thus, aside from the 2 security guards on duty in the security room and the driver uncle, no one else was moving around in the Li residence. Li Shiv held the peachwood sword, stood with closed eyes, quietly reciting spells, patiently waiting for Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong to return. First, let's talk about Zhou Yinglong. He went to Li Shirshan's bedroom and the location of the West Wing. Along the way, he was carefully using his spiritual sense to probe various hidden corners, searching for clues. Soon, he followed a thread of lingering Yin energy and arrived directly in front of the attic where the old man Li Shirshan lived. With his sword drawn, he wrapped himself in vital energy using his spiritual sense. Zhou Yinglong softly chanted, "True martial dispels demons, protect my true form." Behind him, a faint silhouette of an immortal appeared, resembling a rather imposing divine general, but due to Zhou Yinglong's insufficient cultivation, it couldn't truly materialize. If he were to engage in a magical duel with a cultivator, this kind of protective spell would be of no use. But it was just right for the current situation. Pushing open the 2 sandalwood doors, Zhou Yinglong stepped inside. It was evident that Li Shirshan was also a collector of cultural relics. The attic was divided into 2 levels, with the lower level being a beautifully decorated bedroom, surrounded by several landscape paintings, a sword for display hanging on one side, and the 4 treasures of the study placed on a desk. Zhou Yinglong's spiritual sense swept across and discovered that the upper level of the attic was filled with cultural relics and antiques. Pausing for a moment at the wooden door, Zhou Yinglong took 2 slow steps forward, suddenly turned around, and his gaze shot like electricity toward the corner of the single bed. What ghost or monster? Show yourself. With a flick of his sword, a surge of true energy surged toward that corner, crashing against the wall and exploding, seemingly with little power. This out-of-body true energy was not sword energy. The power of the 2 was indeed vastly different. However, observing with his spiritual sense, this true energy easily shattered a faint azure shadow, which slowly disappeared as it exploded with the true energy. Is this what is called a ghost? Zhou Yinglong felt a slight relief in his heart, but he did not let his guard down. As the Yin energy in this attic had only decreased by less than 10%, there should be other ghosts here. So Zhou Yinglong continued to step forward and carefully examine the surroundings. Meanwhile, in a bedroom in the East Wing, Wang Sheng noticed that no one was around. Took out the Wenyuan sword and tried hard to recall the exorcism spell that his master had taught him. Make sure not to miss any details. Chapter 35. Suspicions of evil cultivation. He had already found the location of the ghosts, hiding at the head of the bed in this attic bedroom. Wang Sheng's cultivation was considerably higher than Zhou Yinglong's, and his spiritual sense and true energy were much stronger. At this moment, he spread out his spiritual sense and had already located 2 groups of shadows in the bedroom. Indeed, as his master had said, these ghosts did not have any human form. They were left with only a bit of obsession, a bit of spiritual sense, and fortunately were wrapped in the vital energy of heaven and earth, so they had not dissipated. Then, Wang Sheng mimicked his master, took a stance, and stepped forward slowly. With each step, he used a tone mixed with a certain local drama to shout into the surrounding air. 5 stars pacify the colors, illuminate the dark void. Thousands of gods and saints, protect my true spirit. 5 days of demons, perish and vanish. Urgently as the law commands. Just as he spoke, Wang Sheng felt his own spiritual sense ripple outwards, like waves in water, and in an instant, it shattered and melted the 2 groups of shadows. 2 strands of spiritual sense represented 2 lives that had once existed. Infinite heavenly sovereign, Wang Sheng whispered. Following the Yin energy, he sensed to turn toward another location. The overall layout of the Li residence was like a Taiji diagram, with more than 10 rooms, 4 or 5 attics, as well as a garage and a warehouse. As Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong searched each area and repeatedly dispersed these ghosts, time continued to pass. In the main hall, Li Shiwu was getting a bit tired from raising his sword, unable to suppress his inner doubts. Are these 2 disciples reliable? Isn't it just exorcising a ghost? Why are they taking so long to come back? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Li Shiwu's arms were indeed starting to feel strained. But he also had a way to adapt. He casually performed a few advanced sword techniques, then placed the peachwood sword on the table, sat cross-legged on the cushion in front of the table, and quietly closed his eyes, listening to the Taoist loudly declare. Watch this poor Taoist use spiritual sense to search this place, seeking the source of calamity, and assist the left and right protectors. After speaking, he stirred the vital energy with his spiritual sense, causing gusts of gentle wind to rise in the hall. The members of the Li family looked at their second master with increasing respect. In the backyard of the Li residence, Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong met near the garage, both with serious expressions. Wang Sheng spoke, "Something's off. I drove away more than 20. How about you, brother Zhou?" Zhou Yinglong looked around, wondering if the feng shui layout had backfired, not only failing to suppress the evil, but instead attracting dirty things. There are ears on the wall. Let's not mention this for now. Let's find our master to regroup, Wang Sheng suggested. Regardless, this is our master's home. If someone is truly behind the scenes causing trouble, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Exactly, let's go. Zhou Yinglong made a gesture to invite him, and the two sheathed their swords and walked toward the main hall. When they saw Li Shiwu, he was about to ask how the exorcism went, but Wang Sheng subtly gestured for him to stop. Having held the position of deputy sect leader and traveled for years, Li Shiwu's reflexes were naturally quick. In a moment, he calmly recited a few lines from the Tao scripture, revealed a couple of true energy tricks, and shouted, "Left and right protectors, return to your places." Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong returned to their original positions, and Li Shiwu grasped the peachwood sword and performed another round of movements, speaking with authority to complete a ritual, thus concluding the ceremony satisfactorily. Afterwards, Li Shiwu let out a light sigh, pretending to be tired, and said, "Trouble the elder brother to prepare a quiet room for the three of us so we can recover our spirits for a while." Li Shizhan came over and hurriedly said, "Why not have lunch first and then rest?" "No, if we touch grains at this time, it will harm our cultivation." Li Shiwu spoke earnestly, and the Li family members did not dare to disbelieve him, promptly escorting the three of them to the bedroom where they had changed clothes earlier. Closing the door, Li Shiwu gestured for Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong to sit closer, whispering, "What's going on?" Wang Sheng simply said, "I drove away 32. I drove away around 20 or 30, Zhou Yinglong quietly added. "What?" Li Shiwu's eyes widened. "So many? Is the feng shui arrangement here set up incorrectly?" "Master, I don't have much research on formations outside of sword formations," Wang Sheng stated seriously, "but one principle is not hard to understand." Li Shiwu hurriedly said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. This is really driving me crazy. I have no children, and this is my only family." Wang Sheng pondered his words and replied, "If the feng shui here has turned into a formation that nurtures ghosts, then with this many ghosts, there must be a few powerful ones among them. Furthermore, we should have sensed the dense yin energy as soon as we entered, but after we came in, unless we used our spiritual sense to investigate carefully, it was difficult to detect the scattered yin energy. This indicates that the reason for the numerous ghosts here is not the feng shui formation. Moreover, ghosts fear sunlight, although they can harm people. They can also be harmed by the yang energy of the living. Some of the ghosts I drove away were already on the verge of dissipating, indicating that they did not originally come from this place, but were later placed in specific locations." Wang Sheng paused, realizing that some things were better left unsaid. Zhou Yinglong also agreed with Wang Sheng's analysis, nodding his head and pacing back and forth with his arms crossed, deep in thought. After a while, Li Shiwu looked up at Wang Sheng and said, "Are you suggesting that there are other cultivators behind this?" Wang Sheng nodded slowly. Thanks to more than a decade of experience as a keyboard expert in his previous life, he was actually more knowledgeable than Li Shiwu, who had only practiced for 2 or 3 years, while Zhou Yinglong had a broader perspective. The current situation made Wang Sheng think not merely of simple ghostly disturbances, but of evil cultivators raising spirits and harming Li Shiwu's elder brother's family. There are both positive and negative aspects to things, clarity and muddiness in water, and goodness and evil in human hearts. Cultivators are naturally not just those who practice in seclusion in the mountains, indifferent to worldly matters. There are also those who, relying on their own Taoist skills and advantages in cultivation, commit heinous acts and take lives. Whether one is an evil cultivator or not is not determined by the Tao they practice, but by their actions. Engaging in murder for profit, arson, and committing acts of sexual violence and robbery are evil deeds. Even disciples from renowned Taoist sects who engage in such behavior are considered evil cultivators and should be dealt with by fellow cultivators. The events of today may have arisen from the Li family's wealth attracting the covetous eyes of certain evil cultivators, or perhaps Li Shirshan had offended someone, bringing this kind of evil cultivator upon himself. After resting for half an hour, Li Shiwu, looking weary, led Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong back to the main hall of the Li residence. The altar for the ritual had been removed, and an 8 immortals table was set up, filled with vegetarian dishes. Although there was no meat, the dishes looked rather expensive. Li Shirshan stood up to greet them, unable to hide the joy on his face. He had just gone out to the courtyard and felt completely free of the previous eerie sensation. The old man had even gone to lie down on his own bed, and after lying down, he felt sleepy and heard no strange noises at all. The old man sighed with emotion, saying, "Second brother and 2 Taoist priests, you've worked hard. Thank you. I've been restless for over half a month, and I finally awaited your arrival." Li Shiwu forced a smile and said, "Elder brother, let us sit down and talk. Don't let my 2 apprentices go hungry." Yes, please come this way." Li Shirshan warmly invited them, and Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong thanked him and took their seats with Li Shiwu. Li Shirshan had 2 sons. The eldest named Li Weiwen and the second named Li Weiwu, who also sat down to accompany them. Grateful words were inevitable. Li Shirshan poured wine into the cups of Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong, saying, "Thanks to the 2 Taoist priests for your help this time. I sincerely thank you both and hope you'll stay in my home for a few more days." Zhou Yinglong quickly covered his cup, while Wang Sheng smiled and shook his head, allowing Li Shirshan to pour the wine. After all, whether to drink or not was his own business. The dishes were good, and once Wang Sheng picked up his chopsticks, he couldn't stop eating, thinking first of how his senior sister regretted missing out on this sumptuous vegetarian feast. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Shiwu picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and let out a soft sigh. He took out a stack of talismans from the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe. They were genuine ghost-repelling talismans written by his senior brother who had mastered the art of talismans at Wudong Mountain. "Elder brother, stick these talismans on the head of your beds, at the doors, and inside the main entrance. They all contain magical power. If they get wet or dirty, have someone come back to Wudong Mountain to get more from me." "All right," Li Shirshan said with a happy smile, carefully taking the stack of talismans. He then said, "From Wu, go get the gifts we prepared for these 2 Taoist priests." "Gifts? It must be the payment for the ritual." Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong exchanged glances, unsure whether to accept money or gifts. Li Shiwu smiled and said, "Take them. We can't let you make a trip for nothing. As your uncle, I haven't been able to take care of you both much, so don't be polite with my elder brother." As they spoke, Li Weiwu came running over, holding a beautifully crafted tray, and placed it in front of Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong. There were 2 thick red envelopes and 2 small boxes. Li Shiwu smiled and said, "Fei Yu, Yinglong, open them and see if you like them. Before we came, my elder brother asked me what you 2 liked, and I let him spend a little." Wang Sheng said, "Li Guisher is truly thoughtful." Zhou Yinglong leaned in and whispered, "Should we accept this?" "Of course we should." Li Shirshan waved his hand. "Let's consider this a good connection. In the future, when I'm old, and the second one is old too, I hope both Taoist priests will take good care of the Li family." Li Shiwu also kept winking at the 2, and Wang Sheng, feeling straightforward, directly opened the brocade box to find a pair of jade bracelets, translucent and with a watery sheen. "Ah, it's indeed arranged by Uncle Li Shiwu. He definitely can't wear these himself, but they are perfect for my senior sister. I really like these jade bracelets." "Thank you, Li Guisher," Wang Sheng politely said, causing Li Shirshan to smile even more happily. Zhou Yinglong, seeing this, also opened the brocade box in front of him to find a jade pendant, which was also translucent and clear. Since it was said to be a good connection, there was no need to worry about taking more or less. After accepting the gifts, the meal continued. But Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong were secretly observing the several caretakers moving around the main hall and occasionally glancing at the expressions of the people at the table. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Shiwu reined in his smile and solemnly asked, "Elder brother, have you offended anyone recently?" "Recently? I've just been staying at home. Went out to a few charity auctions and haven't offended anyone," Li Shirshan said, putting down his wine cup. "What's wrong? The disturbances at home are not without reason." Li Shiwu said, tapping his fingers on the cup. "Please bring me the layout of the garden later. I'll compare it carefully to see if someone has secretly tampered with it." This statement was naturally agreed upon by Li Shiwu, Wang Sheng, and Zhou Yinglong in advance. "You all eat. I'll go get it now." Li Shirshan immediately stood up and hurried out through the side door, with his eldest son quickly following. Wang Sheng picked up a piece of green vegetable, while Zhou Yinglong dipped his chopsticks in the wine, sniffed it, and then continued eating as if these matters had nothing to do with them. Chapter 36. Luring the snake out of its hole in just a few minutes. Li Shirshan returned holding a scroll and went to a nearby writing desk. "You two come over and take a look," Li Shiwu called out. And Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong followed over. This was the design of the Li residence, with an overall outline resembling the Taiji symbol, arranged according to feng shui principles to cultivate energy and gather spirits. Wang Sheng had a partial understanding of formations, but could see that this feng shui arrangement was quite clever. "Fei Yu Yinglong, you two continue eating while my elder brother walks around with me. I'll compare the layout with the drawings." Li Shiwu said this and walked straight outside with the layout, with Li Shirshan following behind. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong frowned slightly. According to their previous agreement, they should also follow to check the feng shui arrangements and investigate the situation in the Li residence. However, since Li Shiwu was their uncle and had said so, the two could only comply and continue eating and drinking. Li Shirshan said, "Li Wen, Li Wu, make sure to accompany the two Taoist priests well. Don't neglect them." "Dad, don't worry, we'll definitely host them well." "I'll go with you, Dad." "No need, just stay here and host our esteemed guests." Li Shirshan shot a glare at his eldest son, who could only smile helplessly and sit back down. Wang Sheng continued to eat, but he sent a wisp of his spiritual thought to follow behind Li Shirshan. He was already at the late stage of gathering spirit and only needed a little more accumulation to break through to the embryonic stage. With the Tongming sword hard in him, his spiritual thought was actually not weaker than that of his own senior sister. Wang Sheng actually didn't want to get too involved in matters outside of cultivation, but today he had already arrived at the Li residence, exorcised the ghosts, received his reward, and even discussed with his master uncle Li Shiwu about helping the Li family find out the real culprit behind the ghostly disturbances. Naturally, they needed to clarify the situation. Li Shiwu was slowly walking in the garden with Li Shirshan while holding a feng shui map. After a few minutes of silence, he finally asked quietly, "Big brother, this ghost incident means that someone is trying to harm you, or perhaps our entire family. Have you really never offended anyone? Someone wants to harm our family." "Me." Li Shirshan's eyes widened, ready to curse, but was immediately stopped by Li Shiwu's gesture. Li Shiwu said, "Lower your voice. Don't let my two apprentices hear. Big brother, do you think it could be that you've offended someone?" Li Shirshan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Impossible. I have never offended anyone in my life. Take that incident from years ago. I handled it well. It's been almost 20 years. Anyone seeking revenge should have come long ago." "Sigh," Li Shiwu said solemnly. "Raising and releasing ghosts is not something that can be done so simply. Do you know how many spirits my two apprentices have driven away? Together. It's about 70 or 80. This is going to cause trouble for the whole family. But this..." Li Shiwu sighed. "Big brother, let us be honest. In these years, have you offended anyone?" "Absolutely not. I have never done anything wrong in my life," Li Shirshan sighed. "If things get bad, I'll just send the kids away and stay here myself. Maybe it's my old comrades coming to find me." The two brothers fell silent for a moment, and Li Shiwu shook his head, looking down at the feng shui map in his hand, checking the surrounding terrain again. Li Shiwu sighed. "No matter what today, I will try to see if I can find out who is behind the disturbances. Thankfully, I brought Fei Yu this time. Otherwise, if I encounter any evil spirits, my old bones might just end up buried here." "That incident." "What incident? Why not say it clearly?" At the dining table, Wang Sheng continued to eat and drink without showing any emotion, but he listened carefully to the conversation between the two brothers, not missing a single word. He couldn't help but think to himself about how sneaky these two old men were, and he chuckled lightly, not revealing too much expression. He guessed that this old man Li Shirshan must have done something wrong in the past that led to some serious consequences. Given the current financial strength of the Li family, they were probably doing quite well in business. If he wanted to analyze further, Wang Sheng could certainly deduce more information, such as the layout of the manor and Li Shiwu's cultivation background, which seemed to have happened more than a decade ago. But Wang Sheng didn't want to get involved in these matters, and didn't think it was necessary to complicate things. Right now, there was an evil cultivator trying to harm people, and he just needed to capture the evil cultivator. Wait, what should he do after capturing the evil cultivator? Wang Sheng furrowed his brows. He hadn't thought about this detail before. At this point in time, the special department targeting cultivators in Dahua country probably hadn't been fully established. What could they do after capturing these evil cultivators? Tie them up like criminals and send them to the police station? Not to mention whether that was legal. What would they even say at the police station? Officer, this is an evil cultivator who intends to harm a family of 6 or 7 people. Please punish him severely. He could imagine being kicked out by the police. No, being kicked out would be light. If they detained a few Taoist priests from Wudong Mountain as con artists, that would really be embarrassing. I've checked the garden. The feng shui layout hasn't been tampered with. Feiyu, what should we do next? In the quiet room, Li Shiwu avoided Wang Sheng's somewhat playful gaze, forcing a smile. He could only ask hesitantly. Beside him, Zhou Yinglong raised an eyebrow, naturally knowing why the deputy sect leader felt so guilty at this moment. Originally, it was their agreed plan for the three of them to investigate the Li residence under the pretense of checking the feng shui layout, but at that moment, Li Shiwu had pulled Li Shan aside for a private conversation, leaving the two apprentices standing there dumbfounded. Wang Sheng said, "Master Uncle, we came here to exorcise ghosts." "The ghosts have been exorcised. Shouldn't we leave now?" "Well, Feiyu." Li Shiwu looked troubled. "The person behind this hasn't been caught yet. It's really hard for me to feel at ease going back like this. How about this, Feiyu? You put in a bit more effort this time. And after we go back, Wang Sheng raised his hand to stop the deputy sect leader from promising benefits, feeling somewhat averse to Li Shiwu's words. According to reason, the master uncle was a teacher in the sect, and he and Zhou Yinglong should naturally follow his orders. However, this matter involved the master uncle's family and could cause him to lose his composure. They needed to consider the master uncle's orders carefully. Since they had encountered an evil cultivator trying to harm people, they couldn't just sit by and do nothing. However, Master Uncle, please tell me honestly, has your brother ever done anything heinous that would invite such retribution? Li Shiwu immediately shook his head, saying, "My big brother was a soldier when he was young. After retiring, he started long-distance freight transport and gradually built a business, accumulating some wealth. My big brother may not talk about his character, but he is definitely upright and has never done anything heinous." Wang Sheng nodded. "Since Master Uncle says so, then I trust you." Li Shiwu quickly asked, "Then Feiyu, how should we find out who the evil cultivator behind this is?" Unconsciously, Zhou Yinglong and Li Shiwu both looked at Wang Sheng, waiting for him to make a decision. At present, they could only wait for the rabbit to come, and Wang Sheng glanced at the door beside him, but they couldn't be too passive. They needed to make some arrangements to draw the snake out of its hole. Zhou Yinglong also asked, "How do we draw the snake out of its hole?" Wang Sheng smiled slightly, already having a plan in mind. A few minutes later, Li Shiwu went out first to say goodbye to Li Shan, deliberately mentioning that he would go back to the mountain to invite a few highly skilled experts to come and perform a grand ritual for the family. Li Shan immediately patted his chest and promised that there would be no discussion about the costs of the ritual. The more high-level experts invited, the better. Then, Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong also went forward to say goodbye to the Li family, leaving quite happily. The driver uncle had rested for several hours and was now full of energy, patting his chest to guarantee to Li Shan, the boss who paid him, that he would safely take the three of them back to Wudong Mountain. When getting into the car, Wang Sheng specifically reminded the driver uncle, "Don't forget to go to that shopping mall later. I want to buy some snacks and clothes for my senior sister to take back." "All right, don't worry." Just like when they came, the private car gradually drove away with the three Taoists. After the ritual was performed, the family was finally at peace, and the Li family naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shan instructed his two sons not to forget their work, since the family was fine now. They could take a half-day off, but tomorrow they would continue to busy themselves with their own matters. Soon, the gate of the Li residence closed, and the surveillance camera at the entrance slowly turned to focus on the cement road in front of the door. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong got out of the car at the shopping mall, but Li Shiwu stayed in the car, waiting for them in the parking lot. However, after waiting for a while, neither Wang Sheng nor Zhou Yinglong returned. The driver uncle couldn't help but ask, "They wouldn't have gotten lost, would they? Should I give them a call?" "No need," Li Shiwu smiled, suddenly raising his left hand, forming a sword finger, and quickly poked it on the driver uncle's neck. The driver rolled his eyes and slowly leaned back, letting out a gentle snore from his mouth and nose. This Taoist had the cultivation of the early stage of the gathering spirit realm, and dealing with an ordinary person was quite effortless. After that, Li Shiwu followed Wang Sheng's earlier instructions and took a look around. After spending half a day's effort, he finally moved the driver, an uncle weighing 70 to 80 kilograms, to the passenger seat while he sat in the driver's seat. "So, here we go?" Li Shiwu whispered with a sigh, checking his pockets to find a driver's license he had just renewed 2 years ago. With someone like Li Shijian looking after him, Li Shiwu had been considered a successful person before he became a monk, so driving was naturally no problem. While at Wudong Mountain, he often drove out for errands and was quite skilled at it. Soon, the car left the mall's parking area and headed towards the highway toll station. Shortly after they left, 2 young men with ponytails, tall figures, dressed in casual suits and brand-name leather shoes, pushing 2 black suitcases, walked out of the mall's main entrance. Putting on sunglasses, they immediately exuded a retro artistic vibe. Their well-defined, upright postures drew the attention of several young girls who were secretly observing them. Are we just running back like this? Zhou Yinglong asked in a low voice. Wang Sheng snapped his fingers. Let's take a taxi. There's a hot spring resort nearby Li's house. We are here as vacationing band musicians. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Yinglong chuckled, finding it quite interesting. Noticing the increasing number of gazes around them, this outstanding young disciple of Wudong subconsciously puffed out his chest a bit more. Chapter 37. The Sword Cuts the Evil Spirit. In fact, the so-called plan was just some ideas Wang Sheng thought of on the spur of the moment. The culprit behind the ghosts at Li's residence was very likely an insider. The Li family was large and wealthy, with housekeepers, security guards, drivers, and chefs, totaling nearly 20 people working at Li's house daily. Everyone coming and going was a suspect. And it couldn't be ruled out that they had means to hide their own cultivation levels. Additionally, because of the numerous collectibles in the Li household, there was a complete theft prevention system, with surveillance covering every angle. If an outsider sneaked into Li's house at night to release ghosts and went back and forth several times, leaving behind 70 to 80 spirits, there would be no reason not to leave behind some traces that could expose their whereabouts. Therefore, the most likely option was that the person raising and releasing the ghosts was within the Li household. Those 70 to 80 ghosts were not released in one day, but rather a few each day, slowly accumulating. This could be inferred from the fact that some ghosts were about to dissipate, while others still had strong energy. The person releasing the ghosts had to be quite malicious. Killing people is just a matter of hitting the ground, using little ghosts to drain people's yang energy, causing them to have restless nights and nightmares, gradually tormenting them to death due to illness. However, from the number of ghosts, one could not directly conclude whether the other party had truly killed so many people. In the current peaceful society, every missing person was a serious matter. Wang Sheng suspected that the other party should have collected ghosts from places like hospitals, crematoriums, and cemeteries, refining and cultivating them. Of course, the Li family would not be foolish enough to sit idly by in this haunted house. Their counterattack was to seek help from Li Shiwu, who practiced Taoism at Wudong Mountain. It must be said that the Li family made a relatively prudent choice. If they were to mobilize a large number of people to move, it could very likely anger the cultivator releasing the ghosts, who might directly take action to kill. Wang Sheng felt that this matter was not simply about evil cultivators harming people. Everything has its motive. Perhaps an insider in the Li family coveted their wealth. Or perhaps someone was taking revenge on the Li family. But these had little to do with him. He was just exorcising ghosts, aiming to root out the evil cultivator behind it all, nothing more. Regardless of the reason, in Wang Sheng's view, using ghosts to harm people was a wicked path, and such acts of extermination were intolerable. Everything was proceeding smoothly, as Wang Sheng had said. Li Shiwu drove onto the highway, heading straight for Wudong Mountain, while Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong successfully checked into the hot spring resort. To avoid attracting attention, they specifically purchased a high-end package and carried their suitcases to a bamboo house near the woods, making it convenient for their nighttime operations. After all, they had made a profit at the Li family today, so they were not afraid to spend money. In the evening, as the sun slowly set, he and Zhou Yinglong changed into Taoist robes, brought their swords and pills, and quietly approached near Li's residence. They carefully avoided the effective range of the surveillance cameras, hiding behind 2 large trees, leaning against the trunks to meditate. Junior brother, how long do we have to wait? Zhou Yinglong asked softly. Wang Sheng replied, it might be until midnight. At midnight, the yang energy in the world is at its weakest, which is when ghosts prefer to appear and when the evil cultivator raising them feels most confident. Hey, junior brother, aren't you afraid of these? Zhou Yinglong shifted his position, looking at Wang Sheng. I was a bit nervous when exorcising ghosts today, thinking I might encounter something like in the dramas. But it turned out to be just some little spirit balls. Little spirit balls? That description was quite fitting. Zhou Yinglong asked again. Do you think this could be the work of someone from the Li family? Like the two sons and daughters-in-law of the kind-hearted Li? It doesn't seem right for us to discuss this here, Wang Sheng said. Let us wait. If the other party is anxious, we'll see results today. But what if they are very patient? We'll just have to keep waiting here. A promise made should be kept. After all, we promised Uncle Li Shiwu. Wang Sheng slowly closed his eyes, thankful that the spiritual energy here was not too murky, so his cultivation would not be hindered. Senior brother, let us practice first. Zhou Yinglong nodded and replied quietly, Okay, I'll meditate for a while too. The two then stopped talking and sat in meditation. But they did not completely relax their minds. Any movement around them could not escape their spiritual awareness. As night fell, the darkness gradually engulfed the forest, and they could slightly turn their heads to see the lights coming on around the Li residence. Wang Sheng's spiritual awareness spread throughout the Li household, fortunately. His late-stage gathering spirit realm awareness was sufficient, barely covering the Li household. Zhou Yinglong's cultivation was not as good as Wang Sheng's, so his spiritual awareness could not extend too far, and he was responsible for nearby vigilance. Time slipped by second. Zhou Yinglong opened his eyes several times to look at Wang Sheng, intending to find a topic to chat about, but found Wang Sheng seemed to have truly entered a meditative state. The night deepened further, and there were some lingering clouds in the sky, with the night wind gaining a hint of whimpering. Suddenly, Wang Sheng opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. They're coming out. Zhou Yinglong immediately felt a bit nervous, picking up the sword beside him and preparing to stand up. But Wang Sheng moved faster, jumping up from his seated position, pushing off from the tree trunk, and swiftly darting into the night, silently rushing towards the wall of the Li residence several dozen meters away. Okay, we agreed to act together. Why did you rush out on your own? Zhou Yinglong shook his head and sighed, picking up his sword and following, trying to keep his true essence fluctuations suppressed to move as quietly as possible. The layout of the Li residence, due to the feng shui formations, made each building relatively independent. In the backyard of Li's house, there was a side door, which was the entrance for the housekeepers and other staff. The 6 security guards hired by the Li family would take turns on duty in the security room beside the side door. The security guards lived in a small courtyard rented by the Li family in a nearby village. Every night, 2 guards would keep watch in the security room. The security room had several computer screens displaying surveillance footage from various parts of the Li residence. Given the value of the collectibles in Li Shijian's house, such a level of security was indeed necessary. A few minutes before Wang Sheng charged towards the Li residence, in the security room, 2 security guards were chatting, discussing the rituals of the day. One was a middle-aged man with a bulging belly, while the other appeared younger, shorter in stature, but with bright eyes. Zhang Gu. It's almost midnight. We should go take a walk, the younger guard reminded, already deftly grabbing a flashlight and a baton. Originally, there was only supposed to be 1 guard on duty at night, but due to some unsavory happenings at the Li residence recently, for the sake of the guard's safety, the old masterly decided to add another person. This also meant a bit more night shift pay. Sigh, the middle-aged guard said, shaking his belly, picking up his gear, and seemingly comforting himself, muttering, This is the job we do, and this is the pay we get. While others are sleeping, we're on duty, just walking around. After a few complaints, the uncle temporarily locked the security room, and the 2 of them, familiar with the route, first checked the side door before starting their patrol of the entire residence along the established path. The beam of the flashlight swayed gently. As long as they didn't intentionally shine it on the windows of the attic where Li Shijian and his son lived, there wouldn't be any risk of salary deductions. Xiaojiang, do you think the Taoist priest performing the rituals really has any spells? Zhang Gu asked, intrigued. It's much quieter tonight. The usual eerie sounds are gone. Just a con artist, Xiaojiang replied with a smile, though a hint of complexity passed through his eyes. The key area they were patrolling was Li Shijian's attic, which was like a treasure trove filled with countless valuable collectibles. Naturally, tonight was no exception. The 2 first arrived at the small bamboo grove behind the attic, shining their lights along the path through the woods. Then, they habitually began discussing everyday topics. Xiaojiang, how much do you think all the treasures in our boss's room are worth? Zhang Gu asked. It should be worth tens of millions, right? Xiaojiang replied with a light laugh, unconsciously falling half a step behind Zhang Gu. He fished something out of his pants pocket, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, and whispered, Zhang Gu? Huh. With a slight sound, Xiaojiang's left finger pressed against the back of Zhang Ji's neck, and a flash of dark light appeared at his fingertip. It was a needle that plunged directly into Zhang Ji's neck, causing the middle-aged man to shudder and collapse backward. Xiao Jiang swiftly supported Zhang Gu as he fell, lifting him like a weightless bag and carried him into the small bamboo grove. Then, Xiao Jiang opened a cloth pouch that had somehow wrapped around his waist and carefully took out a fist-sized green small cauldron, which was covered. Inside, something seemed to be wriggling. Sorry, Zhang Gu, I won't take your life. I didn't want to expose myself, but now I have no choice. The people from Wudong Mountain might return tomorrow, Xiao Jiang murmured softly, taking out a small knife, biting his lip, and slicing a wound on Zhang Ji's hand, catching the dripping blood in the small cauldron. Instantly, strands of thick green smoke began to rise from the cauldron. Xiao Jiang sat cross-legged, forming a seal with his hands, which he pressed down onto the cauldron. Zhang Ji's blood had completely soaked the small cauldron. The restless evil spirits will have their retribution, he chanted softly. The smoke surged and transformed above the cauldron into a 2-meter-tall, bloated green-skinned evil spirit. Go! Xiao Jiang shouted, and the fierce ghost charged toward the attic window, its gaping maw seemingly intent on devouring the window. However, as the fierce ghost lunged, a golden light flickered in the middle of the 2 wooden windows, and the talisman affixed inside shone brightly, directly bouncing the fierce ghost back. Xiao Jiang's eyes were filled with coldness as he immediately stood up to push open the window. The talisman could block evil spirits, but could not stop his physical body. Just as he jumped up, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared outside the bamboo grove, and more than a dozen ornamental bamboos were instantly cut down, as a figure swiftly rushed in from the night. Stop! The Wudong disciple hadn't left? Damn it! Xiao Jiang's face turned pale, but his eyes showed no hesitation, instead filled with madness. The person was equally decisive. At this moment, he disregarded Wang Sheng, who was charging from behind, and grabbed the green small cauldron, crashing towards the attic window. The fierce ghost followed closely behind. The sword light that had reignited slashed toward the neck of the green-skinned fierce ghost. Chapter 38. Fighting the Evil Spirit. Part 1. Wang Sheng arrived quickly. His 7-star step pushed to the limit, but he was still coming from afar, slightly delayed in his action. The sword light, imbued with coldness, struck the fierce ghost's neck, but Wang Sheng felt as though he had struck a pile of cotton. It only caused the fierce ghost's neck to dent inward without breaking through. This was not because the Wenyuan sword was dull. It was Wang Sheng's first encounter with such a fierce ghost, unaware of its power. Then, a wave of sinister energy surged toward the Wenyuan sword, causing Wang Sheng's hair to stand on end as he swiftly turned and withdrew his sword. In that fleeting moment, the figure he had locked onto, a somewhat shorter silhouette, had already crashed through the wooden window, amidst the sound of splintering wood. The security guard in uniform had directly charged into Li Shishan's bedroom, but the next second, alarms blared throughout the Li residence, and the lights inside and outside the attic lit up simultaneously. This was the security system set up by the Li family. Xiao Jiang, as a security guard for the Li family, had definitely known about the existence of this system beforehand. Clearly, he had been consumed by anger and hatred, wanting to take revenge before the experts from Wudong Mountain arrived, and had not considered much else. Not to mention, Wang Sheng had suddenly returned. The green fierce ghost, having been slashed, turned its head and roared at Wang Sheng. Under the bright lights, this evil ghost had a green face and sharp teeth, its body covered in green scales, swollen like a balloon, with its copper bell-like eyes burning with a violet flame. This fierce ghost was truly a sight to behold, but its creation was undoubtedly linked to blood and filth. Wang Sheng let out a cold snort. This was the first time he felt murderous intent since his rebirth. The evil ghost obstructed the way, and how could he not strike it down? The Wenyuan sword trembled lightly as Wang Sheng charged forward. The green-skinned fierce ghost let out an unpleasant howl, akin to metal scraping against metal, its fists the size of war drums raised fiercely at Wang Sheng. Tian Shu moves to Tian Xian, Tian Ji transforms to Tian Quan. Wang Sheng's figure slipped past the fierce ghost's massive fists, and the Wenyuan sword swiftly cut across the shoulder and arm of the green-skinned fierce ghost, but his figure directly rushed into the attic. Inside the bedroom on the first floor, the young man in the security uniform was charging towards Li Shishan's bed. At this moment, Li Shishan had also been awakened, but the old man was still in a dazed state, merely watching someone pounce towards him, completely unaware of what was happening. The sound of breaking air startled Xiao Jiang, who turned his head and saw Wang Sheng's sword tip only 2 or 3 meters away from him. "You dare to stop me? I want your life," Xiao Zhang roared, his face no less sinister than that of the evil ghost, turning to glare at Li Shirshan, and with a fierce flick of his right hand, he sent 3 streaks of dark light towards Li Shirshan from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Only then did Li Shirshan seem to awaken from his dream, his lips trembling, but he completely forgot to try to dodge. At that moment, the old man's complexion turned pale, and his gaze became incredibly dim. But he only fixed his eyes on Xiao Zhang's face, as if trying to discern something. However, at the moment when Li Shirshan forgot to dodge, Wang Sheng quickly rushed to the bedside. 3 dark wooden needles flew out from the hands of the young man in security uniform, wrapped in strands of sinister true essence. As long as the wooden needles touched Li Shiv's face, the old man would probably be beyond saving, even by a deity. Wang Sheng's thoughts at this moment were not complicated. He had guarded for most of the night and wasted an entire day, and he had previously promised his master, Li Shiv, to protect the safety of the Li family tonight. If he watched Li Shirshan die right in front of him, it would truly show his incompetence. In his 15 or 16 years of cultivating before and after his rebirth, Wang Sheng had never felt such an urgent desire to save someone. The 7 stars shifted, and the Big Dipper appeared. Slow, still slower than he wanted. Wang Sheng's spiritual sense erupted wildly, and his true essence circulated rapidly within his body. But the changes and movements of the 7 stars sword formation still fell short in a direct burst. Since that was the case, he could only take a gamble. The sword plucked the stars, the 7 stars sword intent. The tip of the Wenyuan sword trembled slightly, and when Wang Sheng was 2 or 3 meters away from the bed, a shadowless wave shot from the sword tip, seemingly aimed at Li Shirshan's face. Bang! With a faint sound of collision, the 3 wooden needles were directly slashed away by the sword energy, while Wang Sheng's sword energy grazed Li Shirshan's cheek, cutting off a small tuft of gray hair. The deadly poison needles were knocked away by Wang Sheng's sword energy. Without pausing, Wang Sheng pushed off the bed with his left foot, and his figure flew back like a swallow, with the Wenyuan sword pointing directly at the young security guard's face. Since the other party had already harbored the intent to kill, he could not afford to be careless. Even an eagle uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone face such a vengeful ghost and a sinister cultivator wielding poison needles. Xiao Zhang immediately dodged to the side, angrily shouting with an accent, "Wudong disciple, don't meddle in other people's business." Wang Sheng, however, ignored him entirely, deploying the 7 stars sword formation, which had already placed the opponent in the formation center. But with numerous pieces of furniture and ornaments in the room, Wang Sheng felt somewhat constrained, and the power of the sword formation was somewhat diminished. Furthermore, the wooden cauldron the young security guard held was clearly a sinister cultivator's magical artifact, continuously emitting poisonous mist to obstruct Wang Sheng's assault. Even so, the Wenyuan sword quickly stained with blood after a few seconds, leaving a deep wound on the opponent's left arm. A roar came from the side as a green-skinned evil spirit charged in through the window, driven by the young security guard, and pounced fiercely towards Li Shirshan. This person actually wanted to drag Wang Sheng down, letting the evil spirit take Li Shirshan's life. Seeing this, Wang Sheng could only curl his lips. After all, what kind of enmity was this? But it had nothing to do with him. Why was Brother Zhou so slow? He could only withdraw and position himself in front of the bed again. This time, he could not dodge like before and could only face the green-skinned evil spirit head-on. The sword moved like a dragon or snake, cold light sweeping through the 9 hells. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword shadows condensed in front of the evil spirit, resembling the 2 intersecting Big Dipper stars, and as Wang Sheng swung his long sword down, the sword shadows shot towards the evil spirit. The green-skinned evil spirit only knew to charge recklessly, having no special means of defense. Dozens of sword shadows, infused with Wang Sheng's pure true essence, struck simultaneously, sending the green-skinned evil spirit reeling back, with wounds appearing on its green-scaled body. The sharpness of the Wenyuan sword was perfectly demonstrated by Wang Sheng. He vaguely remembered that the technique for raising ghosts had clear hierarchical divisions regarding such fierce spirits. And this green-skinned evil spirit was not a particularly high-level malicious entity, but still quite strong for a gathering spirit realm cultivator. Sure enough, the green scales he had cut opened quickly healed, with only wisps of black mist emerging, making the evil spirit appear even more ferocious. "Get away!" The security guard shouted angrily, his face twisted, as he swung his arms, sending wooden needles shooting towards Wang Sheng's vital points. Wang Sheng held his sword with one hand, swirling the sword light, and the 1 yuan sword intercepted all the wooden needles, his long hair dancing in the air as he moved effortlessly. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the window. "Junior brother, I'm here to help you." Zhou Yinglong finally arrived. Wang Sheng still did not relax for a moment. Stepping on the 7-star steps, holding the 1 yuan sword, guarding a 3-meter area by the bedside. As Wang Sheng repelled the green-skinned evil spirit that was charging at Li Shurgan again, Zhou Yinglong jumped in through the window, paused upon seeing the evil spirit, and then hurriedly recited a spell, "Zhenwu vanquish demons. Protect my Dharma body." An illusory figure of a divine general appeared above Zhou Yinglong's head, seemingly triggered by the green-skinned evil spirit, enhancing the power of the spell. Zhou Yinglong's spiritual sense was rapidly drawn, and the illusory figure of the Zhenwu emperor behind him became slightly more solid than during the day when driving away ghosts. An indescribable pressure filled the loft. As if the might of heaven surged, or divine power descended, the green-skinned evil spirit turned its head and roared at Zhou Yinglong. Zhou Yinglong clearly trembled but did not retreat, still charging at the green-skinned evil spirit with his sword. Wang Sheng immediately focused all his attention on the young security guard, unleashing all his power to send waves of sword shadows, pulling the opponent into the sword formation. The 7 stars shone brightly, and the sword light flashed rapidly. The young security guard's cauldron emitted a green glow, trying to block Wang Sheng's sword moves, but after just a few strikes, Wang Sheng pierced the long sword into the opponent's right shoulder. With his right shoulder pierced, the entire arm could not exert force, and his balance was difficult to maintain. Wang Sheng seized the opportunity, disarming the cauldron from the man's hand with a sword strike. And then a precise sword energy directly sent the cauldron flying to the corner of the room. The man glared at Wang Sheng and shouted, "You dare damage my cauldron." The sword shadows flashed, piercing through the man's left shoulder and thigh joint, causing both legs to bend weakly as he knelt on the ground. Killing him? While it would be eliminating evil and upholding justice, it would also bring considerable trouble. After all, he was just a cultivator without any law enforcement authority. And this was not a desolate place. It was a joke to think that killing in the Great Hua Kingdom was not a crime. Not to mention that his sword could not even block bullets now, even if it could in the future. When would he cultivate to the point of not fearing heavy firepower? He still had family and friends, and he wanted to cultivate peacefully in the future. However, injuring the other party so that he could not move was still within the bounds of acting justly. Wang Sheng's sword shadows flickered, leaving dozens of wounds at the joints of the opponent's body, all of which could heal in a few days, but were now rendered completely immobile. The precision of his strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a head surgeon. Suddenly, a muffled grunt came from the side, and Wang Sheng's gaze swept over, only to see Zhou Yinglong being slapped away by the green-skinned evil spirit, crashing into several display racks in the corner. The evil spirit pursued relentlessly, and Zhou Yinglong rolled aside, enduring his injuries. Wang Sheng immediately rushed over to support him, urgently circulating his spiritual sense, raising his sword and shouting, 5 stars suppress the colors, light illuminates the dark. Thousands of gods and saints, protect my true spirit. His spiritual sense surged towards the green-skinned evil spirit like wave ripples, and Wang Sheng heard a buzzing in his ears, but the green-skinned evil spirit was directly stopped in its tracks by his spiritual sense. The evil spirit was also cultivated by sinister cultivators from ghostly remnants, essentially just the remnants of living beings wrapped in vitality, further aided by ghost-driving techniques. The 1 yuan sword has little restraining effect on evil spirits, but using the exorcism spell is just right against them. Wang Sheng stepped forward, continuing to shout, 5 heavenly demons, perish and vanish, urgent as the law commands. His spiritual thought continued to sweep towards the green-skinned evil spirit. And although Wang Sheng felt a bit of ear-ringing and dizziness, he successfully cornered the green-skinned evil spirit against the wall. "Senior brother, protect masterly," Wang Sheng called out lightly, and the 1 yuan sword swiftly struck down, this time directly severing one of the evil spirit's arms. The spiritual thought invoked by the exorcism spell surged even more violently, and the scales on the evil spirit seemed to be melting. 5-star true colors, illuminate the dark realm. All gods and saints, protect my true spirit. 5 heavenly demons, perish and vanish, urgent as the law commands. Amidst the increasingly urgent incantations, the One Yuan sword swung continuously, and the evil spirit was utterly defenseless, its form gradually being cleaved apart by the One Yuan sword. By the bed, Zhou Yinglong clutched his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was drawn to the scene of Wang Sheng fiercely attacking the evil spirit. If Zhou Yinglong could glance at the young security guard who had been incapacitated by Wang Sheng, he could have stopped the opponent's actions in time. However, Zhou Yinglong was also flustered and did not take a second look. He had never experienced such a commotion before, and just being able to rush up to confront the evil spirit was already a sign of his strong will. The figure that had originally been powerless and kneeling was now lying on the ground, a bloodied hand reaching towards the small cauldron that had rolled against the wall. "I must take revenge. I must avenge my father and brother." His voice trembled slightly, very softly, but his entire spiritual thought was gathering towards the already open small cauldron. "Offer me my soul, merge my mortal body, sever my desires, feed its divine power." Just as Wang Sheng cleaved the head of the green-skinned evil spirit, he suddenly turned around, his gaze focused. Zhou Yinglong, who was by the bed, reacted quickly this time, turning his head to lift the nearly fainted old Master Li and immediately retreated to the side. The toxic cauldron emitted billowing green smoke, which completely engulfed the bloodied young security guard. Chapter 39, Battle with the Evil Soul. Part 2, You Will All Die Tonight. The voices were hoarse, deep, sharp, and trembling. Several distinctly different tones blended together, with an eerie chill mixed into the furious roars, sending shivers down one's spine. A certain aura that even Wang Sheng found a bit alarming emanated from the smoke, causing him to frown slightly. He wanted to charge forward with his sword, but his spiritual thought sensed that the smoke was quite strange. Wang Sheng whispered, "Senior brother Zhou, take Master Li outside first. Keep the Li family away to avoid harming innocents." Zhou Yinglong, already at the door, nodded in agreement, kicked open the room door, and rushed out while carrying Li Shishan. Wang Sheng drew his sword, unleashing 3 sword energies towards the young security guard, but they were all blocked by the smoke. The nature of this smoke was unknown, but it was quite sinister. The wooden floor beneath it had already been corroded beyond recognition. In the corner, wisps of blue light were being absorbed by the smoke, and gentle breezes began to appear from all directions, as if the gloomy energy of the world was converging here at midnight. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, realizing he was facing a tough opponent tonight. He had no regrets about not directly killing this evil cultivator earlier. At that time, Zhou Yinglong's situation was dire, and he was not a killer. Saving people was naturally a priority over killing or incapacitating. He had thought that the guy was already out of options, but did not expect he would resort to such vicious and reckless methods. The scene now looked frightening. Simply put, it was just drawing evil souls to devour one's own spiritual thought and vitality at the cost of diminishing one's cultivation, lifespan, or even half of one's life, enabling the evil soul to grow rapidly. What deep hatred could compel this guy to go to such lengths? Wang Sheng curled his lips, beginning to ponder how to respond to the upcoming situation. The smoke began to retract inward. Waves of alarming spiritual thought fluctuations surged in all directions. Judging by the amplitude of the spiritual thought fluctuations, it was likely that this evil spirit, soon to take form, was definitely above the gathering spirit realm. At the very least, it was at the initial stage of embryo formation. "Wang Shidi, retreat for now," Zhou Yinglong called from outside, and Wang Sheng deliberated for a moment before slowly backing away. In the green smoke, a pair of cold eyes fixed intently on Wang Sheng, as if ready to devour him. 5-star true colors, illuminate the dark realm. Wang Sheng recited the incantation again, but this time he intentionally controlled his spiritual thought, sending needle-like threads towards the evil spirit that had yet to fully form. The evil spirit began to growl and roar, and at this moment, its outline was barely discernible. What a fearsome evil spirit! Evil souls differ from vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits are born from the explosive spiritual thought of a person filled with resentment at the moment of death, whereas evil souls are monsters born from the mutual devouring of ghostly souls, crafted by cultivators. Such cultivators are almost always evil cultivators, and their purpose in practicing such things is to harm others. The Earth's vitality had only just begun to recover 2 or 3 years ago, and cultivators generally had not reached deep levels of cultivation. Yet these evil cultivators could directly gain considerable power through a couple of vicious artifacts and such sinister methods. When Wang Sheng faced off against this evil cultivator dressed in security clothing, he could clearly sense that the opponent's cultivation was barely at the gathering spirit realm. But the green-skinned evil spirit he had summoned had already put Zhou Yinglong in a very difficult position. Now, the evil spirit about to emerge from the smoke looked anything but trivial. By the time Wang Sheng retreated to the door, most of the smoke had been absorbed, and the evil soul had already revealed its form. A towering red-skinned evil spirit over 3 meters tall, with a massive build, locked its gaze firmly on Wang Sheng. It had several hump-like protrusions on its head, surrounded by illusory skulls, and its body was covered in small light red scales, with thick arms growing spines. As if its entire body was clad in scale armor. How many ghostly souls, or even living souls, were needed to refine such a fierce ghost? Wang Sheng felt a chill in his heart, not overly angry, but contemplating how to face the enemy next. Glancing around, he casually peeled off several talismans from the door and affixed them to himself. Outside, chaotic voices erupted. The entire Li family had been awakened by the alarm and was rushing towards the attic. Wang Sheng shouted without turning back, "Get away, hurry, and leave." As soon as his words fell, the evil spirit in the attic managed to completely absorb the smoke and let out a roar. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the starlight and moonlight were completely obscured. The lights in the Li residence came on, illuminating the situation inside and outside the attic clearly. The sight of the monstrous evil soul roaring became a nightmare in the hearts of the arriving Li family. Wang Sheng held his left hand behind his back, and with his right hand, he wielded the long sword, aligning the sword's body with his arm, pointing it diagonally to the side. He tapped his toes, and his figure floated back like willow fluff. A shadow burst out from the attic, and with a loud crash, the sandalwood door was smashed to pieces, and the walls on either side suffered collateral damage. Bright light shone on the shadow, revealing the fierce fangs of the red-skinned evil spirit and its sharp, menacing spines, causing the nearby Li family members to collapse in fear. "Senior Brother Zhou, tell them to retreat quickly," Wang Sheng urged and immediately activated the 7-star sword formation, his figure moving swiftly forward. The sword shadows arranged according to the 7 stars rotation, as the 1 yuan sword struck at the red-skinned evil spirit. This evil spirit was on a completely different level compared to the previous green-skinned one. The 1 yuan sword could only leave shallow scratches on the red-skinned evil spirit, and the sword energy could only create a small dent. Inside this evil spirit was a malevolent cultivator who had condensed an unknown number of ghostly powers to refine such an evil entity. How could it be easily dealt with? Wang Sheng quickly resolved not to confront it head-on, using the 7 stars positions to evade the red-skinned evil spirit's attacks, his movements as unsteady as leaves in the wind. Such evil techniques could not last long. Wang Sheng often reflected on his senior sister's Tao rhythm and had long understood that everything in the world has a balance. If such evil techniques could truly defy the heavens, the budding cultivation world would have already been destroyed by malevolent cultivators. The red-skinned evil spirit relentlessly pursued Wang Sheng, but he skillfully dodged each of its ferocious lunges, appearing to be in danger while actually evading unscathed. And the 1 yuan sword continued to probe for any weaknesses in the creature. In the small open space before the attic, a man and a sword engaged in battle against the evil spirit. This was a rare opportunity. The power of the 7-star sword formation was gradually brought to its peak by Wang Sheng, who quickly entered a profound state. As if he could anticipate the evil spirit's every move, his sword techniques became increasingly effortless, and his footwork grew more unpredictable. This was the benefit of a clear sword heart. The Li family had already been driven away by Zhou Yinglong, and they were busy calling for help and screaming, making the atmosphere in the house increasingly frantic. Li Shishan, watching the battle from a closer position, seemed intent on seeing through the terrifying outer shell of the evil spirit. To see the young security guard he had personally summoned, the evil spirit roared, capable of smashing the rockery with a single punch, and the ornamental trees posed no obstruction to its massive form. Within half a minute, the garden layout in front of the attic was flattened, leaving behind numerous shallow and deep pits. Yet the monster hadn't even brushed against Wang Sheng's clothing, let alone forced him into a desperate situation. Zhou Yinglong wanted to assist, but knew that his presence would only be a burden to Wang Sheng. Even as a mere observer, he couldn't catch a glimpse of Wang Sheng's figure within the sword formation. Why was there such a vast difference in strength among cultivators at the same spirit-gathering realm? Zhou Yinglong felt a sense of frustration. At that moment, Wang Sheng was evenly matched with the red-skinned evil spirit, while the clearly weaker green-skinned spirit had left him with minor injuries. But he quickly regained his composure and shouted inside, "Junior brother Wang, what can I do?" Amidst the fierce battle, Wang Sheng could only divert his thoughts and soon shouted, "The talismans left by Uncle Shi." "Right, the talismans." Zhou Yinglong immediately called out, "Li, hurry and bring me the talismans left by Uncle Li." At this moment, Li Shirshan also displayed commendable composure, turning to scold, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring over the talismans from other places. And quickly call the police and dial 120. Call the police?" Zhou Yinglong hesitated, but, realizing the urgency of the situation, could only anxiously watch Wang Sheng and the evil spirit, now more than 20 meters away. Wang Sheng had begun to multitask. Once he figured out the red-skinned evil spirit's various techniques, dodging its attacks became less strenuous. Now he was focused on how to eliminate the evil spirit more quickly. He aimed to wear down its soul power with curses and trap its body with the sword formation. Adding in the ghost-repelling talismans made by the older generation of Wudong cultivators might just work. Just then, a whistling sound came from beside him. Wang Sheng glanced and saw several stones wrapped in talismans flying towards him. With a turn of his body, Wang Sheng raised his sword and for the first time actively met the red-skinned evil spirit's claws. There was a loud bang, and Wang Sheng's body was thrown back, landing on the ground. However, the red-skinned evil spirit's frenzied body paused momentarily. The stones wrapped in talismans struck the evil spirit's head and back. Zhou Yinglong seized the moment and immediately activated the spiritual intent attached to the talismans. 3 talismans unfolded and adhered to the evil spirit's back. Chapter 40. The Taoist Meets the Soldier. There was a crackling sound, and the evil spirit stopped its movements, twitching, raising its claws, and howling in rage. The talismans were effective, but as they burned the red-skinned evil spirit, they were also dissolved by its soul power, quickly turning to ashes that scattered in the air. It worked. Zhou Yinglong's spirit lifted, but the smile on his face immediately froze. The red-skinned evil spirit turned its head and fixed its gaze on him, lunging forward with a powerful leap of 5 or 6 meters. Zhou Yinglong gasped and quickly retreated with his sword, while the Li family members screamed in terror, with 2 or 3 of them nearly collapsing to the ground in fear. Zhou Yinglong charged towards them, and those who had been far off turned and ran straight for the door. Back at the front of the attic, sword light flashed from the side, leaving several sword marks on the red-skinned evil spirit's arms and back, as a familiar voice swiftly recited the ghost-repelling incantation. The evil spirit's focus was instantly captured by Wang Sheng, who continued to evade and maneuver using the 7 stars footwork while maintaining the incantation. "Junior brother Wang, be careful. I'll look for an opportunity to throw more talismans." Zhou Yinglong wanted to help, but his own strength was lacking, so he could only resort to such a clumsy method. He couldn't help but think of the disciples from Longhu Mountain, Shi Qianzhong, and that one from Maoshan, Lu Yunji. He truly felt somewhat useless. If those 2 were here, perhaps they would have already helped junior brother Wang eliminate this fierce ghost. With a light sigh, Zhou Yinglong quickly rallied his spirits. Now was not the time for self-pity. Wang Sheng intentionally led the red-skinned evil spirit in circles, allowing the stones Zhou Yinglong threw to hit more accurately. Soon, 2 more stones wrapped in talismans struck the evil spirit's back, and the crackling sound returned as the red-skinned evil spirit twitched violently. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Sheng launched a strong offensive, his figure weaving around, managing to place 21 shallow sword shadows around the evil spirit, which then shot forward, causing blood-colored mist to erupt around the red-skinned evil spirit. This thing really had tough skin. Wang Sheng took a gentle breath, maintaining the offensive while adjusting the speed of his true essence consumption. Unable to kill it directly, he would wear it down. There was no other way. The last time at the Maoshan exchange meeting was merely a discussion of Dao techniques. But now in the Li residence, it was a genuine fight to the death. From in front of Li Shirshan's attic, the battle extended to the west wing and then surged toward the entrance. At this moment, Wang Sheng felt no regret. If time could rewind half an hour, he wouldn't have directly killed the malevolent cultivator in the security uniform. He would still have chosen to incapacitate him first and then find a way to cripple his cultivation. There were things that could be done and things that could not. Although the current environment made it harder to act heroically and vanquish evil, Wang Sheng had seen the opportunity and would certainly take action. He could not betray the teachings of his master on righteousness over the years. just like this beautiful garden of the Li family. In just over 10 minutes of fierce battle, had been destroyed halfway by this fierce spirit and Wang Sheng. Fortunately, Wang Sheng managed to divert the vengeful spirit from the most valuable attic of the main house, saving the Li family from greater losses. After all, they had received payment for exorcism services, and the service had to be impeccable. As the vengeful spirit grew increasingly ferocious, Wang Sheng's swordsmanship became more elusive. Even the 7-star sword formation had never had such an opportunity to be fully unleashed, causing Wang Sheng to experience one epiphany after another in his heart. If he had not paused slightly, he would have been sent flying by the spirit's slap. Moreover, if he let the spirit be, the surrounding citizens would surely suffer calamities. At this moment, he almost wished he could find a place to meditate and comprehend the sword path. There was indeed pressure on Wang Sheng when facing the vengeful spirit. On the contrary, if he were to confront it head-on with his true essence and spiritual thoughts, he would not be a match for the spirit and could only rely on the intricacies of the sword formation to evade. Zhou Yinglong had thrown over 30 talismans, but their threat to the red-skinned spirit was limited and did not pose any substantial danger. Seeing that he could not help much, this Wudong senior brother simply decided to assist in managing the battlefield. The Li family members and the housekeepers had all gone outside the residence, anxiously waiting under a streetlight. The injured brother Zhang had also been carried over by Zhou Yinglong, who had removed the poison needle from his neck. But he showed no signs of waking from his slumber. The sound of police sirens approached from a distance. Zhou Yinglong was taken aback and quickly grabbed his sword, rushing toward the entrance of the Li residence. The Li residence was not far from a local armed police station, and Li Shishan was quite a well-known philanthropist in the area. The emergency call had been very urgent, reporting that a monster was killing people, accompanied by shrill screams. In today's Great Hua Nation, the common people live prosperous lives, and the number of thieves has decreased significantly compared to decades ago. Murder cases are rare in small towns. However, a year ago, an order was issued mandating that responding officers must carry firearms and have sufficient ammunition, and regular training in shooting and combat was enhanced. Moreover, tonight's sudden murder case involved a prominent taxpayer in the city, which prompted the armed police to respond much faster than usual. As the sirens grew increasingly urgent, Zhou Yinglong stomped his foot and turned back into the residence. The sight before him was one of utter devastation. Broken rocks from the artificial mountain, shattered stone bridges, toppled streetlights, and the archway that had been smashed apart. In the distance, under the beams of searchlights, the red-skinned, vengeful spirit roared and howled, frantically lunging at the surrounding figures, but always missing its target. At this moment, the malevolent spirit had clearly lost its mind, its actions driven solely by a violent will to destroy. Otherwise, it would not have neglected its original target, Li Shishan, while relentlessly pursuing this elusive figure around it. Surrounding the vengeful spirit, a young Taoist in a dark blue robe wielded sword light with abandon. The smooth blade of the Wenyuan sword shimmered like water, and the phantoms appearing around the vengeful spirit were mesmerizing. Compared to its initial movements, the vengeful spirit had slowed down significantly, and each strike from Wang Sheng's sword created a greater impact against its exterior. Clearly, the spirit's strength was beginning to wane. Wang Shidi has only been cultivating for a few years. Zhou Yinglong sighed deeply, having lost count of how many times he had sighed. Before meeting Wang Sheng, Zhou Yinglong felt quite capable himself, a rising star in Wudong, one of the top 10 disciples of the younger generation and a direct descendant of the sect leader. Thus, when he first met Wang Sheng, he felt a kind of pride emanating from his very being. However, the current Zhou Yinglong found that little pride had been thoroughly crushed by Wang Sheng. The sword techniques he employed were completely at a kindergarten level compared to the techniques used by Wang Shidi, akin to the difference between a preschool class and a high school competition class. Moreover, Zhou Yinglong knew that as their respective cultivation levels increased, this gap would not only remain but would grow wider. Speaking of cultivation realms, one could not overlook Wang Sheng's late-stage gathering spirit realm. And just as Zhou Yinglong comforted himself, thinking that with some effort he might catch up to his junior brother's Dao realm, he was reminded that beside Wang Sheng stood a terrifyingly advanced senior sister in cultivation. No wonder the master said that the Qinjianzi lineage would have 3 immortal Dao experts. It was better to focus on my own cultivation rather than seeking trouble. The police sirens grew even more urgent, now very close to the Li residence. Zhou Yinglong finally remembered the important matter, rushing toward the battlefield while calling out to Wang Sheng, "Shitty, the police are coming." What should we do? Wang Sheng's figure swayed several times, creating distance from the vengeful spirit. He frowned slightly. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. Stop them. Don't let them interfere. Give me another 15 minutes. This thing won't last much longer. The vengeful spirit roared and charged at Wang Sheng once again. Wang Sheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed only on the sword shadows, as the seemingly breakthrough seven-star sword intent unfolded, once again ensnaring the vengeful spirit in sword light. Sword returns to the dragon's roar. Zhou Yinglong opened his mouth, then stomped his foot and rushed toward the entrance of the Li residence. Due to the activation of the security system, all the lights in the Li residence were on, and because of the aftermath of the battle between the vengeful spirit and Wang Sheng, half the yard was laid bare. Just as Zhou Yinglong reached the entrance, he heard the old master Li's loud voice outside. Comrades, there really is a ghost. A fierce and malevolent ghost. Fortunately, 2 Taoists from Wudong Mountain helped to stop it. I'm not lying. My reputation as Li Shishan is at stake here. I swear I'm not lying to you. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yinglong jumped outside, sword in hand. As over 10 fully armed police officers raised their handguns, rifles, batons, and tear gas simultaneously, a group of burly men shouted with all their might, "Don't move. I'm not a ghost. The ghost is inside." Zhou Yinglong raised both hands high, the gleaming long sword immediately catching the attention of the police officers outside. Li Shishan quickly asked, "Where's Taoist Feiyu? Is he okay?" "He's fine." Taoist Feiyu said he could disperse the vengeful spirit in another 20 minutes. "Everyone, it's best not to get too close." Zhou Yinglong felt a bit bitter inside. What he said was the truth, but it sounded so much like a con artist scamming in a wealthy household. The lead officer was a stern-looking uncle, who then signaled the surrounding officers to lower their weapons before saying, "Exorcism? I see you are the ones stealing, creating a scene with these tricks." "This brother." "No, uncle." Zhou Yinglong smiled bitterly. "My dad is also a police officer. I have a Taoist certificate. I'm a Taoist from Wudong Mountain, not some con artist." The officer acted decisively, directly instructing his colleagues. "Shaoli, you guys control this person first. We're going in. A few people go guard the side door. Don't let his accomplices escape." Immediately, several strong armed police officers rushed forward to subdue Zhou Yinglong. Comrade. Li Shishan quickly rushed forward to protect Zhou Yinglong. "This one is truly a Taoist from Wudong Mountain, a real expert. The vengeful ghost is inside. Hurry and deal with it." Zhou Yinglong was also anxious. Shidi said not to let anyone in. The officer shouted loudly, "Everyone step aside. Don't obstruct law enforcement." "Old Master Li, you're really getting old. With so many valuable things at home, how can you trust just anyone? 2 people control him. Take away his weapon." "Hey, you can't." Zhou Yinglong, in his anxiety, was about to urge his true essence, but with a few clicks, several rifles were aimed at him. Although he didn't know whether they had bullets or not, the situation was quite intimidating. Zhou Yinglong gritted his teeth. His junior brother was fighting desperately inside to exorcise the ghost, and as the older brother, if he couldn't do these things well for him, he would have to face it alone today. "Get back!" With a light shout, 2 dark gun barrels were pressed against his forehead. This Wudong disciple softened slightly and was pushed against the door by the armed police. The stern-faced officer, along with more than a dozen armed police, rushed into the Li residence. Chapter 41. Bullets are useless. Zhou Yinglong steeled his heart, letting these police officers see for themselves, so they wouldn't really think he was a fraud. He wouldn't take any responsibility if there were psychological shadows left afterward. Silently counting down 10 numbers, chaotic shouts suddenly erupted in the courtyard. "Captain Fu, what is this? Damn, there really is a ghost. Don't panic. Follow the training. Initiate emergency protocols. All units prepare to shoot. No one fires without my order." "Captain Fu, should we report this to the director first? Did the body camera record?" "Get it recorded quickly." Officer Fu shouted, "Discipline. Have you all forgotten discipline? Don't panic. Don't shoot yet. There's still a Taoist over there." At the door, Zhou Yinglong glared at the 2 armed police officers who were staring at each other, slightly struggled, and directly pushed them away. Zhou Yinglong turned around to grab his sword and charged straight into the residence. The 2 armed police officers hurriedly followed, hesitating whether to tackle Zhou Yinglong to the ground. Li Shishan shouted, "Li Wen and Li Wu, take your wives and children away. If I don't get through this tonight, the family assets will be distributed according to my will. What needs to be donated will be donated." Saying this, the old man rushed back to his residence in a hurry. His second son, Li Weiwu, rushed over and grabbed Li Shishan's arm. "Dad, Where are you going? That ghost is here for you. If it can't be helped, if I die, my old bones can appease that ghost's resentment. That's better than letting others lose their lives for nothing. Let go of me. Dad, get lost. Take your wife and children far away. I'm ready to face it tonight. The money I leave you is enough for you to spend your whole life. Li Shirshan shouted with a red neck, shaking off his second son's hand, covering his chest, and staggering toward the backs of the armed police. Meanwhile, the young armed police team had forced themselves to calm down. They were more than 30 meters away from the battlefield between Wang Sheng and the ghost, and although the lethality of a few handguns was limited, more than a dozen semi-automatic rifles could ensure shooting accuracy. However, what prevented them from firing immediately was not the somewhat terrifying form of the ghost, but Wang Sheng, who was constantly moving around the ghost. A young man murmured, "Captain Fu, is there really a martial arts master among the Taoists?" The officer shook his head, trembling as he lit a cigarette for himself. After 20 years in the police force, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. The scene of a Taoist battling an evil ghost, something that only appeared in movies, was happening right in front of his eyes. Officer Fu, whose name was Fu Ai, had been in the police force of this small city for over 20 years, barely reaching his current position. In recent years, Fu Ai had sensed some changes in society. When news of various monsters, hauntings, and encounters with deities flooded the media, his colleagues responsible for online security worked overtime, with higher-ups only asking them to block such information and control the flow of information. Fu Ai and his colleagues were also constantly dispatched to find ordinary citizens spreading rumors to persuade and educate them. Not long after, such news increased significantly, and several leaders in the bureau began to hold meetings in the province every few days. In those 2 to 3 months, the number of documents issued from above was several times more than in previous years. It seemed that something big was about to happen and was certain to happen soon. There were a series of changes in the internal structure of their police force. Old officers like him had their authority greatly enhanced. Temporary handling authority was repeatedly emphasized, and they had to reassess their physical fitness, forcing him to strengthen his physical training. A year ago, a large number of young people who should have served in frontline troops were also arranged to return to various places to join the armed police. Fu Ai understood that cities near mountains and rivers had new armed police stationed in large numbers. Police officers from all over the country, including neighborhood and traffic police, were required to undergo physical and combat training. New dispatch systems and coordination centers quickly emerged, basically synchronizing coordination across all types of police. Even some sanitation workers within the organization had temporary rapid alarm devices. Pressing a button would summon a large number of law enforcement personnel armed with weapons. The training content for these newly added armed police was vastly different from the previous local armed police training, focusing more on situational response, shooting accuracy, and psychological quality training. In addition, various new regulations were introduced, such as every time police responded to a call, they must carry real weapons. In cases of fights or brawls, they must request support first to avoid individual heroism, etc. There were even some strange explicit regulations when encountering armed criminals or beings that were difficult to understand by common sense, especially those wielding ancient swords or knives and dressed in ancient attire, as well as various mutated beasts or livestock. If the other party showed threatening behavior towards others' lives, they could even shoot at the target without seeking approval. 2 years ago, if police officers shot without seeking approval, who would dare to casually point a gun at someone? That was a serious mistake, not something that could be overlooked with a simple reflection. One would face disciplinary action. Nowadays, not using firearms to deter armed criminals was also a mistake, leading to criticism and retraining. Fu Ai had heard a lot of rumors related to this, but he had never believed them until today when he personally witnessed the ghost and the young Taoist battling it. The various changes of the past 2 years instantly made sense. When he received the dispatch call from the dispatch center, Fu Ai thought it was a homicide case. In his half a lifetime in this small city, he had hardly encountered such major cases. Coincidentally, he was on duty at the armed police station near the Li family that day, so he immediately brought a team of more than a dozen newly transferred young men over. Seeing Zhou Yinglong with the sword, Fu Ai instinctively thought it was a con artist eyeing the Li family's wealth. However, when the young Taoist displayed his might and sent 2 strong armed police officers flying, Fu Ai's heart sank. By the time they rushed into the Li residence, illuminated by bright lights, and saw the 3-meter-tall ghost, It took less than half a minute for not only the young officer's worldviews to collapse, but Fu Ai's worldview collapsed even more completely. However, given Fu Ai's age and experience, he quickly calmed down and forced himself to reduce his doubts, immediately analyzing the current situation. He suddenly realized that the newly added content from the training courses could now be applied. Everyone, maintain a safe distance from this monster. Analyze its movement capabilities and attack patterns. Captain, how to analyze? Use your brains. Fu Ai shouted, his eyes flashing. I'll negotiate with the Taoist over there first. Don't just stand there, quickly get the loudspeaker. Captain Fu here? He snatched the loudspeaker handed over by a nearby officer, but Fu Ai opened his mouth several times, each time feeling his momentum weaken a bit. Finally, after Li Shirshan arrived, Fu Ai finally began to speak to the battlefield. Taoist over there, please cooperate with us. We are the people's police and will be shooting at this monster. Please cooperate with us to avoid accidental injuries. Just moments ago, when referring to Zhou Yinglong, he called him a Taoist and a swindler, but now, upon encountering the evil spirit, his tone softened considerably when addressing Wang Sheng. All right, watch my gestures. Wang Sheng's response was simple and clear, his clear voice ringing in everyone's ears. Strangely, the more than a dozen young armed police officers felt a bit less anxious, and a few young men gradually stopped trembling with their guns. What is this? A transmission? Fu Ai wondered, unsure of how today's events would impact his life as a police officer before retirement. As for the evil spirit, Wang Sheng's sword moves changed suddenly. After dodging the spirit's 2 lunges, he shifted behind it and kicked towards the back of its head. The evil spirit reacted quickly, suddenly turning its upper body and colliding with Wang Sheng's foot. Wang Sheng lightly tapped his toes on the blood-red hard skin between 2 sharp spikes, using the force to propel himself into the air. He then flipped his sword and pointed an invisible sword energy at the spirit's forehead. The sound of the sword energy whistled through the night sky, and Fu Ai and Wang Sheng almost simultaneously shouted, "Fire! Fire at the center of the monster's belly." The older man's voice trembled with excitement, while Wang Sheng remained calm, even reminding the armed police where to prioritize their shots. Bang! Bang bang bang. A dozen rifles fired in unison. The chaotic gunfire echoed through the night sky, and spent shells bounced on the ground. Although the scene wasn't as shocking as a movie special effect, it still stirred the blood of Zhou Yinglong, who had just arrived. The young armed police were quite skilled, and the evil spirit was large enough that they could hit it consistently. As bullets were fired, the evil spirit was pushed back, with thick green smoke erupting from its body. Wang Sheng landed beside them, showing no signs of relaxation, but closely monitoring the spirit's condition. Indeed, the rifle bullets did not penetrate. The evil spirit had a significant immunity to such physical attacks, but there was a living person inside it, unable to completely dematerialize like other spirits. If they aimed at the central part of the evil spirit's body, there was a possibility of directly killing it. This was also the main reason Wang Sheng instructed the police to shoot at the spirit's belly. The gunfire raged in the night sky for a while. When the lead officer raised his hand to call for a stop, the evil spirit was half kneeling, its entire body swirling with thick green smoke that quickly solidified. Ding! A bullet head fell onto the crushed stone slab on the ground. Ding ding! Bullets slid off the evil spirit's body, and it slowly raised its head. The dense smoke scattered by the bullets rapidly coalescing, with its blood-red eyes burning with green flames. This scene left the armed police in shock. Die! All of you die! The evil spirit let out a beast-like roar at the armed police team. Originally half-kneeling, it suddenly exerted force, its swollen body leaping up, covering more than 10 meters in distance, crashing towards them like a cannonball. Retreat! Fu Ai shouted, immediately pulling the trigger of his handgun. The faces of the armed police turned pale, struggling to maintain formation as they quickly withdrew. Don't shoot anymore, just get back. Wang Sheng's voice rang out again in their ears. Don't attract its attention. After saying this, Wang Sheng raised his head and swallowed 2 pills, chewing slightly before swallowing them down. He thought he could save some effort, but the armed police were not yet equipped with talisman water guns, and ordinary weapons had limited lethality against such a powerful evil spirit. Chapter 42. The rooster's blood breaks evil. The pills felt a little stuck in his throat, but as soon as his true essence wrapped around them, they melted, turning into a sweet and cool juice that flowed down his esophagus, causing every pore in Wang Sheng's body to open up, invigorating him. There was no time to savor the wonderful feeling of taking pills for the first time in his life. Wang Sheng stepped forward, sword in hand. Chasing the stars and the moon, the evil spirit leaped again, already about to catch up with the group of armed police. It's too strong, barbed arms spread wide, crashing down towards the last two armed police officers. Scatter! Scatter! Fu Ai shouted desperately. After years of being a police officer, he had experienced many waves, but this was the first time he felt so weak. The young armed police, filled with youthful vigor, saw this and immediately stopped to shoot. But the older officer yanked them back by their collars. Hurry and retreat. Although the armed police had undergone systematic military training and had stronger psychological resilience than ordinary people, the impact of the evil spirit was overwhelming. Some were already in a daze, instinctively scattering to the sides, and someone couldn't help but pull the trigger again. But the gunfire sounded so weak and powerless. Fortunately, Wang Sheng paused for 2 seconds, waiting until the evil spirit reached its highest point before dashing over from the side. Otherwise, there was a real risk of being hit by stray bullets. Fu Ai saw Wang Sheng rushing from the side and quickly made a decision. He had no choice but to trust Wang Sheng, the young Taoist who had been fighting the monster before they arrived. Don't shoot. Don't attract the monster's attention. Quickly retreat. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Fu Ai, charging up against the oncoming evil spirit. It was Zhou Yinglong, who had just been held at gunpoint by the armed police. This Wudong disciple did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward with his sword, blocking the two armed police officers behind him, facing the oncoming evil spirit directly. Jinwu dismiss evil. In the face of the vicious criminal, these armed police officers would stand in front of ordinary people. That was their duty. And against evil spirits and monsters. Cultivators should also stand in front of ordinary people who do not practice cultivation. That was the teaching of the Taoist sect. This young disciple of Wudong gathered all his true essence, preparing to withstand the evil spirit's attack, and shouted loudly, "Bullets are useless against evil spirits. You all stay back and keep people away." Before his words fell, the massive body of the evil spirit charged forward, its claw coming down towards Zhou Yinglong's head. Zhou Yinglong concentrated all his true essence, his sword vibrating in his hand, executing a sword strike against the celestial gate, striking upward with great force. The evil spirit's outstretched arms swung around, and its sharp claws came crashing down on Zhou Yinglong, a wave of yin and evil energy rushing towards him. At this moment, Zhou Yinglong observed the evil spirit up close, faintly seeing the figure hidden within, and clearly feeling a deep-seated fear from the instinct within him. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Sheng had already charged in from the side. When Zhou Yinglong's sword clashed with the evil spirit's arm, a brilliant sword light erupted, directly striking the side of the evil spirit's face. This strike consumed a significant amount of Wang Sheng's true essence and was the limit of what the Wenyuan sword could bear. The massive body of the evil spirit tilted to the side, barely allowing Zhou Yinglong to avoid a direct confrontation with it. Even so, Zhou Yinglong still felt a wave of yin and evil energy from the sword, accompanied by a powerful force. With his legs bent and a sweet pain in his throat, Zhou Yinglong struggled to avoid collapsing to the ground, instead retreating half a step to dissipate the force. Wang Sheng recited the exorcism spell again, and the Wenyuan sword, infused with pure true essence, broke through the fierce soul's hard skin, causing it to fix its gaze on Wang Sheng and launch a fierce attack. Zhou Yinglong, without needing Wang Sheng's instruction, immediately retreated while also signaling to those behind him. As he opened his mouth, his teeth were stained with blood, making him look somewhat terrifying. Quickly retreat. Leave this to junior brother Wang. Don't add to his troubles. Over 10 armed police officers had already lined up more than 20 meters away, and they also helped carry the elderly Mr. Li over. All right, the retreat is quite disciplined. Zhou Yinglong glanced at Wang Sheng with concern and saw that Wang Sheng had once again trapped the fierce soul tightly with the sword formation, which made him breathe a little easier as he backed away. When these armed police looked at Zhou Yinglong again, there was a hint of respect in their eyes, and a few young men were blushing, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Zhou Yinglong had charged in front of them to confront that monster was enough to earn their respect. Their attitude towards Zhou Yinglong was one of respect, while when they looked at Wang Sheng, there was already a hint of admiration. Fu Ai's voice still trembled slightly as he saw Zhou Yinglong run over and habitually handed him a cigarette. This Taoist, we were quite rude earlier. It's the first time we've encountered such a situation. What exactly is this? Evil spirits and fierce souls. Zhou Yinglong actually only had a partial understanding. but he still maintained a mysterious demeanor, knowing that whatever he said now would be believed. After some consideration, Zhou Yinglong clasped his hands and spoke quickly, briefly recounting the events. Both junior brother Wang and I are practitioners from Wudong Mountain. Yesterday, at the request of Mr. Li, we came here to exorcise ghosts. We found that there were many souls in this place and suspected that someone was secretly raising and releasing ghosts to harm Mr. Li's family. We set up our arrangements, with one of our senior uncles going back to Wudong Mountain for assistance, while we lay in ambush outside. Sure enough, we encountered the person releasing the ghosts at night, who should be one of the security guards from Mr. Li's family. He intended to kill Mr. Li, but we stopped him, and then this situation arose. Beside him, Mr. Li quickly nodded. That's right, what Taoist Zhou said is correct. Fu Ai rubbed his face, glancing at the fierce battle not far away, made a gesture, and retreated again with his team until they were near the entrance. Then, this officer made a phone call, and after connecting, he whispered a few words before turning to Zhou Yinglong. Sorry, can you repeat what you just said? Zhou Yinglong recounted the story again, while Mr. Li again vouched from the side. I can testify, it's all true. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a voice tinged with confusion. Are you guys drunk? Old Fu, you're a veteran. Don't make a mistake in your thinking. Director Jean, when have I ever fooled you? This is really how it happened. I'm at Mr. Li's house right now, the home of this local entrepreneur. And there really is a Taoist exorcising ghosts. There are indeed ghosts. The video I sent you is definitely not something I found online. Hey, can you do a video call with me? Officer Fu was anxious, loading his gun, holding his phone, and running outside. On the phone screen appeared a middle-aged man wearing a coat. Soon, the scene of Wang Sheng battling the fierce soul was clearly transmitted to the deputy director's phone, who remained quite calm, only gasping in shock and pacing back and forth in his living room. This deputy director, who was nearing retirement, muttered quietly, I didn't expect this to be real. No wonder they kept emphasizing it during the meeting. The fierce soul suddenly turned its head and glared at Officer Fu, prompting him to quickly retreat. Wang Sheng launched a few strong attacks, his incantations growing somewhat louder, sending out more spiritual energy, immediately capturing the fierce soul's attention once again. Officer Fu felt a surge of frustration. Director Jean, did you already know that this thing existed? The authoritative director commanded, control the situation and prevent any leaks. I'll contact the relevant departments to come handle this immediately. Also, you all must cooperate fully with these two Taoists. If this news gets out, the first person I'll hold accountable is you, Old Fu. The first principle is to never cause public panic. Yes, Officer Fu responded robustly. However, after hanging up, this officer furrowed his brows, lit another cigarette, and watched the fierce battle between Wang Sheng and the fierce soul, feeling quite troubled. How did this peaceful and clear world suddenly turn into a chaotic mess of monsters? Officer Fu sighed and immediately began organizing. Everyone stay alert. Besides the law enforcement recording devices, don't take any unnecessary photos. 2 of you go and tell the Li family not to run around. Reinforcements are on the way. Check the weapons and equipment you're carrying. Are there any high destructive items in the vehicle? Officer Fu, we just brought our guns as per regulations. In fact, we don't have many spare bullets. Officer Fu was speechless. They had already tried the rifles, which were completely ineffective. How were they supposed to cooperate? Zhou Yinglong suddenly asked, can you help find something with strong yang energy? Officer Fu quickly inquired, what kind of thing? For example? Before Zhou Yinglong could respond, a young armed police officer timidly suggested, black dog blood? No, Zhou Yinglong immediately shook his head, saying, while black dog blood can suppress ghosts and dispel evil, it is an object and might also affect junior brother Wang. Then what should we use? Mr. Li recalled some folklore and couldn't help but add, child's urine? The faces of several young armed police officers instantly turned crimson, but they stood up with a sense of responsibility, saying, Officer Fu, use ours. Officer Fu and Zhou Yinglong were both left speechless. Is it really that hard for armed police to find a partner nowadays? It shouldn't be. Ahem. The Wudong disciple couldn't help but remind them. Child's urine not only has to come from someone who hasn't lost their virginity, but also has to be from a boy under 12. Even if you haven't had interactive experiences, haven't you had solo performances? The young men collectively scowled, glaring at Zhou Yinglong. Use rooster blood, preferably from a black chicken. Zhou Yinglong recalled the exorcism methods his master had taught him, pondering whether there were other alternatives. Meanwhile, Officer Fu, seeking efficiency, had already begun arranging for someone to get chicken blood. Fortunately, there were 2 roosters in the Li family's kitchen that had been bought, but not yet slaughtered. As an older nanny had previously suggested, saying that in her hometown, there was a tradition of using chicken blood to drive away evil. Before the chickens could be killed, the Wudong group arrived, and now it was just in time. The armed police couldn't exorcise ghosts, but they were quite adept at killing chickens. In less than 2 minutes, 2 burly men returned holding a rooster that had been swiftly killed, with the blood packed in plastic bags, hardly spilling a drop. One asked, "What should we do next?" Zhou Yinglong paced back and forth, constantly thinking. Wang Sheng was battling the fierce soul over there, and as an older brother, he felt he had to come up with some way to help. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers surpassed Zhuge Liang. Before Zhou Yinglong could come up with a solution, someone nearby shouted out, "Use balloons." An excited young armed police officer clapped his hands, "Fill the balloons with chicken blood and throw them directly at that fierce ghost." Officer Fu shouted, "Go. If you can't find balloons, use plastic bags." Soon, one by one, the plastic bags filled with rooster blood were completed. More than a dozen armed police officers, carrying firearms, rushed to the outskirts of the battlefield where Wang Sheng was fighting the vengeful spirit, following Zhou Yinglong. Wang Sheng couldn't help but divert his attention to them, feeling inexplicably apprehensive. What were these guys up to again? Zhou Yinglong shouted, "Junior brother, we will throw the rooster blood over soon." Chapter 43, 7 Swords Vanquish Evil. It is indeed true that rooster blood can drive away ghosts and dispel evil. Roosters crow at the rising sun every day, and their blood contains a faint essence of the sun. Even when the world's vital energy has not yet recovered, it still has the effect of driving away ghosts and dispelling evil. Moreover, we are now in an era where roosters are allowed to become spiritual beings. Wang Sheng employed the same trick again, attracting the vengeful spirit to turn and chase him, enduring another fierce attack from the spirit, and using the force to retreat gracefully. Zhou Yinglong roared, "Throw!" With the sound of slicing air, over a dozen blood bags arced through the air, accurately hitting the vengeful spirit. This group of armed police officers had military training in throwing grenades, and Zhou Yinglong relied on mental targeting and true essence enhancement, resulting in most of the thrown blood bags hitting their mark. With a series of light sounds, pools of rooster blood exploded behind the vengeful spirit, nearly drenching its back. Those 2 poor roosters were probably drained of their last drop of blood. A strong, fishy odor swept through the surroundings, and the vengeful spirit howled in rage, accompanied by a pained human voice. The hard skin on the vengeful spirit's back was almost instantly melted away, transforming into thick green smoke. The opportunity was fleeting. Wang Sheng's eyes lit up as he raised the 1 yuan sword, lightly tapping the ground multiple times, and charged forward again as if tireless. In the thick fog, a pair of crimson eyes were shining brightly, fixated on Wang Sheng, filled with hatred and endless rage. All of it was now directed at this young Taoist, who was preventing its revenge. Just as Wang Sheng was about to pounce, the thick smoke around the vengeful spirit surged, momentarily immobilizing it, but it still had the means to conjure malevolent spirits. The spirits wailed mournfully, and deep red skulls emerged from the thick fog, rushing toward Wang Sheng. With the 1 yuan sword held upright, Wang Sheng continued to advance, his left hand forming a sword finger behind the 1 yuan sword. He softly shouted, "The world has righteous energy, mixed and shaped into forms." The chi of the 7 stars sword suddenly changed, and streams of mysterious yellow energy surged around Wang Sheng, making the 1 yuan sword shine even brighter. Those malevolent skulls were actually forced back by the sword light of the 1 yuan sword, unable to approach within half a meter of him. Below was the river and mountains. Above were the sun and stars. With a horizontal slash of the sword, even though he still stood on the 7 stars, what was overflowing around Wang Sheng was all righteous energy. The righteous energy song. No, this should be the magnificent sword intent, the righteous energy song verse. As Wang Sheng recited the righteous energy song, his offensive, sword intent, and personal demeanor all underwent a transformation. Losing some of the carefree demeanor of a cultivator, he gained more authority and openness. As if empowered by heavenly might, Wang Sheng's mental energy actually drew the surrounding vital energy to surge forth. The intense malevolent energy conjured by the vengeful spirit was forcibly pushed aside by Wang Sheng's advancing figure. However, Wang Sheng's mental energy was also rapidly being depleted. This righteous energy song verse was not something he randomly recited. It was actually a famous line from his previous life. After the world's vital energy recovered, many poems and verses he was familiar with since childhood could produce unexpected effects when combined with mental energy. This righteous energy song, though composed by one Tianxiang in prison during the Song dynasty to express his feelings for his country, could invoke the clear and righteous energy of the world. Even ordinary people reciting it often experienced surges of sentiment, and for cultivators, reciting it with a heart full of righteous spirit would result in such an outpouring. Wang Sheng did not know the full extent of the power of the righteous energy song verse. In his previous life, he had only seen a video in which a Taoist recited the righteous energy song verse and used mental energy to kill several rampaging beasts, leaving a deep impression on him. At this moment, as Wang Sheng recited the righteous energy song verse in his heart, he noticed that his mental energy was being drained too quickly after the first line, but its effect was indeed extraordinary. With an arrow on the string, it had to be fired. The vengeful spirit had already been severely weakened by the rooster blood, half of its body corroded, and it could barely move, relying only on its malevolent aura to maintain a facade. Thus, when he unleashed all his strength, Wang Sheng charged in front of the vengeful spirit, slightly tilting his head back, his long hair flowing forward, nearly colliding with the spirit. Then, in a very short time, he unleashed the most ferocious attack from the seven-star sword formation, his strongest sword move at that moment. The Wen Yuan sword sliced through the air, creating a brilliant arc, slashing diagonally upward, stepping on the celestial pivot, pointing toward the heavenly gate, crossing the celestial rotation, piercing through clouds and moon. Approaching the heavenly meridian, the sword plucked the stars. Leaping toward the heavenly authority, a waterfall cascaded down. Descending upon the heavenly balance, the Milky Way was severed. Turning to the sun, the sword bowed to the purple extreme. Settling the shaking light, the seven stars vanquished demons. With the seven stars' footwork pushed to the extreme, Wang Sheng swiftly circled around the vengeful spirit, leaving behind seven sword shadows. It was just like the first time Qin Yinzi demonstrated the seven stars sword formation for him. The sword shadows either rose or thrust forward, or lightly touched the water while containing pure true essence, or opened and closed grandly, evoking the righteous energy of heaven and earth. When Wang Sheng's figure finally fixed in front of the vengeful spirit, the seven sword shadows exploded simultaneously, infusing nearly one-third of Wang Sheng's true essence into the vengeful spirit's body. For a moment, star brilliance overshadowed the incoming lights from all around. The vengeful spirit was almost dismembered in the blink of an eye, its two strong arms thrown into the air, then directly exploded into two plumes of thick smoke. The body covered in menacing barbs was also simultaneously sliced into several pieces, and this time, the thick smoke could not coalesce, scattering and drifting away due to the sword intent. But this was not the end. Wang Sheng stepped back 3 paces, forcing himself to gather the little true essence he had left, and charged forward again, the Wen Yuan sword stabbing straight in, carrying righteous energy and vast vital energy, crashing into the rolling thick smoke that had erupted around the vengeful spirit. In the next moment, Wang Sheng's figure pierced through the smoke. The righteous energy gathered by the righteous energy song surged into the sky, completely dispersing the malevolent, ghostly aura. He charged forward 4 to 5 meters, the long sword dripping blood, its tip pressing against a small green cauldron. Behind him, thick smoke billowed upward, and countless blood-colored skulls whirled and howled within the smoke. The cries of ghosts echoing endlessly, and the shrill screams filled the night. This commotion was immense, but this vengeful spirit was not some ancient evil ghost or aged soul. It dissipated quite rapidly. By the time Wang Sheng took another 5 or 6 steps forward, the towering and terrifying vengeful spirit was no longer behind him. Only a young man covered in blood, entangled with faint malevolent energy, slowly bending his legs and kneeling on the ground, then collapsing forward, his life or death unknown. The dark clouds in the sky had unknowingly retreated, the starlight scattered, but it was rejected by the bright lights throughout the Li residence. Wang Sheng's slightly relaxed smile was imprinted in the eyes of those armed police officers and Zhou Long. The vastly family courtyard was now silent, with the heavy breathing of a few armed police officers, due to tension, clearly audible. With a gentle flick of the sword tip, the small cauldron was thrown to the ground, and Wang Sheng did not blink, directly stepping on it. This harmful and filthy magical artifact could not be left behind. Smash! With a slight sound, the high-grade ghost-rearing green cauldron was instantly reduced to a few pieces of useless wood, and a wisp of thick smoke drifted out, directly dissolved by the righteous energy surrounding Wang Sheng. As the small cauldron shattered, Wang Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. He took a step forward, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he could only show a faint, bitter smile to Zhou Long. Closing his eyes, he simply fell backward. Ah, junior brother Wang. Taoist. Hurry, the hero has fallen. Wang Sheng's spiritual consciousness transformed into righteous energy, and the little remaining true essence was used on the 7 most powerful moves. The final charge was entirely sustained by his own will. However, this was all within his calculations. If he had no confidence, he wouldn't have easily taken such risks. A figure rushed over quickly, eyes filled with urgency, and true essence swelling all over. He was already at his fastest speed. Aside from Zhou Long, no one else could reach Wang Sheng in time to assist before he fell. Junior brother Wang, how are you? Where are you hurt? Zhou Long caught Wang Sheng just in time, calling out anxiously. Wang Sheng kept his eyes tightly closed, but his right hand did not let go of the Yuan sword, and he managed to reveal a slight smile towards the direction of the voice. The only thought that surfaced in his heart was that it would have been nice if his senior sister had come along this time. At least the place he could rest now would be much softer. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Control the suspect. Call an ambulance. Fu Ai shouted after putting away his pistol. The well-trained armed police finally showed their true colors, rushing towards the 2 fallen figures. However, the treatment was clearly different. Wang Sheng was carefully and gently lifted by several strong men, with the old man leading the way, taking him to the nearest loft. The bloodied and unknown fate of the evil cultivator, Xiao Jiang, was instead pinned down by 2 people, who, after putting on gloves, directly used a stun baton to strike hard at his neck. Soon, under Zhou Long's care, Wang Sheng lay on a small bed and fell asleep, his pale face slowly recovering. The situation here had already been accurately reported to Fu Ai. Fu Ai's cigarette was burning particularly quickly today. He walked back and forth, pondering how to handle this matter, with his fingertips flickering with flames. Fortunately, the previously contacted Director Zhan quickly gave instructions. Control the culprit who harmed people using both righteous and evil methods, and do not allow the other party to regain consciousness for the time being. Otherwise, it could lead to casualties among the police. The Wudong Mountain disciples who fought against the evil spirits must also be looked after, as the specialized department responsible for handling such incidents was on the way. They needed to keep the Wudong disciples stable and not let them leave, as those departments would also need to do some recording and inquiries. Most importantly, the incident must be kept strictly confidential, and no videos should be leaked. The Li family should also be settled as soon as possible. If not, they should all be invited back to the station for psychological counseling. At this moment, Li Shishan hurried over and whispered a few words to Fu Ai, who immediately showed a difficult expression. Old man Li, this violates discipline. Even if I consider your face, this? Li Shishan sighed, pulling out a card from his sleeve and quietly said, Comrade, please help me. I just want to ask Xiao Jiang, what have I done wrong to him? Otherwise, I would find it hard to rest in peace even after I am buried. Fu Ai frowned slightly, but only waved his hand gently, refusing the card that Li Shishan offered. The officer could only say, then how about this? When the Taoist from Wudong Mountain wakes up, I'll see if I can arrange something. Otherwise, if that guy does something again, we will all be in trouble. Yes, Officer Fu, your consideration is reasonable. Fu Ai smiled slightly. In a while, several directors will be coming over, and personnel from the special department will also come along. There's no place for him to speak here. The young security guard, Xiao Jiang, was seriously injured, with more than 10 sword wounds all over his body, especially a deep cut on his neck. Fortunately, it was just a few millimeters short of cutting the artery, and a wisp of green true essence blocked the wound. Clearly, Wang Sheng had developed a killing intent in the end, and with police present, he was not afraid of later explanations. However, he had held back a bit of strength, leaving this guy with only a final breath of life. Xiao Zhang's injuries were only treated simply before he was thrown into a police vehicle and strapped into a straitjacket. Even though he was now gasping for breath, several armed police officers did not dare to be careless, aiming their dark gun barrels at Xiao Zhang's forehead as they had been trained. The Li family was also called back, and a few minutes later, the police reinforcements surrounded the Li residence tightly, even sealing off the roads up and down the mountain. Clearly, The local police were taking the appearance of an evil spirit attacking people very seriously, likely related to the current blockade policy of the Greater Huagua. Chapter 44. Qing Yinzi will form a golden elixir. Wang Sheng did not sleep for too long. He was merely exhausted, and after lying down for an hour or two, he had recovered some spiritual consciousness and true essence, slowly opening his eyes. What is going on? Is there anything wrong? Zhou Yinglong asked nervously beside him. This concern was not merely the bond of fellow disciples. They had just fought together against a fierce spirit, which added a bit more friendship and care between them. Wang Sheng let out a gentle breath, waved his hand to refuse Zhou Yinglong's help, and sat up slowly, crossing his legs on the bed to check his own condition. A few minutes later, Wang Sheng asked, "Is that person dead or alive?" Zhou Yinglong hurriedly replied, "Alive, but he has lost most of his life. He is currently in the ambulance stopping the bleeding, with a few guns aimed at his head. Don't worry, he won to escape." Alive? That sword should have gone deeper. Wang Sheng murmured, and Zhou Yinglong did not understand which sword he was referring to. Don't worry, junior brother. Such an evil cultivator definitely cannot be left alive, Zhou Yinglong said. Now we just need to interrogate him about any accomplices. With the police involved, it's likely to go through judicial procedures. Yes, just worried it might lead to more trouble. Wang Sheng gently shook his head, and then said no more. Zhou Yinglong pondered for a while, and seeing Wang Sheng deep in thought, he lowered his head and walked out the door, returning after a few minutes. Junior brother, I asked that Uncle Fu. That security guard is at least guilty of intentional murder. If we don't handle the transfer now, we'll just wait for the relevant departments to come and take him away. Wang Sheng opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. Has the reason for the incident been clarified? The security guard hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said he needs to be taken back for treatment. But the armed police have stopped him. As for what kind of grudge he has with the Li family, we haven't figured that out yet. The Li family also can't explain what happened. Zhou Yinglong shrugged, saying he only knew that the guard had just been hired last month, named Jiang Zongyi. 26 years old, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual about his background. That small cauldron is not simple. It doesn't seem like something an early-stage gathering spirit cultivator could easily acquire. Could there be other evil cultivators involved? Wang Sheng slowly exhaled, saying this. Zhou Yinglong nodded and said, I'll go gather more information. Junior brother, you rest well. Uncle Shi Wu from the Li family is already on his way back and will be here soon. Wang Sheng gently sighed. At this moment, his true essence had recovered about a quarter, and his spiritual consciousness was beginning to flow back like a spring after rain, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Through the window, he could see figures walking back and forth in the courtyard outside, not knowing how many uniformed police officers were there, collecting something in various places. Wang Sheng did not let his mind wander, and soon closed his eyes to meditate. Zhou Yinglong quietly slipped out, conveniently closing the door for Wang Sheng. This time, Wang Sheng put in all his effort to defeat that fierce spirit, and unexpectedly gained something for himself, making this trip worthwhile. Already at the late stage of the gathering spirit realm, he now stood at the threshold of the embryonic fetus realm. With the essence of the universe within him, the fetus breathes on its own, and the Tao body begins to solidify. This is the embryonic fetus realm, the third stage of transformation for cultivators among the three foundational realms. According to the orthodox cultivation methods of the Tao sect, once one enters the embryonic fetus realm, they can fast without eating, can enter water without drowning, and their vital energy will begin to merge with the heavens and earth, resulting in a significant boost in strength. Only after forming the internal fetus can one condense the virtual Dan, and only after condensing the virtual Dan can one qualify to strive for the golden Dan. Which is a matter for later. For Wang Sheng, it still requires some time and opportunity. How to form the internal fetus? Wang Sheng murmured, lightly furrowing his brow and closing his eyes to enter a state of meditation. He was quite at ease, ignoring the commotion outside, focusing solely on cultivating his Tao in this warm room. The One Yuan sword accompanied him closely, and even in his sleep, he had not let go of the hilt. It was not that Wang Sheng was reluctant to part with this sword, which could barely be considered a magical weapon, but rather it was driven by instinct. Before his rebirth, he simply thought using a sword was cool. Now, however, he felt the vastness and brilliance of the sword path, which drew him in and made it hard for him to extricate himself. Perhaps what his master said was true. He was inherently obsessed with the sword. Yet, this obsession had both benefits and drawbacks. Whether it would enhance his Dao realm or bind his thoughts depended entirely on Wang Sheng's own control. After half an hour, Zhou Yinglong rushed back in a flurry. He entered the room ready to call out to Wang Shidi, but immediately swallowed his words. At this moment, Wang Sheng was sitting at the edge of the single bed, surrounded by swirling vital energy, with his brow occasionally relaxing and then furrowing again. Clearly lost in a state of enlightenment, Zhou Yinglong rubbed his nose, feeling that it was best not to disturb his junior. Perhaps Wang Shidi had suddenly had a breakthrough. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after, and Zhou Yinglong understood this well. Watching Wang Sheng on the bed, a twinge of jealousy rose in Zhou Yinglong's heart. But he quickly shook his head and straightened his resolve. After all, he was also a young disciple practicing in the renowned Taoist sect, and his mental cultivation was quite good, allowing him to quickly recognize and adjust his imbalanced mindset. But to be honest, could he not feel jealous? Wang Shidi had arrived at the mountain much later than him, was a few years younger, yet now his strength and realm were already beyond what Zhou Yinglong could reach. It is said that the skills for fighting are merely to protect the Tao, and cultivation is not about competing for superiority. But being strong makes it easier to obtain more cultivation resources and earn greater respect and admiration, making the future path smoother. A step ahead means being ahead in every step. Just days ago, Zhou Yinglong had overheard several senior masters from Wudong discussing that the older generation had missed too many opportunities. And only through the accumulation of cultivation without vital energy had they managed to stay ahead of the younger generation. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, they would be completely surpassed by the younger generation. By then, Wang Shidi would surely be famous throughout the realm. Zhou Yinglong sighed softly at the door, closed the door again, and walked over to a few nearby officers to continue gathering information. Meanwhile, the noise and busyness inside and outside the Li residence had nothing to do with the cultivator meditating inside, as the deep night was coming to an end. Wang Sheng was startled awake by the ringtone of his phone. Just as dawn was breaking, a video call from his senior sister came through, pulling him out of that profound state of enlightenment with a hint of regret as he shook his head. He had already opened half the door and stepped inside, but he was in no hurry. He could slowly appreciate the various wonders of the embryonic fetus realm, consult his master, and discuss the confusions in his heart with his senior sister before making breakthroughs later. In the video, Mu Wanxian was pouting with her chin resting on her hand. Looking quite upset, Wang Sheng stood up, stretched his limbs, and smiled as he asked, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" Suddenly, a few light sounds came from outside the door, as if a chair was being moved. Wang Sheng's spiritual sense swept over and found a man and a woman standing outside, both with unfamiliar auras. He didn't pay much attention to them, focusing instead on his beautiful yet unpretentious senior sister. Soon, she sent a text message along with an angry emoji. "Master left a letter yesterday and just ran off. Didn't say a word and didn't even wait for you to come back." Ran off? Wang Sheng blinked. In the video, his senior sister waved a piece of paper. "Where did Master go? Let me show you." Mu Wanxian ended the video call and sent a photo of the letter to Wang Sheng, which was filled with vertical brush strokes. "Disciple Sheng, Xian addresses you. This night, I had a sudden enlightenment and realized I am on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Dan path. However, there are still some unresolved matters in my heart, and I wish to go to Zhongnan Mountain to seek old friends for discussions and study the scriptures, breaking through the barriers of cultivation. This trip may take 3 to 5 months before I can return. You two should remain calm and cultivate in the mountain. Avoid recklessness and trouble. Xian'er's path is already stable, but little Sheng, your sword path has yet to be determined. If you take the sword as your path, you must guard against being harmed by the sword and understand the principle that being too rigid can easily lead to breakage, using the Tao realm cultivation as your foundation. When I return riding the wind, I will take you both to travel the seas and laugh proudly between the worlds. Just a joke, don't take it seriously. Master. Qing Yanzi. Night stay." After reading the letter, although Wang Sheng had sensed that his master might soon break through before leaving, he was still taken aback by this progress. Is he about to enter the Golden Dan realm? Even among the old masters in various renowned mountains, how many could achieve such advancement? Wang Sheng sighed, chatted a bit with his senior sister on the video, and assured her that he would return as soon as possible, at most half a day. Mu Wanxian wasn't really angry. She was very happy that her master could break through. However, she felt a bit lonely now that her junior brother had gone down the mountain and her master had gone to Zhongnan Mountain to visit friends for cultivation. Leaving her alone, Hearing Wang Sheng's intention to hurry back, she merely typed her response. You focus on your important matters. No need to rush back. After finishing his tasks, Wang Sheng smiled and didn't he mention the slightly perilous battle he had experienced, only saying he would return to the mountain as soon as possible. Although his senior sister said it was fine and not to rush, she seemed noticeably happier when she hung up, humming a tune, taking her jade flute, and going back to her usual place to continue her cultivation. Putting his phone into his pocket, Wang Sheng shifted his attention to the outside of the door. Through the wooden door, he sensed that the pair outside seemed a bit nervous. His spiritual sense could only vaguely detect two auras out there, similar to an infrared imaging display. And from these two unfamiliar auras, he could tell they were ordinary people he had not seen before. They were likely police officers here to take his statement, and the fact that they had been waiting outside without disturbing his cultivation was quite considerate. After tidying his Dao robe a bit, Wang Sheng walked slowly to the door, his footsteps very light. Creak. The wooden door was pulled open from the inside, and the pair standing outside clearly froze for a moment before quickly straightening their backs and looking up. On Wang Sheng's left stood a girl with a round face, who was nervously smiling at him, her dimple slightly stiff from tension. On his right was a very burly man. Wang Sheng was already considered tall, but this guy was a head taller than him, and the most striking feature was his not-so-obvious neck, which exemplified the term strong and powerful. Both of them are dressed in formal attire. The girl wears a white shirt paired with a professional skirt, giving her a clean and clear appearance, and she looks quite capable with her ponytail. The big man next to her is wearing a suit that is one size too big, looking loose and baggy, which conceals his imposing presence. He seems like a martial artist. Excuse me, do you need something? Wang Sheng asked. The girl appeared somewhat nervous, but immediately spoke up. Wang Sheng Daoist. We are members of a special investigation team specifically sent to handle the incident of the evil spirit injuring people here. Here is my identification. Daniel, hurry up and show yours. Oh. The two quickly presented two identification cards resembling driver's licenses in front of Wang Sheng. Just as Wang Sheng was about to reach out to take them, the two cards suddenly lit up, and two holographic projections about a dozen centimeters tall appeared above them. Is even an ID photo this high-tech? After spending 3 years on the mountain, he realized he had seen much less. Chapter 45, Relevant Departments. The man is named Li Yinkui, and the woman is named Mao Yu, both belonging to an organization called the Special Incident Investigation Team. Apart from a few official seals, the information displayed in the projection was limited. Wang Sheng nodded and quietly waited for them to speak. Mao Yu glanced around, and the Li residence was still in disarray but had completely quieted down. The team of armed police led by Officer Fu Ai had already been pulled back to undergo ideological work, and it seemed everything had settled down. Only the three of them were near the attic. Mao Yu hesitantly asked, Daoist Wang, can we discuss some personal matters before getting to business? Wang Sheng frowned slightly. Go ahead. Mao Yu first sighed in relief, then covered her mouth, and took a few steps forward towards Wang Sheng. I'm so excited. I actually get to meet a living sword immortal. Thank you to the team leader for giving me this task. And thank you to my mom for giving birth to me. Haha, the way you wield your sword is simply too cool. Can you sign an autograph for me? Can we take a picture together? Can I get a little closer? Can you put your hand on my shoulder? Oh, this pose is a bit shy. Wang Sheng's forehead was immediately covered in black lines, and Li Yinkui could only face palm, pretending he didn't know this partner. Really? If Wang Sheng didn't know how significant this so-called Special Incident Investigation Team was, he would have turned around and left at this moment, and would never have allowed himself to be dragged into a selfie just because he found the girl somewhat cute. But regardless of how his future develops, maintaining a good relationship with such a privileged organization is ultimately more beneficial than harmful. After taking a few pictures, Wang Sheng politely declined further intimate interactions and steered the conversation back to business. So, are you two just here to take pictures with me? Mao Yu quickly got back into character, reining in her playful demeanor, and said seriously, Daoist Wang, we are here to express our gratitude for your righteous actions in last night's incident involving the evil spirit injuring people. Wang Sheng interrupted her words, saying indifferently, come in and talk. Thus, the three of them entered the attic that Wang Sheng was temporarily occupying. Wang Sheng took on the role of the host, inviting the two to sit down while he settled into a wooden chair nearby. What is it? Just verbal commendation? Mao Yu smiled awkwardly and said, we haven't fully formulated the reward measures yet, but Daoist Wang, you are a person beyond the worldly realm and wouldn't he be calculative like us ordinary folks, right? All right, Wang Sheng asked. Besides expressing verbal gratitude, do you have any other matters? There are indeed matters, and not just one, Mayu said, lowering her head to pull out her phone from her pocket, but she didn't turn it on immediately. Instead, she looked at Wang Sheng earnestly. Taoist Wang, please don't mind, this is our task, and there are a few questions we must ask you. You can refuse to answer. Wang Sheng perked up. Just ask, and I will consider my responses. First, do you think the current cultivation world might have an adverse effect on the world? Is your special incident investigation team conducting a survey among cultivators? Wang Sheng looked at Mao Yu with a half-smile. Mao Yu blinked and said with a smile, it's somewhat similar to a survey. We need to understand your stance and perspective so I can decide what questions to ask next. Please try to answer as pragmatically as possible. All right, I believe the cultivation world will not have any negative impact on the world. Wang Sheng paused and added, of course, this is in general. The cultivation world is made up of cultivators, and there are good and bad among them. Some are driven by personal desires, while others seek the path wholeheartedly. Sometimes, their actions differ based on their respective positions and the people and matters they care about, so the impact varies. But overall, cultivators mostly have benevolent hearts, and this group generally has a more positive than negative influence on the world. Mao Yu said softly, your summary is quite insightful. Meanwhile, Li Yankuei, the guy nicknamed Dainyu, curled his lip, probably thinking to himself, love-struck, nothing to show for it. Fangirl, life is so tiring. Wang Sheng chuckled and continued to wait for her questions. The second question is actually quite sensitive. You can choose to refuse to answer. Mao Yu asked softly, Taoist Wang, how do you think your strength ranks in the current cultivation world? Me? Middle tier, I suppose, Wang Sheng replied, not being modest. The truly powerful ones are those Taoists who don't come out of the mountains. Being in the middle tier is actually quite fitting. Mao Yu blinked. But we estimate your strength to be among the top 50 experts. How is that possible? There are probably many hidden cultivators in the deep mountains. Wang Sheng waved his hand. I refuse to answer that question. What else? Mao Yu asked. The third question, when we examined Jiang Zongyi's injuries, we found that you seem to have initially unintentionally killed this evil cultivator last night. Why? I am just a cultivator without law enforcement power, and I cannot decide a person's life or death, Wang Sheng said, spreading his hands. You should have just graduated from the Armed Police Academy not long ago and should understand this. How did you know we just graduated? Mao Yu responded in surprise. Wang Sheng pointed to his own face. You look too young. In fact, it was because they were a bit too naive, lacking in depth. This comment would earn some goodwill from any girl, especially when said to his newly arrived fangirl. Mao Yu's face turned red, but thanks to her solid professional standards, she managed to suppress her giggles and just smiled quietly. Cough, cough, cough. Dainyu almost coughed out his Adam's apple. Your legal awareness is truly commendable, Mao Yu said softly in admiration. Dainyu couldn't help but ask, then why did Taoist Wang take his life with the last sword? Wang Sheng replied, in life and death battles, one must not harbor a single thought of mercy. Dainyu nodded gently, just about to continue speaking when he was shot a glare by Mao Yu. Comradely Dainyu, this operation is led by me, and I will ask Taoist Wang the questions. All right, as you wish. Dainyu rolled his eyes and obediently sat there without speaking. There's one last question, which is also the final question, Mao Yu asked earnestly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you have any intention of joining an official organization to maintain order in the cultivation world? Wang Sheng was obviously taken aback. Although he had a premonition about this aspect, he didn't expect such a thing to really fall on his shoulders. The Special Investigation Team can be considered one of the privileged departments established by the Dahua Nation to oversee the Taoist community. In Wang Sheng's memories from his previous life, this organization was quite active, often initiating Taoist conferences and mediating conflicts between various Taoists. Joining such an organization naturally comes with many benefits, at the very least. Obtaining cultivation resources would be much easier than in the secluded mountains. However, every advantage has its drawbacks. The downside is that one must constantly go out on missions, leaving less time for cultivation. Wang Sheng said, if I achieve success in my cultivation, I naturally want to contribute to the clarity of the universe, but unfortunately, my Tao skills are still rudimentary, and I fear I can't be of much help. This was, of course, a polite refusal. Mu Yu's face showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly sighed softly. Indeed, our department's influence isn't very strong right now. If you change your mind in the future, you can contact us directly. Um, ahem. She lowered her voice and whispered, everyone in our team is your fan. The way you wield your sword is simply amazing. Wang Sheng's mouth twitched slightly as he retorted, was the Taoist Exchange Conference at Maoshan organized by your investigation team? Muyu blinked, then realized she had misspoken, her face turning pale as she hurriedly said, this is supposed to be a secret. Taoist, please don't say anything. Beside them, Daniel frowned and said, you've already exposed it before even entering. Wang Taoist is a clever person. You've never met before. How could you act like this? Impulsive. Muyu cast a faint glance at Daniel, who shrank his already not very prominent neck, sitting there like a well-behaved bear. Wang Sheng smiled and said, don't worry, I won't speak carelessly. All right. Muyu took out her phone, sighed, and gathered her spirits. Since Wang Taoist has declined our invitation, and the verbal praise has been conveyed, are you leaving? Wang Sheng was already preparing to stand and see her off. But Muyu blinked her big eyes gently. Next, this is a personal matter related to you, Wang Taoist. The unlock code for this phone is 6 zeros. Please wait a moment. Someone will send you a video call. After speaking, Muyu placed the phone on the table and stood up with Danielle. Muyu specifically reminded, let us wait outside. After you finish the call with our team leader, just call us. She pronounced the word team leader slowly and clearly, causing a hint of doubt to arise in Wang Sheng's mind. It should be the leader of the special investigation team, right? This leader is indeed a person of significance, with true power and influence in the future Taoist community. Though unskilled in cultivation, they can affect the fate of many Taoists. Wang Sheng's mind was filled with questions as he quietly waited, holding the phone that still had a faint scent of perfume. About 2 minutes later, the phone vibrated, and a video call invitation popped up. Upon answering, the phone screen displayed a spacious office. The city outside the large floor-to-ceiling window was bustling, with a river in the distance resembling a silver ribbon. In front of the window stood a woman with short hair, dressed in a white professional suit. Her figure slightly thin. She was standing there with her arms crossed, gazing into the distance until a voice called from behind, Chairwoman, the video is connected. The woman by the window responded and slowly turned around. Wang Sheng's brows furrowed deeply at first, then his eyes widened as he suddenly stood up from his seat, staring intently at the face of the leader and chairwoman appearing on the phone screen. This was the first time he had been so surprised in the past 2 years. Though 20 years had passed through seasons, this face, even if turned to ash, Wang Sheng might not recognize it, but his master would definitely recognize it. In his first year on the mountain, during the Double Ninth Festival, when his master got drunk and took out a photo, this face, these features, these eyes, there was no mistake, it was definitely the person in the photo. Master's wife? Wang Sheng blurted out almost instinctively. The leader on the other end slightly furrowed her delicate brows, intending to say something, but soon just sighed softly, her expression betraying a sense of loneliness and fatigue. Chapter 46. The cause of the haunting clothes unkempt, looking haggard, a hint of melancholy, 3 parts charm. Though a bit intrusive, this was Wang Sheng's first impression of Master's wife. She was at least in her 40s and didn't appear to be a cultivator, yet she was well maintained, with fair skin, beauty, and good demeanor. When such a typically strong and capable woman shows her vulnerable side to others, it can easily touch their hearts. I don't want to recall my relationship with your master. You can call me Andy. The leader's voice was somewhat low. There is something I'd like to ask you for help with. Can you deliver a message to your master when you return to the mountain? Tell him that if he still cares about his biological daughter, he should come to see me as soon as possible. Master's biological daughter? Wang Sheng recalled the girl in another photo and suddenly became spirited. Master's daughter, that would be his little sister. No, that would be his junior sister. From Master's wife's tone, it seems like the little sister has encountered some trouble. Master's wife? Mandy. I still find it easier to call you Master's wife. What happened to the little sister? Has she encountered any trouble with some cultivators? I'll call Master right now. Just a moment, Master's wife. Without waiting for the leader to speak, Wang Sheng swiftly took out his phone, even thoughtfully switching it to speaker mode and turning the volume up. Wang Sheng thought to himself, telling Master that Master's wife had taken the initiative to contact him. Perhaps Master's slightly trembling voice and somewhat dazed tone could touch Master's wife's heart, which had been dormant for 20 years. However, to Wang Sheng's surprise, a gentle female voice came from the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please call again later. It was only then that Wang Sheng recalled the news he had received from his senior sister. Master had gone to Zhongnan Mountain to discuss the Tao and was in seclusion to break through to the golden elixir realm. He never expected that before going to Wudong Mountain, he would miss a beautiful first love with his senior sister, and now Master had gone to Zhongnan Mountain for seclusion, missing another chance for reunion. This was the fate of being forever alone in the sect. Wang Sheng replied somewhat anxiously, Master's wife. It seems Master is going to break through a realm and must be in seclusion deep in the mountains. Sure enough, Master's wife showed a deep disappointment, leaning back in her chair and seeming somewhat lost in thought. It was as if the accumulated pressure and fatigue of several days had simultaneously struck, overwhelming the usually composed leader. But Master's wife, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Master has treated me with great kindness. If there is anything troubling you or the little sister, please feel free to ask. I will do my best, Wang Sheng said earnestly. I may have limited ability, but I will give it my all. Master's wife pondered for a moment and gently shook her head, asking, Is there no way to contact your master? Implicitly, she was somewhat worried about Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng considered for a few moments and said, I'll contact my senior sister and ask. Please don't worry. Master's wife. Thank you, Xiao Sheng. Master's wife, you're too polite. I'll call you back on video shortly. More than 10 minutes later, the ancient wooden door creaked open. A young Taoist dressed in a dark blue robe and holding a sword stepped out. In the morning mist, amidst the fragrance of the countryside, although the Li residence was in disarray, a few standing bamboo groves still managed to preserve a semblance of elegance in the morning. A refreshing breeze blew in, and Wang Sheng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, thinking about the task entrusted to him by his master's wife, his mood quickly sank. Mu Yu and Dinyo, who were sitting nearby in a daze, immediately stood up, curiosity evident in their eyes. Had this Taoist Wang managed to persuade the group leader to let the swordsmanship master join their organization after over 10 minutes of video call? Wang Sheng handed Mu Yu's phone to her, and she hesitated for a moment before accepting it. She keenly noticed the slight seriousness on Wang Sheng's brow and was even more curious about what he had discussed with their group leader. Before Mu Yu had a chance to speak, the credentials they were protecting vibrated gently, indicating a new task had arrived. Wang Sheng paid no mind to it, as he could guess what orders their group leader and his master's wife would give, most likely to have Mu Yu and Dinyo cooperate with him. It was unfortunate that his master had chosen this moment to enter seclusion, and it seemed that trouble was brewing with that little junior sister he had yet to meet. Seeing Zhou Yinglong and Li Shiwu waiting for him by the nearby bamboo grove, Wang Sheng tucked away his worries and put on a slight smile as he walked over lightly. Upon seeing Wang Sheng, Li Shiwu became excited, quickly running over with his Taoist robe in hand. He wanted to bow to Wang Sheng, but was hindered by their age difference. So he ended up just standing on tiptoe and patting Wang Sheng's shoulder. Nanyu, I really don't know how to thank you. You saved the lives of my brother's whole family, he exclaimed. If you have any requests, just let me know, and my uncle will definitely repay you properly. Uncle sure is being too kind. I'm just doing what I should do, and Zhou Shixiang contributed just as much as I did. Wang Sheng smiled humbly, gently shaking off Li Shiwu's hand. Meanwhile, Mu Yu and De Zhuang quietly discussed a few things. De Zhuang turned and ran towards the gate of the Li residence, while Mu Yu, in her high heels, took small steps towards the 3 Wudong cultivators. Li Shiwu blinked and asked, Who are these two? They are members of the Special Investigation Team, here to inquire about the vengeful spirit from last night. Wang Sheng briefly explained without mentioning his master's wife. Zhou Yinglong, who had worked hard all night, naturally knew Mu Yu's background, as she and Dinyo had inquired about certain situations from him. Zhou Yinglong whispered a few words to Li Shiwu, who suddenly looked enlightened, his gaze towards Mu Yu becoming more cautious. Mu Yu smiled and nodded at Li Shiwu and Zhou Yinglong, then turned directly to Wang Sheng and said softly, Taoist Wang, when shall we set off? Wang Sheng replied, We shouldn't delay. Let us head to Wudong Mountain to pick up my senior sister. Li Shiwu's eyes widened. What is the rush? Why do we need to hurry back? It wouldn't be late to return this afternoon. My brother said he wants to properly thank you, Shizizi. There are some urgent matters, Wang Sheng said. Please have Zhou Shixiang bring my luggage from the resort back to the mountain. I'll find him to collect it after I return. Sure, Zhou Yinglong waved his hand. What is the rush? We also need to pick up Nanyu Shimi. I'll accompany you, Shitty. Wang Sheng blinked, and Zhou Yinglong's face turned red as he recalled his performance from last night. He chuckled awkwardly, thinking at least he was quite useful as a gopher, as he had suggested the rooster blood. Just then, at the end of the garden path, Li Shizhan arrived in a hurry with the Li family. Wang Sheng frowned slightly and asked directly, Uncle Shi, what kind of grudge does Jiang Zongyi have against the Li family? Li Shiwu was taken aback, then sighed heavily, his expression serious, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Mu Yu gently pushed aside her bangs and said in a somewhat formulaic tone, Taoist Wang, based on the information we've gathered, I can roughly answer your question. Would you like me to explain? Of course, if it's convenient, Wang Sheng replied, a hint of curiosity in his voice. About 16 years ago, a major accident occurred locally, a mining disaster that resulted in 24 deaths and 16 injuries. The cause was due to the violation of operational procedures by the staff underground, and the mining company involved belonged to the Li family. Through fingerprint, blood type, and genetic sequence comparisons, the one known as Jiang Zongyi, a malevolent spirit cultivator, should originally be named Li Qiran. His father and older brother died in that mining accident, and he was only 8 years old at the time. His mother took the huge compensation from the Li family and left, abandoning him with his elderly grandparents. More than a month ago, he released a few vengeful spirits at the Li residence, causing chaos, and took advantage of the Li family hiring more security to infiltrate, seeking to exterminate the entire Li family to avenge his father and brother. Mu Yu paused, having watched the footage from the law enforcement recording device. The image of the vengeful spirits surfacing in her mind, causing her face to pale slightly. The efficiency of the special investigation team in quickly uncovering the facts was indeed impressive, showcasing the resources and authority they could mobilize. Wang Sheng looked at Li Shiwu, who appeared even paler. Li Shiwu stepped back slightly, seeming to age a few years in an instant, and sighed deeply, filled with desolation. So that is how it is. He is actually the second son of the Li family from back then. How could I not recognize him? Zhou Yinglong frowned and asked, Uncle Shi, was the Li family responsible for that mining disaster? Li Shiwu immediately shook his head, but his eyes were filled with pain. Mu Yu gently pursed her lips and said softly, in an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Li Shizhan's sigh came from the side. The responsibility for that matter lies with our Li family. We cannot shirk this responsibility. The head of the Li family had arrived, and behind him were his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, along with 2 grandchildren. They all heard Mu Yu's words, disbelief evident in the eyes of the young men and women. I was in charge of that mine. It had nothing to do with my brother. Li Shiwu's voice trembled slightly. Although the cause of the disaster was due to operational violations, my failure to detect the hidden dangers in time was also my responsibility. Even though I wasn't held accountable afterward, my brother took the blame, and I felt uneasy, which is why I went to Wudong Mountain to become a monk. Zhou Yinglong and Wang Sheng exchanged glances. Zhou Yinglong shook his head gently, while Wang Sheng nodded slightly. Zhou Yinglong meant to suggest that they should pretend they hadn't heard any of this and not to spread it within Wudong Mountain, and Wang Sheng agreed. Wang Sheng looked at Mu Yu again and asked, where is Jiang Zongyi now? He has already been moved by us. Mu Yu lowered her voice. Based on the handling methods for similar incidents in the past 2 years, there shouldn't be any news about him from the outside. He poses a serious threat to social stability and is guilty of premeditated murder. The legal consequences will be severe. Furthermore, he forced a vengeful spirit to possess him last night, and his cultivation at the early stage of the gathering spirit realm has been ruined. He will likely face some torment in his afterlife. We must find out if there are any malevolent organizations behind him. Afterlife? Torment? The Li family fell silent, and Zhou Yinglong and Li Shiwu frowned slightly. Wang Sheng did not see anything wrong with how the malevolent cultivator was being handled. The special investigation team's approach was actually in line with the current environment. Mu Yu urged, Taoist Wang, the group leader is urging us. When shall we depart? Since Li Ju is here, I was just about to take my leave, Wang Sheng replied, and Li Shizhan immediately looked anxious. Li Shizhan wore a worried expression, habitually forcing a smile, but the smile was filled with bitterness. Taoist Wang, are you leaving now? It's early in the morning. You should stay with us for a day or 2. We need to give you a chance to repay your life-saving grace to our family. Li Ju, sure. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Wang Sheng clasped his hands in greeting. This is related to my master, and as a disciple, I cannot afford any delays. So I must take my leave. Wei Wen, hurry. Bring over the things you just prepared. Li Shizhan's eldest son responded, and, dressed in a suit, turned and ran. Wang Sheng didn't take this to heart, and after chatting a bit more, he led Mu Yu to the gate of the Li residence, with Li Shizhan hurriedly following, asking Wang Sheng to wait a moment. Soon, Li Wei Wen came running up from behind with a tray covered by a red cloth. He had run so fast that the cloth had shifted, revealing stacks of brand new banknotes inside. Li Shishan sighed. Taoist Wang. This small gift is not meant to show respect. It cannot compare to the kindness you've shown in saving our family. If you find anything offensive, it's just my ignorance as a common person. Please don't take it to heart. The thank you gift from Taoist Zhou is still in the house. Please take these gifts with you. Wang Sheng frowned slightly, and beside him, Li Shiwu added, just accept it. This is a reward for driving away the evil spirits. Although cultivation emphasizes the principles of law, wealth, companions, and land, the image of those bloodshot eyes resurfaced in his mind. The mining accident that resulted in 24 deaths and 16 injuries. I want revenge. I want to kill you to avenge my father and brother. Die? You all must die. No need for that. I've already taken what I should take. I won't accept any unearned rewards. Goodbye. Wang Sheng clasped his hands in farewell, turning away in a rather graceful manner, heading towards the jeep at the gate. Daniu was already waiting in the driver's seat, while Muyu spread her small arms to block the Li family members who wanted to pursue them. Chapter 47. Little junior sister is missing. Sorry. Taoist Wang needs to act with us next. The incident with the evil spirit hurting people has not been fully resolved. So a few of you cannot leave the Li residence for now. Please cooperate with our work, Muyu said softly. Although her figure was somewhat slender, it made the Li family members hesitate to step forward. Not far away, a police car door opened, and two middle-aged officers in uniform jogged over, blocking the entrance to the Li residence. Originally, Fu Ai, who was supposed to handle the follow-up of the Li family incident, had returned to the armed police station to rest, and these two officers were temporarily assigned to guard. This time, Fu Ai had received commendation from Director Zhang, and it was estimated that a promotion was in sight. He had left at dawn, unusually excited. The two middle-aged officers approached Mu Yu and asked somewhat nervously, Comrade Mu, is there anything you need us to assist with? They were not in the same system and had no rank comparisons, but their powers were not on the same level. Just carry out your orders, Mu Yu said with a light smile, nodding at the two, then glanced at the tray held by the Li family members and turned to leave. Miss Mu, Li Shishan called out weakly. Let Taoist Wang take these thank you gifts with him. This is just our small token of appreciation. Mu Yu did not respond, and when the Li family members wanted to chase after her, the two officers simultaneously stepped forward to block them. One officer politely said, sorry. You cannot leave the courtyard at will right now. This is for your safety. Please cooperate with our work. Although there was only this one police car near the Li family gate, in reality, several roads leading to the Li residence were currently guarded by armed police. Mu Yu turned her head and instructed, our two colleagues taking over will arrive here in about half an hour. Please continue to cooperate with their work. Thank you. Not a bother at all. You all have been quite busy, the two officers replied with forced smiles. Watching the somewhat enchanting figure of Mu Yu gradually fade away with the Li family. Beside them, Zhou Yinglong scratched his head and could only smile wryly. Since Wang Sheng refused this huge sum, he felt embarrassed to accept his portion. Based on Zhou Yinglong's understanding of Wang Sheng at that moment, he understood why Wang Sheng would refuse such a generous reward. However, thinking it over, he felt that he was well taken care of by his sect while cultivating on Wudong Mountain, and there was no need for this money. Just as Mu Yu opened the car door, Zhou Yinglong slapped the back of his head and called out on tiptoe, Wang Shitty, take me back to Wudong Mountain. Is that okay? In the car, Wang Sheng looked at Mu Yu, who immediately changed to a gentle expression. Of course. We are going to Wudong Mountain to pick up Taoist Feiyu. It won't delay anything. Brother Zhou, come on, Wang Sheng called as he got out of the car. And Zhou Yinglong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shiwu glared at him. Yinglong, why do you want to leave now? Shu, I want to go back to the mountain to cultivate. It's not good to fall behind too much with Feiyu Shitty. There's nothing happening here anyway. Zhou Yinglong avoided Li Shiwu's gaze and continued. You don't need to give me my portion of the thank you gift. Just donate it to our Wudong as incense money. Here's wishing the Li family happiness and health. Everyone, goodbye. After bowing, Zhou Yinglong bypassed the two officers and ran off to the nearby SUV without looking back. The seat beside Wang Sheng had already been taken by Mu Yu, and Zhou Yinglong, being somewhat familiar, plopped down in the passenger seat and smiled faintly at Daniu, who was driving. Wang Shitty, let us go to the nearby resort first. Cancel the room we booked yesterday and grab our luggage. Daniu's eyes lit up, seemingly catching on to some key point, his thick lips revealing a knowing smile. The car moved forward, the ancient and quaint courtyard door receding into the distance. In the back seat, Mu Yu said softly. The leader is urging us quite urgently, but the specific tasks haven't been sent to me yet. Can Taoist Wang give us a hint? Wang Sheng pondered for a moment. He was somewhat unsure. If he said they were going to rescue their little junior sister, would it make his Master-S subordinates question her motives and affect her career? So, Wang Sheng simply summarized the upcoming journey. We are going to a certain university to dismantle a group that has cultivators misleading people and, by the way, rescue some individuals. Mu Yu chuckled softly, her eyes shining as she looked at Wang Sheng, and she no longer asked further questions. Wang Sheng, however, naturally shifted his gaze out the window. After taking more than 10 minutes to retrieve their luggage, the military-plated SUV surged onto the highway, heading straight for Wudong Mountain. Wang Sheng said, "Call me when we arrive," and then closed his eyes to meditate. The situation was urgent yet not urgent, however, for the safety of his little junior sister. The sooner they arrived and resolved these matters, the more at ease Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian would feel. At this time, his senior sister was probably packing up their things. When they got close to Wudong Mountain, they would call her to meet at the mountain gate. And then the two would head straight to the university where their little junior sister was. They couldn't get in touch with their master Qin Yanzi, nor did they know which old friend he was visiting. Mu Wanxian had already sent messages to a few Taoists from Zhongnan Mountain whom she only knew. But the replies from those masters indicated that Qin Yanzi had not gone to their places. Zhongnan Mountain was also a place of cultivation, situated in the middle section of the Qinling Mountains, vast and deep with forests. Their master might be hiding in some corner pondering how to condense gallstones. Even if they spent time finding their master, if he were in a critical moment of seclusion, it might affect his Dan formation and lead to irretrievable consequences. Meanwhile, things on the junior sister's side were not simple either. After a moment of silence, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian spoke almost simultaneously. They are going. The Master-S only daughter, their little junior sister, would be entrusted to them to protect. When Wang Sheng conveyed this message to his Master-S wife, she hesitated, clearly not wanting to involve Qin Yanzi's disciple in this mixed public-private affair. However, the special investigation team had just been established, and there were not many capable individuals available at the moment. Since Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian had just proven their abilities at the Maoshan exchange meeting. After thinking for a few minutes, the Master-S wife agreed to their proactive offer and decided to use her authority to fully cooperate with them. Even if this led to disciplinary action from above and she lost her newly acquired position as team leader, she was determined to ensure her daughter's safety. A woman may be delicate, but a mother is strong. In just a few minutes of conversation, Wang Sheng had developed a good impression of his Master-S wife, even feeling that she was slightly more reliable than his own master. Just slightly, mind you. What exactly is the Special Investigation Team? Wang Sheng felt quite deeply about this, considering that in his previous life, whenever members of the Special Investigation Team were reported to be in nearby cities, the bosses of the gangs would issue strict orders for all gang members to stay indoors, fearing they might attract the attention of these law enforcement personnel from the Taoist world. In ancient times, heroes disrupted the law with martial prowess, while immortals turned the world upside down with legal power. However, nowadays, the secular world also holds considerable deterrence over the realm of cultivation. With various high-damage firearms available, flattening a mountain could be done with just the press of a few buttons. The Non-Natural Special Affairs Investigation Team was established by the Great Hua Nation to supervise the cultivation world, mediate conflicts between the cultivation world and the secular realm, and find pilot organizations to maintain order in the world. Who would believe this if told? The Master-S wife, who had once left her master in a fit of anger while pregnant and severed all ties, was now in charge of the official oversight of the cultivation world for the Great Hua Nation. At the same time, a big question mark inevitably rose in Wang Sheng's mind. Had his Master-S wife remarried? Did she achieve her current position all by herself? On the surface, she seemed to be a businesswoman, a chairperson of some group. Of course, this identity was merely a cover, or perhaps a side business, while her true identity was the newly appointed head of the Special Investigation Team. If she truly achieved this position through her own efforts, she would indeed be a legendary figure, perfectly matching his impressive master. The video call lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Wang Sheng kept this question in mind, wanting to steer the conversation in that direction several times, but the matters entrusted by his Master-S wife seemed more important, quickly shifting his focus back to the main issue. His junior sister was missing. To be precise, the junior sister, who was in college, had refused to contact the Master-S wife for 2 consecutive weeks, and last week, She had gone missing. During the Maoshan exchange meeting, the master's wife felt that something was wrong and privately commissioned a security company to find some professionals providing bodyguard services locally to search for the junior sister at her school. However, the security personnel privately commissioned by the master's wife found the junior sister's trace the night before last. Just as they were about to catch up, they were attacked by cultivators, and 2 of them were injured by talismans and hospitalized. That wasn't the end of it. Just yesterday morning, the master's wife received a call from the junior sister. She solemnly claimed that she was fine, but needed the master's wife to send her some money, saying she wanted to start a business with her friends. The normal person's first reaction would be to think that the junior sister had fallen into a pyramid scheme. Once such a dubious scheme appeared in a college campus, especially when linked with keywords like cultivators and talismans, the situation became rather perplexing. As they approached the gate of Wudong Mountain, Wang Sheng could see a graceful figure standing under the shade of a tree from afar. It seemed he had sensed it beforehand. Without needing a reminder, he had just recovered from meditation and was gazing at the person in the shade, unconsciously breaking into a slight smile. Beside him, Muyu blinked, seemingly having seen through something, and revealed a knowing smile, softly exclaiming, "The silent fairy is truly beautiful." Wang Sheng smiled without speaking, but deep down, he felt a bit happier. Mu Wanxian, as usual, did not make an effort to apply makeup or dress up. And she had learned from the last time when she was surrounded and photographed, so this time she deliberately wrapped herself up more securely. Wearing a simple and loose sports sweatshirt paired with somewhat faded lightweight running shoes, she still could not hide her radiance, attracting curious glances from the local residents and tourists visiting Wudong Mountain. As the SUV slowly came to a stop, the driver, Daniel, seemed to be afraid of startling Mu Wanxian, who was quietly lost in thought under the tree, and braked very gently. In the passenger seat, Zhou Yinglong rubbed his eyes and woke up, asking, "Are we there?" "Senior brother, you should head back to the mountain first. I need to handle some personal matters with my senior sister," Wang Sheng said as he opened the car door and walked towards his senior sister, not forgetting to remind Zhou Yinglong, "If any uncles or aunts ask about us on the mountain, just say my master went to Zhongnan Mountain to visit friends, and I'm traveling down the mountain with my senior sister." "Okay," Zhou Yinglong replied, still a bit dazed, and asked vaguely, "Is Master Qing Yinzi also out?" After nodding to himself and muttering a few words, he looked up and saw Mu Wanxian by the roadside. "All right, I should make way." "Senior sister?" Wang Sheng, as if afraid of startling Mu Wanxian, spoke in a gentle tone, completely lacking the sharpness he had when cutting down evil spirits. The beauty turned her gaze upon hearing his voice, and upon seeing Wang Sheng, her eyes instantly sparkled, and a joyful smile naturally crept onto her lips. "I'll take care of it," Wang Sheng said as he picked up their luggage and asked in a deep voice, "Still no contact with Master?" "Yeah." Mu Wanxian immediately recalled their previous discussion and frowned slightly, shaking her head gently, her eyes filled with worry. Naturally, she was concerned about the junior sister, whom they had only seen in photos but had never met in person. "Don't worry, we'll go together. Generally, we should be able to handle it. Master has treated us well, and we can't just sit back and do nothing," Wang Sheng said with a light smile. Mu Wanxian agreed, and followed Wang Sheng towards the SUV. Daniu and Muyu jumped out of the car, and after standing properly, they both saluted Mu Wanxian in unison. The senior sister felt a bit shy, gently smoothing a strand of hair behind her ear, and nodded slightly to the two. Wang Sheng quickly placed the luggage in the car, made a brief introduction for the 3, then said goodbye to Zhou Yinglong before setting off again with his senior sister. Coming and going in a hurry, with Zhou Yinglong replaced by his own senior sister, Wang Sheng felt inexplicably more confident. It would take another 3 to 4 hours of driving from Wudong Mountain to the target city. The sooner they arrived, the less danger the junior sister would be in. The seating arrangement in the car also changed. With the senior sister here, she naturally sat in the back seat with Wang Sheng. Muyu eagerly ran to the passenger seat, buckled her seatbelt, and then turned to look at Mu Wanxian, her round face full of admiration. Muyu actively sought conversation and began to praise Mu Wanxian. "The silent fairy's skin is amazing. Up close, it's truly flawless. Wow, your figure is great. And you're so beautiful. It's a pity you're not doing skincare ads." Mu Wanxian blinked and gently tugged at her junior brother's arm for help. Wang Xingdao, "It's okay, senior sister, this is a subordinate of the master, not a bad person, and won't do anything bad to you." Muyu immediately showed a resentful expression. All her attentiveness along the way only earned her a comment of "not a bad person." Next to her, Daniel chuckled a couple of times, glanced at Wang Sheng in the rearview mirror, then focused on driving without looking again, which is quite steady. Wang Sheng asked, "Is there any arrangement from your group leader? The combat plan hasn't been sent over yet, and the effective information we can obtain is still quite limited." Yu became very focused when discussing serious matters. Our investigation team was actually just established not long ago, and we haven't handled many successful cases. So we should be very concerned about this operation. Daniel said in a low voice. This also involves our group leader's daughter, so the two Taoists please don't mind. Yu glared at Daniel, quickly saying, "From the current information we have, this incident not only involves the group leader's daughter, but also shows signs of cultivators causing chaos behind the scenes. It is completely reasonable for us to be dispatched. Wang Taoist, Mu Taoist, this is officially a matter, but there are also some personal reasons." Seeing Yu's somewhat anxious appearance, Wang Sheng and Wang Sheng exchanged smiles. Wang Sheng said, "This matter is also personal for us. We are not helping out just because of the special investigation team's invitation, but out of a personal request from your group leader. The rescue target you mentioned is not only your group leader's daughter, but she is also our junior sister." Really? Yu and Daniel were both taken aback. Junior sister? Yu's eyes lit up. Could it be that the group leader and your master, Kinjianzi, have a thing going on? Cough. No way. My goodness, my brain is about to explode. Wang Sheng stretched lazily, explaining the situation. Master has gone visiting friends and cultivating, and we can't reach him for now. As his disciples, we can't just sit by and watch Master's daughter being bullied and in danger. Wang Sheng nodded vigorously, quickly swiping her long jade fingers on her phone screen, then raised the screen to express her feelings with an emoji. On the phone screen, there was an anime character with disheveled hair, holding two blood-dripping machetes, with a sickly gaze. Wang Sheng calmly said, "So, while we will help, we will prioritize rescuing our junior sister, which may not align with what you want to investigate." Yu and Daniel glanced at each other and then gently nodded. They naturally understood Wang Sheng's meaning. They simply had similar goals, but their focuses during the operation would be somewhat different. Buzz. At the same time, Yu and Daniel's bodies emitted a vibrating sound. Yu quickly took out her credentials, projecting a stream of information. "Is the plan here?" Wang Sheng leaned forward to take a look, but the text was reversed, making it difficult to read. "No, it's about that evil cultivator Li Qiran." Yu gently pursed her lips. "Just received news that he is dead." Dead? Wang Sheng instinctively felt that he had killed this evil cultivator himself. But Yu's next words made him frown even more. Yu said, "The cause of Li Qiran's death is somewhat strange. When he was sent to the research institute, sent to a certain place, his injuries had stabilized, and there were no abnormalities detected in his body. However, shortly after arriving, when the instruments were connected for testing, a bug suddenly crawled out from his forehead, and he died instantly." A bug? Wang Sheng instinctively thought of many things, but he couldn't directly articulate them. "Can you give me more information? I might be able to help you with something." "Good. We would be very grateful for your help. Please wait a moment while I apply for permission." Yu immediately became busy, making a few phone calls and whispering a few words. Soon, her phone began to vibrate continuously, and information regarding last night's evil cultivator was quickly organized and presented to Wang Sheng. Senior sister curiously leaned over to take a look at the photo on Yu's phone, and her brows immediately furrowed. In the photo, Li Qiran's eyes were wide open as he lay there, but his eyeballs were shriveled, his face covered in purple-blue lines. And there was a thumb-sized blood hole in his forehead, as if something had drilled through his skull from the inside out. Swiping through the images, the culprit that created the blood hole was a small bug resembling a silkworm. Of course, at this time, it was already a specimen. "This is a goo bug," Wang Sheng stated, and Yu tried to twist her body in the passenger seat, recording what Wang Sheng said in a notebook. Rapidly scrolling through the photos, Wang Sheng was looking for other effective information, and soon the phone screen stopped at a close-up photo of Li Qiran's arm. On the inner side of Li Qiran's elbow, there was an inconspicuous black and white taiji tattoo. At this moment, no one should know what this pattern represents, but for Wang Sheng, this small black and white taiji mark and that familiar blood hole were not unfamiliar. In his previous life, the Yin-Yang sect had caused chaos in the cultivation world for several years, and now it had begun to operate in the shadows again. This world has never lacked for ambitious people. After the recovery of the world's vitality, some capable individuals who originally had no opportunity to display their talents seemed to have more chances to rise. Wang Sheng wanted to remind the special investigation team to be cautious of this yin-yang sect, but the words stuck in his throat. Although he knew the yin-yang sect was powerful, being a malevolent organization that had gathered a large number of evil cultivators and rogue cultivators. It had wreaked havoc across the entire Great Hua country at its peak, and it took years of open and covert struggles with the Taoist sects to be suppressed. However, upon reflection, he realized he didn't know how the yin-yang sect specifically operated, nor did he know their core members or their objectives. In his previous life, he had only collected some related information while browsing news articles. Therefore, Wang Sheng carefully considered his words, selected a few photos, and said to Mu Yu, "I once saw this type of goo bug in an ancient book. It should be called yin-yang blood-sucking goo. This goo bug has one yin and one yang, which respond to each other. The person who is cursed will have the yin or yang goo bug, wrapped in Taoist magic, placed in their ear, which enhances their spiritual thoughts. If the yang goo bug is placed in ice water, the yin goo bug will go mad and frantically bite the blood and brain of the cursed person. Conversely, if the yin goo bug is placed in boiling water, the yang goo bug will also go mad and kill from miles away." Mu Yu pursed her lips, and Denyo frowned, asking, "Is that true? But isn't it already here?" Wang Sheng countered. Mu Yu quickly nodded. "Wang Taoist, what else did you see? Please try to give us more information." "MHM. And this mark." Wang Sheng handed back Mu Yu's phone, on which the enlarged yin-yang pattern was displayed. Wang Sheng said, "This seems to be a common Taiji pattern in the Taoist sect, but it is not. You can have someone compare it specifically. The details of this tattoo have subtle differences from the Taiji diagram commonly drawn by the Taoist sections. What can this indicate?" Mu Yu asked softly. "Li Qiran has a large organization backing him." Wang Sheng's voice remained calm. "Whether it is the yin-yang goo or this pattern or the wooden ding artifact I destroyed, all indicate that this evil cultivator organization has become large-scale. It seems that your special investigation team needs to quickly confront the major mountain sects and establish contact." Mu Yu furrowed her brows in thought for a while, seemingly realizing something, and looked at Wang Sheng with some astonishment. She couldn't help but whisper, "The haunting at the Li family this time is not just as simple as Li Qiran seeking revenge. It is also possible that the evil cultivation organization behind Li Qiran has set its sights on the assets of the Li family." A smile appeared on Wang Sheng's face. "This girl is quite clever. She understands quickly. Cultivation emphasizes the importance of law, wealth, companions, and land. It is not only the orthodox practitioners of the Tao sect that value these, but also loose cultivators and evil cultivators who need wealth to purchase a large amount of cultivation resources. It's best to stop there. These matters will naturally be investigated by their investigation team and the police, and they are not closely related to him. I'll contact them right away." Mu clenched her small fist in excitement and turned to become busy again. Wang Sheng glanced at his senior sister and found her looking at him with a puzzled expression, blinking her eyes in confusion, and his inner worries were instantly dispelled. After all, it is just a slightly larger evil cultivation organization. Compared to his past life, he has already changed significantly, so there is no need to fear them. Chapter 49. Taking my senior sister to tour the university in his past life. The university had also been a place that held 4 years of Wang Sheng's shameless and beautiful memories. Although he later became addicted to online cultivation and let some people down, missing out on some things, he still has fond memories of his past university life. In this life, he chose a different way of living. In order to find a stable livelihood, he decided to go up the mountain to seek a master, forcibly changing the trajectory of his life, and had to bid farewell in advance to friends, classmates, and lovers he was supposed to meet. With gain comes loss. It is the way of the Tao, and all things follow this principle. The Yangtze River, one of the 2 mother rivers of Huaxia, divides the south and north of the Yangtze, separating their unique styles and nurturing the civilization of Huaxia for thousands of years. His little junior sister, who seemed to have fallen into a pyramid scheme, is currently in her 2nd year of college, and her campus is built in this southern city by the river. Not far from the campus, there is a spectacular cross-river bridge, and the surrounding area has rapidly developed into a high-tech park over the past decade, with several upscale residential complexes selling Riverview properties further out. This place has developed transportation, towering skyscrapers, and renowned universities, making it a bustling area within the city. The greenery in university campuses is usually quite good, and the same goes for this university where his junior sister studies. Looking from outside the school gate, the paths are shaded by green willows, the slopes are covered in lush grass, and everywhere is filled with the breath of youth. In such a beautiful and comfortable environment, if students do not engage in romantic relationships during the breaks from their light academic tasks, it would be a waste of the good intentions of the school leaders. As they approached, the murky energy of the city began to clear, and a gentle breeze blew in from the river, driving away some of the restlessness of urban life. On that day, Wang Sheng and MW set off from Wudong Mountain, escorted by DNI and MU, and arrived at the campus at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, successfully meeting with the other members of the Special Investigation Team who were already preparing here. In just half a day, the Special Investigation Team had mobilized a large amount of resources, and the subsequent action plan had been thoroughly deployed. Wang Sheng and MW as special collaborators for this operation, were essentially the main force, and they could feel the sincerity and respect of the Special Investigation Team. At the very least, these young team members spoke to them with honorifics, and no one dared to give orders in front of the two. Any suggestions were discussed with Wang Sheng and MW and no one would command anyone. The Special Investigation Team was actually established by their master's wife, who specifically selected many recent graduates for training, and the results were quite good. Although they still seemed a bit immature in Wang Sheng's eyes, their efficiency was already quite impressive. Their main goal was to find the little junior sister and take her out of danger, while the task of the Special Investigation Team was to clarify the appearance of cultivators and talismans within this university. These two matters were actually one, but with different focuses. Wang Sheng also quietly discussed with his senior sister on the way that if rescuing the little junior sister went smoothly, they would help the Special Investigation Team as well. After all, the Special Investigation Team was managed by their master's wife. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in a chain hotel near this campus, on the 18th floor in a certain suite, sitting on the sofa by the window, MW was sitting quietly, her gaze continuously wandering among the other two girls in the room. MU was reading some materials and notes on her phone next to MW. Another female team member of the investigation team was busy by the bedside, organizing the suitcase that MW would use next, filled with many trendy and common clothes, shoes, and skirts, all prepared in MW size as quickly as possible. The few eye-catching ancient-style skirts that MW had brought herself had been forcibly confiscated and could not be used for the time being. Taoist, have you noted down the information regarding the identity you will be playing next? MU asked with some doubt. Yes. MW nodded seriously. After all, MU would not make her repeat what she just said, and she would just follow her junior brother's actions. All right, MU said with a hint of skepticism, going to the side to grab a folder, taking out a few items and handing them to MW one by one. A student ID, a Bluetooth headset, a brand new phone, and some hairpins, earrings, and a fountain pen. MU softly advised, these all have positioning devices installed. We will do our best to ensure your personal safety. If you encounter a dangerous situation, please prioritize self-protection. Yes, the senior sister replied the same way, causing MU to feel a wave of helplessness in her heart. Why does it feel like this silent fairy is far less reliable than the sword immortal Taoist? MU, is it my turn? The other female team member had come over with 2 pieces of clothing, looking at MW with anticipation. MU smiled brightly and said, Taoist, it's time for you to change clothes. MW frowned slightly, looking at the 2 small pieces of clothing the other was holding, hesitating for a moment. In the adjacent suite, Wang Sheng, who had already changed, was also evaluating his transformation. His hair was tied into a high ponytail, his Dao robe had been replaced with jeans and a floral shirt, and he wore a silver cross around his neck, while the expensive designer belt seemed to highlight his background as someone whose family has wealth. D&I chuckled and commented, Taoist Wang looks quite handsome after a bit of dressing up. The 2 staff members fiddling with electronic equipment looked up, one of them saying with a smile, I think Taoist Wang looks more elegant in a Dao robe. No. D&I shook his head seriously, analyzing. Dao robes are actually out of fashion. Wearing Dao robes is not as comfortable as modern clothing, and it doesn't affect sword-waving movements. Another person stood up to refute. Jeans can be restrictive, but training clothes are loose and one affect doing some difficult moves. Dao robes also have certain defensive capabilities and are one of the Dao sect's magical tools. Seeing the topic about to head in a bizarre direction, Wang Sheng timely stepped in to steer the conversation back on track. Is there any new information coming in? The group immediately became serious. D&I checked his phone and shook his head at Wang Sheng, saying the only information available so far was what they had. Wang Sheng nodded lightly, walking to the window, looking down at the tranquil campus across the road. Cultivators using talismans to injure ordinary people. A university that is relatively well known in the area, and a little junior sister who is suspected of being controlled by a pyramid scheme. How are these three linked? The junior sister was unaware of the hidden identity of the master's wife. In her eyes, the master's wife was simply a successful career woman who had raised her with wealth since childhood, never having faced any hardships. If someone was short on money and eager to make quick cash, it would be understandable to be brainwashed by a pyramid scheme. But how could a girl like the junior sister, who had been pampered since childhood and faced no pressure to graduate, be tricked into asking her family for money to start a business? What exactly was brewing in this school? Wang Sheng stood by the bed with his hands in his pockets, lost in thought, while Danyu and the other two dared not interrupt and busied themselves with their tasks. According to the information provided by the Special Investigation Team, the junior sister attended classes and participated in campus activities as usual, seemingly unchanged from before. However, this seemingly normal situation made Wang Sheng even more worried. He needed to find the junior sister as soon as possible and ensure her safety first. After another 10 minutes, Danyu said, "Daoist Wang, the next room is ready. When do we start?" "Right away, no time to waste." Wang Sheng slowly exhaled, glanced at the Yuan sword in the corner, grabbed a backpack from the sofa, and slung it over his shoulder. Now, he and his senior sister were posing as art exchange students who had just arrived today. Their identity documents were not forged. Anyone who checked would find a complete and flawless background. Danyu quietly spoke into his earpiece. Action begins. Footsteps echoed in the hallway as a young couple walked closely together toward the elevator. Wang Sheng opened the door and felt several gazes directed at him. But he paid them no mind as he walked to the adjacent suite and knocked on the door. "Sister, it's time for us to report to school." A few seconds later, the door was slowly opened, and a faint scent of perfume wafted into Wang Sheng's nostrils. When he looked up, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, it seemed like he was feeling a flutter in his heart. With delicate brows that couldn't hide her captivating eyes, her hair cascaded down like a waterfall. With just a small hairpin at her forehead, seemingly ready to slip off her hair at any moment. The white shirt barely covered her navel, and the light gray shorts accentuated her nearly perfect slender legs. This was probably the most seductive and revealing outfit Wang Sheng had ever seen his senior sister wear. Every inch of her skin seemed to radiate a sparkling glow that made it hard to look away. Sensing her junior brother's gaze, Mu Wanxian blinked lightly, looked down at her outfit, her face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. The tight shirt and shorts really didn't suit her. Her junior brother probably never expected her to wear such clothes, and she might feel quite embarrassed about it. She looked at Wang Sheng with anticipation, hesitating whether to go back and change into something more appropriate. However, Wang Sheng had already been purified by her gaze and smiled as he raised his left arm. "We should report now. Otherwise, the Academic Affairs Office will close soon, sister." Mu Wanxian let out a small sigh of relief, stuck her tongue out at Wang Sheng, and quickly regained her composed, elegant, and obedient demeanor. Wang Sheng pulled out the suitcase beside her, always mindful of maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, and reached out to hold her wrist, placing it under his arm. Mu Wanxian didn't find anything wrong with this action and naturally leaned beside her junior brother. Her little hand was cool to the touch, and holding it felt quite comfortable. Wang Sheng seriously whispered in her ear, "Remember to get into character. We are now childhood sweethearts in a sibling romance. I call you sister, and you call me Sheng." "Oh," Mu Wanxian nodded earnestly, her understanding of the term sibling romance mostly limited to its literal meaning. When they reached the elevator entrance, the young couple, who were trying to reduce the awkwardness of their entrance, were cuddling together and whispering sweet nothings. Mu Wanxuan's gaze drifted over the chest of the girl wearing a strapless dress, looking thoughtful. She secretly glanced down at her own chest, recalling the whispers of two girls she overheard while changing in the bathroom. Mu Yu and another girl thought their discussion was quiet enough, but Mu Wanxuan's spiritual sense was 2 tiers stronger than Wang Sheng's. Even if she didn't want to listen, she would still hear it clearly. The elevator descended steadily, and Mu Wanxian gently poked Wang Sheng's arm, turning her back to the members of the investigation team nearby. "What's wrong?" Wang Sheng, deep in thought about the next steps of their operation, casually asked. Mu Wanxian blinked and pointed at her chest, whispering a simple syllable that only Wang Sheng could hear. "Cough." Daoist Feiyu almost choked on his true essence. Chapter 50. Beyond the planned routine report. No anomalies detected. No anomalies detected. No anomalies detected. The sword has entered the school gate, and the students are responding normally. In the room where Wang Sheng had previously stayed, Mu Yu, who had become the temporary commander for this operation, was standing with her arms crossed in front of several computer screens, watching the constantly switching images. Dainyu and a few others were studying the school map, while the sound of lowered voices from both men and women came through several locked-frequency walkie-talkies. Although the makeshift surveillance network was somewhat crude, they still managed to maintain complete control over the campus environment as much as possible. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanchuan's figures had not left Mu Yu's line of sight. How is the setup inside the school? It's already arranged. There won't be any mistakes. That's good. Mu Yu nodded in response, then focused on the monitoring screen, lost in thought. She was contemplating how much negative impact it would have on the team leader if this operation turned out to be a misunderstanding. Although the Special Investigation Team had been granted various permissions by the Dawagwo government, they still had no representative results. Simply put, they had not achieved any tangible success. At this awkward juncture, if the team leader used so many resources because of personal feelings, wasting them was a minor issue. The real concern was whether she would be doubted by superiors regarding her capabilities. What do you all think about how our team leader treats us? The busy group was caught off guard by the question. The girl who helped Mu Wanxian pick out clothes said quietly, "Pretty good, although we've spent little time together. The team leader cares about us." Dainyu also chimed in. "Yeah, the team leader has shown us some appreciation. In that case, everyone stay sharp this time." Mu Yu gently pushed her glasses up on her nose. "With Daoist Wang and Daoist Feiyu here, we have to make sure we perform well this time." They were all smart enough to understand the implication behind Mu Yu's words, and one by one, they nodded seriously before quickly returning to their tasks. Inevitably, when the senior sister entered the campus, it caused a slight stir. Fortunately, although Mu Wanxian was particularly eye-catching and beautiful enough to dazzle the mind, she lacked some of the ethereal qualities she had during her last descent, so it didn't reach the level of causing a commotion. If she had worn an ancient-style dress and walked through the campus, it would probably have caused quite a scene. With the Special Investigation Team paving the way in the shadows, the initial action went very smoothly. Wang Sheng took his senior sister to the Academic Affairs office to report to a certain department head, who had evidently received some instructions and efficiently helped the two young people with their paperwork. They didn't even bother to carefully verify the information about the two of them. With a stamp of the official seal, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian officially became art exchange students at this university. Those 90% of personal information that was fabricated was quickly entered into the school's archive. Although the process seemed simple, the complexities involved were considerable, enough to prove the extraordinary capabilities of the Special Investigation Team. However, there was a particularly fatal loophole in Wang Sheng and his senior sister's identities that would be exposed as soon as they attended classes in the Fine Arts Department. Therefore, they devised a plan to skip classes consistently. According to Wang Sheng's thoughts, he and his senior sister wouldn't be staying at the school for long. At most 2 or 3 days. These arrangements were merely to temporarily conceal their identities and blend in with the students for convenience. The action plan was steadily advancing. It was unclear how the Special Investigation Team's technicians managed to do it, but as soon as they reported in, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanchuan's dormitory was already arranged, with beds and bedding neatly in place. Mu Wanchuan's dormitory was on the same floor as her junior sister, waiting for a chance encounter with her. Wang Sheng's male dormitory building was less than 60 meters away from the dormitory of his senior and junior sisters, making it convenient for him to sneak into the girls' dormitory at night to conduct some investigative tasks. The Special Investigation Team had arranged for more than 10 teams of people inside and outside the university campus, disguising themselves as new cleaners, cafeteria staff, vendors at the snack street, and even couples staying nearby for tourism. This scale was no small matter. The dormitory was a 4-person room, and Wang Sheng's roommates were 3 third-year students from the automation department. Upon hearing that a new student had arrived today, the 3 guys eagerly waited in the dormitory. After a few greetings, they exchanged WeChat contacts and agreed to have meals and play games together when they had time, establishing a preliminary friendship through casual banter. On the other side, Mu Wanxian, who faced a language barrier, took out the notebook she had prepared earlier, which contained her self-introduction. Building friendships among girls was much more complicated than among boys. Mu Wanchuan's roommates were all second-year students, and their small circles were already fixed. Moreover, the charm that Mu Wanxian exuded made the girls who wanted to approach her feel a bit hesitant. The three girls politely expressed their concern for Mu Wanxian and helped introduce some famous buildings on the campus, but then the conversation didn't continue much further. Nevertheless, Mu Wanxian felt that everyone was quite nice, and this sense of distance actually made her feel more comfortable. Her senior sister had never attended school. She had always followed her master in studying Taoism and literature. In her eyes, the definition of a university student was someone who had received 12 years of compulsory education and then elevated their studies to a higher level. Mu Wanxian certainly knew that she wasn't there to experience life. After tidying up her bed, she went out for a stroll and found her junior sister's dormitory. A sweep of her spiritual sense revealed that the dormitory was empty, likely because everyone had gone to class. Mu Wanxian closed her eyes, and in an instant, the entire floor was enveloped in her watery spiritual sense. Soon, she lightly furrowed her brows and calmly walked toward the window at the end of the corridor. Took out her phone, typed a line of text, and sent it to her junior brother. Potato, potato, calling potato, please respond. Buzz, buzz. Wang Sheng replied quite quickly. Sister, what's going on? There's a residual fluctuation of spiritual energy in my junior sister's room, likely from 9 talismans scattered in 4 drawers. What should we do next? Should we retrieve the talismans first? Talismans? Wang Sheng, who was lying on his bed with his arm propped up, was momentarily stunned, then sent a message back to his senior sister. Just act as if nothing was discovered for now. We shouldn't alert the enemy. If we find the junior sister, we should create an opportunity to get to know her. After pressing the send button, Wang Sheng pondered for 2 seconds and decided to relay his senior sister's discovery to Mu Yu. Before he could scroll through his phone, an emoji popped up in the chat box. It was an animated character saluting, with the accompanying text, "Sweet potato received. Potato, please remember to stay hidden." Alright. His senior sister was really getting into character, clearly enjoying the role. With a light laugh, Wang Sheng sent a message to Mu Yu, completely unaware that this message was like a reassurance pill for her, a stabilizing needle. He found a few photos in his phone's album, looking at the young girl in them. His junior sister, whose surname was Qi, had the single character one in her name, was a few months younger than Wang Sheng, and was currently a second-year student in a business major. Considering the looks of his master and mistress, Qi Wen's appearance would definitely not be low if she developed normally. In fact, from the very first day of college, she had become the object of many seniors and classmates' fantasies. Compared to Mu Wanxuan's fairy-like demeanor, Qi Wen was clearly more of a cute, down-to-earth girl, each with their own merits. Although Wang Sheng still thought his senior sister was more attractive. At 6:30 in the evening, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian met in front of the boys' dormitory, and amidst the surrounding glares of resentment, Mu Wanxian took the initiative to link her arm with Wang Sheng's. The school was bustling with students, either eating in the cafeteria or on their way there. They headed toward the cafeteria that the junior sister frequented, and halfway there they received a text from Mu Yu. The junior sister has appeared. She is in the cafeteria. Wang Sheng quietly asked, Sister, how's the flirting preparation going? Mu Wanxian hesitated a little. Don't feel pressured. Just remember that she's our master's only daughter. Don't treat her like an outsider. Mu Wanxian sighed lightly, and Wang Sheng curiously turned to look at her. Was she feeling jealous of the junior sister? His senior sister really couldn't hide anything. Her inner thoughts were written all over her face. In her heart, her master Qing Yanzi filled the roles of both father and mother, and since Qi Ling was the daughter of Qing Yanzi, it inevitably made her feel a bit gloomy. Wang Sheng couldn't comfort her, so he just moved a bit closer to his senior sister. Seeing the bustling scene in the cafeteria, Wang Sheng felt a sense of being in a different world, a feeling of how things had changed over time. He and Mu Wanxian were like an ordinary college couple, getting food together and finding a seat, inadvertently sitting at an empty table a little distance away from Qi Wen, secretly observing her. So that's the junior sister? She really was a delicate and lovely girl, hard to leave a bad impression. She was happily chatting with her dormitory mates, with a smile on her face, completely not looking like someone in any danger. However, both Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian frowned at the same time. Wang Sheng's expression turned serious, while Mu Wanxian showed a hint of confusion. The junior sister and her 3 roommates were all surrounded by faint and mottled traces of true essence. This impure true essence was something Wang Sheng was very familiar with, similar to the true essence he had cultivated in his previous life by collecting cultivation methods online. This matter probably wasn't that simple. After thinking it over, Wang Sheng made a sudden decision to meet with Qi Wen as soon as possible to investigate the source of her cultivation method in detail. Sister, the plan has changed. I'll try to approach the junior sister first. Wang Sheng made a gesture of encouragement. Wang Sheng smiled and stood up, this time without lowering his voice. Just smilingly asking, "Sister, what do you want to drink? I'll check the vending machine over there." Wang Sheng gently shook her head, perfectly cooperating with her junior brother. Wang Sheng's plan was simple and quite cliché. He wanted to accidentally bump into Qi when while passing by, creating an opportunity for conversation. He needed a natural collision. A few female students walked towards Wang Sheng, laughing, and he stepped aside to let them pass, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity rising within him. However, his attention was entirely focused on his junior sister, thinking about how to get to know her and carry out his plans, completely oblivious to the fact that one of the pretty girls among the group was staring at him. Taking a few steps, Wang Sheng secretly wrapped his phone in his pocket with his true essence, preparing for it to accidentally fall to the ground behind Qi Wan. Suddenly, a voice filled with uncertainty and hesitation floated over from behind him. "Wang Sheng." Huh. Suddenly being called by name, Wang Sheng turned in surprise. His fingers continued their previous movement, and instinctively, he gently shook, causing the phone provided by the investigation team to slip from the edge of his pocket. The girl in a light blue dress stood a few meters away holding a tray, her long hair tied in a ponytail, a slender and fair neck, and a beautiful face that Wang Sheng vaguely recognized. "Senior." Snap. The sound indicated that the phone had hit the ground.